Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to Summon Sign, episode 105, our Game of the Year special. We're going to go through the entire LSM roster. It's going to be a long one, so buckle up. But today, I'm starting out with a fine crew. First, we got the Moriartys. Micah, hello, my punching up co-host. How are you today?
Hello, Bradley. I am well, thank you. It's been very cold and snowy these past couple of days, but we're loving it. We're eating soup. I'm making bread. It's been very nice.
Colin nods in approval. Yes, Colin is a big soup guy, I guess.
Oh, I love soup.
Top tier soup. Colin, give me one.
We were just talking about this yesterday. Is Campbell's tomato soup, because Campbell's is in a lot of danger right now. Apparently, here in the United States.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, about the CEO saying it's for poor people.
Yeah, they it was. Well, no, they said that they said that they were 3D printing their meat. Like one of the VPs said that, and he got fired.
I didn't know that.
It's like a huge controversy, and people are like dumping out their soup cans and all of the rest. But Campbell's is a great American brand, and I really enjoy it. You put a little bit of, because I don't know if Locke you can relate to this, but certainly in the States, like Campbell's and Progresso, those are the competitors. And Progresso came in the bigger can, and it was like, we're the adult soup, and our soup is, but it was never really better than Campbell's. It was never really better. But as far as Micah's soups are concerned, she makes an excellent pea soup with ham and all. Oh my God. It's like, I love peas. So,
okay.
Peas, if you please.
Peas, if you please.
But yeah, a big soup. And she makes the bread from scratch.
Oh, wow. Oh yeah. The bread maker. Good. Yeah. Micah. Cool.
Oh,
but before she had the bread maker, she would make it from scratch too.
Oh, really? Cool.
Oh yeah, no. Yesterday I did not use the bread maker. Yesterday I just used the stand mixer. It just depends how much time I have. The bread maker has a dough function, so it does all the kneading and all that. If I'm like really busy, it's like just throw it in there. And then if I have more time, I'll just make it.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
It's pretty rad. Colin Moriarty, how are you? You ready for your winter break?
I'm ready, dude. I'm so fucking shot, dude. It's not even fun. Like, I'm like totally barely hanging on mentally at this point.
We're almost there, dude.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we have a blessed life or whatever, but I just don't get away. I'm always jealous. Like my sisters are always, complaining about how hard it is to be a teacher, and it is hard to be. I would never want to be a teacher. But I also think like you get your weekends off, you get these vacations, and then you just get the whole summer off.
That's true. You do get perks. Yeah.
So. Like I can't. Now, is my job way easier than being a teacher? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But do I? God, I just couldn't ever imagine. That never crossed my mind as a kid. You know what you want to be as a teacher?
No.
God, no. God, absolutely not. I don't know how everyone fell into that trap.
Those brats. Yeah, ain't no way.
I didn't like other children when I was a child. Like when I was a kid, I didn't like the other kids. When I was a teenager, I was like, these people suck. God, they're rowdy. They won't just sit down and shut up. Like as a child, I loathed the other children. I was like, I can't wait to be an adult. And then you fast forward to office life, and it turns out that a lot of them are the same as they always were.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
My sister Allie is an elementary school art teacher.
Okay.
She's been an art teacher for 20 something years. And then my sister Dana is a English teacher, but she's very tenured. So she's in high school. So she gets like all the AP and honors classes. So she's kind of like quote unquote graduated from the ruffians,
the riffraff,
as it were. But yeah, I don't want to ever get into that. I just couldn't imagine it. My sister used to drag me in to play school with them, like where I'd be like the pupil and they would be like the teacher. So they were always like really into it. But for me, I could never do that. So I'm not trying to say my job is hard. It just never stops, really.
No, yeah, I get that. It's a constant.
It's like I play a lot of games. I study a lot for the industry. I'm reading a lot. And then we're recording. You got to be on, and do those kinds of things. But so, yeah, I'm really, really ready for the break because we just don't get away at all. Like there's just no. But that's the nature of running a business. And it's a good problem to have.
Yeah. All right. Also joining us, Mr. Lockmort. Hello, Lock. You got your setup all going now.
Yes, it's
Are you going to stay here now for a while?
Yeah, well, I had to move from my office upstairs because the neighbors were complaining. It's funny because I was been playing a lot of Ark Raiders, but I do it in the middle of the night. And a couple of weeks ago, I have new neighbors, and one of the neighbors told me, like, "Oh, you were having a very loud business call at 4 a.m." It's like, yeah, business call, yeah. So I had to move my office back downstairs. So here I am again with my brick wall. But
we'll see if you stay here.
Yeah. If I don't get evicted, I'll stay here for a while. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
What's the blue poster? Is it Empire Strikes Back?
I think, it's the Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome. Good.
I can't see the red poster looks like Andrew Jackson or something, but I can't see.
It's Homelander. Close enough.
Yeah, it's
I can't see. Close, similar.
The beautiful man, as you call him, I think.
Oh yeah, he's beautiful. I love him. His memes are wonderful.
Tier. Yeah, top tier. I think Star Wars is getting a theatrical release of the original cuts in 2027. Yeah. Thank God. I can finally watch those legally. Thank you.
I haven't seen the original cut of Star Wars since the VHS era.
I know. It's offensive.
Because there were that famous black boxed set from the mid 90s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was like a Stormtrooper, Vader, and Yoda maybe on each of the cassettes.
Yes, yeah.
Then they released the special editions in '97. I was really excited about them at first, because I got to see them in the theater and all of that. And actually they came out. Do you remember they came out? It must have been 97 or whatever, like 1 month and the next month and the next month on a Friday. So my mom would pull me out of school and we'd go see them because I was such a big fan. And then they came out with that VHS gold box set. And those are the special editions. And that kind of took over everything. And then it's like, what are you being so stubborn for? You know? So it'll be, I talk about going to the theater all the time and I never do, but it is kind of tempting to do it, like to go see the real Star Wars in the theater.
Yeah,
but I think Empire would be the one I really want to see in the theater.
Yeah, I'll go for that. So I don't have to see some fucking ugly alien singing in Jabba's palace, doing a whole song number. I'll take that any day.
I know that was in hindsight so bad.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, like it's incredible. Dagan and I always argue about that Jabba scene because there are certain editions I like. Like I like when Boba Fett walks past the dancer and like touches her chin, like to flirt with her or whatever. And Dagan's like, that's not what he would do. He wouldn't do that.
I would have punched her right in the jaw.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, it's kind of cool to show like that Boba Fett has like a side of sexuality or whatever. Like they should have kept it low key like that, you know, like just little additions like that instead of making it a whole scene. We had Max Rebo. They were doing their thing.
Yeah, they were fun.
Cy Snoodles.
Yeah.
Droopy McCool. They were hanging out and doing their thing.
Yeah, I can't wait for the non-Han Solo digital head move when he dodges Greedo's shot. That'll be good. That'll be
and getting rid of the Jabba thing in the New Hope is good too because it's so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He seems like a little bitch in that. It's like
he was like a dude when they filmed that. You know, like
yeah.
It's so strange. Anyway.
Sorry, we're boring, Micah. Anyways.
I had no idea that was a thing. When I saw the movies were coming back to theaters, I thought, the movies are coming back to theaters. I didn't know they added or changed them. I've never seen them. So I don't know what the hell is going on.
For the 20th anniversary of A New Hope, they re-released the original trilogy and added a shit ton of things to them. And they're called the special editions.
So George Lucas just has a penchant for going too far.
Yeah, this was 100%. When they were like getting episode 1 going and they were like, just fucking around, you know? So
100%. He goes too far. All right. So this is our Game of the Year episode. Before we get into everyone's Game of the Years and start doing that, going through it, we are going to start with our most anticipated games coming in 2026. Ideally, they'll have a 2026 date, so no Witcher 4 and all that kind of stuff. But if it's assumed to be for next year, I will allow that. Let's start with Lockmort. I'm curious what your list is going to be, Lockmort.
All right. Well, I have 5 of them. Do I just list them?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just go through 5 of them real quick.
Okay. Well, at number 5, I have Fable. Very excited for that one. We've seen it, I think, twice, but we've never seen real gameplay.
We haven't seen like a solid cut of gameplay, no.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to see,
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. Also, it would be finally a big win for Xbox. Would be nice as well to have a game that actually is awesome and sells really well. That would be cool. At least I hope so. I love Fable. I think that's a great IP. So I hope the game is awesome. They deserve it.
Me too.
They deserve a win. My number 4 is a game that's supposedly coming really fast, and that's the remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I love pirates. Pirates are my favorite thing in movies, games, but we hardly ever get any games, I should say, because movies, we had a lot of pirate movies, but we don't get a lot of pirate games anymore. And Black Flag is the perfect pirate game to me. So I can't wait. Exactly. So I can't wait to see what they do with it. Number 3 is Exodus from James Olin and Drew Karpyshyn, the people who made Mass Effect. Very excited to see what they do. Their lore is incredible. The stuff they've released already sounds amazing. So I can't wait to see what they do. My number 2 is, of course, GTA 6. I think that's on every list everywhere ever made at this point. So can't wait to see what Rockstar does. It will no doubt be amazing. I don't know if it runs on 30 FPS on consoles. I'll probably wait until the next year until it gets on PC, or I'll probably buy it and play it for a little.
You'll play it.
Yeah.
You'll play it.
But I can't wait to see. Red Dead Redemption 2 was so amazing. So I can't wait to see what they do here. But my number 1 is The Blood of Dawnwalker, which is from former Witcher 3 developers who made a new studio called Rebel Wolves. And this looks basically like The Witcher 3, but with vampires. I can't wait. Looks amazing. It's supposed to be out next year. I hope that's true. They seem very confident in it. They've showed a lot already. They're supposed to be there at the Game Awards. So I think maybe after the Game Awards, they have this big presentation again. So, man, I can't wait. Next year will be the year of the Western RPGs, I think. So that will be yeah, exactly. So I can't wait. I'm so excited for next year.
Okay, very nice. Micah, do you have any games you're excited for next year?
Yes. Well, and Blood of the Dawnwalker is one I'm also super excited for, but I forgot about it, so it's not on my list. Yeah. Starting out, and these aren't in like a specific order. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book.
Yeah.
Everybody knows I'm a Yoshi's Crafted World, Woolly World bitch. Love those games.
What's that tongue do?
Yeah,
God, no. I've been waiting for them to do another Yoshi game because they're just really, really fun. And I just love them and the aesthetic. They're always so cute. So this time they went storybook themed. Super excited. The Adventures of Elliot. Fucking really hyped for that. I skipped the demo because I said, no. I know I'm going to buy that. You don't need to sell me on it. I don't want to see anything about it. So that's number 1. Like, absolutely will play right away. The new Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I'm less excited than I normally would be for a Fire Emblem, just because I don't love like the aesthetic of the new games. I was telling Colin, like, I so wish they would do a pretty pixel art game. Like, you look at Octopath Zero and I'm like, God damn it, just do this, like, please return to pixel art. I'd love it. But I'm still excited. I love Fire Emblem. The gameplay is great, regardless of if the story is bad and the graphics are trash. It's fine. I like the gameplay. Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. Never played Tomodachi Life. These games are super like popular in like a cult sense. I mean, people were going bananas about this announcement. So I want to know what all the hype's about. I'm a little unsure if I'll actually enjoy it, but I got to know what the hype's about. And Dragon Quest VII Remake. I never played it. I don't love the art style, but I'm gonna look past it and I'm gonna experience the story because I hear it's fantastic.
Yeah. I love that Locke's excited for that game too. Locke loves Dragon Quest VII.
It's one of the few JRPGs which I actually really love. It is a little bit pirate themed because you have a lot of islands and
sailing
stuff.
around. Yeah,
can't wait. Yeah,
absolutely. All right, Colin, your most anticipated games for next year.
I had 5. I'm a little half-assing this because we do an entire episode dedicated to this, so I don't want to.
Oh yeah, just you don't want to spend too much time on it.
Mina the Hollower is a big one for me. I just feel like
coming out.
It's apparently done. Like I mean, everyone knows the whole Yacht Club thing because we talked about it, but like they apparently stitched the game together very late and then realized like it needed a lot of work, which is hysterical to me. It's like, what are we doing? But I think that game looks absolutely amazing, and I bet you it's going to be amazing. If you grew up with the Game Boy Color, just Game Boy Color, even a Game Boy Advance style Zelda games or their copies, I think that's going to be a very compelling game. So I've been looking forward to that for years. Onimusha, Way of the Sword is a big one for me. I'm a huge Onimusha fan. Onimusha has been dormant for, by next year, it'll be 20 years. And so this will be 20 years in the making since Onimusha 4. I'm excited about that. Resident Evil 9, which is imminent and really looking, probably go gold, I would assume, soon. And that, I love Resident Evil, so I'm excited about that. And then Saros from Housemarque, which comes out in March, I think. And Housemarque is, they can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. So, and then Exodus, which, I totally agree with you on that. Like, they say it's coming out in 2026. I don't know that I really believe it. It's the same thing with Dawn of whatever the fuck it's called, the vampire game.
The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Blood of Dawnwalker. Like, because that game looks, I'm not usually, maybe I'm jaded and old and that's true, but I'm also just not mega compelled when games are shown for the first time, unless there's really something special about it or it speaks to me. And that first trailer, that story trailer for that Blood of Dawnwalker game, I was like, this looks fucking awesome. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely
awesome vampires, Eastern European feel. Yeah, like if we can't get Castlevania from, or any, it's not really Castlevania, but anything vampiric or Castlevania like from Konami, then we'll get it from other places like us. We're doing a Castlevania style game at Lilimo as well. So those are the 5 that I was thinking. I mean, there are way more than that, but yeah, Exodus is probably the biggest of the bunch, honestly, just because it sounds so awesome. And I love Drew Karpyshyn, like you were saying earlier, and Mass Effect is just the original Mass Effect trilogy from a story perspective. I mean, from all perspectives, it's awesome, but from a story perspective, it's just absolutely exceptional. And I'm really rooting for that. Like, I think this is going to be a big game. I think Exodus is going to be a big game. And if they can deliver on it, and I'm rooting for Wizards of the Coast, like, they're trying to do cool stuff in games. They're doing a big AAA Snake Eyes G.I. Joe game as well and other things. So it's I want for them to notch a few wins as well.
Sure.
We'll see on Friday because they have a Exodus has a trailer at the Game Awards, I think, like a big one.
Yeah, it does. They said that they were going to be there. So and that statue could be related to Exodus.
Oh,
because it's got the weird space kind of thing. I mean, it looks like Saros to me, to be perfectly honest with you. But they're saying it looks. It looks dead ass like Saros. Where I'm like, okay, but I don't think they would do that for a game that has a date already. So
you're not going to be happy, I think, because a lot of people are saying that it's Divinity Original Sin. So.
Oh yeah, it's like whatever. I assume it's not going to be anything for me. I don't care. I'm so overwhelmed that I if they didn't announce anything interesting at the Game Awards for me, I would give 2 shits. Like, there's just too many things to play. It's like whatever. I'm not in any need.
Yeah, just for anyone listening, we are shooting this before the Game Awards, so we have no idea what's going to happen. So step back in time with us. All right. Just for me, I couldn't help myself and I wrote 7. I could have done way more, but I'll cut it off there. 7, I'll go through these kind of quickly if we've talked about them. Onimusha, of course. Love Onimusha. The Dusk Bloods from Software's next game. Switch to game? Exclusive. Yeah.
Ooh, it's going to be stinky.
PvP, PvE game. I'm really curious to see how they tackle that kind of space and what they'll bring to it and what people will copy from it, as it always happens. Number 5, Crimson Desert. I played this in the summer. A lot of potential in this game.
That game does look awesome because that was supposed to come out this year, right?
It was supposed to, but it's coming out like February, I think, something like that now. But I enjoyed what I played of it. It has the potential to be what I wanted Dragon's Dogma 2 to be. So hopefully it'll fill that space for me. Resident Evil Requiem, of course. I love Resident Evil, so we're in. 3, Fable. I really like the Fable games, or at least 1 and 2 I like a lot. 3 I did not care for, but there's a lot riding on this game. It's been a long time coming. New studio, so I'm very curious how it's going to be. I hope it's really good. Please be good. Blood of the Dawnwalker, of course. Witcher 3 Vampires. Sign me up all day. Big time. And number 1 is just GTA 6 because it's just going to be the biggest entertainment launch like ever, and it's going to be an insane event, and I can't wait to see how crazy that game is. They always elevate gaming in some way whenever they release a game because it takes a decade, but this is like the fever for this game is ridiculous. So gotta see it, gotta play it, gotta know what it's about. I hope it's just okay. Everyone's just like,
the pressure they're under is enormous.
Yeah, it's insane. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's do, if you got any games you wish you had time to get to, no problem if you don't, it's totally fine. Lockmort, do you have any games you'd wish you had time to get to this year?
Yeah, well, this game, it's kind of winning Game of the Year and everybody loves it, but I When I tried to play it, it got spoiled for me left and right by basically everyone. So that
People
game
are
for
so
me
annoying about spoilers with this game.
Expedition 33. I played it for like 2 hours. I really liked what I saw, and then it got spoiled immediately everywhere. And not just one little plot point. No, everywhere, constantly.
Yeah, no one can shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Exactly.
The funny thing is Genki spoiled nothing. He spoiled Astrobot.
Yeah, an Astrobot skin.
So I put that one aside, sadly. I'll get to it maybe in a couple of years when I've forgotten what happens. But I presume during the Game Awards I'll get spoiled again by a bunch of stuff. So maybe one day. I'll just believe everyone that it's a terrific game. And then a game you played and you loved, and we played together for a couple of minutes, was Absalom.
Yeah.
Looked amazing. I think we played it when I just woke up, when I just woke up in the morning, so I wasn't really feeling it, and my attention span wasn't there yet. But this game looks amazing. I bought it, so I'll definitely play it. You played it, and you loved it, right?
Yeah, rolling out of bed and just gaming.
Yeah, that's what he does.
It's every day, every single day.
You ever see Mallrats?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
when he wakes up and just and he has a pause game of NHL 94 on the Genesis, and he wakes up and just immediately picks up the controller and unpauses the game and starts playing it again. I love that. It's so good. Hartford, the whale. Go on.
That's basically how I live, sadly. I'm 41. And my last game is Final Fantasy Tactics. Again, a game I bought, a game I played for 2 hours, absolutely loved, but just there wasn't time for it. Time ran out on me. So that's on my list that I definitely want to play next year, because what I played seemed amazing.
Yeah. All right, Micah. What about you? Anything you wish you had time for?
Yeah, I have two. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. I bought because Hoeg just told me how awesome it was, and Hoeg and I align on a couple different games. So I was like, I trust this man on this recommendation. I bought it on. I either had credit or something from GameStop, but I bought it. It's just, though, it's a really big game. And I had just finished Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar, which is another just big town building, farming game. And I was just thinking, I don't want to get into this right now. So I don't think I'm going to get to it before the end of the year, but I have it. I definitely plan to play that, next year. And then that Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time. Honestly, there's just too many of these type of games this year. Like, it feels like we sometimes get a drought of these kind of cozy town life games. And then this year it's like, well, here's 3 giant ones. And it's like, I just don't have time for all these, I put a lot of time into Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. I loved it. But it's like you sink, 60 plus hours into a game like that. And then you're like, you want to dive into another one? It's like, not really, because you're starting from scratch again with no abilities, no shit, So that's another one that's been recommended to me by a bunch of people who told me, oh, you'd love this. But it's just too many of these all at once, So that's another one that I want to get to at some point. But golly, there's just so many of these cute little cozy games.
Oh, golly.
There's a lot.
Jeez-a-loo.
Jeez-a-loo.
All right. Colin, what about you?
I came up with 7 games that I didn't. So it's not even games that I didn't play enough. These are games that I just never played that I would want to. I bought almost all of them too, so they're just kind of sitting there. But Final Fantasy Tactics, I just haven't gotten to yet. I mean, what a supreme game! Absolutely god tier game, and I'm really, really looking forward to playing it. And it's so fun to watch a new generation of people get it, break the game open, learn why it's so fun, fuck with the classes. Exploit it. It was a little underwhelming in a way because this was like so long in the making, like this rumored Final Fantasy Tactics game, that it ended up being really just a port of even War of the Lions or whatever, but it's fine. The Altars, I'd like to get to at some point. Sounds neat. Never got to that. Hollow Knight, Silksong, I never got to, and I actually haven't bought that yet either. Shinobi, I never got to play. That looked pretty cool. Absalom is one of those games that looks cool and right up my alley. I never got to play Borderlands 4, which I definitely want to get into at some point. I almost bought it on Black Friday because it was like 20% off, but I'm like, I'm not going to get to this anytime soon. And then Trails First Chapter, which I almost began a few days ago, but I was like, just not in the mood for this right now. So those are the games that I really didn't pick up and play at all this year, because there are a few games that I beat most of what I play, but there were a few things I picked up and messed around with a little bit and then never beat. But those are the ones that that kind of got away this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Okay. For me, quickly, Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. I wish I had time to get to this. Looks awesome. First person dark fantasy RPG. I know Lockmort loves it. New expansion was just announced too. So
what is it called?
Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon.
Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. Okay.
In the same kind of vein, Oblivion Remastered. I did play a little bit of this, but not as much as I would like to. And I got to get through it. I've never gone through Oblivion, so got to do it.
Yeah.
Up next, Blueprints. Really interesting looking puzzle roguelike game that I've heard nothing but great things about. So wanted to get to that. Mega Bonk, a classic dopamine Vampire Survivors like roguelite, you know, shit blowing up constantly, confetti flying everywhere, getting new power-ups. I heard this one's one of the best. And Final Fantasy Tactics. I did play a couple hours of it, but not nearly as much as I want to. And I adore that game. So one day I'll return to you. All right.
Time Mage Summoner. Come on, dude.
Yeah. It's
come
sick,
on.
Dude.
By the way, I'm looking at Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. I've never heard of this game. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
It could be fantasy slop. It could be slop. But
it's amazing. It didn't. Maybe you didn't hear about it before because it ran like crap on PS5. But they fixed it yesterday.
Good timing. It looks cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I like mid-budget games like this.
Yeah.
A lot of heart in these kinds of games.
Too.
Yeah, cool. Good for them. Questline. I feel like I know that name.
They made I'm
on their Steam page. Dragon Eclipse.
Yeah.
Project Sphinx. Nemesis Lockdown.
I've never heard of any of those.
Bermuda Survivor. Yeah, I don't know any of these.
Anyway. Their biggest game was another Tainted Grail game called Conquest, which was a deck building rogue.
That's right. It was I think that's the connection of why I know this game. The original game was like a card game.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
All right. We're gonna switch up the order now because I don't want to go first or anything like that. I'm just gonna go in order of my screen. We're gonna start with Colin now. Oh, actually, we'll do honorable mentions and we'll do that. So, Colin, honorable mentions, if you got any, for games that didn't make your top 10.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to kind of frame everything because I was trying to figure this out last night. Micah probably thought I was crazy because I was like trying to count out all the games I played and then try to categorize like them. So, as far as I can tell, I played 51 games so far this year.
Damn.
I platinumed. Oh, I'm sorry. So 52 games, 25 of them came out this year. So that limits me to those 25 games. I platinumed 23 of them. I beat another 14 of them. So that's 20. And these are just overall games. So that's 37 games beaten. And then I played another 12, but never beat them. So I consider that like I played Puzzle Quest Immortal Edition for like 30 hours, but I never beat it. Right. And then I did 2 DLCs as well, like all the Astrobot DLC and a bunch of Power Wash Simulator DLC. So that's the whole, just to frame it for everyone. That's kind of my perspective this year, as it were. And through that lens, I didn't really feel like very much that didn't make my top 10 would be super notable. I will make a couple of exceptions though. Atomfall kind of came and went. And I don't think it's a very good game. This is from Rebellion. Again, I've talked before about how just because I think it's so funny that the CEO of the company is like a massive like medieval era, Renaissance era YouTuber that I like watched. And it's like History TV or something like that it's called. And he's like, come back with me into the, we'll go to an inn in 1400. And then he like show, and I'm like, holy shit, this is what you do when you're rich, I guess. But Atomfall was cool. I don't think it was exceptionally well executed. I think there's more to say in this world. I know that they want to do more. I don't know if they sold enough to do it, but I thought it was kind of a cool, creepy, weird game. And I liked it. I beat it. It just didn't make the cut for me.
Sure.
I also wrote down the Lunar Collection I was underwhelmed by it. This had the potential, because I beat and got all the trophies in Lunar Silver Star Story, so that leaves Eternal Blue, which I'll do at some point. But they really missed the mark in a way on this game. They did so little to it. It's like, what are we doing? Lunar's so cool. There's so much. And what's ironic about it is the Working Designs late 90s special editions on PS1. So obviously these were like Sega CD games that were ported later on. Those were like the original proper special editions. Like if you track back your big special edition games to it really kind of starts with Working Designs and Lunar. Here's a map. Here's like a hardcover book and all. And so it was weird for them to, not that it's Working Designs. It's another company. Gung Ho, I think might have done it. It's like, where's all the accoutrements? Where's all the love? Kind of disappointing. Indiana Jones came to PS5 this year. I don't know that it counts as a 2025 game. I also think that game is a little overrated. Now, I say this as I'm a big Indiana Jones fan. The original trilogy. Love Indiana Jones and Young Indy. Love it. And I love machine games. So there's no anti-anything bias here. Like, I'm predisposed to like this game. I think first person, it was weird. It was just a weird game. It shouldn't have. It was just. I don't think it was that strong. I was surprised by how into it people were. I platinumed it, of course.
Yeah, but think about how hard we laughed when you tried to take a picture of that guy who there was one of those like door slots where like you just see the guy's eyes. Remember you tried to take a picture of him before he closed it?
Yeah.
We lost. Like we had to pause because we laughed at that for like 5 minutes straight.
It's just so funny because every once in a while I realize Micah sees the weird shit I do in games, because like I'm always just like playing and we're not really paying attention to what we're doing, and so like there's a guy that's like letting you into a door and it's like a fight club. Yeah. And so he slides a little thing, and I kept like trying to bring up the camera to get a picture of him, like the in-game, like or the in-PSN camera. And then I realized she was seeing me do it, and we laughed and we laughed. PVZ Replanted, I thought I have to do the New Game Plus. I'm almost through New Game Plus, but I love Plants vs. Zombies. I think that's a perfect game, basically. However, it's old, and so I don't really feel like it deserves accolades. And we'll get into that a little bit later with another game, and whether or not we think it deserves it to be on a top 10 list. But I thought the outrage route Plants vs. Zombies Replanted was ridiculous. I still have no idea what the fuck anyone's talking about. I know the game deeply. I beat the game. I've probably played it for 30-ish hours, this edition of it. I know that people were offended. They're like, this art in the compendium is from Garden Warfare. It's like, shut up. Who cares? We just wanted a port of Plants vs. Zombies for once. You know, we didn't have one on PS4. They were on PS3 and 360, and there was a port on Vita. So it's just cool to get that. Metal Eden, I just platinumed and beat. I think it's a really great game. Not top 10 worthy, but it was. I recommend that game. And right now I'm playing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say no. Go ahead.
I was just saying the only other thing is Dying Light the Beast. I'm playing it now. I'm a little underwhelmed by it. I don't know. Promising you're going back to the original game is, and like what the original, that's a big promise, because the original Dying Light is a fucking classic, absolute stone cold classic. The original Dying Light is so good. Like when that game came out in 2015, it's like, this game has no business being this good. Where did this come from? You know, we all played Dead Island. It was like, all right, this is fine.
Yeah.
But those guys like group, you know, for people that don't know, Techland was basically like, we're out. We're going to do, we made a bunch of money from Dead Island. We're not working with Deep Silver anymore. We're just going to make a complete facsimile of it and do it ourselves. So Dead Island, you know, Riptide and all that kind of stuff came out. But Dying Light comes out in 2015 and I had no expectations. And I remember being like, damn, dude, this game is fucking awesome. I just don't, Dying Light 2 didn't really do it for me. I never got further than a few hours into it. I was like, this is, and then this game is cool, but I'm like, I don't know that it's really like the first one. It's got bad pacing. And so I don't think it would be, maybe it'll get better, but right now I'm not impressed. Let's put it that way. But those are my honorable mentions.
Did you play Dead Island 2?
The new one, like the new Dead Island 2? Yeah, I platinumed it. That was 2023, I guess.
Yeah.
That was from Dam Buster, right? Or right? Like the guys that made Homefront?
I think so, yeah.
2? I really liked that game. The disappointing thing is that there is there's there was some survival horror game where they're like, oh, this takes place in Hollywood. A new one, upcoming one. I'm like, that just happened.
That was that. Oh, Dead Island 2.
Oh,
yeah.
That's like the Dead Rising remake.
The Dead Rising remake. Right.
Dead Rising.
Yeah, the Dead Rising that was supposed to take place like in between 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's like supposed to be a backlot, like
which is cool, but it's like that just so Dead Island 2 was actually surprisingly good, I thought.
Cool. Awesome. All right, Micah, any honorable mentions you want to shout out?
Yeah, so Borderlands 4, it was a fun time, but honestly, it did not excite me the way that the old games did. Like, the magic is just somewhat lost now. It was way better than 3 in a lot of aspects, but it's still just, I don't know. I didn't love it like I hoped I would. It was a lot more fun because the story wasn't, still annoying or anything, but it just wasn't the same as playing like 1 and 2 or even the pre-sequel. So I liked it, but I didn't love it. Hades 2, I have not yet beat it, but I've spent several hours with the game. And again, I like it a lot, but it doesn't capture the same excitement that Hades 1 did. I don't love some of the additions to the gameplay. I felt like the first game was perfect. I feel like this one, obviously they wanted to make changes so it's not just the same game over again, but I don't love the changes. So I like it, don't love it. And Octopath Zero, I'm just way too early in the game. I'm loving it. I'm having a ton of fun. It probably will end up being like, once I finish it, it'll be like, man, yeah, that belongs in the top 10. But I'm like 6 hours in. Mm-hmm. So I just can't say that right now. There's this, a town building element to it that I already love. The combat's familiar and fun. So I'm liking the story a lot already and the characters I've met so far. But it's just one of those things that I have not played nearly enough of it to say for sure that it belongs in my list.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice. All right, Lockmort, honorable mentions from you.
I also have Borderlands 4 on here. I really liked the first 20 hours I played of it. Because Borderlands 4 did something the other games didn't, and it was like a fully open world. Like you could go anywhere at any point at any time. No loading screens, very cool. Cool story, cool characters. But then after 20 hours, I realized, it's an open world. So all the negative tropes from an open world game were also here, like repetitive chores, basically. The typical Ubisoft or older Ubisoft stuff was here too. So that kind of got me bored after a while. But I thought the gunplay in this one was amazing. The characters were fun. The story was fun. It was just, like Micah said, you said it perfectly. It wasn't really Borderlands anymore, which is a bit of a weird thing to say about a fourth entry in a game. It played like another game. But I still had fun with it. So I wouldn't put it in my top 10, but I would still mention it. And my other one was also Dying Light the Beast. Kind of the same that Colin said. I thought it was good, not great. I also didn't complete it. Like I got, I think 15 hours in and I just got bored with it. So I just had to put it down. Like Colin said, it wasn't, they promoted it like it was Dying Light 1, but it wasn't at all. It was more like Dying Light 2 mixed with a little bit of Dying Light 1. I did like some of the changes they had here. Like they had third person cutscenes, which were fun. Like got you a little bit more connected to the characters. But other than that, it was kind of a weird game. I want to get back to it. I want to maybe start over on PC because I played it on PS5. I want to maybe start over on PC because what I played I really liked, but it didn't connect with me. It came out at a weird time too in October, very busy.
Yeah, it was. It just kind of came and went.
Yeah,
and it was supposed to be an expansion for Dying Light 2, so there's no surprise that it feels like Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that's it. Yeah,
cool. All right, for me, Battlefield 6. I had a lot of fun playing this with the boys, all that kind of stuff. I know Lockmort's not a huge fan of it, but I had a really good time playing with everyone. It was the best Battlefield I've played in a while, and I played 2042 in that game, and that sucked. So I'm happy Battlefield's kind of back on track. So very nice. Indiana Jones: The Great Circle, I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it more than you, Colin. I had a really good time with it. Mm-hmm. I didn't. Maybe if I platinumed, I would have fucking hated it, but
yeah. That happened.
Just went through it, had a good time. I really enjoyed like a lot of the tombs and crypts you go through in that game. Really, really good, capturing the vibe of Indiana Jones. Solid game. Really dug it. Trails in the Sky first chapter. I've played like 10 hours of this, so I'm not nearly far enough to even put it close to my list for how large this game is. And I like it. I don't love it like a lot of people seem to love it, but I do enjoy it. I don't see what the hubbub's about quite yet, but people have told me it gets better as it goes on. So I will get back to it. I plan on playing it this year. So have it there for now.
I literally saw someone say, they were like, the lead up in the game's kind of boring, but the final fight is what makes you want to play the next one. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me that you're trying to sell me on this game by telling me that the final fight is where it gets good?
That's a hard ask. Yeah. Next, Absalom. Didn't make my list, but I really enjoyed this game a lot. A beat 'em up roguelite. Super fun. Give me a little of that Dragon's Crown itch. Pretty challenging, especially if you want the true ending. But yeah, really good time. Ninja Gaiden 4, good action game. Really fun action in it. Everything else is just kind of mediocre. But I'm really happy Ninja Gaiden's back. It's been a while since we've had a decent one. So shout out Ninja Gaiden 4 and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. 2D Ninja Gaiden. I know you like this one a lot, Colin, as well.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice return to form, I guess. For Ryu Hayabusa. Or you were not even Ryu in it, but...
No, he's in it, but you're not.
Kenji,
you're not.
I think his name was.
Yeah.
But that style of gameplay, really good, really fun game. What's the developer? The Game Kitchen, I think that's their name.
It's the Game Kitchen. Yeah.
They did a great job. So I was really happy with that. All right. Let's finally move into our top 10 of the year. Colin, number 10 for you.
Me? All right.
Yes.
Power Wash Simulator 2.
Oh, okay.
Is my number 10 game.
Nice.
And Future Lab has the British developer has a special place in my heart because I'm such a big fan of the Velocity games. And those games are done and have been done for a long time now. So they moved on to Power Wash Simulator, came up with this very weird, timely sort of thing with Square Enix, the first one. And it became like a phenomenon. They became like I don't want to say huge, but a much bigger, much more moneyed studio off this game. So I was really excited when they were finally going to follow it up with a sequel. And I will say that I think it's nothing. This isn't a game that if you don't like Power Wash Simulator 1, you're suddenly going to like Power Wash Simulator. Like if you're just not into it, you're not into it. But there's just something very peaceful and tranquil. And I love. I mean, what's a good reference? Like sometimes I watch these videos of people cleaning carpets. And Micah knows. And like they're like some of these big channels that like do carpet cleaning, or the people more famously that like mow lawns for free and like go to people's houses that are overgrown. And then they're like, I'm going to videotape this entire renovation of your yard or whatever and show you how nice it can be. And there's something very inherently gamey about that. In terms of, it's like playing Geometry Wars or something where it's like, you're slowly like whittling down this thing, or Clacks back in the day. And like, I don't know. So Power Wash Simulators, it's just fun watching that percentage go up, hearing the ding. It's very Pavlovian, and I'm into it. Like, it's not something I want to play all the time. It's not a game that you play and that's what you do for 50 hours, whatever. Like, I think it's a game that you mix in with other things that you're playing, and you kind of slow roll it a little bit if you can. Maybe do a stage here, a stage there. But incredibly addictive game, and I had to give it a shout out. I mean, I really, really liked it. I'm very curious to know how it did, because it does seem like there was when Power Wash Simulator came out, it was just such a quieter industry, even comparable to today, and I think it got a lot of attention. And it was on Game Pass, and I ended up getting it on PS Plus. Actually, it's one of those rare games where I didn't actually buy the original one. I bought all the DLC, so they got money out of me. But so I was fascinated to see how they would follow it up. And I do think some of the things. What's funny is that there's like this whole story in the game. I don't even pay attention to it at all. But I think it's cool that it's there. They do this kind of neat thing where they give you a home base, like your store, and it's like where you live and where you're based out of, and you can buy furniture and clean the furniture. And then I don't know that I really needed that. It was fine. It was cool. It felt like they needed it. It felt like they felt like they needed to do something more. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, no, just keep making Power Wash Simulator. So they're going to do 3 expansions, apparently 3 paid expansions in 26. And they're all licensed, apparently. No one knows what they are yet. And I'll be very, very interested to see what they end up pulling in. But shout out to Power Wash Simulator 2, which kind of is similar to many games this year because there's such a glut of games just kind of came and went.
What IP do you want it to be?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's like...
You want G.I. Joe?
I mean, that would be sick, but that's not going to happen. It's funny. I was... What was there was some game I was reading about recently where they were like, we have so many choices for for licensing that like we just throw anything at the wall and just see what happens. And I do wonder like how that ends up working for Power Wash Simulator, because they do have a weird hodgepodge of things, and some of them are pretty big. And then some of them are like things that do license themselves a lot. So like Back to the Future is not shy about doing licensed stuff. They like doing licensed stuff. Zemeckis or whoever the fuck owns it. But then they did Shrek. That's like a DreamWorks big like IP, and they somehow got that. They did Alice in Wonderland, which I assume was just like public domain. I assume there's no partner with that. And so it really can be virtually anything. The one that I think was closest to home for gamers was they did a Warhammer expansion with Game Workshop or whatever, which was probably, it's funny to say this about Power Wash Simulator, but probably the hardest of the expansions. Because everything's like so intricate and there's so many gears and pieces, and it became quite frustrating actually. So you could see them going down that road. And the other thing too is that Power Wash Simulator has inspired a cottage industry, as it were, of what I would describe as Power Wash Simulator's next kind of location, which would be crime scene shit. And I know that sounds dark, but these crime scene cleanup games there's a couple of them that are apparently pretty good even.
Yeah.
And so it'd be cool for them to like kind of embrace a violence. I don't know if they're willing to do that in expansion. Like something like Castlevania or Resident Evil, like something totally violent.
Yeah.
I wonder how that would do. And I'm not saying predicate your entire game around it, because I like the kind of peace of it, like the peaceful serenity of Power Wash Simulator, but you could imagine it going in a darker direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Micah, number 10 from you.
I only have 8.
Okay, so we'll come back to you. Totally fine.
I want to say I played a lot of old games this year. So like I played the Minish Cap. I played both the Fire Emblem GBA games on NSO. There's like a whole list of old games. I got into 3DS for a while this year, and I played like Hey Pikmin and Super Mario 3D Land. So like I played a lot of old stuff this year. And when I actually went through and counted like what I played for new games, it's like I had enough, but then it's like, well, I didn't like Final Fantasy Tactics, so she's not making the list, you know? And it's like, that's kind of where I ended up with this of like, well, I could throw that on there, but I don't mean it. Yeah. I didn't like Once Upon a Katamari. I tried it. Turns out I don't like that either.
All right. Lockmort, number 10 from you.
Well, 2025 for me was the year of the Bethesda-inspired first-person RPGs, because we had a lot of those this year, and I love those games. And funny enough, the game I was looking forward to the most, or one of the games I was looking forward to the most last year, was the rumored Oblivion Remastered game. And it released this year, and I played it, of course. It was developed by Virtuos. It originally released in 2006, and I was obsessed with it back then when I was in college, I think. I loved Oblivion. But this time when Oblivion Remastered released, in my mind, I always pictured Oblivion as one of my favorite games of all time. Like, that's how I remember it, because I played it at that special time. But when I got to play it this year, it was awesome. Like the quest design is so much better than in other Bethesda titles. The guilds are so much better than in other Bethesda titles. The leveling system is still pretty much perfect in my eyes. But maybe it was because I already played this game so many times, something was holding it back for me. So my most anticipated Bethesda-inspired first-person RPG, which ironically is an actual Bethesda first-person RPG, became my number 10 this year. The game is great. It has great DLC, the Shivering Owls. The gameplay itself, it's pretty simplistic, but it's very easy to pick up for everyone. That's a positive, of course. The combat, is simplistic. The melee combat is simplistic. The magic is awesome. You can create your own spells, which is amazing. The exploration is amazing. But time has evolved, and of course it's a remaster, so Oblivion hasn't evolved. So that's why, to me, this is my number 10. While originally I thought it would be my number 2 or my number 3 maybe. It's funny because it released the day after my birthday. I was having dinner with friends when the news broke that it was going to release that day or the day after. So I remember we were having dinner and I literally told them, I have to go. There's something important popped up. Leave me alone. So I went home and I waited and I played it. And I played it for like 10 hours when it first came out. But it's also Unreal 5, a horrible engine that stuttering. I played it on PS5. I played it on PC. PC ran so much better than on PS5. PS5 had a couple of issues. I played it on the Pro, so still a lot better than the base PS5. But I don't think they messed it up because they did a great job here. It looked great. It played great. It just wasn't how I remembered it, which is completely my fault. But it's still a great game. And Brad, for someone like you, if you haven't played it, it's probably going to be amazing. My problem was that I already knew all the quests. I know where everything was. I know where the special weapons were. I know basically knew the entire game where I had to go. So to me, the exploration fell a little bit flat. But to someone like you played Skyrim, I presume.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
If you've played Skyrim, but you haven't played Oblivion, man, this game is probably going to blow you away.
Okay.
But to someone like me who has played it, it was great, just not great enough.
Cool. Okay. Number 10 for me is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Now, I haven't finished this game yet. It's the only one on this list I haven't finished, and that's why it's number 10. If I played more of the game and finished it, it would be higher on this list. This is a very good game. The outrage I've seen about this game, I think, is completely overblown in a lot of ways. It's not a perfect game by any means. It's got flaws for sure. But this is a very good game, a very good Metroid Prime game, probably my favorite next to 1. And I think it's awesome, dude. I think they've done a really great job of trying to evolve the formula and change things up in Metroid. Like I said, not everything works. Like the open world it's fine. Or it's tolerable. There's nothing too special about it, but it's not offensive to me or anything like that. That character that everyone freaked out about is like barely in the game. You can go hours without talking to anyone in this game. It has that incredible atmosphere and isolation that you still want from Metroid. Beautiful looking game, also on Switch 2. Really nice HDR. One of the best looking Switch 2 games around, honestly. Incredible atmosphere, incredible locations you go to that are very in-depth and are really fun and satisfying to kind of unravel all the secrets in there. I haven't finished it, like I said, but I've had a really good time playing this game. And it'd definitely be higher if I finished it so far. So shout out Metro Prime 4. Good shit. All right, Colin. Number 9.
This was the game I was mentioning earlier. I wonder if we're going to have, if this really belongs on this list or should be on this list. But then hearing Locke talk about Oblivion, I was like, okay, well, I guess this fits too, which is Metal Gear Solid Delta. So I placed that at number 9. This is, of course, by the Singaporean studio Virtuous, along with Konami, and is a remake of the 2004 PS2 game MGS3, Snake Eater. And Snake Eater is a game I have a really weird and more recent relationship with because, as I've said many, many times now on our shows, like I played it when it came around the time it came out. I wasn't really into it. I just wasn't feeling it. And then I played it again when I moved to California, and I just didn't like it at all. And then I just kind of wrote it off. It actually was the reason I didn't really mess with MGS4 very deeply either, because I was like, I messed with it at IGN, and I think I brought it home a night or two, and I was like, I guess the series isn't for me. I really like MGS1 and 2, but that's the end. And then it was revived for me many years later when I did it for Knockback, which was probably, 4 years ago. And I finally sat down, and at that time I played the PS3 port and really enjoyed it. And this time I got to really be able to play the game, because one of the problems with Metal Gear Solid is just, frankly, up to 4 probably, where it starts to feel more normal, is just, they're not great games to play. They're very strange and frustrating for me in a lot of different ways. And so I was able to finally see, in my opinion, what MGS3, and I feel like a lot of people probably felt the same way, maybe, is really seeing what it's all about for the first time, like really being able to play it and not feel like you're struggling with it to see the next cutscene or the next whatever. It's not to say the games were unplayable back in the day. We just don't play games like that anymore. The tanky sort of like face buttons, and I don't know. It's just it doesn't translate anymore for me. So I was really, really into MGS Delta. I feel like it's hysterical. I've platinum 9 of the 10 games that are in my top 10, I guess. MGS. So I platinum Power Wash Simulator 2. I platinum Delta as well. And what I really enjoyed about it was and I did 2 full playthroughs of it. Doing the non-violent playthrough, which you have to do to get the Foxhound rank. So to get the Foxhound rank, you have to play it, I guess, on hard, not raise any alarms at all. So like no one can see you and you can't kill anyone. And I did it. And I did it with some help. There are some difficult parts of the game where it's like, this is really fucking hard. But I used a walkthrough when I needed to. And I was like, yeah, this is a really, really satisfying and almost realistic way to play the game, wherein Snake is I don't want to spoil the story, but the story is so cool, and he finds himself in this very specific situation. And you can imagine it's like, yeah, you don't really want to leave any bodies behind. This is already an international incident. And I think the villains are fun. I think the story's fun. It's quirky and strange. It's beautiful. And so shout out to Metal Gear Solid Delta. I think very similar to what you were saying, although from a different perspective, Brad, about Metroid is I think a lot of the hate on this game is overblown. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it slows down a little bit. Like when there are explosions or something, like who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, like this what we're really going to get hung up on is. Right. So listen, I've been playing video games for a long time, and I've been in this industry for a long time, and I become increasingly confident with my own, like, if I don't know what you're talking about, I'm skeptical about what you're even saying about the game. And that was one of those things where I'm like, I don't even really know what you're talking about. Yeah, playing an actual game all the way through is quite different than seeing a vertical slice on on Twitter or something like that. Yeah, people talk a lot about things that they don't. We all talk out of school every once in a while, but people really do make it a habit of talking out of line about things that they don't get. And it's sometimes it's fine. I mean, it's not my game. I don't give a shit really how it sells, but it's kind of unfair to the products. You see the play numbers for some of these games, and then you see people's overwhelming response to these things. And it's like, well, how many of you have actually even truly played it? Yeah. So I think it's great. Cool. All right. Locke, number 9 from you.
That's Mafia, the Old Country.
Oh, yeah.
Developed by Hangar 13. I think it released in August, around the first half of August. I love Mafia. I love all Mafia games, except for 3. I don't like Mafia 3. Ooh. In fact, I hate Mafia 3.
You don't like black people.
Exactly. I'm glad you said it, so I didn't have to. No, I love black people, Micah.
Record straight.
But I really don't like Mafia 3. The problem with Mafia 3 is I was so excited for that game because Mafia 1 and 2 are very special to me, made by the great Daniel Vavra, a fantastic developer. But Mafia 3 basically became a bloated open world nonsense game with a fantastic story, great characters, fantastic story, really well told, really interesting world, one of the best soundtracks ever, amazing cars, but that was it. Like the gameplay itself was boring. There were no upgrades. There was nothing. Man, that game was so disappointing to me. So I had very little faith in Hangar 13, but I really liked Mafia: The Old Country. It's something completely different. It takes place in Sicily, a setting we haven't seen a lot of yet, or never really. I guess you saw it in The Godfather 2, but that's not really a game. But they did a great job with it. I've been to Sicily when I was a kid. They did a fantastic job with it. The setting was portrayed perfectly here. The protagonist is Enzo, a poor Italian guy who works in the mines. Something goes wrong. I won't spoil it, but then he gets into the service of Don Torrisi, one of the local dons. Rises up in the ranks, of course. Stuff goes wrong. He has to fix it. Great story. Fantastic story. I can't really say much about it because it's very easy to spoil because it's not a very long game. It took me like 10 to 12 hours. So it's very short. But the game itself, the gameplay is simple but very effective. You basically drive, sneak, shoot, and then you have a knife fight at the end. That's basically the loop that you repeat 4 times. But it's great. It works great. The voice acting really stood out in this game to me. Great voice acting from everyone involved. I think you can play it in different languages. I'm not sure. I've just played it in English. I don't know if you're meant to play it in Italian or not, but I thought the English voice actors did a fantastic job here. And it sold well enough for a sequel. So Hangar 13 kind of redeemed themselves in my eyes. I'm very excited to see what they do with Mafia 4. I hope they don't make the same mistake, and I hope they don't go open world again. But I'm very excited what they'll do with it. I guess we'll see in the future. But yeah, Mafia: The Old Country, I thought was a great title.
Yeah.
I don't want to say there's no danger in them doing the Mafia 3 open world, like feeling like you need to do more, but I feel like they understand fairly well internally why the game hit and it exceeded expectations apparently. So hopefully, I think it's clear what the next game's going to be if you beat the game. And I'm excited about that too.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to play that sometime.
And by the way, Mafia 3 is awesome. I totally
how dare you?
Everyone hates Mafia. It's very, very common. I do believe it. I agree with you. By the way, it's too big and too bloated, but I love the story. I think the story's
well. Yeah, I agree. The story is awesome, but especially for someone like you who likes to plat games, that seems like an awful game to plat. No.
Yeah, I didn't even bother because you have to. You have to. It felt like I played all the Mafia games this calendar year. Like all 4 of them.
Oh, cool.
And platinumed 3 of them. And Mafia 3 was the one I didn't because I just felt like it was at some point it becomes an irresponsible use of time to when you're playing like this old 10-year-old game and you're like, all right, I really should just by nature of my job move on to something more fruitful than this. But I love it's like it becomes weird when you beat it. It gets kind of weird, but the whole lead up, I love the whole revenge story about like it being about how these guys are trying to turn straight and he's like, absolutely not. Like,
sure.
After all the shit you did, like you're absolutely not going to get like turned straight where I'm going to ruin your lives. And I think that's a pretty cool revenge story.
Yeah.
Which one would you say is your favorite out of the 4?
Maybe the Old Country.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Hell yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good. All right. For me, number 9 is the first Berserker Kazan. This was a Dungeon and Fighter spinoff, which is a mobile game. I think it's by Nexon. It is pretty much like a Neo. Like it's very much like Neo. It's very challenging, stamina management, all that good stuff. I was surprised how much fun I had with this game. This is a long game too, by the way. This took me like 60 hours to beat. But really good design, really good boss fights. Really fun, crunchy, satisfying combat. You get to like pick between like 3 different types of weapons, like sword, great sword, axe, and sword together. I used the great sword, and man, this thing felt fucking good to swing around. Combat, you can totally feel like you're mastering. You get better at it. Really good boss ends, like I was saying. I was impressed with how good some of them were, especially for this developer's first time ever making a game like this. I thought it was pretty good. I hope they make a sequel because I think they could do a lot more with it. But my only problem with this in like the Neo games is there's too much loot, man. I'm not a fan of all the loot. Slow down on that kind of stuff. But awesome game, really fun. Can't recommend it enough if you like Neo and stuff like that. You'll have a great time with this game. So shout out First Berserker Kazan.
Nice.
All right, Colin, number 8, please.
Number 8, Expedition 33. I think this is a really awesome game and really thoughtful. I think inspirational from a development point of view. And what I mean by that is, Sandfall's a small team. They're French. We'll forgive them for that.
Right.
But they're a small team. They have the backing of Kepler, which is a fairly sizable publisher, but they made something that teams their size usually don't make and can't make. And I think it's fairly impressive that they pulled off what they pulled off. I think the game is remarkable in its combat, which is not unprecedented. Everyone always brings up Mario RPG and all these other things, but I say over and over again on Sacred, and I think some people look at me a little weird when I say it, but I'm like, to me, it's a rhythm game, and it's about knowing the songs and about trial and error, very similar to Rock Band or Guitar Hero. And then you walk into these, because the fights never really change.
Right.
I guess the major difference would be you're not receiving the notes in a very specific way of song that is on a staff that can be read in a certain way or whatever. And you're memorizing the chorus, the bridge, the verse, and then it's thrown at you in different ways and you have to respond in different ways. And I think that it's very musical in this way. And at least that's the way I digested it. And as a rhythm musician, I mean, I play drums, which to a lot of people is not real musicianship. And I totally understand that, but this is where, like, to me, it resonated a lot. And I think I was fairly good at it because I'm rhythmic. And it's a little different than, I mean, in some, so like Parappa the Rapper or whatever. It's like, that was a rhythm game too, but it's about response and freestyling and doing all that kind of stuff. You really have to perform in this game. If you fuck up, it can get out of control. And one of the things I really liked about it, there's a Final Fantasy VIII like quality, which I'm not a huge Final Fantasy VIII fan, as people know, but there's a Final Fantasy VIII like quality where you could theoretically do very low level runs of this game. If you know how to play it, it's funny. I don't know if people have thought about this too much, but in terms of Japanese style role playing games, or JRPGs, as Mike likes to remind me, I think that people have said, you can play the game without getting hit. Like it doesn't. You'll die if you're a low level and get hit once, but if you could just do the button combinations, you'll never get hit. And I think that's kind of neat. So on one hand, it's a very accessible traditional JRPG that you can kind of brute force your way through. And on the other hand, it's this very skill-based game that begs you to play it differently if you're willing to. And I think it's really, really special from that perspective. Now, I'll say I think the story went in a direction that kind of ruined the game's high-level approach for me. It just wasn't what I wanted it to be. I try not to hold it against it too much. I also find the fan base around this game really annoying, but that has nothing to do with the game at all. I mean, that's not the game's fault. It's good. I wish I made a game that had an annoying fan base. That'd be awesome. But I think the way people talk about this game, it's like there are definitely a large group of people that the game has sold many millions of copies. There's a large group of people that have played the game that are very familiar with role-playing games and do play games. But there's a very large group of fans that think this game is like the second coming that just haven't been exposed to the many things that inspired it. And I think that's kind of a little annoying, but that's neat. That's not the game's fault. So I'm very secure putting this at number 8. And it seems like it's kind of the consensus game of the year for a lot of people. Like I could be wrong when we're going into the Game Awards. This will go up after the Game Awards. So we'll see how my prognostication pans out, but almost anticlimactic in the way this game is beheld, and is a shattering of the recency bias because it came out right in the beginning of the second quarter. So pretty cool. So shout out to, I'm very excited to see what they do next. And if they know what they want to do, an expansion would, I feel like, be a waste of time. Just go on to the new game.
All right, Micah, number 8 from you.
Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies Replanted. I had never played Plants vs. Zombies except for Garden Warfare, which I loved.
Shout out,
but I had never actually played the original game, and so I was really stoked about this announcement. And it's fun, it's charming, it's very funny. There's a lot of humor in the game, which I didn't expect, and it just was refreshing. It's a fairly quick game to get through, but it's an appropriate level of challenge the whole way through. At first, you might say this is a little too easy, and then they start throwing, just a lot of stuff at you, and you're like, okay, shit, I gotta strategize, I gotta plan this out. But I think my favorite thing about it is just that they give you so many options that you can play it a million different ways. And Colin kept commenting, not in a bad way, but just saying, you're playing this completely different from how I play it. And I noticed that too. I just had different favorite, items that I would use versus what he would always kind of bring out. Or he would play with a lot of sunflowers and I would be like, I got like 4, But so it was just one of those things of you could play this a million different ways. You'll still be successful. You'll still have fun with it. You do have to, you'll definitely, if you're doing something completely bonkers, you'll be like, you're not going to last very long. But the game just has so many options and variety that I'm not usually a puzzler. And so when a game, it's why I loved Echoes of Wisdom so much, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, because the game really does let you just think it through and solve these puzzles in a variety of ways versus having like one set solution. So I really enjoyed this. I haven't yet gone back to do some of the more challenging levels. I'm kind of saving it because it's the perfect travel game. This would be the absolute perfect game to play on a plane or a hotel. And I'm honestly kind of just saving it for the next time we travel. I'm going to bring this out because it'll also just be more fresh that way, kind of the remixes on some of these levels. But it was something that I thought this was a really fun experience, and I'm glad I finally got to play it.
Hell yeah. Love to hear it. Nice. All right, Lockmort, number 8.
My number 8 is The Alters.
Yeah, okay.
Developer 11-Bit Studios. They're from Poland. They made Frostpunk, which I also really loved. But The Alters is basically a survival crafting game. You play as a space miner called Jan Dolsky, and you crash land on an inhospitable planet. And your space station is a big wheel, and in that big wheel, you can build different rooms. And the objective of the game is to have your big wheel stay ahead of the sun. Because if the sun reaches the big wheel, there's too much radiation and you die. So you gather resources, you solve problems, you get rid of rock slides that are in the way. But Jan, the protagonist, is alone, and you can't do all of these things alone. So he clones himself a couple of times. He makes a scientist, a botanist, an engineer. He clones himself a bunch of times into different professions. So you have his lifeline, and you can see on that lifeline, if his life took a different turn, he would become an engineer, and then you clone that engineer. Or if he made this choice and went to this college, he would have become a doctor. So then he becomes a doctor. So in the middle of the game, you have this base filled with clones of Jan. But they all have different personalities as well, and they all have different. They had different youths growing up, so they all clash and get into fights, and horrible stuff happens. At one point, one of them cuts off his own arm because he's depressed, and it escalates to great heights. But it also becomes wholesome. They sing a song. Literally, the game is a musical song. But what I really liked about this game, it's one voice actor, basically. There are also other characters you talk to through the radio that are still on Earth and that try to guide you and tell you what to do. But it's basically one voice actor who voices this many people, and he does a great job. It's insane to me that he's not nominated for voice. What do you call it? Voice of the Year, I guess.
Voice of the
Year, something like that. But he did an amazing job. He did a fantastic job. The game itself, it's a survival crafting game. So you go out onto the planet, you mine stuff, you get back into base, you craft other stuff that you then can use to mine other organics, and then it all flows together. It all apps together really well. As long as you stay ahead of the sun, you're completely fine. You can set up these little pylons that gather resources directly back to your base. So it becomes a very addictive loop. I played this game very extensively. I think it came out in June. I played it for 2 weeks. I finished it in 2 weeks. But I played it every day for like 5-6 hours. That's how much I liked it. So it's a great game. Highly recommended. I think they released a patch or something. They did something special to it a couple of days ago. But yeah, this game deserved way more attention this year, I think. I thought it was a great game. Great game.
It's on my playlist for sure.
Nice.
All right. Number 8 for me was Ghost of Yotei. I really enjoyed this game. I thought it was really fun. I think it improved upon the original in pretty much every way. Now, that just depends if the story resonated with you more or not. But from a gameplay perspective, I feel like it did. in every way. Like way less Fox 10s. Thank you this time around.
Oh my God.
Way cleaner, way more thought out, all the layouts and all that kind of stuff. Felt way less repetitive. And man, Japan just looks absolutely stunning in this game. I loved being in this world and just rolling into a little town, going to the inn, playing that little coin game, you know, you flick the coins. I love that game. That's so fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I agree.
Yeah. And I like the stories a lot for a lot of the characters you met throughout the game, like Jubei and stuff like that. I forgot her name, but the lady in the snow zone with the kitsune.
Yeah.
All really good, really cool. Combat was fun. Some really good challenges in there, worthwhile side quests and a lot of unique quests and stories that I was surprised where I'm like, oh, this was its own little quest right here. And so it made everything feel more unique. A lot of moments like that stand out in my brain. Unfortunately, this game got thrown into the culture war called woke when it's like, it's not really woke, like at all. Like, I don't know what's woke about
there's
it.
Nothing woke and there's nothing woke.
Yeah, it's like, if you don't like the actor,
there's a
fine.
woman.
Yeah, if you don't like the actor or whatever, like, okay,
she doesn't have tig old bitties.
Yeah.
Also, you're like, I'm not even going to get into it again. She's not unattractive. That's the other thing is like, she's just not unattractive. Like,
there's a couple weird faces that some of the cutscenes have like that just kind of land on, and that I've seen. Those are the ones people cut out. But it's like you could pause this video at any point, and like I'm making a fucking horrifying face. You know, it's just one of those. Yeah, if you pause it mid weird sentence, her face looks kind of weird, but she's not ugly.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, she looks way better than Forbidden West Aloy. Or Spider-Man 2, Mary Jane.
Mamma mia!
It's easy on Aloy, but yeah, the Mary Jane was inexplicable.
Mamma mia!
And then I'm sure Micah thinks it's not a coincidence. I think it is a coincidence, but that the Mary Jane looks just like one of the writers.
Yeah.
There's no way it's a coincidence. Somebody was infatuated with that woman and they were like, I shall build her in your image. And then everyone's like, look at this ugly bitch.
Yeah, self-insert creative thing is a classic. Absolutely. But yeah, Ghost of Yotei, awesome game, dude. Really fun. Open world. It follows that Ubisoft formula, but I think it does it way more elegant and way less gamey, I guess, where you feel like you are just in the rat in the maze. Feel much more free this time around, like you actually discover stuff, and I think they did an awesome job. So good job, Sucker Punch. Hope Legends modes is good as well because that's coming soon. All right, Colin, your number 7, please.
My number 7 is Ball Pit.
Oh yes.
I really Kenny Sun, shout out to you and your small team of people and Devolver for picking this game up. I really loved this game. It's funny because it's one of those games, as I said when I first played it, where I started it and I'm like, I don't know, man, like not really feeling this. Like the first 5-10 minutes just getting into the gameplay. And then I realized you gotta fire automatically, you gotta play fast on the fastest mode, and then you're really in the zone. This is a really, really fun spin on Vampire Survivors. And it's a more gamey, playable version of Vampire Survivors with more finite stages. A lot of people call it a brick-breaking game, and it is a brick-breaking game. But again, I feel like it's actually so much more akin to Space Invaders than Arkanoid, just in that, or Breakout, just in that the blocks fight back. And they're moving towards you. I mean, that's just so much more Space Invaders than anything. But it's those things, and it's through a pinball perspective, which I think is kind of cool. Slightly pitched down. If people haven't played the game, you're basically these various characters that throw balls, and there are different kinds of. There are mini balls or baby balls, I think they call them in the game, that you're constantly throwing around. But then there are these big balls. You can get an ice ball and a spike ball and an iron ball, and they all have these different. Pluses and minuses and attributes. And I was really quite taken with it. And one of the things that I've talked about it extensively, so I won't belabor it, but one of the things that I really, really enjoyed about it was the writing. And the writing reminds me of, and I was saying this and I'm not trying to compliment myself, but it reminds me of the way I write my games, one of the fun things about writing games, the way I write them generally, writing these older games, not so much the role-playing game we're working on, which is much more fleshed out, but these other games where it's like Ninja Gaiden, like splashes of story, and you kind of have to fill in the in-between, and you're doing what you can with little cutscenes and an intro or whatever, is you can kind of just say whatever you want. And you don't really have to justify it. And I learned this again with Abraxia 2 when I was making the map, and I'm like, this is where the aliens are attacking this place because it has tons of helium-3 kind of stores. And you don't have to get any further than that. You know, why are they using helium-3 if they come all the way to this, this star system? Why are they still on this like old fuel system? It's like, no, you're just throwing it out there. And I feel like a lot of the writing in the game is seldom, and it's like that. So each of the characters just has like a little sentence about them. And that was like what first turned me on. So it's like turned me on to it. So it's like the itchy finger character. It just says a disgraced deputy, which I really like. So that kind of writing, and I really the spendthrift, a wealthy merchant living a life of extravagance. It never gets any further than that. It's not important. And I think that's really cool. And I don't know if you guys saw, you probably didn't, but when they announced they sold 1 million copies, they released a trailer and they said they're going to update the game multiple times. And this is the script. It says the Regal update in January with hunters molded by high society, the Shadow update in April with hunters steeped in the art of deception, and the Naturalist update in July with hunters that deal in extreme necessity. I just think that's fun writing.
Yeah, cool.
And you don't really have to go any deeper than that. It doesn't matter. And so I just want to give them a shout out for that, because I think it added a lot of je ne sais quoi to the game. And I thought it was really, really fun. So if you're into Vampire Survivors, I'm not a huge Vampire Survivors fan. I got my fill. I find this a much more playable version of the game. There is this whole town building component. It's very ActRaiser in that it just has these two disparate components that are smashed together. But it's fun and it's rewarding. I platinumed it. And the only game that I didn't platinum on this list, by the way, is Expedition 33. Of the games that I'm going to talk about. And the only reason I didn't platinum Expedition 33 was I just didn't want to spend all the time doing it.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, Micah, number 7.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 1 HD 2D remake.
Okay.
I have not gotten to 2 yet, but I intended to play the first one, play some other games in between, and then get back to it. But Dragon Quest 1, it is so charming. It's your classic hero story. It's very familiar gameplay if you're a Dragon Quest fan or any turn-based RPG, really. But it's interesting to not have party members, to just be this one-man party going out and doing the whole game. There's some niceties to that, like if you're like me and you hate managing equipment at a certain point in JRPGs where you're like, God, I'm so fucking sick of spending 20 minutes buying everyone new shit and figuring out what's good and what's not good. And like, damn it, I just bought all this stuff and I got it for free in a treasure chest 5 fucking minutes later. If you're like me and that drives you up a fucking wall, it's really nice to just manage equipment for one person, and pretty much everything you can say you either want it or you don't because you're putting it on with this one guy. And you don't have to worry about saving stuff for later because, well, if I switch party members later and they might need that axe, nobody can equip it right now, but they might need it. None of that. It's just you want it or you don't. It's quite refreshing. At the same time, only having one party member starts to get boring at a certain point for me. There was a point in the game where I did just bump down the difficulty to finish it because I could just tell I was starting to get bored just with the ability set. You unlock abilities as you go, but having one character versus having a party of 3 or 4, you're just kind of limited, you know? It's like, you do lose a lot when it's like, I don't have the wizard guy with his own skill set, or, you know, this dude that's got all these different abilities from what I got. Eventually, you just start choosing the same things over and over because they're effective and they're your strongest abilities. And that's where I kind of started to say, I want to see this through, but I don't want to grind levels at this point because with one party member, that is a drawback. But overall, I had a ton of fun with it. I really like, of course, they add in the objective markers are an option in this game. So you can play it old school with no objective markers if you want to be cool like Brad, or you can turn on the objective markers like I do and just actually get hints to know where you're going and what to do next. Really just streamlines the experience. it makes it a much shorter game, of course, but for me, that was fine. And I really enjoyed it. It's something I definitely got me excited to play the second one and kind of see the progression of the series. I did play Dragon Quest III HD Remake when that came out. Loved it. So I was hyped for this. It definitely lived up to my expectations, and it's just got me more excited to continue exploring Dragon Quest, because these aren't games I've played many of. I played like 15 hours of 8 on 3DS, and I just got to a point where I was like stuck in this one dungeon, and I was like, I just don't want to do this right now. I'm gonna get back to it at some point.
Boo, hiss, boo.
I'll get back to it at some point. But that was the first one I ever played, and then I played 3, and now I've played 1. So it's been cool for me, as someone who's a very recent fan of these games, to be going through them in this manner. And they're gorgeous.
Yep.
I think the voice acting was well done, unnecessary, but well done. And God, I could just live in that world, because they're just great looking games. The soundtrack's fantastic. The sound effects. Yeah. Loved it. Loved the experience.
Yeah. Max cozy game for sure. Micah, like you, I did play through this, and near the end of the game, I was like, I'm just going to bump down. I don't want to grind. It's like the chase, there's not a great chase when you get further into the game. I think of getting abilities and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, let's just wrap this up kind of thing.
At one point, there's a massive difficulty spike.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you literally can just do the math on it and be like, I can try to farm some metal slimes in this one specific location, and even doing that, it would take you hours to get to the recommended level. There's just a point where I just say, yeah, it's not that fun, that I say, oh yeah, I'll do 3 hours worth of pointless fights just to get to the next story beat.
Sure, yeah.
I am someone who gameplay is the most important for me, but it's at its best when it's really married well with the story and paced very well. Like, my favorite games are, you're getting new story beats every 2 hours at the most, right? Like, I want to be progressing a story. I don't want to be grinding levels for 3 straight hours and not be moving the story forward at all.
Yeah. I don't mind doing that a couple times, but there's quite a few difficulty spikes. Like, I did it at the very end. I was just like, all right, let's just wrap this up. So, but great game. I really enjoyed it as well. Can't wait to get to 2 sometime. Okay, Lockmort, number 7.
My number 7 is a game Colin touched on a little bit earlier, and that's Atomfall. Developed by Rebellion Developments, a British studio. They're mostly known for the Sniper Elite games.
Yeah.
Pretty fun games. But Atomfall is a Bethesda-inspired first-person RPG. It takes place in an alternate history. It takes place in 1957 in the Lake District in England. You wake up in a bunker. You have no memory who or what you are. There's a scientist who briefly tells you there's a quarantine, and you have to reach the interchange. And that's basically all the information you get. He gives you a key card, and off you go. What really made me love this game is the environment it takes place in. It's in the countryside in England, so green hills, green forests.
Is it like Bluegate?
Yes, exactly. It's like Bluegate in Arc Raiders. That's basically the map. But there's a very strange and eerie atmosphere here. Like, you see this telephone booth, this typical British red telephone booth, just as soon as you leave the bunker. And the telephone rings when you walk past it, and you pick it up, and a voice tells you Oberon must die. And that's all it says. So it's very spooky, very mysterious. What is going on here? There's various factions you can join in the game throughout the game, which kind of change the story a little bit, which is fun to me. Weapons, melee, of course. You also have guns, sneaking. It's all very Bethesda inspired, so it all works, but it's not all that great. The shooting is functional, the melee combat is functional, the sneaking is functional, but what's really fun is the enemy variety here. Of course, you fight humans, you fight different factions, but you also fight rats, bats, bees, other creatures. The immersion in this game is what really enticed me. I love the immersion in this game. I love the atmosphere in this game because it's something completely different. One moment you're fighting giant robots. The other moment you're talking to this priest who has this weird quest for you. 2 minutes later, you're in a cellar fighting rats. Like there's constantly something going on. There's constantly something new going on. You can just loot weapons off of enemies. Sometimes they're special weapons that you haven't looted yet. Sometimes the weapons are like older. There's no logic in this game, which I like. Like some enemies have like super, super high weapons that they aren't supposed to have. So you loot them and then you can use them. You basically have to figure it out, which is something I love in games. Mm-hmm. I could kind of describe it as a first-person extraction shooter or a first-person single-player extraction shooter, because that's the goal of the game. You need to get out and you got to find out what happens. But yeah, I had a great time with this game. It's not perfect. It doesn't run perfect. It looks kind of weird, but the atmosphere is what really got me in this game. I loved it a lot.
Yeah, very nice, dude.
I became hyper fixated when I played it on the fact that there's no day-night cycle, and not in a bad way. And that it's eerie and strange. Like it's always the same time of day, no matter what.
It's like Death Stranding 1.
Right, exactly. And I think that Adam Fall, there's something really, I liked all the different I got one of the whatever ending I got, but I like that there's all sorts of different ways to like figure it out and get out or whatever. There's something very clever and cool. It is kind of sad that it came and went. Like it seemed like people liked it, but no one brings it up anymore in such a competitive time environment. It just seemed like it had its brief moment and went away.
Yeah. At least it had a moment. Most games don't even get
right.
that,
No, that's exactly right. So that guy can make more videos on YouTube of him riding horses, sword fighting.
It also released very early in the year, like in March, I think, which also didn't help.
I think it was the first new game I played like this year, because I think I was just playing a bunch of old shit leading up to it.
What was it? It was a Game Pass game, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
That probably also didn't help. Well, that should have helped actually with people knowing it or playing
exposure for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought it was great. I get what you said earlier, Colin. Like it's not a perfect game at all, but I really like the atmosphere. It's so unique. Like there's stuff happening here that you don't see in many other games, which I thought was a huge plus for me.
It's an ambitious game, I think. And it's a first. I think that they, I was saying like Rebellion. Well, it's like you noted that this is a much more expansive game than what they're used to making, and so this is hopefully the first of it. They'll hopefully get to do something else with this, whether a sequel or just something else like it, and use that experience, and it'll be probably much shinier the second time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, for me, number 7 is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I really like this game. I thought it was a very good Japanese style role-playing game. Really fun. Combat. I agree with Colin. There is like a rhythm aspect to it. I enjoyed doing all the builds and stuff like that. What were they called? Pictos in this. A little annoying to manage at a point, but I enjoyed how much flexibility there was, and it was fun having a build actually come together. The narrative I enjoyed for the most part. There's parts I don't like, but it definitely kept me guessing and seeing what was going to happen, wanting to see what was going to happen. I love the overworld map in this game, how they handled that. It's very nice. Kind of a modern take on a throwback element, because you don't see that from too many Japanese style role-playing games anymore.
Like
at least
an airship.
That style romance. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing. So I think they handled that really well. Some fun side stuff in the game, like that fucking platforming challenge, man. They have
I did it. Challenge. I did all those those challenges the first time somehow, like just very
skipped
like
all of those.
The one that was like you were climbing higher and higher. It was ridiculous. I remember. Yeah, because it's not made to play like that, but it is an incredibly charming game.
Yeah, and why can't I think of his name? Shout out to Monaco, the Blue Mage.
Oh yeah, he was super cool.
He was so fun to use. I love that guy. Just like some weird fucking baboon man with a mask on. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was awesome. Yeah, you could I forget the exact quirk. Like you could really fuck with him in a major way. If because he had like some sort of spinning wheel, right? And if the wheel lined up with the attack that you wanted,
like color,
yeah, it was pretty. It was a pretty cool. The characters are very cool, all of them.
Yeah, really cool characters. Good voice acting, of course, as well. You got Andy Serkis, Ben Starr, Jennifer English. So great voice cast. Charlie Cox, who doesn't know how big.
He doesn't know anything about it. He just read it. He just read off the page for 2 hours.
No, he's like, I did like 4 hours of work, and that was it. Okay. I love that he just owns that too. That's so good. But yeah, it's a really great game. I don't love it as much as clearly most people do, but I thought it was really, really good, and I'm happy I played through it. It did take me a long time to beat, but yeah, shout out, really great game, especially for their first game, that studio, Sandfall Interactive.
Mm-hmm.
Great start, man. Very curious to see what they'll do in the future. I'm sure it'll be an expedition thing. Maybe that's their version of Final Fantasy. Clair Obscur. Yeah. Is their version of Final Fantasy.
Clair Obscur. How's that, Lock? Was that a good accent?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Obscur. Bleu. I remember I said blue one time and Locke was like, oh.
Bleu.
Bleu, oui. Yeah. Bleu. Perfect. Yeah.
He speaks from the Bordeaux region. That's where your accent comes from.
And honestly, the music's really great in the game too. I really enjoyed the music. And I appreciated all the extra side tasks you can do in the game if you wanted to. But yeah, it's a really, really great role-playing game. I don't like it as much as most people, but I think it's a very good, definitely one of the best of the year, in my opinion.
Certainly.
All right, Colin, number 6, dude.
Number 6 is Doom: The Dark Ages.
Oh, okay.
From id Software, of course. And I really, really like this game. I think the Doom trilogy, revived Doom trilogy, is just so exquisite. And if anything, I think maybe Doom 2016 is the best of the 3. But I think this is, if that's true, the second best. I just wasn't a huge fan of Eternal. I know people bust my balls, but just the hub world, it was just too big and too bloated. It's like, you don't need to do all this. They did the same thing with that Wolfenstein game.
That reminds me of this game. Like, just big world. You don't need to do this. Like, huge spaces to run around and shit.
Yeah, well, I guess I should be more clear. I should be more specific in that. Well, first of all, I think the regions in the game seem bigger than they are because you're backtracking through a lot of them. And a lot of them are nonlinear. So like you come to this big, almost arena sized space, and it's like go into these 5 corners, and there's like these 5 different things to do. And there's a lot of, and there's some, fodder in between. But what I mean more is just like, I don't need an expansive world of like, get in your ship, set the coordinates, travel to the planets. Like, just bring me to the next place. It's fucking Doom, dude. Like, just bring me to the next. I'm playing EVE Online. Like just bring me to the goddamn place. So they did that in this game, which I appreciate. I really, really, I think Azrak was his name or something, the villain. I was like going on and on about him when the game came out. I loved that villain, which upside down cross carved into his forehead. I thought it was very, very cool and like incredibly demonic looking villain. And I like that a lot. But really, it just came down to the gameplay. I know some people were a little bummed out by and this is by Doom standards, we're talking, more grounded and slower gameplay. It is still incredibly kinetic and fast if you're comparing it to almost any other shooter. But I kind of dug it. It felt different. You felt powerful. You wanted to get in close and use melee and use that ball and chain thing and knock the fuck out of someone with it and then blow them away with some weird shotgun implement that you have because the weapons are all strange or whatever. But I really, really dug this game and really, really enjoyed playing it. And it's interesting to talk to people about Doom just in the new Doom games, in just that everyone does seem to have a very specific preference. The games do so much well that I think people kind of are like, this is the perfect Doom to me. Like Doom Eternal felt too micromanagey. It's like, attack this guy with this weapon and then hit him with the melee and this is going to pop out of him and then use that to attack this. It's like, it's like, all right, enough. Like, let's just have like ammunition and health and armor and different things. But I don't need to manipulate the game that deeply. Use the grenade and burn them. And then when they're burned, shoot them. And then when you shoot them when they're burning, this kind of ammo comes out. It's like, all right, like, please. It just seemed like it got a little bit more simplistic this time around. And so I really, really love this game. But it seemed like, and again, this is just the attention economy. It just seemed like no one played this game, or like comparable to previous Doom games. It just didn't seem relevant at all.
Yeah, it didn't really stick. I mean, I played through it and I thought it was fine, but like, I think for me and a lot of people, it's just like, yeah, it was fine. And we just kind of moved on. It didn't stick with me like Eternal did. Now, I'll say in defense of Eternal is the sense that I played it on mouse and keyboard, and I think everything just works way more fluid when you can just push all the keys to weapon swap and everything really quickly. There's no like slow down in between. It is much more mentally exhausting, I'll say that. But I think I just preferred the flow of that game more than I did Dark Ages. It sounds like you liked the getting close thing. I didn't really care for that as much in this game. That's not like my favorite style, but I appreciate this game was very different.
it felt like if Doom 2016 is very straightforward, comparable.
Yeah,
if you do Doom Eternal, and that's kind of like a rotisserie of options, this is more like, and that's kind of what they're leaning into. This is more like leaning into risk reward. Like, yeah, use this like bludgeon and the guy will leak armor, but you got to get pretty close to him. And I think the big thing with Eternal, and this game kind of didn't get quite that far, is Eternal. And the only reason I'm even thinking of Eternal is because I played it again earlier this year. Because otherwise I wouldn't remember it at all. Probably it was like, it's not that long ago, but it's like 150 games ago or something. It's like I can't keep all this shit in my head. But it just constantly adds new things, and it's like, here's a new thing.
Yeah,
here's a new thing. Here's a new like unlock. Here's a new this has to cool down when you use it. Here's a new meter. It's like, all right, Jesus Christ. Now go back to your ship and fly. Yeah. I'm like, all right. That's the one thing I will say about that I didn't like about Doom in the Dark Ages that I did not like was all the stuff when you weren't playing as
the dragon flying.
Yeah, the dragon and like also the kaiju style character in it. It kind of does break the immersion, if you even want to call it that, where it's like, why did I just go through all this trouble when I could have just gotten in this 2,500 foot fucking mech and walked around the entire time? It doesn't really make any sense. But
sure,
if you let that go, it's fine. Yeah, the flying stuff I wasn't crazy about either. I want to be like, I love the gameplay, so I want the gameplay. I don't want you to either pad the game or have these teams of your developers working on the shit that no one really wants because you feel like you need to do it, but you really don't, because we're all here to shoot shit.
Yeah. What did you think about the music in the game?
I don't even remember. Exactly. I know it was a big deal because it was
I think that was a problem.
Yeah, it was different, right? Like different guy.
It was. It definitely didn't hit as much.
It was Mick Gordon, right, for the first two, and they had a falling out with him, right?
They did, yeah. Unfortunately,
but I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, you kind of convinced me to play it now because I didn't.
Oh, you didn't play it?
No, I didn't play the Dark Ages
playing through
because I didn't like Returnal. Or Returnal. What's
Eternal?
Eternal. Yeah, because of all the stuff Colin just said. Like it was too. It was just too much for me. Like Colin said, like burn this guy and then you can do this and then use your grappling hook here and then over there, use this there. And then it was just too hard for me, I guess.
It's a nice idea, right? Like on paper, to be like, we're gonna make you do everything. You have to use everything. Yeah. But then playing a game like Metal Eden, which I just beat, it's like, really, there are a series of weapons, but I used 2 of them. And I know that sounds lame, but it's like, no, settle into what you know.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be so crazy, and have like a universal ammo. To me, I think that's more Doomish, in my opinion.
Yeah, you had me at slower pace because Eternal was just too fast for me. Like I'm too old. But this sounds perfect. Yeah, I'll try it.
Yeah, you should.
Like Battlefield again. Like this is too much for me. I'm too old.
I have traumas from Battlefield. Yeah, I'm too old. Yeah.
All right, Micah, number 6.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza, which came out on my birthday. Yeah. And what a great present it was. Donkey Kong Bonanza is just a very fun, kind of freeform game. Each stage that you unlock, you're going around, you're destroying things. It has that kind of Lego destructibility that I love, of just like almost anything can be destroyed. And you're going around, you're searching for the Bonandium gems. You get your gems, you move on to the next stage. You don't have to 100% everything in order to proceed and in order to beat the game, which I love just because I have fun, dicking around in these levels and destroying stuff. But I definitely don't want to have to find every nook and cranny, or some of the more challenging parts of the game. It's like, okay, there'll be this little subsection that's pretty challenging, and there'll be 3, Bonandium gems in there, and maybe I get 2 out of 3, and it's like, if I had to get 3 out of 3, I'd be like really beating my head against the wall. So like, I don't want to keep trying it over and over. I want to just flow through the game and enjoy it, and it lets you do that. There's a nice variety of worlds, and they're distinctly different in terms of like color scheme, weather, the different enemies that you'll meet in there, the different friendlies that you'll meet in there. The story is cute. it's a kids game level story. It's definitely, it's adorable. It's the lovable characters. I will say it's hard to talk about without spoiling it. There's just once you play through it, it's just very samey at a certain point where you're kind of like, yeah, we're gonna do this, and then you finally you let me into the level type deal. So the story is definitely not the strong suit. It's not bad, but it's for children. Whereas the gameplay feels all ages, and I had a great time with it, and there's a good level of challenge. Like just the story itself. Don't shake your head, Bradley. The story itself.
That reveal? What kid fucking knows that ending? What kid knows that?
I didn't know it. So, but we're not talking about that
old
part.
People like me know it. All right.
When it comes to each elder that you meet and encounter throughout the stages, that's where it's just like, yeah, same song and dance.
Yeah.
And I will say too, the music is a big part of the game. I didn't love all the songs though. And because it's such a big part of the game, there was a point to where it's like, I'm going to put on a podcast because I'm really fucking sick of the song in this particular stage. It just, they didn't all hit the same, But every time you use the power up that you earn that time around, the song plays. And if you don't like the song, it's like, you almost don't want to even use the power up. So, it turned into a podcast game, but that's perfectly fine. It's about exploration and checking things out. And I had a great time with it. I had zero interest in the DLC. I finished the game and I said, that was great. I don't want any more right now. And the DLC people aren't super keen on anyways, it seems. So, but it's a great experience. Highly recommend it, especially if you have kids. I think this is an example of game that would be really fun for a parent to play with a kid, and you'd actually enjoy the experience as well. Like, I think it's an all ages game. But it's one that you won't feel like it's mind numbing to watch your kid fucking play this or something.
Okay. Lockmort, number 6.
I can keep this short because we already handled this. My number 6 is Bowl X Pit or Bowl Pit. Colin already touched it. I agreed with everything he said. Great roguelike base building, ball bouncing, space invaders game. Super addictive. I love the base building myself, like the way you have to strategize where to put your balls. Colin, you streamed it. That's how I saw you play it, of course.
You cut a video for it.
I'm pretty sure I saw Colin play it somewhere, but that's where I saw it, yeah. So during the stream, I also noticed how you place your base, and like, I do it like this, and then people have like different strategies. It's so much fun to see. It's almost equally as fun to see other people play and how they tackle it. My favorite characters were the twins and the shade. The twins shoot their balls on opposite sides. I thought that was such a fun mechanic. All the characters basically in this game are so much fun. They're all so different and varied. I think they did a great job. Colin, you already touched on it. The writing too. It's very short, simple, to the point, but it's awesome. It gives so much variety to these characters. Great game. Perfect synergy between the two. It's basically two games in one. It's like you have a pinball base building game, and then you have a Space Invader game. So great game. Fantastic game.
Very nice, Lockmort. I like the I saw Colin playing it, the turn-based guy. I thought that was an interesting concept to throw into that game.
Yeah, and putting the two characters together is really like figuring out who's best for what. Like the guy that drops balls from the top of the screen, that can be like either mega devastating or actually like be a trap for you, because like you can never get balls to the front of the screen. So platinuming it was really cool because you have to beat the game with every character. You have to beat like every stage with every character basically. So you have to play it with all of them and get to really know it. And I did. I got to know the game. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the expansions.
Cool.
Nice. How long did it take you in total?
Maybe like between 30 and 40 hours, something like that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's doable. Okay, cool.
All right, number 6 for me is Hollow Knight Silksong. This was, the long coming, fabled Metroidvania. It finally came out this year for $20, dude. What a deal. This is an excellent Metroidvania. I love Metroidvanias, so this is right up my fucking alley. The amount of content in this game is crazy. How much they packed into this game, how much charm there is in there with all those little characters. You guys may have seen the gif of the singing bug. Plays that little thing, goes body doody bo. Yeah, there's that bug that everyone loves in that game. That's so good.
Oh boy.
Really challenging game too. Really demanding of your attention. It can be exhausting, I guess, from a mental standpoint from that perspective, but I fucking loved it. Really good boss fights. Really good ending. This is a game that I feel like just respects you as a player and your time in its world. Say one of the finest Metroidvanias that I've played in a long time. Can't recommend enough if you like Metroidvanias. If you don't like Metroidvanias, I don't know if this will do it for you, but it seems like a lot of people got into them because of Hollow Knight. So yeah, this game I think is just excellent. It's better than the first game, from what I remember. Definitely, I haven't played through the first game in a long time, but
yeah, me neither.
Definitely improvement in pretty much every way from what I remember. Man, some of these fucking platforming challenges in this game are insane, and I respect the hell out of it for that. But yeah, I loved my time with it. It was great. Awesome world, awesome characters, awesome lore. All around top tier game. All right. Number 5, Colin.
So yeah, we Brad, I think this was your 8th game, so I can go pretty quickly through this, which was Ghost of Yotei is number 5 for me. I was very surprised by this game. I am not a huge Ghost of Tsushima fan. I think it's a great game, but it's not this upper echelon PlayStation game or anywhere close to it, in my opinion. And leading into Yotei, I actually went back and played the director's cut of Ghost of Tsushima plus Iki Island, which I had never played on PS4. So went back and I platinumed on PS4 back in the day, but platinumed it on PS5, played the Iki Island stuff completely, really immersed myself in it, and I enjoyed it, but it is what it is. It wasn't really different from what I remember. It's very fun to play. Japan of the past, samurai swords, and it's like, what's there not to like? There's a lot there. But this new game, Yotei, I agree, is better in every way. Mm-hmm. And I think the story is way better. The protagonist is substantially better, in my opinion. It's
shakes her head.
Oh, you don't like that?
Jinsekai's great. All right, like, I don't like Tsushima because there's not a big ugly gay woman in it or something. Like, it's just I don't. Where's the artistic? Where's the artistic quality to it? It's just God. Ghost of Tsushima fucking rules, dude. Like, I love that shit.
Tsushima's a cool game. I think Tsushima's a great game. There's really nothing wrong with it. I just think it's people talk about it like it's on the level of an Uncharted or something. And I'm like, no, it's on the level of like a Days Gone or something. Like, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Days Gone's awesome too. So but it's not Uncharted, The Last of Us.
Oh no, it is. It is.
Whatever. Yeah. All right. So I enjoyed. There's a lot of things I enjoyed about it. I liked the way the map was split up. I remember when I first played the game, I'm like, damn, this is a fucking big map. And I thought you were going to have to go all over it, but it felt more like a Borderlands map in a way.
Yeah.
And I learned this with Tsushima Director's Cut, but the SSD, it's like quick travel in this game is instantaneous to the point of comedy, where I'm like, damn, dude, this is so amazing. Like if you showed something to someone, even in the PS3 era, nonetheless, before that, about like, look how good this game looks, and then look how quickly I can just move around it. Mm-hmm. Doesn't even make any sense. So the game is very playable. It reminds me of the way Spider-Man actually ran on PS5 as well, where they had to like get rid of the subway scenes because they weren't even necessary. And then you had to select an option to keep them if you wanted them, because they're really just hiding the loading and all that. So it felt very refined. And I'm skeptical of what Nate Fox, who's the director, was saying about how much the game cost. Because he was saying, I think, or it was him or Brian Fleming or one of those guys was saying like, it's comparable in cost to the first game. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Because the first game was made for like $60 million. And this game, I could believe this game wasn't $200 million, but it's like, it wasn't at least $100 million to make this game. It's pretty impressive. But then you see the Sony sequelisms in it, especially when you play the games back to back like I did. And there's nothing wrong with this. I'm not making fun of it. This is just the way you cut costs. Is like, all of these animations are the same. Like, for instance, all the Fox stuff, it's all the same. It's like literally identical. So like you can see where the cost savings might come from when you multiply that out many times over. I don't understand the controversy around the game. I'll differentiate the game from Assassin's Creed, and I've said this before, and I know a lot of people have a problem with it, but it's like, I actually do think Assassin's Creed was weird because it chose to like go to Japan finally and then focus on a non-Japanese player. Like you had to go out of your way to find that. But it's still because people are like, oh, but there's also a female and that also doesn't make any sense. And then there's a female samurai in this. And I'm like, no, it's just easier to kind of absorb for me. Like it doesn't bother me. It's still Japanese and it feels Japanese and it's unusual. It's Battlestar Galactica style where it's like the genders are a little too mixed up for this. It doesn't really quite make any sense. But if you can look past that, I think it's fun. And I also like the fusion of like gunpowder gun, like guns and there are just like really awesome kills when you get your pistol, especially when you just like blast, like you do these like you just blast people in the fucking chest and it's very violent. Which Tsushima was as well. There is I like the villains too. I will say it felt more video gamey in a good way.
Yeah.
Because there's like, here's a rogues gallery of, it's not like, it's not like the Mongol horde or whatever. It's like, who gives a shit? This is more, this is more fun in my opinion. And there is like a little bit of non-linearity in there too, as far as I understand about the order you can tackle. I think the second and third people and maybe the fourth and fifth or something. Yeah. So yeah, overall, I thought it was really great. I really enjoyed the process of platinuming it. I think that they did a really nice job, as was said earlier, about kind of honing in on what makes the game fun and getting rid of a lot of the fluff. And though the game is as long basically as Tsushima, there's just different fluff. As opposed to like, here's 20,000 shrines and 40,000 fox things. It's like, well, no, here's like 6 shrines and 6 fox things and then a bunch of other shit to do. Yeah. And I thought that was kind of fun too. And the side quests felt, and all the optional content felt grounded, like you were really going after something and doing something for people, which Tsushima excelled at as well. So I don't want to make it seem like Tsushima didn't also excel at that, but there's a lot to like with Ghost of Yotei, and I'm happy for their success. I'll be very interested to see what they do next. It is my hope and my assumption that they're off of this now and they're going to move on to something else. But
yeah, they could. Yeah.
I hope so. I don't want another one of these. This is enough. But it's good. I want to see what they can do now moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Micah, number 5.
Expedition 33.
All right.
Which we've said a lot about, but I liked it a lot. Combat really challenging for me, who is horrible at parrying. Very bad at rhythm games, hate them, in fact, but I tried my absolute best and I had a lot of fun with it. What's not to like? Hot old man character? Sold. From the moment I saw him, I was like, who is that? Oh my God. Fantastic, right? I was just like, that guy, I hope he's in the game a lot. So it's great, fun music, interesting designs. I liked the characters. This is another example of, it seems like we all had different parties that we had as our favorites. Like I always had Lune and CL in my party. Like they were the dynamic duo. The third person could be rotated, but I always had them together. And then it was interesting for me to watch Colin play and for him to use completely different roster for the most part. So that was something that I enjoyed, just to kind of talk to people about in the Discord and such, and like, who are you maining? Like, which party do you primarily level up and stick with? And I don't know, it was another just example of, you can tailor this to your play style. You can really get into the bits and bobs with like CL and the cards and all that shit. And like, I loved it. So cool story. It did lose me a little bit at a certain point, but I still liked it overall. The experience was great. And to the like wonder that I felt when you first get to the section that's like, looks like you're underwater. I mean, it was like my childhood fantasy the first time I saw The Little Mermaid, and I wished that I could have been in some sort of undersea place, because as a kid I loved the ocean before I became afraid of it. And it captured I fucking hate the ocean now. Don't put me anywhere near it. But it captured that wonder and that awe of being able to stand and see a fish fucking swim right by you, right? Like that type of shit as a kid when I had my Polly Pocket fucking mermaid sets, and I'm like, this is real shit, dog. I love it. And it just captured that imagination. It felt like little Micah would have been awed at that section of the game, and just so it did that multiple times, where I would see the new, kind of environment that it would put you in. And I'm like, man, just looking at this, looking at it. And then the enemy variety and stuff, really cool designs. So fantastic game, and I really did have a great time with it.
Cool. All right. Lockmort, number 5.
My number 5 is a game we played together, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
It is Arc Raiders, developed by Embark Studios, who also made the finals, another great game. But Arc Raiders, to me, was the great social experiment of 2025. It's an extraction shooter, so you basically have to loot and then shoot your way out and then try to leave the map with all the stuff you looted still on you. But the difference between Arc Raiders and other extraction shooters, or the difference between Arc Raiders and Tarkov more, is that Arc Raiders is really fun. Tarkov is fun too, of course, but in a very serious way. And Arc Raiders is just arcadey fun. It's very simple. You go in there, you loot, you try to get out, and in the meantime, if you run into people, at least for the first couple of weeks when the game was out, you tried to make friends or not make friends, or maybe you made friends for a little, and then when you got to the end with them, you betrayed them and took all their shit, or maybe they did the same to you. It became such a fun game to play with other people. Like this game is really fun if you play with your friends, but I also really enjoyed playing solo, because that's when it really became exciting, because you run into other solo players and you have to basically convince them that you mean no harm, or maybe you do, or maybe they mean you harm. It's all about betrayal or not betrayal, or making new friends. I've made a couple of new friends on my Steam list thanks to Arc Raiders. One of them I betrayed, but he thought I did such a fun job that he befriended me afterwards.
That's really funny.
So that's great.
It's also cool that you can use the enemies here, the environment. What do you call it? PvE. Mm-hmm. So the enemies that are already in the game, so not other players, are really dangerous. You have these big spiders called leapers that just jump from one side of the map if you shoot them to the other side and just fuck you up. So what I always like to do is there's these extraction points with a leaper guarding them. And I would just get into the extraction point and I wait for other people and then shoot the leaper. And then the leaper would take care of them. And then I would take their stuff. And there are so many ways in which you can abuse the game basically to use it against other players, or they can use it against you. I've been betrayed so many times where I actually had so much fun. Okay, I lost all my shit, but it was such a good moment where this person did this to me, or that person told me this, but his friend was waiting around the corner. There's so many cool moments in this game that are the biggest highlights in years that I had in multiplayer games. The one thing I'll say is that the same thing, and Brad, I predicted this a couple of weeks ago, and everyone told me that I was crazy, but this is a game, I loved it for 4 weeks. I played over 100 hours on it, and I haven't touched it in 3 weeks now. Just like Helldivers 2. Mm-hmm. Not because the game is bad, but I have seen it all. I've done it all. Yeah. The game is awesome. I've seen what it can do. It's amazing. 100 hours is a shit ton of time in 3 weeks. Had a great time, had great fun. No incentive to go back, which is fine, I think. But that's the same thing that happened to Helldivers 2 with me.
Yeah. You'll fall off multiplayer games inevitably. It's like...
Yeah. So the way they can get me back is if they add like 20 more maps, but that will be like a year from now or 20.
Right, yeah.
Two maps will suffice, but that will be a year from now or when they add other stuff to do. But I think they did a phenomenal job. Brad, I think we were the first ones to play it, but we were among that first large group on PC that played it and told everyone like, this game is amazing. You got to play it. Along with the streamer boys. And those first 3 weeks, I want to say, were really special in this game.
Yeah.
Because everyone was friendly. Every player you interacted with was like a little bit unease. And we're like, well, what are we going to do here? You had like multiple Mexican standoffs every match. Like, are we going to shoot? Are we not going to shoot? Are we going to help each other? Are we going to let each other out? It was always fun. People used their voice. And now, if you play it now, it's basically shoot to kill. Yeah. Like everyone you see, you just shoot or they shoot at you. It became a different game over the course of the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Because there's so many people playing it now and they all have like their decked out equipment and stuff. So it's a little bit of a different game, but still fantastic. What a great game.
Yeah, I wonder if like the seasonal wipes will kind of bring a little bit of that negotiation back. The friendly.
Have they said, are there going to be wipes? I didn't know that.
They're going to wipe stuff, yeah. I think you'll be able to carry some progress over. Like some sort of thing like that. But yeah, it'll wipe like, you know, how Tarkov does and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know they were actually going to wipe it. Maybe that'll be a
fun time to revisit it when everyone's kind of more fresh again.
Absolutely. As soon as they wipe it, I'll be back. Because then you'll get the friendly players again. And then you'll get the social experiments again. So yeah, no, this game is fantastic. I don't know if they expected this much popularity, but
I doubt it for how popular it was. No.
It was almost as high as Battlefield was on Steam, which is insane for a game like this.
Yeah.
So
UIP,
yeah.
A genre developers people haven't played. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So the developers did a fantastic job. I really love this game. 100 hours is a shit ton of time to put in a game like this. So I thought it was, for me anyway, I should say. I thought it was great. Mm-hmm. Great game. Fantastic.
Yes, sir. All right, number 5 for me. This isn't like the highest quality game on the list, but for Brad having fun this year, it's right where it needs to be, which is Elden Ring Night Rain. Man, I had so much fun playing this game this year. It has flaws, definitely, but I was fucking addicted to this game. I wanted to keep playing it, keep doing new runs, new characters, getting new builds going. It was a game I was thinking about a lot when I wasn't playing it. In fact, I played it, started on PC, then I got on PS5, platinumed it on PS5, then went back to PC. When I buy a game twice, I know I'm down bad for it right now. So This game totally did it for me. There's DLC out now that I haven't even had a chance to play it, but I'm looking forward to getting to it. And man, shout out a game that started as like a weird fucking experiment from Software. I'm really happy with the way it turned out overall. And that gets me even more excited for Dusk Bloods to see what else they're going to do now. So shout out Elden Ring Night Rain. What a weird ass game, but I love you. Thanks for existing. All right, Colin, you're number 4, please.
Number 4, again, we don't have to linger on this because this was Lockmort's 9th game, but I have it number 4, Mafia: The Old Country. I really, really loved this game. I thought it was fantastic. It was the perfect length, the perfect melding of open world, pseudo open world with linearity and kind of bringing you along on a story, and reminded me a little bit of the old PS2 game, The Getaway, in that regard, where things felt bigger than they really were. As I understand, they did release a patch where you can kind of open world, like dick around now more, but that was not the case when I played it. I was saying this, Chris was making fun of me because he's like, oh, like, I guess this is your example of, you know, I always make fun of like representation and stuff like that. He's like, so you felt like seen.
Yeah.
He was like making fun of me. But I was like, there is something about this game that did touch me from a cultural perspective, just in that my mom is Italian, and so my Italian side is Sicilian. And this is obviously takes place in Sicily, and it just felt interesting from that perspective because my family didn't come over from there until after this game takes place. So it's interesting to see it from that perspective. And so I enjoyed that. And I enjoyed I don't even remember all the little touchstones, but there were just little things like visual flares where I'd be like, oh, that's where that comes from. Because like we had that fucking weird statue in the garden, or we had that logo like on something or whatever. And it was cool from that perspective. But I enjoyed the story, classic Mafia story, like Locke was saying earlier, of maybe not being because it's mines or whatever, but like just like the uplifting the downtrodden and then making them beholden to you. In it's classic mafioso stuff. So and getting too close to people but getting betrayed by people, and it's a really brutal and I actually think a pretty tough game from a perspective of what happens in it, and really, really liked it a lot. And I love the mixture of this bucolic, old school Sicilian agrarian thing with like the coming irresistibly towards modernity, but the modernity is not too impressive. They have electricity, they have winding cars and all the, wind up cars and all these kinds of weird things, but it's cool. I really, really liked it a lot. And I thought it was a great deal of fun. And again, another great platinum that I enjoyed.
Wonderful. All right, Micah, 4.
Yeah, Raito Remastered. This is a game that I wasn't too sure about at first, but I really ended up loving it. This game is set in the 1930s. You are a demon summoning detective, and your like first big case is this missing high school girl. As you investigate the case, it just becomes clear that it's way bigger than just a disappearance of a student. an interesting thing with this game is that there are actually 5 difficulty modes. So you can really tailor it to your skill level or how difficult you want the game to be. There is a somewhat large city to explore, but it's broken up into smaller districts. So it really just makes it easier to remember where you're going and kind of get the lay of the land and not get too lost in things. There's NPCs to talk to, but it's not overwhelming. And, a lot of them only have like very small things to say. There's not a ton of side missions, but there's enough to kind of bolster your stats and things like that if you're, lagging behind. This is, like Persona because you're collecting, demons and such, or, like Shin Megami Tensei, but this is a real-time action game instead of turn-based. And I wasn't 100% sure how much I'd enjoy that because obviously I love turn-based games. But it was a ton of fun. You have elemental skills, you unlock, more advanced attacks the longer you play. You have a gun that you use strategically. You have a sword as well. There's other weapon types that you can get as you progress. And during battle, obviously you use your melee attacks, but then also you call on your demons to assist you. They can attack, they can heal, they can do their own thing, or you can give them specific commands. It really is just once you're in the mix of it, I enjoyed the experience a lot more than I expected. And a big part of that is that the demons who are not actively in your battle party still gain XP. That's a big Micah points bump in any game where your non-active party members get a little XP. It's like, thank you.
Even a fraction of the XP is cool. I like that.
Yes. Because just truly, it'll be something like you'll be doing a section of the game where there's a lot of, let's say, fire enemies. So you're not going to bring out, this guy because he's weak to that. But then he's not getting leveled up. And so it would be almost unfair to not give them something because it's like, well, I can't bring him out. He's going to get one hit killed by that guy, So it's nice that they did that. And that just always gives me a plus for the game. Very generous with save points as well. It's something that I put in my notes as another big bump for me in terms of like, thank you for being respectful of my time as an adult. And that please don't make me lose an hour of gameplay because God, I just need to save. I gotta go put dinner on. One annoying thing is that you have this companion who tries to be helpful, but is very like Mimir in God of War, where like he's constantly telling you like use the gun, and it's like I fucking know. I've been playing this for 20 hours. I know to use the gun, dude. Like I ended up switching the voices to Japanese just because. Then I don't know what he's saying. I mean, I do.
You're native Japanese.
It's less annoying to hear God than it is to hear use the gun. Like it's way less annoying to just hear what sounds like gibberish to me than to just keep having this guy tell me the same thing over and over.
Yep.
But it's great. And the demons themselves each have little personalities, just like Persona. I loved it. I really loved it, and I highly recommend it to Persona fans who. So I tried Shin Megami Tensei 5, is it? I tried it, didn't love it. If you're like me and you like Persona, but you weren't really too keen on that, I'd say give this a try because it's something different from the usual Persona experience, but I feel it's more approachable than Shin Megami Tensei 5 was for me.
Sure. Okay. Nice. Good pick. Lockmort, number 4, please.
Well, number 4 is a game we touched upon briefly earlier, and that's Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's by a Polish developer called Questline. Like we mentioned, they're mostly known for the other Tainted Grail game, like the Conquest game, deck building roguelike. But this time, they made a Bethesda-inspired first-person RPG with a lot of Eurojank, which is right up my alley.
Yeah.
The concept of this game is very unique, very interesting. It's an Arthurian legend, so it takes place in Avalon, and it takes place 600 years after Arthur has died. And like in any Bethesda-inspired game, or in most of them, you start off in prison. You don't really know who you are. You don't know where you are. But you kind of discover that you're connected to Arthur's soul somehow. There's a fragment of his soul inside of you. And you escape the prison, you get brought to Avalon, and during the course of the game, or after the tutorial, really, you're kind of getting the notion that Arthur might not have been the good guy that he is in every other legend that we hear about him in real life here. So the whole game kind of depends on, do you think Arthur is a good guy or not? And the more you learn about him, the more you talk to other players or do more quests, the more ambiguous he becomes. He also talks to you because the more of his souls you gather, the more you become like him. So there's this really cool underlying tone to this game where you're kind of deciding, you as a player, like, oh, is he a villain or not? Am I helping the villain to get resurrected here? Or am I helping Arthur to rid the Avalon of the plague again? So there's this really cool underlying tone. The whole game has a great atmosphere. It's kind of like Elden Ring, like everything is like downtrodden and gray and demonic. Very much unlike other first-person RPGs. It's very hardcore. The combat is difficult. It's not like Oblivion or Adamfall or any other first-person RPG. The combat is actually difficult here. You can put points, of course, in your melee combat, your two-handed swords, your sword and shield, bow, arrow, magic, of course. But it takes a long time for your character to become good. You can level up, but it doesn't really do much at the start. So you also have to learn how to play the game. You have to learn how to dodge, or you have to learn when to strike, and you have to kind of get into the rhythm of the game, which is very unique for a first-person game. That doesn't happen very often. Great story. The music is fantastic. It ran like absolute crap when it released on PS5, which is a problem, which shouldn't happen. Because I think that hindered them a lot, because this game deserved way more attention than it got, sadly. Because of that, because it ran like crap. It has a couple of acts. I won't say how many because some people think that's a spoiler. The later acts weren't as well developed as the first few acts, so they kind of remedied it. They released a patch, fixed it. Also released a patch on consoles, I think yesterday or the day before. Supposedly it's fixed now. I haven't been able to try it yet. I played it on PS5, but then I switched to PC and it was much better on PC to me. But they're also releasing a DLC, an expansion next week on the 15th. So I can't wait to jump back in. This game, it's hard to compare it to something because it has like the atmosphere of Elden Ring, but the gameplay of Oblivion, which is it's a very weird two things to combine, but it works extremely well. So I can't wait to jump back in next week.
Hell yeah.
Great game. Yeah. Highly recommend it.
I want to play badly, but I don't know when I'll get to it, but I want to play it. It looks great. All right, number 4 for me, you touched on this, Lock, which is Arc Raiders. Man, definitely the most fun I've had playing a game with my friends this year. Holy shit, the stuff we got into. I can just say a name and Lock will laugh thinking about it. Tyler. A guy we met when we were playing the game, and Locke just fucking taunting this guy. This guy just killed like everybody, dude. It's so fun, dude. Just like the parts about interacting with random strangers and whatever shenanigans you get into. Maybe you'll run into someone who's role playing as something like that. As someone, I saw someone role playing as Naruto one time. So you never know what weird shit you're gonna get into here. I think though, what this game succeeded that most extraction shooters have not is it just made it very accessible and easy for players to hop in. It's way more simple from what I understand from games like Tarkov and even like Hunt Showdown. It's much more arcadey. I actually think the level design of this game is really good too. Some of these areas you go through are super in depth with really cool pathing and locations you go to. Like we found some underground area we didn't even know existed in the game, and it was like a humongous place with so much going on in it. That new map they added, that's like the oldest house from Control, Lock, is like a fucking bloodbath, but it's so fun going in there. This game will get you, get your blood pumping a little bit, which is really cool. And I miss that kind of feeling from games. And we just had such a great time playing it. You could play it very casually, like how I played it. Like you die, like whatever, who gives a fuck? It's not a big deal. But if you want, you can get crazy. You can get some good, like when you get a good piece of loot, like especially off another player, man, that feeling's real good. Or you shoot someone, they're begging for their life. You just put them down. You love it. Or whatever. You try to like bargain with someone to res you and all that kind of stuff. It's great, man. And just the moments I've been with like Locke and our friend Justin. That's who I play with the most. Locke always been like friendly, friendly. Okay, now let's kill him. That kind of stuff going on throughout the whole game made it quite a great experience. So I think it's a really, really good game. Really good. Like you're saying, the PvE in the world is extremely dangerous as well, which I appreciate. Not just the players. Like the PvE will fuck you up if you're not careful. So I respect that a lot. They always do like really weird like events, like the what is it called, like the Queen or something? Locked,
oh
like
yeah,
that huge one walking around and stuff.
Yeah,
really interesting stuff. I'm very keen to see how they keep updating this game and what their plans are and all that kind of stuff, because I think it has a lot of even more potential to catch on and be an even greater game. So
yeah,
definitely one of my favorite multiplayer experiences of the year. Awesome game. If you're worried about extraction shooters or curious about them, this is probably the one to hop into. It's only $40 too, so it's cheaper. No pay to win, nothing like that, just cosmetics. So very good game, very good, and it's crossplay too.
Yeah.
All right, Colin, number 3.
Number 3, I put Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Oh shit!
I thought this was just a completely immaculate 2D throwback. A lot of new bells and whistles comparable to the old Tecmo Ninja Gaiden trilogy from the NES era. And I just really, really loved it. It just felt refreshing to play something so lovingly made in such an old style by a studio, the Game Kitchen, that is obviously incredibly competent. And I really, really just I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so shocking that it took so long for it. I lamented this many times in the past when the game was imminent, and when we were playing it, but it's like, why so long, more than 30 years to get a 2D Ninja Gaiden game after Ninja Gaiden 3. And I just thought it was expertly done and really, really fun. The gameplay is fun. The enemy designs are wonderful. I like the addition of something just as simple as a world map and a little bit of nonlinearity and some options and secrets to find and different difficulty levels and so on and so forth. I will say that I thought that the game, if there's a complaint about it, it's that it's a little easy. And then there's a hard mode. So this is what I was saying is like, it's easier than any of the NES Ninja Gaiden games, specifically because it doesn't revolve around lives, which I think is a more new concept for sure, but did take away a little bit from the danger of the game. There's no real danger of like stringing together a nice run through a stage, because if you get to the third checkpoint and still lose all your lives, you still have to go all the way back to the beginning and start again. So it was missing something of that, but I didn't particularly mind it, I guess, because it made it more playable. And yet when you played it on hard mode, I was saying the hard mode is harder than any Ninja Gaiden game, like by a mile. And it's like, damn, like where's the balance? So maybe that would be a complaint, but that's a passing complaint. I don't know how the game did. It seemed like people really liked it, but it would be cool to get more of these. I wish that when we got a nice game like this, it's like spend another 2 or 3 years and let's make a really great sequel as well. And I also loved their openness, and I thought this was really cool because I had never seen this until this moment, is that they did some sort of cross-publisher sale of the game where Ninja Gaiden and Shinobi were on sale together, which I thought was pretty cool as a package deal. I mean, kind of Ninja Revival thing, but I'm not an advocate. I think that, so Ninja Gaiden 1 on Xbox was the one that I really got most into in the 3D realm. And that was like a revival, like a late Xbox era revival of the series. And that was all we were getting. So I was like, oh, cool. Now Ninja Gaiden's a 3D game, but I just never expected at what cost that was going to happen. And so it was cool to have to be paid and fulfilled with a game like this. And it definitely deserves an enormous amount of credit for just nailing it and really, really getting what Ninja Gaiden's all about. The weird CIA storyline and all the, it's cool. Highly recommended.
Great game, dude. Really good. All right, Micah, number 3.
Yeah, I won't spend much time on it because no one gives a shit, but Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar is one of the most perfect farming games I've ever played, and it was just a joy from start to finish. You just have everything. You have the farming, you have the crafting, you're unlocking different aspects of the town. The romance was weak, I'll say that. In terms of like these games I've played, the romance options were bad if you were playing as a girl. Like the boy options were just bad. All right. Yeah. Now the girl options were much more appealing, but I didn't play as a boy, so I was like, oh well. But that's the one major drawback. Romance options, no good. Don't come to the game for that. Show up to this game because the crafting and running your little bazaar, what makes this unique from the other Story of Seasons titles I've played is that you have this little shop that you run every weekend, and you have to you spend all week basically filling up your inventory with shit to sell, and then you run your store and you sell stuff, and you get that one chance a week. There's no do-overs. If you didn't have your stuff ready in time, too bad, and stuff spoils. So it's like you got to be strategic about that, and it's a ton of fun. If you like cozy farming games, this one is elite. But again, the romance, it is a big drawback because that's part of it.
Yeah.
You can't date the old man, which sucks. And he just keeps telling you about his wife. He's like, oh, she's a goddess. And it's like, fuck yourself, all right? Can't you see I'm in love with you? And he just doesn't give a shit, It's like, I'm giving you all these presents, and you're just telling me about your wife all the time. I'm sure she's a real hag. But yeah, aside from that, because I'll say Story of Seasons Trio of Towns, really like excellent romance storylines, very well done. A little cliche, but it works. Yeah. It works. That was like flawless romance paths. This one, not so much, but the gameplay itself, fantastic. I just had so much fun running the little store as well. Like that mini game, it's chaotic. It's a little like nerve wracking because like you got to give people all their stuff. It reminded me of being a cashier when I was in college. And when you have like a rush and you're like, oh my God, like I'm going to die in here. But in a fun way because they didn't have actual customers, right? It's fantastic. If you like cozy farming games or if you know someone who does, this is an elite purchase. It would be a fantastic gift for anyone in your life who loves these type of games.
Excellent. All right, Lockmort, you're number 3.
Before I tell you my number 3, I want to add something. And I want to add something to my most anticipated games for next year. Because I kept getting messages the whole time right now. And I was like, leave me alone, leave me alone. But I looked at one, and apparently the statue leaked what it is.
Oh.
Do you guys want to know?
Yeah, it won't spoil it for the ship for anyone because they'll.
If it's not Viva Pinata, I'm gonna freak out.
I'm sorry, Micah, because it is Divinity Original Sin 3, which is amazing for me. Anyway,
yeah, I'm pumped about that.
Yeah,
I loved to.
Yeah,
that's good news for me, baby. Let's fucking go.
Unless people are lying, of course, that's also always possible. But it looks that way, so that's going to be amazing. But my number 3 for this year.
Hold on. Oh. Get closer to the mic or turn yourself up a little bit.
Oh?
You're a little quiet for me. I don't know if it's just me, but...
He's been that quiet the entire time, but I just assumed that it was fine in post.
Sounds a little extra quiet to me.
Oh, okay.
Is it better now? I didn't change anything.
Yeah, you're fine.
Well, just get closer to the mic, yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Well, my number 3, because now it's going in the red. Okay. My number 3 for this year is another Bethesda-inspired first-person RPG, and that's the Outer Worlds 2 from Obsidian Entertainment, where you live, Brad, I think.
Yes.
Right? They're from Irvine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the Outer Worlds 2 is basically New Vegas in space. I thought the first Outer Worlds was okay, but this one improves on basically every aspect of it. The story is much grander. It's much more expansive. Quests have multiple outcomes this time. They did that last time, but they were mostly binary, like one outcome or here, one outcome there. But here, they have multiple outcomes. When I started the game, I rolled 3 characters just to do a little test in the tutorial area. And even in the tutorial area, I already had like multiple outcomes to a couple of choices I made. So this game really branches out to a lot of permutations, which is awesome. There's also no need to play the first one. I know a lot of people, including you, Colin, would like to do that, of course, with games. But in this one, it doesn't follow the first story at all. Like, it's a completely separate game, really, which is good, I think, because I don't know how many people played the first one. I thought it was a success, but not like a mega success, but so you can play this one without having played the first one. The combat feels way more fluid. There's more weapons. They feel better. It actually feels like a shooter now. My problem with the first Outer Worlds was that it didn't feel right. The shooting there felt like you were playing an RPG. It basically felt like Fallout 3 a little bit. Like it needed like an extra system here. But here, it feels great. Of course, it's on Unreal 5, so that's not a great engine, but at least the shooting feels awesome here. It's kind of what I hope Starfield would be. Exploration is key here. Every little corner of the map, you can find something. The different planets are super varied. You can find different stuff there. Multiple characters, multiple outcomes. It's a great game. I thought this game is very, very underrated. I think it got 8s or 9s everywhere, which are good ratings, but not many people played it. I looked at the numbers on Steam, and it was very, very disheartening to see how little people played this game, because I think a lot of people would love this game if they gave it a chance. It's got a very bad rep for some reason. Like people started calling it woke too, because of those awful character or companion trailers they put out, which was a mistake from the marketing team. But it's not woke at all. This game is fantastic. It has a great story, great characters. I would highly recommend it to anyone who likes first person RPGs. If you liked New Vegas, this is New Vegas in space. Definitely try it out if you can. It's on Game Pass too, so you can try it out there.
Yeah, Locke. I played through the first one, and I thought it was good overall. Like I do want to play the second one, but I honestly just kind of forgot about it. I own it. I just haven't played it. But yeah. I do need to get to it. So that's a list of humongous first-person RPGs, I guess. But shout out Obsidian.
Yeah, great job.
All right, for me, so my top 3, I feel like could change any single day at any hour, but this is just what I have right now. Number 3 is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for me. Now, I did not play the first game at all, so I had no context of it or anything like that. You know, I wasn't on Henry's adventure in that game or with Hans, and I hopped into 2, man, and I instantly loved these guys and all the cast in this game. This is such a good RPG. It's fucking crazy. To me, this is like you're setting the bar for where Elder Scrolls 6 needs to be and stuff in the game like that. Like, make sure you don't get lapped again when that game comes out. The world is beautiful. What country is this supposed to take place in again, Locke?
It's the Czech. It's these days the Czech Republic. Back then it was Bohemia.
Bohemia, that's right. Gorgeous landscapes, man. I love just being in this world, seeing the sun shine through the trees, the streams. Love walking around. You got your little horse, Pebbles, man. Some moments in that game where I was with that horse, dude. Ride or die with that horse for sure. I loved all like the really weird quirks that are in the game, like the blacksmithing. I enjoyed so much doing that, like just actually sitting there and hammering it. I thought it was super fun. I respect the idea of like the potions you have to do to save. And I know people have complaints about that, but it's like, dude, you can find those so easily or buy them. I don't think I think I made maybe one my entire 80 hours playing the game. So it's not a big deal at all. But just some of the quest lines I was super involved with. A lot of really rad side quests, like the murder mystery one I really enjoyed. And the stealth I actually thought was really good. And the stealing was super fun. And when you get caught, you get like, if you get caught too much, you can get like branded or whatever. And everyone remembers that about you. That's all really cool shit. The combat I think is pretty good one-on-one. I think it needs a little work when you're fighting multiple enemies, but I'm sure it's improved over the first game. But there's just room for improvement for the third one, if they do a third one. But yeah, I fell in love with this game. I fell in love with its cast, Zizka, and all the names and like that. I'm trying to remember everyone's names. The Dry Devil, the heist mission. Oh, super good. I loved it. What a badass game, dude. Loved going to the inn and just resting. Like, one of my favorite moments of the game was just breaking into a house, knocking everyone out, and just robbing them blind. And just people like, where'd all my stuff go? It's like, I love that kind of shit. I just love being a fucking menace in this town and stealing everything and being sneaky. It was so good.
But then too, like the realism of if you try and sell stuff, sometimes it'd be recognized.
Yeah, they're like, hey.
Like, where'd you get this from? You know? And it's like, oh shit, this stuff's too hot. I can't sell it yet.
Yeah.
Like, amazing.
Yeah, it's funny, like you smell bad or whatever. It's like, take a fucking bath and yelling at you and shit like that.
They won't sell you stuff because they think you're just like some poor ruffian. And then like you literally change your shirt and they're like, good day, sir. How can I help you?
Yeah. It's just a grand adventure with stakes that really matter and choices and consequences that I really appreciated. Like, it goes all in that sense. And it's a wonderful video game. I'm so happy I actually played through it. And now I'm a believer, like Micah and Lockmort. It's a delightful game. I highly recommend it. So good.
Makes me so happy, Brad.
Yeah,
nice.
So good. The Westaboos won that one. All right. Number 2, Colin.
2, okay. For this one, I'm going to go with Chronos: The New Dawn.
Oh, shit. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
I thought this was an extraordinary game. And really, Bloober Team is between Silent Hill 2 remake and this game is just kind of run onto the scene with a lot of power. And obviously, there's just not that much competition. You have Capcom, and then you have like Red Barrels and a few other studios. And there's a lot of like horror, but not at the highest level. As I think longtime audience members know, Dead Space is my favorite survival horror game. And I think that this game most captures the essence of it, though in different ways. Lacks the claustrophobia of a Dead Space, for instance. But I really, really enjoyed the setting. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the characters to an extent. You don't really get to know very many characters. But for people that don't know, it's a game that takes place in Poland in the 80s, in Soviet Poland. And what's fun about it is even when you beat the game, and I beat the game, I platinumed it, I beat it twice, beat it on New Game Plus, you get a special ending and all the rest. You still don't really know what the fuck's going on. Like, it's a very compartmentalized story. And it's very totalitarian in its language. So you're called the Traveler. You work for a group called the Collective. Your job is called the Vocation. All these kinds of things. I really, really dig that. And they're time travelers. And something happens in the world that you don't really know very much about called the Change. And I won't get too deep. Maddie and I think, are the ones that did a spoiler cast on this, and we went deep into the story. And there's a lot to know about it. But basically, the Soviets have like this town that accidentally mines into like some sort of supernatural thing or whatever, and causes what seems like some sort of global catastrophe. And these time travelers are traveling back in time to extract people from it before it happens. You don't really know to what end or why. And it's really, really fun. So your character's name is Traveler ND3576. And there are really cool things where what you discover are the travelers are kind of like suicidal in that they'll not commit suicide, but like dedicate their life to solving a piece of the puzzle to make it easier for the next traveler to get to where they're needing to go. So you're finding like old traveler bodies and like these encampments they set up for you to live and all the rest. It's really, really cool. There's great combat in the game as well, and cool upgrades, and a really nice melding of, Bloober was, and maybe still is, depending on what they make in the future, but they were kind of a walking simulator studio, and they got more and more action oriented and adventure oriented as time has gone on. But what differentiates this game from a Dead Space is, as opposed to the claustrophobia, it's actually quite wide open, and there are a lot of like walking simulator parts of the game that are bringing you from like one part of the game to the next, or through like some sort of dream sequence or some sort of a ethereal situation that you're in. So it's not entirely grounded. It's incredibly supernatural and strange. But I really, really liked this game. I really got into it, and it's scientific and historical and technological, and it's a lot of fun. I really think this game flew reasonably so, totally under the radar, because it came out in early September. Very crowded year, very crowded time of a very crowded year. Lots of competition around that time. In fact, isn't that the day or around the day that Silk Song came out?
Yeah.
But it ended up selling 500,000 copies. I wonder if that's sufficient for them to do another one. There could easily be another one. I would love for there to be another one. I think this game is like truly the hidden gem of the year. in the 3D space, and I highly recommend it. And shout out to Bluebird. They've really come on hot. I mean, and it's not the Silent Hill team. This is a different team. That's what made me so hopeful about this, is like, these are two different teams and within Bluebird that are doing this, and they're both really delivering at a high rate. And I saw on PS5, I think it has a Metacritic score of 77. I'm like, yeah, okay. Sure thing. Very underrated and highly recommended.
Excellent. All right, Micah, number 2.
Yeah, my number 2 is this seat taken? Once again, nice. I'm not much of a puzzler, but this game looked approachable and, first of all, very cute. And I said, I'm going to give it a try. It was also quite affordable, and I loved it. And I took my time with it. I'm someone who just gets annoyed at puzzle games. I'm the person who gets annoyed when they're not instantly like understanding something, right? I'm like, this is bullshit. And this is a game where I really did sit and just stare at the screen and say, like, how do I rearrange these little guys? The whole point is that you are in various social situations. Maybe it's public transit. Maybe you're waiting at the airport. You're trying to make all these little dudes happy in their seating arrangements. So like, this guy says he's sensitive to cologne. Don't put him next to the guy wearing cologne. This guy says he wants to play loud music with no headphones, and you don't want to put him next to the guy who hates loud music, right? And you're just trying to fulfill all of their wants and arrange them suchly that everybody's happy. The game is forgiving in the sense that you don't have to have it be perfect. You do need to hit like a certain threshold in order to unlock the next section. So you need to get a certain number of tasks, wants correct. But you don't have to 100% each one. I enjoyed doing that, though. There were 2 times, like 2 stages where I got really stumped. They add in this mechanic at a certain point where you have an AC, and some people are cold and some people are hot. And that added element was where I was like, whoa, what? And I ended up having to look up like a hint for a stage. But truly, there are some really nice guides out there that won't spoil the whole puzzle. And I was able to get the hint of like this one key player that I'm like, oh, he should be there. And then the rest of it I was able to work through. So very approachable puzzle game, very cute, and unexpectedly so, a really sweet story that made me cry. So this game has so much more to it than you may expect. It was really sweet and wholesome. It's just a really fantastic game, a fairly quick game to get through, perfect travel game. This is one that I would absolutely revisit if I was sitting at the airport or, hanging out at a hotel. It's just a really fantastic little gem of a game. I truly hope they do either DLCs or that we get a sequel quite soon, because as soon as I finished it, I was like, I want 100 more levels. It immediately was not enough. And I can't wait to see what they do next, so long as it's more of this. I swear to God, if they're like, our next game's going to be a card game, I'm going to freak out. But it was fantastic and I loved it.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, you love this game. I'm glad it ranks so high.
Dude, I did. I recommended it to like everybody I know, because it's such a short experience.
Yeah, it's
truly.
Cheap too. Yeah.
Spend a weekend playing this. You'll love it.
Yeah. All right, Lockmort, your number 2, please.
I'll keep this short because both you and Colin already mentioned it. My number 2, unexpectedly to me anyway, was Ghost of Yote this year.
Japan won.
Japan, well, it's not number 1; it's number 2. So let's not get carried away.
It's pre-anime Japan.
Yeah.
This is acceptable Japan to Lockmort.
That's a very good point.
And it was made in Washington.
I'm gonna. Oh, even better. There you go. Okay, very good point. I'm saved, thank God. But no, I thought this game was amazing. All the points you guys already brought up, I agree with, so I'm not gonna do that again. The only thing I want to highlight here, what made this game super special for me, was that you could see where you could go. Like in so many open world games, even Ghost of Tsushima 1, you have to use like the wind mechanic to go somewhere. Or in Skyrim, Oblivion, some other open world game, you can kind of see on the map where you have to go and then put a map marker to go there. But in this game, you could actually see your objective in the distance, a tree, a castle, a camp. You could see it. And it was so beautiful that it reminded me of Red Dead Redemption 2, which is one of the only games where I ever had that same feeling, that I could see where I needed to go instead of using a map or using a mechanic to get there. I thought it was a Western more than a samurai game or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The themes of this game reminded me so much of a Western. I thought Atsu was a great character. I liked Ghost of Tsushima, but I loved Yote, just for every mechanic that you guys already brought up. I also thought the soundtrack was amazing. I love the music in this game. There are certain parts where I don't want to spoil it, but you get into the map. Like once you start the game, you get to the first map, this beautiful song where she starts singing comes on, or there's lyrics on screen. I love that. I thought that was amazing. A little bit artsy, but it worked for me very well. Also, the time mechanic where you can go back into Atsu's youth and see what happened there.
That was cool.
Great stuff. Maybe it's because I didn't play a lot of open world games this year, but the open world tropes in this game, they are there, but it's quantity over quality. So it's quality over quantity. So they didn't bother me at all. The foxtails or there were only a couple of them from each, so it didn't bother me at all. I thought this game was fantastic, beautiful. I would recommend it to anyone, even if you didn't like Ghost of Tsushima. Maybe try this one. Mm-hmm. Even the combat with the different weapons, I liked it so much more than the different stances. Great game. I couldn't get enough of it. I was actually sad when it ended. I could have done it with more. So I hope they make an expansion or something.
Yeah. All right. Wonderful. Number 2 for me is Death Stranding 2. I love this game, man. I really like the first game a lot as well, but I think 2 just kind of refined everything, streamlined everything, made everything just function better. Narrative wise, I think they both have their strengths, but I was really in the journey with Sam on this one. I really felt his pain, especially at the beginning of the game. I'm not going to talk about all of that kind of stuff, but they did a really good job of making me empathize with Sam and everyone on the what is it? The Tarman ship? I forgot what it's called.
Oh yeah, what is it called? I don't remember.
The SS Tarman.
Yeah, the Tarman ship, whatever. Everyone knows what I'm talking about.
I'm looking it up.
The Magellan? Was Magellan, that it or
that's
something?
What it is. Yeah, DHV Magellan.
Yeah, see you at the Magellan, Sam. Yeah, all that kind of shit.
It's Tarman. Calling you on a closed. I'm closing you on a closed connection.
Yeah, we're on a closed call. Yeah, they do that too much, for sure. But man, I loved the environments in this game as well. Mexico first, very beautiful. The second zone, even better. I loved a lot of the quests, like the side ones, like with the pizza man. I love dumb shit like that. All the weird, wacky abilities you can get for traversal, like the skateboard kind of thing. That was badass.
Yeah, it was cool.
I was just heavily invested in this game. I didn't 100% or anything. I just did everything I felt like doing, but I just loved being in this game and delivering packages and how Kojima makes it so enthralling. I thought Higgs was way more interesting in this game compared to the first game. I think they did a way better job with him. The design of all like the BTs and like the mechs all look so awesome. Yoji Shinkawa did an incredible job there. And just some of the narrative moments I think are really powerful. I'm not going to talk about it, but I was really, really invested in this adventure. It flew by for me playing it. Like my 30, 40 hours I played of it just seemed to go by in the blink of an eye. And I absolutely adored it. If you don't like the first Death Stranding, I don't know if this will necessarily be the one to hook you in, especially because it's so dependent on the first game.
Definitely
not. But for someone like me who did like Death Stranding 1, it just kind of took it to a whole new level, and I'm fucking in love with it. I don't think we need a second or a third one. I think they ended it nicely, but I loved it. Fantastic video game.
Nice.
All right, Colin, your number 1.
Death Stranding. 2 on the beach. Definitely my favorite game of the year. I was actually doing the PlayStation wrap up today, which just went live today. I'll probably save it for a little while and redo it because it's there's still weeks left. You know, it's not quite accurate for the year. I think they release these things. There's like an arms race to release these things earlier and earlier and earlier, like to the point where they're becoming, it's like, get a little, there's still like 3.5 weeks left. But I really, really spent a lot of time with Death Stranding this year because I played Death Stranding Director's Cut and Death Stranding 2 back to back. And on the PlayStation wrap up, it said those were by far my 2 most played games. And it was combined like 220 hours, I think I spent with the 2 of them back to back. And I really love these games. I love what Kojima is doing with these games. I know this is probably the end, I assume. I think reasonably so. I think we're lucky to have even gotten a sequel. But I love the fun of them. Something you kind of touched on a little bit when you were talking on it. It's just, there's just a zaniness and but it's a groundedness that but Kojima is one of the very few people that can get away with this level of camp. And the campier it gets, the funnier it gets, the cooler it gets.
Yeah, Pecco, great example.
Right. That's the cat, right?
Yeah, the VTuber, and you get the hat, and Sam will just go Pecco sometimes if you're wearing it.
Right. Yeah, the VTuber, that's right. I was thinking of that, yeah. So, and you're saying the pizza delivery man and just and even the villain, like the guitar playing and all, it's like, it's fucking out of control. It's totally outrageous, and yet it works really well. And if you're into it, and you're kind of in the right mind space, I think it kind of speaks to you in a weird way. I think it's I remember saying this about Death Stranding 1, and I certainly think Death Stranding 2 was obviously written with hindsight and able to reflect on COVID, but these are very timely games that will be intertwined with this era for a long period of time to come, I think, and say something about human nature that I think is important, and about what it is to be a person and what it is to have agency and live a life and be able to succeed and thrive. And as far as the gameplay is concerned, I personally find the gameplay incredibly compelling, and it has no business being so compelling and so interesting and so fun. It's a delivery simulator, but it just works so well. And again, having played those games back to back, having played Director's Cut for the first time, and having played Death Stranding since it first came out, they did so much to improve the game. Like it's an incredible amount of work to make it more playable and less frustrating, which I think is a major part of it. You want the game to be fun and challenging, but you don't want to be fucking really annoyed by it. This was one of the things I didn't realize about the Director's Cut of the first one, is that, and someone pointed this out to me because I just didn't remember, because I didn't build the full road complex in the first time I played Death Stranding. I only did it the second time. Is like the entire road through like the mountainous snowy area in the first game was added in Director's Cut. That like wasn't even in the game because they even realized like this is too annoying. And I think they brought a lot of that in where they're like, yeah, it can be a little annoying.
Sure.
But it's about more than that. And so I platinumed it. It took fucking forever. But I really, really enjoyed the process. I platinumed them both back to back, actually. So it was an enormous, and I think PSN said I played like 1,300 or 1,400 hours. So I'm like 200 hours. So I'm total this year. So the 200 hours is a lot of that time just spent on Death Stranding 1 and 2. But this is the imaginative sort of game that an auteur like Kojima, that some people think is overrated, but I think in a lot of ways is rated properly, or maybe even a little underrated, because it just feels so different and unique. And I'm always rooting for him because he is able to come off with shit like this. Just like we brought up, not that he had anything to do with Delta, but the original MGS3, just the villains. It's like, what is this? And it's so awesome. I love it. So shout out to him. Shout out to Death Stranding 2. Very thoughtful, cerebral, playable, beautiful. And dude, the on-foot combat totally revolutionized.
So much better, man.
Like, that's another thing that they fixed in Director's Cut. Apparently they added like new weapons and things because they just realized the game was not playable enough. They made it pretty quick too. I think people forget about that like Death Stranding was made in like 3 years, I think, which is pretty quick. So they had time to I'm very curious how it did. It doesn't seem like anyone really gave a shit again, but people overestimate how, I think it took Death Stranding 1 2 years to sell 5 million copies, and it only was when it came to PC. So could be a similar thing going on with this as well. And then eventually I'm sure it'll come to Xbox and whatever as well, so it'll find an audience there too. But shout out to Kojima.
Yeah, the GOAT.
A lot of people I know, including myself, are waiting for it to come to PC. So I think that'll propel
come.
it again.
It will. I think the ESRB rating was published a few weeks ago for the PC port. So that doesn't happen by accident.
Okay. So soon, then, you think?
I mean, I think did I say it on one of our shows where I was like, not that you would know, but I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if they announced it at the Game Awards.
Yeah. Jeff Keighley wants that announcement to be at his bris. Absolutely.
Cool. Wow. That's soon. Good.
Okay, Micah, your number one game of the year.
Brad, you already know.
Praise Jesus Christ.
Lockmort.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ be praised. It's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It has been from the moment I played it. But Lockmort plays a very central role in this. Mm-hmm. You and I did an episode of Summon Sign at some point, and you convinced me to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I made a weird decision to play it on my Switch Lite, but that didn't matter. I played that game. It was 48 hours it took me to beat that game, and I did that in 11 days because I was so enthralled by it. I just loved it, the combat, the story, everything. So then, and I beat that game on January 26th. And so then Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was coming out in February, and I played it immediately. Well, actually, there was a whole debacle where GameStop didn't get the copy I pre-ordered from them. Right. I had to wait for Amazon to give me one. I played that game so quickly. I think I was the first person in our company to beat it. And then I had to wait.
Yeah.
I did. I had to wait very patiently for everyone else to beat it so that we could do our spoiler cast. And by then I was just like, please, someone finish it. Anyways, the immersion. Oh my God. You have to sleep, you have to eat, you have to do laundry, you work a job, and to not get too emotional about it, it's like my grandma had recently died when this game came out. And it was just so immersive. It was so nice to spend time just in that world when I really wasn't jiving with the world around me in real life, right? And I was so into it. I'd be like, I wonder what Henry's doing right now. When I wasn't playing that game, I was thinking about it. And to the degree of I would wake up and be like, God, I got all this fucking shit to do today, but then I can play this game. It was just the highlight of my day. The combat, once you master it, man, you feel like such a badass. Once you get the hang of it, once you find your favorite weapon, what I always highlight to people when they're struggling with the combat is choose a different weapon. If you're struggling with the long sword, try the short sword, try an axe, try something different. Because you really just might jive with the rhythm of that dance more. Especially new players, using an axe to start out, way easier. It's just a better way to start and kind of get the motions of everything down. But it's fantastic. The story, the characters, the world, everything about it. It was my game of the year from the moment I finished it. And I have just been basically challenging every game I played this year to top that. And nothing has. So it's just, for me, it was the perfect sequel because I really did love that first game. I obviously was very late to playing it, but it was, it's like that scene in Always Sunny when Frank's like, I get it now. As soon as I actually played it, and I was just like, oh my God, I get it now. This was, you gotta learn how to fucking read, dude.
Yeah.
And the number one thing that I will say that this game impressed me with, I am always frustrated when you have a sequel and they have to find out, they have to figure out a way to de-level you, and have it somewhat make sense. And the thing is that it usually doesn't. It usually just kind of feels like you're arbitrarily weaker. You forgot all your skills. This is the first time that a game de-leveled me. And I said, that was really well done. That made sense. I actually do feel like it's part of the journey to become stronger again. It was the first time I said that was exceptional, the way they handled that. Because truly, it's a problem for almost all sequels of well, we got to unlock the skill tree all over again, but how? He's got amnesia. This was just so well done.
Yeah.
And I can't say enough about it. I loved it. God, I love being a blacksmith. It was so great. It was just so great. There's nothing about the game that I just was like, it was flawless. Flawless.
Hell yeah.
10 out of 10. 15 out of 10. They don't have to make another game ever again. Anybody. All you need is this one. No more games. Shut them all down. Close down the game factory. We don't need any more. We have this one.
That's right. All right, Lockmort, you're number one. You want to continue that?
I 100% agree with everything Micah just said. This game is amazing. There are two games, there in the last decade, I should say, there were two games that have blown me away. The Witcher 3 and Red Dead Redemption 2. And I would easily put Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 next to those two. So there's been three games that have blown me away in the past decade. This game is everything I love about video games. It combines everything that I loved in the previous games in this list, in the previous Bethesda-inspired first-person RPGs. It takes the leveling from Oblivion, the immersion from Adamfall, the hardcore nature of Tainted Grail, and the quest design and characters of The Outer Worlds 2. Of course, it takes place in Europe, in the Czech Republic. I've been there a couple of times. They did a great job with how it looks. Trotsky Castle, it looks exactly how it is in the game. But what makes this game so incredibly special are its characters. Henry and Hans and Ziska, they are real. Well, they were real people, because apart from Henry, Hans and Ziska really existed. But they feel like actual friends. You get to know these people. You get to basically build your own band of brothers in this game. And then when they die, which eventually, of course, people must die in a video game, it hurts. And you think, well, maybe if I made this choice, maybe this wouldn't have happened. The choices matter in this game. You actually go on a journey with these characters, and they mean so much to you as the player that everything around this game it's perfect. It's beautiful. It's perfect. The exploration is fantastic. The quests are fantastic. The sneaking, the stealing stuff you also brought up, Brad, works perfectly well. The immersion is beautiful. I just started a couple of days ago. I started my hardcore playthrough. So that takes away the HUD, makes it so no compass. You can wake up anywhere in the map because you sleepwalk and you don't know where you are. You have to actually use the sun and the moon and the stars to orientate yourself. They went so far. It's so historically accurate that they got star maps from the 1500s and based them in this game. They put them in this game, so you can actually orient yourself using the North Star in the position where it was in the 1500s.
Everything's shifted a little bit since. Yeah, that's so interesting.
Exactly. So the combat, like Micah said. The combat is maybe my one little bit negative point in this, or less positive point in this game is, Micah, you said it beautifully. You can get overpowered, which is what happened to me really fast. Because once you learn that,
the master
I get that. For a lot of people like that, being overpowered. Personally, I love it when there's a little bit of a challenge. So when that challenge drops and when you learn the Master Strike, it was basically, okay, I win every fight now. But that's fine. It worked. I was more in it for like the exploration and the story anyway. But the combat still works. The combat is still super fun, except for the guns. There are pistols in it. A little bit weird. I didn't really use them, but the longsword, the shield, it all works beautifully. It's like Micah said, 15 out of 10. Perfect game. I can't wait to see what Warhorse does next. This has also been in the making for like a decade. I remember seeing KCD1 in 2014, the Kickstarter.
Dude, I saw it at E3 one time, the first game.
Oh, damn. Yeah. So it's been in the making for 11 years. I'm so happy for these guys. They're never going to get the recognition they deserve. In my opinion, they should win Game of the Year. By far, they're not going to win it. They're probably not going to win anything. But Daniel Vavra was like hated in American games media for a while too.
Yeah, because he was like Gamergate adjacent or whatever, right? Or that's what the claim was.
Yeah, adjacent indeed. So they're never going to give him the flowers he deserves. I bet, like with Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, there were a couple of outlets who didn't even want to review it because there weren't people of color in it. It's nonsense. So this studio, I can't wait to see what they do. They're my most. I can't give them enough praise. I can't wait to see what they do next. They're masters in their craft. Wonderful. He's also the guy who made Mafia 1 and 2, by the way. So he knows what he's doing. This guy is amazing. What a talent. I love him.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I this game. If you haven't played it, just please play it. Just try it, and we'll see. Yeah.
Please play it, bro.
Please.
Come on.
No, please, please. If you guys want to know what Locke's life is like, this is a little slice of life, So go check this out. You go eat your lentil mash. You go down and see what jobs available at the quarry. All right, this is exactly what it's like in modern day Europe. So if you're an uneducated American like me, and you want to say, you know what, I wonder what it's like for Lockmort every day, play this game and see what he's doing.
Yeah.
I wish that was probably a better life than I currently have. But yeah, that's cool.
Man, that's funny.
Great game. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. For me, number 1 is Donkey Kong Bonanza. Now, I'm giving it this because it gave me max fun factor when I was playing the game. Anytime I was playing this game, pure delight around my face. I'm a huge Donkey Kong guy already, so having Donkey Kong come back in 3D, which he's been absent from since the N64 days, I think they did a tremendous job. This is from a lot of the Mario Odyssey team, so they know what they're doing already. And I just love the fucking mechanic of being able to pretty much break the shit out of anything, digging down into the ground, lifting rocks up, smashing guys. I loved all that kind of stuff. I love the ending. I can't say what it is, but man, I love that final ending. The last part of the ending is so good for me as a Donkey Kong fan. Really cool creative levels, like the fast food world, Micah. I loved that design. It was so good. There's little French fry guys walking around and stuff. So bizarre.
That's great.
But oh man, when I was playing this game, man, nothing else mattered. I was just rolling around as a little ape, punching the shit out of everybody. It was so good, dude. So delightful, pure bliss. And you got to check it out, man. If you want some fun in your life, you want some joy in your life, it sparks joy. And I think that's the magic that it can bring to your life.
Love that.
But yeah. All right, guys. I guess that's our game of the years, everybody's. Very good choices all around. I love it. Love to hear everyone's opinions and stuff like that. Before we go, though, and get out of here, we're going to the next segment with a new group. Anything you guys want to say, or should we just get on out of here?
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you guys for doing this. Scheduling it, I know is annoying, so thanks everybody.
No, this is a fun tradition that we have going. I think it's good that we do this.
Yeah. It's at the busiest time of the year for us, but we got to make it happen. So, Colin, thank you. Micah, thank you. And Lockmort, thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right. We're going to move on to the next bit. See you in a bit. All right. Welcome back. I don't know what order we're going to put this in, but I got the boys, I would say, of the group. This is the most boys we got. Or Dustin, we could say, Nakama, if you want, if you will.
What?
Yeah, the Nakama. That's us.
I don't understand.
The crew, dude. The One Piece crew.
The Nakama?
They're companions, friends. That's what they call each other. It's like a group.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
Fake weeb.
Fake weeb.
I guess
dude.
I'm a fake weeb,
shit.
Dude. Or you're too much of a weeb for me to comprehend.
I know. Everyone thinks you're the weeb, dude. I'm the one that knows the deep
Good.
shit.
I would love to deflect some of that on that energy on you.
I mean, listen, who's complaining to you about it? Our audience? Come on. They're a bunch of slobs. What do you expect? Got nothing to worry
about. Yeah. Yeah.
But yes, we are here to do our games of the year top 10. Not mine. These three fine gentlemen's game of the year. Mine will be in a different part. But first of all, how are all three of you doing? How's everybody feeling? Jimmy, you know what? Let's start with you, Jimmy. How are you?
Good.
Good. You got a little, your bar seat looks like a giant Coors bottle.
Oh, yeah. It is a giant Coors bottle.
Oh, okay, nice.
I have two of them. One's over there.
Ooh.
I forget what I was using that for a prop for something.
Oh, okay.
But I moved it 3 months ago and never put it back.
It's a nice prop.
So now it just stays there because the seat is not attached. So it's hard to move.
Yeah, sketchy.
Yeah, it needs some refurb.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Ben, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Just happy to be here with the Nakama, as everybody knows what that is. And just
never heard
it.
that. Never heard that in my life.
Not me either.
Well, Ben, you watch One Piece a bit. You've seen quite a few of it, correct? But Dustin,
the first 30 episodes, maybe.
Yeah. Dustin's caught up. Is he doing research right now about Nakama? He's staring at.
I am learning about Nakama in One Piece. Doesn't seem to be a very popular search result.
Okay.
Just saying.
Hey, I don't know. Someone that's caught up. I thought you would have heard of it by now. But
I am caught up.
That's the way it goes.
I'm reading in English.
You got to practice your Japanese, dude.
Okay.
All right. Dustin, hello.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. We just got off of Sacred Streaming. I played all of Marvel Cosmic Avengers.
Oh, you guys beat it? Cool.
We beat it. It's fine.
It's fine? Damn.
If you're a Marvel fan, you'll probably think it's fucking awesome, but I thought it was just fine. It was cool. And so, yeah, I was telling you guys I was stuffing my face right before this. Just a busy day. We're in that holiday rush right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here with the boys.
Yes.
In particular, I don't want to talk to Colin. I don't want to talk to Chris.
No.
I don't want to talk to Maddie or Cog. These are the guys I want to talk to.
Yeah. What about Lockmort?
You sounded like Rick Grimes.
Rick Grimes. Horrible.
My favorite character.
Lock, I was on with him recently, so I don't want to talk to him either.
Fair enough. Small doses with that man.
Yeah.
Can't talk to him all the time.
I'll drive you to madness.
All right, boys, before we get into start doing our top 10s and all that kind of stuff, I want to talk about your most anticipated games for next year. So far, the only thing I ask is that it's being listed for 2026. So no Witcher 4s, anything like that. Doesn't matter how many you got. 1's fine. 10's fine. We can go from there. Jimmy, let's start with you again. What do you got?
Do you want all of them or?
Yeah, you can just do them all really quick.
All right. Resident Evil 9, February 27th.
Hell yeah.
I saw a rumor today. It didn't make me happy, but I'm still excited.
I saw
Halloween.
Oh, yeah, of course.
September 8th. That has a release date from the last State of Play, which is kind of shocking. But then when you see it, it's just basically the Friday the 13th game with Michael Myers in it, so that should be pretty good. Valor Mortis. Pretty stoked for that. They say 2026.
Valor Mortis. I don't know what that
That's the Ghost Runners guys.
Oh, their new game. Right.
Big Napoleon fan over here. I've got a bust of Napoleon in my living room.
No way.
A bronze bust. Forza Horizon 6. Finally doing Japan. Really excited about that. This one's like 50-50 because it looked kind of generic once I finally saw it, but Toxic Commando just because of the John Carpenter sort of flavor. Apparently he wrote it, but it's a 4-player co-op shooter, so I don't know what he wrote. Onimusha, that looks sick.
Way of the
I've
Sword.
heard nothing but good things. And then Bloodstained 2 looked awesome during the last State of Play.
Dude, I forgot that exists. Good pull, man.
Yeah, they like flew right through that trailer, but it looked really cool. I like that it's more like mature. There's like cool church stuff going on. I was like, I'm interested in that.
Yeah.
The first one's cool.
Yeah, it is. Very nice.
I had 7 games. I'm sure there's more, but
there's more,
I wanted to make sure. I tried to pick ones that are for sure 2026.
Yeah. No GTA, huh?
I'm excited about that, but I figured you guys would say it.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
And then I didn't know how many everyone was going to do, so I went back and forth on Lords of the Fallen 2. I'm really excited for that.
Yeah. Just list everything you are excited for. It's fine. You don't have to have a limit or anything like that.
8. Yeah, I'm excited about GTA. I put Half-Life 3 as a joke, but
hopefully it's not a joke.
Yeah.
That's 2025, Jimmy. So
that's the announcement. Mike Straw from Insider Gaming. His reputation rests on this. I don't know this guy at all. I've never spoken to him. But he's the one who's not sharing dates and cross-referencing dates, and like he's being very careful. So he's the most trustworthy, I would say. He's saying announce this year, spring next year. Which makes sense because like spring, Steam Machine, launch. It's kind of a VR mode for the frame. It all makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Very nice.
Oh, and it's the code name of the Steam Machine was Fremont. And when Mark Laidlaw released the script for Half-Life 2 Episode 3, Gordon Freeman's name was Gertrude Fremont. So there you go. There's a connection.
It's all connected, man. God, I hope it's real. Please be real. All right, very nice list, Jimmy. Benjamin, what do you got?
I also have, I have 6.
Yeah.
The first one, a game Jimmy and I will no doubt be playing.
Yes.
It's called Hunger.
Oh, that's next year?
They've said it's next year, but
okay.
it's late next year. I think the not early access, but like beta test or
we're playing that.
It's like a Napoleonic era extraction shooter. It's super like brutal. Sorry, Wolverine.
Yeah,
pretty sure they put a 2026 date on that.
Yeah.
007 First Light.
Great pick.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
Fable.
Fable. I'm hoping, please come out next year.
It's like most anticipated to make sure it's good.
Yeah.
Like,
please be
if it's good, I'm very happy. If it's not, I'm very upset. Super Meat Boy 3D.
Oh yeah.
Great pick.
Yeah. And then the obligatory GTA 5. It's on there.
6.
GTA 6, yeah.
I'm looking for GTA 5 7th edition, actually. Yeah, GTA 6. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I've been saying GTA 5 over half my life now.
I know.
Like, it's hard to adjust.
Half my life, dude. Fuck. Holy shit. All right. Dustin, what do you got?
I have 5 that are definitely coming out and 2 that are probably coming out.
Okay.
So I know that's bending the rules slightly. My 2 probablys are Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave, which I would assume Nintendo doesn't usually, other than Metroid Prime, doesn't usually announce too far out. So I would expect
Zelda.
that.
Yeah,
or
Fire
Zelda.
Emblem, I think, you're a little safer with.
And of course, the Dustbloods. From Software.
Miyazaki's.
Yep.
I would assume that's going to be 2026.
Yeah,
but
I think that would be 2026.
So here are my 5 that are locked in for sure 2026. Maybe not with a specific date quite yet, but number 5, Onimusha, Way of the Sword.
Yes.
Number 4, Crimson Desert.
Yeah.
Based purely off of watching you play at Summer Game Fest. Amazing demo. Number 3, 007 First Light. And I like James Bond, but I'm more of a fan of IO Interactive.
Sure.
I will play anything they put out. And so I'm into it. The trailer looked cool. Number 2, GTA 6. Mainly just because I'm so curious about a Rockstar game. I like GTA, but it's not like Red Dead. I think Red Dead's way better than GTA. But so of course, any Rockstar game is going to be a big deal. It's going to be the biggest gaming media launch in history.
Yeah.
So number 1, Resident Evil Requiem.
Yeah.
Lock that in. It's so close. It's going to be so good. Can't wait. Everything since 7 and 8 were both amazing. So I would assume this will be also amazing.
Yeah. Looks really good. Okay. Very nice list, guys. Let's get into our top 10s. We're going to stay with the same order. Jimmy Champagne, what was your number 10 for this year?
Wait.
Adamfall.
Wait. Sorry, you said you wanted to do honorable mentions first.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Good call. That's why they pay the big
honorable
bucks.
Mention. Edit that out, Dustin.
No, it's staying.
Okay.
I'll just
this
say
episode's too long to edit.
Have your associate producer do it, Dustin.
Yeah. You can come. You can. Well, yeah. I'm fucked.
Yeah.
My honorable mention is perfect. Honest, I didn't know we were going to do this. Donkey Kong Bonanza. I just haven't played enough of it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I would have put it on the top 10 because it's awesome. I really like that game. And then Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. That was another honorable mention.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that game's so old, and I played it on Wii. I played it on 3DS. I played it again on Switch and Switch 2. It's really good.
Oh yeah.
I don't really have. I guess Elden Ring 1. I beat that finally this year.
Yeah, that's a great one to throw in there. Yeah,
that was really good.
Did you do the DLC yet?
I'm halfway through it. I keep going back to it. I did so much so quickly in the original. I was like, I need a break. I had other stuff I wanted to get to. But the DLC is really cool. I like the big killing the big flame pot guy in the and then that guy, the ghost dude in the church right at the beginning. He was an asshole. He was harder than the dancing lion.
Yeah.
And he was ridiculous with his crossbow and his bullshit. I was like, this sucks. But those are my 3 honorable mentions: 2 Donkey Kongs and Elden Ring.
Nice. Hell yeah. Ben,
I've got 5
mentions too.
I'll buzz through them.
Okay.
Mario Kart World. Sorry, not good enough to get on the top 10. But it's Mario Kart. I got to put it in there. Borderlands 4.
Yeah.
Had fun.
Yeah.
Good time.
a little game called Spilled. It's like a 2-hour indie game made by a single developer she lives on a boat.
Cool.
It's not like reshaping the world, but it's $5. I want everybody to go play it.
Spilled, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. It came out in 1.0 this year. Technically, it came out last year, and that's when I played the bulk of it. But gotta give some love to Coffee Stain.
Yeah.
And then Sword of the Sea tops out my honorable mentions.
Yeah. That was a cool game. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Very peaceful.
Yes.
Very good. Dustin, you got any honorable mentions you want to go over?
I've got 2 honorable mentions and 1 dishonorable mention.
Okay.
That I want to just point out.
Yeah.
My honorable mentions are 1, Kirby Air Riders, because it's still so fresh, but I played a lot of it. And the more I play it, the more I like it. So I feel like there's something there that I'm uncovering. I'm just not ready to lock it in. My other special shout out is for The Finals, which is not a game that came out this year, but it's a game that I discovered and started playing this year. And I think it's amazing. I think it's one of the best online multiplayer shooters I've ever played in my life. I miss it, but Arc Raiders has taken over for the time being. So shout out to The Finals. Dishonorable mention. This is going to be the hottest take of the pod, boys. Mario Kart World.
Damn.
Oh.
It's not bad. It's not a bad game. I just expected so much more.
No, I think that's fair.
I expected so much more for the Switch launch, the follow-up to Mario Kart 8, which I think is like one of the best, maybe one of the best games of all time, honestly. I love Mario Kart 8. So it had a lot to live up to, and it didn't even get close to it for me. Like I said, it's good, and I enjoyed it, but I just feel, when I think back on it, I'm disappointed.
Need that DLC.
I mean, who knows? They could turn it around for me.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You can get it for free right now with that sale.
What sale?
Oh, with the combo pack?
It's like $50 off the pack.
Oh, really? The Mario pack? Kart
So
pack?
it's like extra free.
Dude, that's nice. That's a good deal. Extra free. Holy moly. No, I was about to go really off topic. Stay on target, Red 5. Okay. Jimmy, let's start with your number 10. What was your 10th favorite game this year?
Atom Fall. I played it right at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Talk to me.
I flew through it in like a week. I like that it was like non-linear and stuff, you know, like you explore. And then everyone's saying like, oh, you can talk your way out of everything, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. I just like beeline for the weapon upgrades. I was like mowing people down left and right. No consequences at the end for it, which is how I like it. The world was really cool. It ran really well on Steam Deck. Like it had a preset at launch, medium settings, 800p, lock it to 30. And it's so slow paced that worked fine. The story was kind of whatever at the end. Like it was very predictable. And if you wanted the best ending, you just followed the critical path, which is the most like telegraphed of them all. Like if you just walk to each zone, it kind of leads you to the like neutral ending, you know, the like morally good one. And then, you know, it wants you to replay it. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. Like I saw everything it has to offer. But for something like from Rebellion, it was cool. It was different from the Sniper Elite games, which I really like. And it was cool that it was first person. So I'd like to see them, you know, maybe do a follow up with more money and like more polish. Because none of their games have anti-aliasing at all. They're like Nintendo games. So like the Nintendo games have like the cartoony graphics, so they look a little smoother. But when you're playing like a Fallout inspired, you know, realistic first person shooter type RPG, it looked pretty rough, not having any AA.
Yeah.
So that's my one note. I don't know why they do that. That's just like a really weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Like for Nintendo, at least it's like, okay, well, it's only on Switch, I guess. So maybe there's a reason. Yeah. But when this is on everything, it's very bizarre to me.
Yeah, and you could tell. Like it was like it felt like playing, you know, 360 PS3 era stuff.
Oh man,
anti-aliasing. Weird.
But yeah, everyone I knew that played this game really enjoyed it. Thought it was great. A lot of people on this network played it, so happy to hear that. Very good pick, Jimmy. All right, Ben, what's your number 10?
So I wanted to say about my top 10. They're not necessarily in order of like this is the best, this is the worst, but I did just roughly try to go through and order them a little bit. And I came in with number 10 being Escape from Duckov.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The reason it's the lowest on my list is because I've only got like 6 or 7 hours in it. I only started playing it like last week, but it's awesome. And Jimmy's the one who really like made me super curious about this game. it's basically an extraction shooter, but you're a duck.
Yeah.
And like that's the catch. Like that's the thing. So like it's not overly inventive or like changing the dynamic or the landscape of the extraction shooter or Escape from Tarkov type formula, but like it's just so good and it's very digestible, plays great on Steam Deck. You can pick it up, play one run, come back, be done. It's got some cool little mechanics that aren't necessarily, new, but they're done well. So if this were, it'd probably be like, I don't know. Like I said, I only played 6 or 7 hours of it, so I didn't want to put it super high up on the list, but it definitely would probably crack higher if I had more time into it. It's a great little game.
Is it
like $10-15, something like that?
Yeah. Is there proximity chat in it?
It's so that's the one thing. Yeah, it's a totally single player.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh,
yeah, that's the one thing that does separate it out from a lot of other
single player.
Pretty much every other extraction shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're a little rubber ducky kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the duck would take offense to being called rubber, but yes, you're a duck.
Okay.
When you kill ducks, they turn into like Thanksgiving turkeys.
Oh,
like,
that sounds tasty.
You loot them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the guns are really realistic. Like,
yeah,
the armor system and everything. Like, you're wearing like real armor and like using real guns that are modeled really well.
Dude,
but then you're a duck.
What an insane idea for a game. But okay, sure.
Yeah.
Dustin, number 10 for you.
My number 10 is Ball Pit.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about this a lot recently, so I won't talk too long about it. But the reason I want to put it on my list is just that this is in the era of the so many Vampire Survivor clones. This is a game that is definitely not a clone, but clearly takes a lot of inspiration from that formula in terms of leveling up and the overall chaos of the levels. And when I was playing it, I was just continually surprised by it, between the different characters and some of their interesting mechanics. And it was really fun to figure out, like, when you get a new character, you're like, wait, how does that even work? Mm-hmm. Like, how is that going to work when I'm actually playing? And it's really cool. It has a cool overworld system with like a village that you set up in order to get resources to level up. And I just was super addicted to this game. I still am addicted to this game, where I've taken a little bit of time off, but since I beat all the main levels, but I was surprised because the first time I played this game, I really wasn't into it. I was like, this seems okay. But then I started to understand it more, and I was like, yeah, this game absolutely rules. So Ball Pit, it's my number 10.
Great pick, dude. Yeah, I wish I got time for that game. It looks really cool, but everyone likes that game. What? Would you say start?
Once you start,
oh yeah,
you'll get addicted. So better off
better off not staying off that cocaine. I don't need that shit in my life right now.
I'll never forget when Lockmort, he jumped into a voice call with us one night, and he's like, "Oh, this game is so good." We're like, "What is it?" He's like, "Ball Pit." And normally, like, Lock likes indie games, but he doesn't gravitate towards them, and he certainly doesn't gravitate towards games like Ball Pit. And for like hours, he was like, I can't move my hand off the mouse. Like, I have to keep playing for hours that one night. And he's like, I think I'm just in a fugue state right now. Like, I can't focus.
Yeah, man.
So it was cool to see him like go outside of his comfort zone, I think, a little bit.
His CRPG comfort zone.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah, looks great. All right, Jimmy, number 9.
I got a left fielder.
Oh.
Zombieville USA 3D.
Whoa, what the
So back when I was in, I think, like, high school, on the iPod Touch 2G, there was this game called Zombieville USA. There was like a side scroller where you're this cartoon guy and you shoot zombies, you get money, you level up, you buy better guns. It's made by one guy. He calls himself Micah Mobile. And then he made a 3D version this year with ray tracing that runs really well on the Steam Deck. It turns it into a twin stick shooter. It's like $10. He's consistently updated it for free. It's like a really good little zombie roguelite that is just fun to just jump in, kill 1,000 zombies, die, go upgrade your dude, get out. And then it just lends itself really well to that. And the art style stayed exactly the same, translated really well to 3D, has nice blocky graphics. And I like that it's just one guy and he just threw it up on Steam. And it's like a meme on my channel, because every time I use gameplay footage for B-roll, every time I show it, people are like, "What's that zombie game?" And then someone has to remind them that I put the title of the game in the bottom left. They're like, check the bottom. So it's like that game is the most popular game that I've put in the videos this year.
Wow.
Everyone's buying it.
I've never heard of this, Jimmy, but I'm looking at the Steam reviews right now. Overwhelmingly positive.
How many does it have?
For over like all reviews, 1900 about.
Yeah.
1980. Overwhelmingly positive is like
kind of
106.
like came out. Yeah, but it is really good. And if you have a Steam Deck, it's awesome on Steam Deck.
It came out in March this year. $10, dude. Yeah, it looks like a fun little just arcade game.
Yeah, and the mobile games, like Apple upgraded their like system or whatever, and like a bunch of old mobile games got delisted. The guy went back and upgraded the 2 mobile games, so you can still play them.
Oh, that's nice.
And the mobile ones are still really good.
Okay. Oh, dude, it's co-op as well. Wow.
Oh yeah, I think it. Yeah, I never played the co-op, but
solo
it has co-op.
or co-op with 3 players.
Yeah.
There you go, dude.
There's like all sorts of skins that are from the original, and there's some new ones. And the guns are really good.
This
really
looks fun. Dude, you could be Santa shooting zombies. Hell yeah.
And it has like a really good theme song. I wish he would add in the other levels though, because I think even the first one had like a mall and like a bunch of different levels, and this is just the first level, which is the town. But it's like one guy and it's $10. So like, not expecting the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really cool. Damn. I almost want to buy it, but I will not. Must stop. It looks that fun though. That is like such a good pick up and play game, it looks like.
Yeah, and you can unlock everything in like 10 hours.
Cool.
And there's a demo.
Oh yeah.
Demo on Steam.
That's how I found it. It was in Next Fest. And I was like, wait, this is back? And then I bought it immediately. I was like, yes.
Yeah, it looks sick. All right, cool. All right, Ben, what's your number 9?
My number 9 is Dune Awakening.
Oh, yeah.
I love the world of Dune in general. I read the books, or one of the books when I was in, junior high or something, and have enjoyed the movies and, anything about the lore and the universe of it. But when this game was coming out, I was like super excited. And so I hopped in, checked a lot of it out. It's, essentially an MMO, but also not. It's got a lot of survival crafting type stuff, base building, exploration, etc. And then it's even got some like in-game PvP, like super heavy PvP. Unfortunately, like it always happens, something else came out and something, I ended up moving on, but not until I spent like 60, 70 hours in it. And so I just had a blast with it. It's very, very good. I want to hop back in like the next season they do. I'll probably hop back in and see what all they've updated and everything, but it's really good. And it's very like lore accurate, which probably they could have gotten away without doing that. Because it's just like, it's set in the world of Dune and there's sandworms. Great. But they chose to really like bring in a lot of that old lore and kind of seed it deep within a lot of the quests and missions and everything. So I thought that was really neat. We spent a lot of time as a big group playing a good bit of that, build a huge base. Of course, once you don't log in for a certain amount of time, that's part of the reason I haven't played again. Once you don't log in for like a couple weeks, everything starts deteriorating and then it eventually goes away. So the last time I logged in, like literally everything we built is just totally gone. Which sucks, but I also get it because like they got to keep the servers clean. So it's better than a full server wipe, I suppose.
Yeah, there was. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think that came out with during the Arc Raiders alpha, and we were playing the Post Malone season.
Oh yeah,
like there's.
I for some reason have a thing for games that demand all of your time all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was like we were playing Hunt Showdown real heavy. We were playing the first beta of Arc Raiders. We were playing probably something else as well. And this is the one that got the axe, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, you and Justin
made your list.
A lot. Yeah. Made the list, though. Made an impact. I played a little bit of it. I didn't get super deep into it, Ben, but do you think there's anything that kind of separates it from other survival games, just besides the fact that it's in the Dune universe? Anything mechanically that you thought was really cool?
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of different stuff. I mean, the different types of vehicles you can have and the way that exploration works. The fact that it's also an MMO in addition to being survival crafting. Like we don't have a ton of those.
Sure.
So I think all of that together made it really cool. It's another one, like we talked about Arc Raiders a little while back with it. It's an extraction shooter, but the AI controlled enemies really do affect the game. And that's the same in Dune Awakening. Like the bad guys can mess you up real quick.
Yeah.
Of course, there's also PvP, but it's really the PvE that you got to look out for in the early game, at least. So yeah, I think Dune universe, different mechanics, like the fact that you have to deal with the sandworm and the way those mechanics work is totally different and cool.
Yeah.
I think Locke and you got gobbled up a few times.
I did. Yeah, I got gobbled up by the worm. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. But yeah, just all of those, it's like a mash of, you got MMO, you've got survival crafting, you've got straight up just RPG mechanics, you've got the Dune universe. Just a perfect storm for me.
Yeah, it's like a Voltron of game mechanics. Yeah. And it worked together pretty nicely.
Right.
Cool. All right. Shout out Dune. Dustin, number 9 for you.
Number 9 is Battlefield 6.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I feel like this could have been higher, but a different game ended up taking over for Battlefield 6. I wonder, which we'll talk about this other game later. It's obvious what it is. But if this game hadn't come out, I think we would still be playing Battlefield 6 to some degree.
Yeah.
But I think it was as much of a feel-good story as for a giant company like EA and DICE. It's a feel-good for the fans that Battlefield has kind of been down and out for quite a while. And to see them kind of rise up and make the Battlefield game that overall people have wanted for quite a long time was pretty cool. And to see a game also that's, this big and actually be really well optimized and clearly listening to player feedback and making changes on the fly for such a big game. And it was just surprisingly really awesome. I never touched the campaign, so I know it was bad, but I'm not even talking about that right now. The multiplayer enough. We spent many nights playing this and had a great time doing it. And I was surprised by. I feel like in previous Battlefield games, I kind of really settled into one thing that I was good at. But this game really changed that I wanted to explore all the different classes to play as, and even attempt to try to fly airplanes and helicopters around to varying degrees of success, usually not very much success. But I was so surprised by it. And I think back on it and I feel a little bad that we fell off of it just because it was shockingly good. Played a tiny bit of the Battle Royale. It's fine. But mainly the core multiplayer was just surprisingly great.
Yeah, I enjoyed that game quite a bit. I do want to play more of it. I thought it was really solid, especially after some of the newer ones I played of Battlefield, where I was like, what are you doing here? Kind of thing. Where's the scoreboard? What are you fucking making here? So it seemed like a step in the right direction, kind of getting the franchise back on track. And yeah, we all played it quite a bit together. It was really good, fun action, cool maps, actually. I wonder if they've added new maps since we've played it, but
2.
They've added 2 since we've played it? Wow. Okay.
The oil fields and the California Country Club, which is
awesome. Oh, yeah. I played that one one time with you, Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
I still play this game every night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Shout out to Battlefield, dude. All right. Jimmy, you're number 8.
Another indie hit, Sulfur. It's in early access still, but they consistently add stuff to it. It's an extraction shooter with low poly graphics where you're a reverend and you have to kill a witch. And it's just like Escape from Duck Off, but you're not a duck. You're a reverend. And the guns are also extremely realistic. There's cool magic powers. The way they extract, it's more of a roguelite than an extraction shooter in the sense that there are specific, there's one specific path kind of set up like Hades where there's different floors, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got different biomes. And at the end of each biome, there's a boss, and then you can extract after you kill a boss, or you can keep going and push your luck, blah, blah, blah. It's made by a small team, runs great on Steam Deck. I think I got it for $20, and they said they were aiming for the quickest early access window ever. So it seems like they're rapidly getting closer to that. I think it's really good. I play it. I still go back to it. I found it in May or June.
Okay.
I just keep it on my Steam Deck when I want a quick run.
Yeah, man. I like this because you guys are saying a bunch of games I've never even heard of.
It's cool.
So you're getting it.
I think there is a demo for it as well right now.
It's got like a cool, like sort of Play-Doh-y low polygon style.
Play-Doh. I like that. That's sick. All right, great pick. Ben, number 8 for you.
Number 8, another game you've never heard of. Mm-hmm. This one is called Dead Zone Rogue.
You're right. I've not heard of that.
This game I got, I think I don't remember. The publisher PR agency sent over some codes for me to talk about on the podcast, and I gave one to Jimmy because I knew he'd play with me. Was the main reason. And then we never played together. But Jimmy played it a good bit and was talking about it, and I finally hopped into it a little while back, and it's awesome. It's a first-person shooter roguelike or roguelite, and it is very, very clean, incredibly polished, and lots of fun. You're basically, I don't know, there's some story mechanic that doesn't really matter, but you've lost your memory and you're a captain of a ship, and you go in and you try to progress through levels and constantly build your skills up and get better arsenals, and then you fight a boss, and then you're done with that run, and you go back, and there's tons of there's 3 different sections, and there's like 5 or 6 different difficulties, and then there are challenge runs on each one of them. So like lots of replayability here. There's some really deep mechanics in it where you can get certain combinations and activate synergies, and like you're totally unstoppable once you are able to do that. Very, very good. And just being able to go back after each run, do all the upgrade system, like your typical roguelike game. It's just very well done. It's another one that, like, I'm feeling like I'm saying this a lot this year. Like, it's another one of those games that doesn't reinvent the wheel. It just makes like the rubber on it way better.
Right. Yeah. I was looking at it. I'm like, this doesn't do anything new, but what it probably does do is really good. Just excellent at what it does. But yeah,
the shooting feels so good in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, like, really? Okay.
Unbelievably good.
Yeah.
And
the best part about this game, I know Jimmy will like this and probably knows this. It is flawless on Steam Deck. Like, I didn't even have to adjust anything at all. Settings. I ended up adjusting more stuff when I was playing it on my desktop than when I was playing on my Steam Deck. Like, it runs flawlessly, and it's a great game as well because, again, it's run based. Like, I feel like that's the ideal type of game for me for Steam Deck, because I don't want to sit there and play it for hours upon end.
Yeah.
But I want to play it multiple times throughout the day for 20 minutes at a time,
Yeah.
So Dead Zone Rogue, it's great. Jimmy, we got to play the multiplayer.
I know. I want to try that out.
Yeah.
I wonder if it scales.
Probably.
It's a great question. We can find out.
Yeah, the shooting, it feels good. And the one change I made on Steam Deck is I lowered the sensitivity by half. But the auto aim is very generous. So like, if the guy is on your screen and you hold the left trigger, it snaps right to him.
Yeah. I actually turned the auto aim down because I was like, this is a little ridiculous. But yeah.
It's like disorienting. When on that,
I didn't even know that guy was over there.
And you're like aiming to the left of your character's like, you're like, whoa. But yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
And had a quick early access too.
Yeah.
Just like a couple months.
Yeah. That's right.
Loving these deep cut picks, boys. Good stuff. Dustin, what is your number 8?
It is not a deep cut.
That's okay.
It is Silent Hill F.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe controversial, because I feel like people are really either hot or cold on this game. And it's funny. I think overall I'm really hot, and in a couple spots really cold. Which I did a video about this a few months ago. About how it's like, I'm trying to remember what the title that Jimmy, you and I came up with. It was like, one fatal flaw.
And you delivered on that. That was why we used that title, because it actually did have one. That was the whole point of the video.
But Silent Hill F, it took the series to Japan, which had never, to my knowledge, never been done before in a really unique 1960s setting. And man, I've only played, I guess I've played 4 Silent Hill games other than this one, which is 1, 2, 3, and 2 Remake. And I love all of those games. And so to get an actually new Silent Hill game, I was surprised by how awesome, particularly the story, I think, for me in this game. The combat is like mostly good, sometimes annoying, sometimes pretty great. it's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But I thought that the way the story unfolded and the different characters and overall, I mean, of course, it's Silent Hill game. It has to be all about the atmosphere. And this game absolutely nails it. From beginning to end, the atmosphere is incredible. The art direction. The only thing I didn't like, the fatal flaw to spoil my own video, is that it is a bit annoying with its repeated playthroughs that are required in order to get the full story. Since I played it, they have updated it and made those playthroughs less annoying already.
Okay.
So they've already gone and made some of those changes. I haven't played it again to know how extensive they are, but yeah, Silent Hill F. I was shocked by it, and I think it's really great. People sometimes ask me, like, should I play this? And I'm like, maybe. Like, if you are really into story in games and you're not like necessarily, if you're willing to deal with gameplay that can be up and down, then check it out. But it's cool to see the Silent Hill franchise, I mean, for the time being, revitalized. It was a little shaky at first with that weird demo game that they did in the weird
short
live
message,
game.
Yeah, in Ascension.
Yeah, but Silent Hill 2 delivered. This game, in my opinion, delivered. So I'm excited to see the next Bloober Team game and Townfall as well.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully we see more of that in 2026.
What's the deal with Townfall?
I can't even remember.
I don't know anything about it. Really.
Yeah. There's that one that's like the TV show that's terrible.
That's Ascension.
Yeah.
That
Ascension.
was like the TV show. Yeah. God awful.
Okay.
Dustin, yeah, I'm kind of with you on the game. I really like it. Not really a game I could recommend for most people unless you dig deeper into them, like you're saying. You got to really get a feel for them. Because you're right. There is some stuff you're going to have to put up some jank, if you will, throughout the game. But
yeah,
I agree with you. Really great story, really cool narrative, really good setting, interesting takes on the series with like its melee focus. And I don't want to get into how much melee focus there is, but really going in on that kind of stuff I appreciate. So definitely left a lasting impression on me as well.
I'm glad you said that. It's exactly what I was about to say, is that for me, just when I put together this list, it's not how everyone would do it necessarily, but I list out every game that I played this year, and I'm like, okay, which ones are the most memorable or that I enjoyed the most, like some combination. And I was like, man, Silent Hill F is a game that I still think about here and there.
Yeah,
and
dude.
It's still made a big impact on me. So
yeah, man. It's that kind of game. I'm glad to hear you enjoy it. You're getting more and more into the series, which is great.
I gotta play The Room.
You've played the essential ones, though, pretty much. But yeah, The Room's next for you.
Yeah.
I wonder how you'll feel about the other ones later on, because I don't really think I'm going to
touch them. I think I'm going to play The Room, which is very mixed. I know people that love that game, but after The Room, I think I'm good on the back catalog.
There's a lot, yeah. I get it. 100%. All right, very nice. Jimmy, your number 7, please.
We got Lords of the Fallen 2.0 update.
Oh, okay.
I was so excited for this game. Then I got a key for it the weekend of my wedding. I booted it up. I was like, this is not ready. And then they put in the work. They updated it. They added a bunch of stuff that people wanted that I didn't care about. But I played it earlier this year. I flew through it. I think
Did you do co-op the whole way?
Yeah, I played with my brother.
Okay.
Who's like a soul savant. And I like the weapon combinations a lot. I like that. It feels more like Diablo, I would say, than like Elden Ring, for example. Like, it's not brutally difficult, and it's more exploration based. And like, once you get, like once you start messing around with all the different weapon combinations, you can do some like absolutely crazy stuff.
Yeah.
The thing that really drew me into this was the art design. It's very like Orthodox Christian sort of inspired, very dark Gothic fantasy, which is what I like. I played the original Lords of the Fallen like way back, and I was like, this sucks. I hate this so much. So then I was like really glad to see them kind of like bring it back out. I thought the trailer was good. And I think it did enough to differentiate itself from a Souls game by being more like fun and action focused rather than like, persevere brutally difficult. And I thought some of the bosses had really cool mechanics. There's like this big
They changed a lot of those too.
Yeah.
They worked on the bosses a lot.
I remember this one I fought the first time I played it, I was like, this is stupid. And then the second time I fought it, it's like you have to move progressively up the layers of like a square coliseum. And he's got AoE attacks. He's like a big fat guy. I thought that was a really cool boss fight. And then some of the optional stuff was really sweet. And I like the lamp, how you can see the like spirit world.
Umbral
yeah, the
realm.
Umbral realm.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting, like how you use that to puzzle solve and everything, and you could kind of like use it to cheese some of the bosses and stuff. So I thought that game was really cool. And I was glad that they managed to fix the performance despite it being Unreal Engine 5. I thought that was sweet. So I'm excited to see what they do with the second one. And I hope it's an actual upgrade and not just like picking up right where the first one left off.
Yeah.
You know? I hope they iron out a lot of that stuff for launch and they don't need to do their whole apology to her.
Yeah.
You know, listen to the gamers, blah, blah, blah. Like you can leave that stuff by.
Listen to the gamers.
Show up at launch with a good game.
Yeah.
They got an excuse with the first one because, like, you know, going from Sniper Ghost Warrior to this is like a big jump for them, but they did it now. So now you got something.
Now they've cut their teeth a little bit on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I reviewed it when it first came out, Jimmy, the 1.0, and I enjoyed the game, but it did have problems. But I enjoyed it overall. But yeah, they just have cleaned this game up a lot. I thought the exploration was really fun at the time, like you're saying with the Umbral realm. They really go all in on that. And it's a big part of the game and focused on that kind of stuff. Some fun builds added later on, some really cool weapons you can get.
Yeah, you can get crazy with it.
Yeah.
And the executions were sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can play the whole game co-op now and all that stuff. So that's all
Which
really
is crazy
sweet.
That wasn't there at launch.
Yeah.
And I was happy that I could summon people in too. Like if I wanted help on a boss, and everyone had a cool different look. You know, there's a lot of cool armor sets.
There is a lot of cool armor sets. Yeah, absolutely.
And then you unlock the Dark Crusader class.
Yeah, when you beat it, you can unlock a class. That's right. I think there was 2, maybe. Yeah, I think so. But really cool game, fun, cool pick, Jimmy. All right, Ben, what is your number? Where are we on? 7? 7.
Yeah. My next one up is Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
Again, its placement in the list is not indicative of its quality. I don't think it's actually like towards the lower part of my list, but I didn't fully finish it. I got about 2/3 of the way through it. And as always happens with me, something else came out.
Sure.
And I just, lost attention. I'm an adult. Okay. I have things to do. Man, I've loved Donkey Kong for a long, long time. I remember as a kid playing, all the Donkey Kong games on the Super Nintendo and having a great time. And I was a little bit skeptical about this one when I saw it, because I was like, really? Like, we're getting into like digging and mechanics essentially and like, tearing apart the world. I still thought it looked cool and I knew I wanted to play it, but I didn't realize how great it was going to be. The worst part about this game is that everything works so well that I want to do all of it. And so that's actually, I probably played this game for twice as long as you would have needed to just beat it. But I was just so invested. I think I spent half an hour in the opening little cave that you come into.
Oh,
because
cool.
I was just like destroying everything to try to, 100% that area, which you don't even need to do for any kind of anything.
No.
Especially since Nintendo doesn't have achievements and I don't care about achievements. But Donkey Kong Bonanza is just a real treat. I'm really interested in getting back to it. As a matter of fact, I think I'm probably going to restart it and just play it instead of like trying to get everything, because I'll enjoy it a lot more. And then, of course, as we talked about a long time ago, if you want to go back in and find everything, you can. But I got bogged down in that, and I should have just played the game instead of getting bogged down in that. It's not the game's fault. That's my fault because of my insane OCD. But I think it's phenomenal. I really love it. I don't love the companion piece of it as much. I find some of it gimmicky.
Singing.
Yeah,
I just find some of it a little bit too gimmicky, but it doesn't detract from the game. I could have done just fine without it, is all. I just don't think it adds to it for me.
Sure.
But yeah, I think it's awesome. Donkey Kong's great. And it's probably the game I've played the most on my Switch 2, which is why I didn't put Mario Kart World anywhere else besides honorable mention. Because I thought Mario Kart World would be the game I played the most, but Donkey Kong has been the game that I played the most on my Switch too.
Yeah, Donkey Kong was good. It's been a long time since we've had a 3D Donkey Kong game since in 64 days. So it's the first one we've had in a long time. And yeah, I'm with you, Ben. I had a great time playing this. Just pure joy.
Yeah.
Ash and stuff. The terraforming works really good in the game.
It does.
It's crazy how fun that kind of stuff is. Super awesome level design.
Really good too.
What'd you say?
The music is really good too.
Oh yeah. Super great. I mean, it is the Odyssey team, so they know what they're doing.
Right.
But yeah, lovely game. Awesome. All right, Dustin, number 7 for you.
Number 7 for me is Luminous Arise.
Oh hell yeah! This is such a Dustin joint.
It's a Dustin joint.
Yeah.
It's People have heard me talk about it a million times, but if you haven't, for some reason, it is the team Enhance that did Tetris Effect, and it is exactly that, but with the PSP classic Lumines. And I love this game. I love the mixture of like, we're making a puzzle game that is so focused on aesthetic and music and the feeling you have when you play these different stages. And they pulled it together beautifully. I'm not very good at Lumines, which makes it maybe not quite as enjoyable to me as Tetris Effect. But overall, this game was just completely awesome. I got to preview it at Summer Game Fest with you, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, this is going to be sick. Turns out it was sick. And it has an awesome PSVR 2 mode as well. So you can get the full feeling, the full aesthetics right in your face.
Yes.
And yeah, it's awesome.
For someone who like me, who's a puzzle like noob for sure, what's kind of like the main difference between this and Tetris?
So Tetris is about clearing, like making the stacks and clearing lines.
Yeah.
And Lumines is about, you have a 4x4 or a 2x2 square, and you need to create clusters of this, of like, of the same type of square. And that will then clear them from the board.
Okay, gotcha.
That's a very loose way of putting it.
Yeah, I feel like this game, Dustin, is just, I don't know how to really describe it, but it's just such a vibe, for lack of a better term. Like, you just get zoned up in this game. Just the music, the visuals, it's all very soothing in some weird way.
I've said before that when I played Tetris Effect for the first time all the way through in the original PlayStation VR, I got to the credits and I didn't like cry, but I like felt emotional at the end of it.
Yeah.
The way that they formed the ending of that game.
Like those damn blocks.
I was like, the blocks, man, the blocks, they got me. That's me for real. This game didn't quite have that level of emotionality to it for me, but you still do absolutely get sucked in. And the music in this game is so cool. It's like one of the most important aspects of it. And yeah, I think there might still be a demo available for it. I recommend people try it out, because it's not quite as universal as Tetris is, I would say, in terms of people liking it. But if you like Tetris, there's a strong chance you'll like this.
Okay. Is it
Last
only...
week-
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Dustin knows I love Tetris Effect, and I booted this up last week to check it out, and I played through like the tutorial in the first level, and it was super late, and I was just like staring at the screen like, I can tell this is amazing, but I'm going to need more time to digest it.
Yeah.
So I put it away for that night, but I'm looking forward to getting back to it because, like you said, it's not as digestible as Tetris, but it gives you the same vibes.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just pleasing to look at. It reminds me of like a really cool PS1 era game for some reason. And I mean that in the nicest and best way possible.
Yeah.
It looks awesome. Visually very appealing to me. I should learn to play someday. All right. Let's see here. Jimmy, you're number 6.
This is a really old game, but I played it for the first time. I played the original Half-Life.
Yeah.
Which I've never played. I played Black Mesa, but I want to run through them all in hopes that we get Half-Life 3. So I ran through the first game in like 2 days. Absolutely loved it. Then I'm reading online that everyone's saying Opposing Force is like better and one of the best expansion packs of all time. They were not lying. That shit was awesome. Just so good. Adrian Shepard, I can't believe they didn't do anything with him. I liked it because it fixes Zen and fixes the final boss. Like the Zen level is just a straight platformer, get through it, come back to Earth, and then the final boss is like it's like a border world alien final boss. And the thing I like the most is that you get like an army's worth of weapons. They added in a ton of different guns that weren't in the original game, like a sniper rifle, and a bunch of alien weapons. Like there's one that recharges, which is nice for if you run out of ammo, and it's pretty powerful. You get like an alien grenade launcher, but you're not steamrolling. Like, you're still just a guy. So you still have to play careful. You can't just steamroll through, and you can make deliberate choices about what gun is best for what scenario. And it was like the regular campaign of Half-Life distilled to just the hits. So it worked really well. I played that in like one sitting.
Wow.
And then I played Blue Shift, which is also really good. You play as Barney, who comes back in Half-Life 2. It was just really short. You know, it's a very truncated version, but both of those expansions have a different moment where you get to see Gordon Freeman walk by, which I thought was really interesting.
That is cool.
The arsenal in Blue Shift is pretty limited, and I missed the 50 cal machine gun, which would have been nice. And there's no final boss. You just kind of
weird. Just
fix a teleporter, get the hell out. But they're all really good, and I can't believe how well they hold up. Like, I didn't need a guide ever for all three of these campaigns.
Yeah.
And they did a 20th anniversary or 25th anniversary or whatever update that added in 2 profiles for the Steam Deck controls of the first game. One of them, they're both the same, but one of them uses the capacitive gyro. So when you put your thumbs on the sticks, the gyro activates, and when you take them off, it turns off. So it's really easy to reposition. And some guy made profiles that you can download for the other 2 expansions. And they obviously run at like Lock 90. So I thought that was really good. And no one was lying. And I prefer them both. Like, I prefer the original Half-Life to Black Mesa, I think.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, Black Mesa, I get what they were trying to do with Zen, but they kind of broke the valve rule, which is like, you introduce a mechanic, you use that mechanic, you move on to a new mechanic. They recycle mechanics over and over again in Zen, and it gets super monotonous. So yeah, like, the graphics update is nice. I would still play the original just to get the Valve touch.
Yeah, sure.
And it's crazy that Gearbox of all companies made the 2 expansions because they're so high quality. It's like, what happened?
When did these come out? Was it like, I don't remember when Half-Life 1 came out.
98 for Half-Life 1.
Was it 98? So did they come out like 99 or 2000?
I think they came out, they were staggered. Because Blue Shift was for the Dreamcast release, which was canceled. And then they just released it as an expansion pack, which is why it's so short. It was supposed to be just like a little extra bonus. But that was great. I'm moving on to Half-Life 2. Going to play the episodes and then Alex again. I played 2 in the episodes and Alex.
Okay, but you just haven't played 1?
Yeah. Okay. And there is a surprising amount of story for like a 1998 game. Like, it fills out a lot of the lore. And it's funny that like the Vortigons or whatever, you're just blowing them to shit. You're just destroying them, and then in 2, you're like, "Oh wait, you guys were slaves." I feel so bad.
Free man.
Yeah. So that was awesome.
Was it easy? So did you play it all on Steam Deck? I'm wondering if it's like easy to get these running on just like Steam as it is.
Yeah, they work great on Steam.
Because I never know about like old PC games. I don't really know how well they'll work.
The cool thing about
Valve's flagship title, they're going to put the work into it. Yeah.
The cool thing about playing with the controller is if you get the reticle like 80% to a guy, it locks on.
Mm-hmm.
So like you don't have to like fine tune, which is, the most difficult part.
I've only played through Half-Life 1 once, and it was on PS2. So I've never played the PC version.
That one has an exclusive co-op campaign.
No way. I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Porting it to PC and trying to make it single player. But there is a port of that to PC that works with co-op. You play as the 2 other people in the HEV suits that you find dead in Zen, who like bring the stuff to the
that's crazy
big reactor event at the beginning. Man. So like everything ties in really well to the story.
Yeah, that's so
different
cool.
Parts of Black Mesa. Yeah, it's funny at the beginning of Blue Shift when everyone's just shitting on Barney because he's like a security guard. And I thought it was really cool in Blue Shift that you can't use the HEV chargers like Adrian can. You have to find body armor on dead security guards. I thought that was a cool little twist.
Cool. That's a cool touch, man, especially for the time.
Yeah.
Dude, shout out. Great picks, Jimmy, right there. Love that. All right, Benjamin, number 6, please.
We've already talked about it a little bit, but Battlefield 6.
Yes, sir.
Is my number 6. Lots of hours in this. I swore I would never buy another Battlefield game until they did another Bad Company game. After Bad Company 2 back in, 2010 or something like that. It was a long time ago. But I caved. I played, I think, a little bit of 5 and maybe watched some streamer play a little bit of 2042. But Battlefield 6, after the betas, we all as a collective group decided we're in. and just had a great time. Obviously, like a huge part of that for me is playing with the boys and just being able to hang out and talk shit and voice chat. But the game itself is really good. And once I changed, like I was having a real issue with my mouse. Once I changed it to, I think it was exclusive full screen or one of the settings for that, it totally fixed everything. Shout out to Jimmy for the troubleshooting there.
I remember you guys talking about that.
Yeah. So and now it feels amazing. I love all the modes, and I won't, go into them as we've talked about it extensively already, I'm sure on this network and on different podcasts, but there's just no part of the game that I don't enjoy playing. I feel a little bad. Like Dustin said, he feels bad that we went away from the game in general. And so do I. I want to get back to it, of course. But I feel bad because we played one day of the Battle Royale, RedSec, and I actually really enjoyed it. I also probably enjoy Battle Royales more than the average person. So like there's a little bit of that. But then like literally the next day, the game that is not to be named yet, but Brad just did. Arc Raiders came out.
I didn't know it was Voldemort. For this group.
No, Dustin said we'll talk about it later. So, but yeah, Arc Raiders came out the day after it. It didn't stop me from buying the Battle Pass like an idiot for Battlefield 6. So, I just did that, spent $10 on it. Why not? So I do want to get back to it and play it some more, but I don't know, 60, 80, 100 hours, something like that in it for the first couple months. Just so good. Like everything about it, it's clean. It runs great. It feels so satisfying performing you can just sit there and shoot at people. You can capture zones. You can be a medic. You can role play as an engineer. Like you can kind of play the game the way you want and the way that's helping your team the most. And that's a viable way to play the game. Mm-hmm. And, I don't want to call anybody out here, but we're all getting to be old men now. My reflexes aren't what they used to.
Sure.
And just not having to worry about constantly shooting at people and instead being able to contribute to the team in a way that suits me is really cool.
Yeah. All right. Dustin, number 6 from you.
I said that my mentioning of Mario Kart World would be the hottest take of the show. This might be close.
Okay.
My number 6 is Civilization 7.
Oh, okay.
I wondered if it'd be on there.
It's on here. And this one, the reason why it's controversial, I'm looking at it on Steam now. It has a mixed reviews. Ooh. And I was like looking at some of the feedback. People are saying it's still in development. How's the UI still as bad? Blah, 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 blah. And reading some of these, I'm like, I don't necessarily disagree with some of this stuff. But I fucking love this game. And I got to look. So Holly and I share our copy on Steam. Between the two of us, most of this is Holly. I would say 2/3 of it is Holly. We have 198 hours.
Damn. Wow.
In Civilization 7. And it's tough when you have a series that is, there's been 6 mainline Civilization games before this, and there's also spin-offs like Beyond Earth, which, by the way, if you want to see an actually bad Civ game, Beyond Earth is an actually bad Civ game. And so it's tough because they have to continue to change it up, but people get so used to what the previous game was. I'm like, well, what do you want? Do you want just more of the same of that, or do you want them to try to change it up? And they changed it up quite a bit. And I think in some ways made it more approachable, which I think is maybe partially the reason why some people don't like it. And there is room for improvement. When this game launched, the UIs of the game was pretty damn bad. Not unusable by any means, but definitely confusing and weird. But I still thought that the way that they changed up this game really, really worked for it. And I could see it might be, I don't know, Civ 5 in my memory is my favorite Civ game. And I see this getting pretty close. And I'm really excited to see what their first expansion is and how that plays out. Because a lot of the time, every single Civ game, or at least in my memory, Civ 5 and Civ 6, people hate them when they come out. And it takes a while, and it takes updates, and it takes expansions, and eventually people will be like, this is amazing. And then when the next Civ game comes out, everyone's going to say how Civ 7 was better than Civ 8.
Yeah.
It's just the natural cycle of these things. I'm trying to get ahead of that. This game rules. And I surprisingly, like, this is the first Civ game that I actually beat an entire round on the hardest difficulty.
Nice.
So I don't want to say I mastered this game, but I knew it much better than the previous Civ games. And I think it was absolutely fantastic despite its flaws. And I don't know how it is on console, but if you're on PC, I fully recommend this game and think it's amazing if you love Civ.
What's some of like the new additions in this game that are really well done?
The biggest new addition is the eras. So basically, the game is divided into 3 eras, and you change your leader at the beginning of each era. This is totally different from previous Civ games where you would pick you would be Napoleon in the prehistoric in BC, right? And then you would play as Napoleon all the way up until like 2050 or something like that, whenever the game ends. In this one, your leader, you can change your leader. Also, you can have a leader separate from your civilization. So you can have like George Washington leading like a Japanese civilization and stuff.
Cool.
It gets a little more wacky from that perspective. If you're like history purist, first of all, you should have never been playing Civ in the first place.
Right.
This is not the place for it. But I think that it made the games much more dynamic, where it's like, okay, well, a lot of Civ games you would play for maybe even a few hours and be like, I fucked this up and there's no coming back. Why would I continue to play the rest of this game if I know I'm going to lose? When I think the era system allowed it to feel like, okay, well, maybe I didn't do so well now, but when the era switches over, I have a chance. Okay. And if I play my cards right, I can start preparing for that now instead. So pretty radical change in that area, but it's I thought it was really cool. Nice. And they improved it significantly even since launch. I haven't played in a few months now, but I was talking to Holly about it because I was telling her, I was like, people still don't really like it. She was like getting fired up. She was mad. Oh. She's like, and she's not an OG Civ fan, but she's been playing since Civ 3. And so she's like, yeah, I know my shit, basically. And she's like, Civ 7 is a good game. And it continues to get better. So if you don't take my word for it, take Holly's word for it.
I remember when it first came out, there were like 2 major things. I mean, I'm sure there were other things, but there were like 2 major things that Holly didn't love about it. And they fixed them within like a month of that.
Yep.
Of it coming out. So like, I'm sure it still has its issues, but I'm sure the developers are working hard on it. The whole like, this game isn't done. It's like, well, sometimes you don't know what people aren't going to like or what they aren't going to enjoy until it's out there. Because your focus group is a focus group. That's all it is.
Yeah.
One of the things Holly said when we were talking about it, she's like, I've beaten Civilization with every character and unlocked every Steam achievement for the game. It's good. I was like, God bless.
Relax. Holly.
God bless.
Damn.
He's a real gamer,
man. Dustin, who's your kind of favorite leader to play as? Your historical figure, I guess.
I'm trying to remember. They're all really different.
I just remember Gandhi. That's all.
Yeah.
There's Gandhi. Trying to remember.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman was always annoying to play against. There's Machiavelli is in there. I'm trying to remember the Egyptian leader. I really liked her, but I can't remember her name. It was hard to say.
Not Cleopatra.
I don't think maybe it was Cleopatra. Let's see. Egypt.
Live check.
Civ. The Egypt leader is Hatshepsut.
Of course.
Yes. So I liked playing as her a lot.
Cool. All right. Great pick there, Dustin. Jimmy, number 5.
Right in the middle, baby.
Yep.
Arc Raiders.
Oh, okay. Arkies.
Right in the middle. I haven't put enough time into it, really. I put it's weird. I've spent like 30 hours in this game and I still feel like I've scratched the surface.
Yeah.
I haven't really figured out the economy yet. The guns feel really good. Mm-hmm. I just don't like fighting robots in games. I never have. and this one's doing the most, I think, to make it fun I've ever experienced in a game. I really liked. I watched into the machine learning aspect of the robots, how they like train their AI by giving them digital cookies when they do the right behaviors, and I like that the AI improves as it goes on because it's like a large language model or whatever. I think that's really interesting. I really like the feel of the game, and I'm really into extraction shooters. I just don't. Everyone loves gassing up the whole like, oh, you can like talk to people and make alliances. I just want to kill people. It's like if I see PvP opportunity, I just want to kill people, and then people get upset. There's like this whole sub community forming where it's like they need to end PvE servers, and I wish they would, so I could stop hearing people bitch and moan about it constantly, and get those people filtered out, so you can just do PvP straight up. But I really also love how well it runs. I like that they stripped out the two main features that cause problems in Unreal Engine 5, and it's like still looks great. The lighting's still awesome. It really is that easy to make a polished game. Also launching with 4 maps, excellent move, with like a 5th right behind. It's doing everything right. I just need to give it more time for it to really hook me. I can tell it's going to. I just haven't had enough time to play it. Yeah. So that's why it's 5. But if I gave it more time, I think it would be higher on the list.
Man, people complaining about wanting PvE modes, like
they like take it so
the part of the game,
dude.
Though. It's like
they go like they need to ban these players who like talk to you and tell you they're friendly and then shoot you in the back. It's like,
dude, they got bamboozled and they're upset. That's part of the game.
Like, yeah.
Like it's so funny. Everyone thinks every game needs to be for them. And it's like, nope.
Yeah.
And it's like, in a match, if someone downs me, I mean, Ben, we've done this many times. We're going to insult you. We're going to say stuff about your mom. We're going to complain. But I don't think being banned, get over it.
And then you've
Play
got
a different
people on
game,
Reddit
bro.
like clipping people, insulting them and being like, you know, like the content moderation team really needs to step it up. It's like, if you want a PvP version of this, just go play the Division 2. It's awesome. You don't have to interact with the PvP at all. They're very similar.
Yeah.
And they're like both loot driven, you know, like, yeah. And so like, it's one of those rare instances where the community makes me not want to play it because they're such babies.
Because it's such a big game right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, everyone's playing it. I don't know. Turn off voice chat and stuff. Like,
here's a little tip. If you ever run into me in any game, but especially Arc Raiders, and I say, bro, I was just questing, get me up. Don't get me up.
Yeah.
Because if you pick me up, I am going to heal up and kill you.
Damn.
And
yeah, like I'll
that's just the way it goes.
In that scenario.
Like, of course I'm gonna whine and moan that I want you to not attack me. I want to win. So if you pick me up out of the generosity of your heart, I will lie to you, I will deceive you. That's part of the game. I will turn around and kill you. I mean, maybe there's some exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, if you help me in that game, I'm going to turn around and kill you after the fact.
Huge shout out to Embark for not giving into anything.
Yeah, no. Don't
massive shout out. They're like, no. Because like, I feel like Helldivers is constantly at the whim of their community. And they're always changing stuff, like constantly. It's so different every time I boot it up. I've like played this game sporadically. It's always just improved from the last time I played it and become more hardcore. So I think like obviously this game's gonna have a huge feature. And then Dustin mentioned the finals earlier. That is like one of the most slept on multiplayer shooters out there. Also an Unreal Engine 5 game that looks and runs amazing. Like you can play it on Steam Deck and remain competitive. They're killing it at Embark. They're so good. I just need to give this more time.
Where are they located again?
Like
the European studio?
Sweden.
It's a bunch of ex-Battlefield people.
Oh, okay. Ex-DICE guys. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'm a veteran of the we need PvE only servers. A little game called Sea of Thieves that I have like close to 5,000 hours in. There's been outcry for years that we need PvE only servers, and they put them in. And guess what? There's some other factors at play too. The player count is the lowest it's ever been in the history of the game, and everything's gone downhill. And it's so boring for people who don't want to just PvE, and those people are leaving. Again, other factors at play, but like you can look where they added in PvE servers and the player count since
that
then
happens with like
dope.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like every game. Like when Bungie started focusing exclusively on PvE and Destiny, you can like watch it just trail down indefinitely.
Yeah. I think they do that a lot of times because they're like, well, the game's dying. We might as well throw this in there. So like naturally it's already going down. It's going to keep going down. But I still like to think that it's because when you change the game from your original vision, it's going to compromise things.
Yeah. Of course.
And Ben, like we're coming off a Hunt Showdown, so like me and Ben are like warlords in that game. We're evil. We'll like camp extractions. We'll wait for people in the shorter mode to like pick off as many people as possible, and then we'll hunt down the winners.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. It's a strategy.
And then you like they have an extraction shooter with PvP, and you play PvP, and you get chastised for it. It's like it's in the game.
Yeah, it's like what? Yeah. That was like playing World of Warcraft on a PvP server. Killing people get mad. It's like, I don't know what you asked for, man. Yeah. Ben, I'm really curious because you just brought this up. Quick side note or rant, really not a rant, just a side thing. Sea of Thieves. Are they going to do another game like that, or are they just going to support this one forever till it's completely dead?
I don't know what their current plans are. They were working on Everwild,
right?
And that got canceled, and they got a lot of layoffs and stuff. As far as I know, the whole team right now, whatever size it is working on Sea of Thieves, and like they are continuing to pump out content. There's a new season, I think this week, maybe.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy that I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what their future plans are. I have talked to some people at Rare in the past, and I know some of the stuff around Everwild, but that was before it got canceled, so I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Okay. Sad. All right, number 5, Dustin.
Number 5, we can make kind of quick, is Donkey Kong.
Did I skip Bonanza. You? You know what, Jimmy? I thought you were talking about Arc Raiders.
It's okay though. We can go to Dustin.
Well, we just start with Dustin, so we'll go back to Ben after this.
I was cute. The ball was thrown to me, so
no, you didn't make the mistake.
It wasn't your fault, Dustin.
It was mine.
Thank you.
It's Brad's fault.
Yeah.
Well, okay, go ahead. I'm just going to talk about Donkey Kong, so we can go back.
Who? Ben? Go ahead, Ben. Is that
go ahead, Ben. We got to keep order.
Okay.
Power Wash Simulator 2.
Oh,
nice.
I've talked about this game a lot. I talked about it on the HP podcast. I talked about it on Defining Duke for like half an hour. I did a 25-minute video review of it. If you're really curious about Power Wash Simulator 2, which I imagine the majority of you are not, you can check out some of that other content. But I really love Power Wash Simulator 1. Power Wash Simulator 2, even better. They improved everything. It's still a game about power washing. So if you hated the concept or the first game, you're not going to like there's no way you're going to like this one because it's just better power washing. But for me, it really was awesome. Spent 35-ish hours in it, plus some gameplay capture time. Got all the achievements. I'm eagerly awaiting the first DLC.
Okay.
Dream of a game for me.
Yeah, dreaming. Do you know what the first DLC is going to be by any chance?
It's either going to be one of their free ones, which is just like last year they did like a Christmas one. And they did another, just different environments, or they did a lot of like IP tie-ins. They haven't announced. They've announced that they're going to have in 2026. They're going to have 3 paid and 3 free, but they haven't announced what they are.
I wonder if that would be a Game Awards thing where they show it or something.
I would not doubt that.
Yeah.
I would imagine they'll reveal the first one if it's an IP tie-in.
Is Square Enix involved in this one?
No, they went independent. I don't know if that was by choice or by they didn't have an option, but with the way that first one sold, I can't imagine Square Enix didn't want a piece of the pie. And especially with Microsoft, putting some dollars in for Game Pass, like I'm sure they had the option, but they didn't need it, which was great to see.
Yeah. Okay.
I love developers going independent when they can.
Yeah, they've had some really funny DLC in that first game, so I'm curious to see what they do. Did you play all the DLC the first one, Ben? All of them?
The only one I haven't played is the Shrek one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is a shame because that would be phenomenal.
Did they let you port up any of the DLC, or is it just a clean slate?
No, you can't port any of it, at least not yet. Some people have asked for that because there are so many changes in the second one that you would have to basically redo the first one.
They're going to make like a Power Wash Simulator platform with like a portal, like the Battlefield portal.
All right, cool. All right, Dustin, you're number 5 for real this time.
For real this time. Well, it's already blown, but Donkey Kong Bonanza is my number 5. I don't know if I have too much to add that you guys didn't already say. I love Mario Odyssey. I think that is a 10 out of 10 game. I didn't like this game quite as much as Odyssey, which I think is not the common opinion. I think most people think this game's better. But either way, it was still amazing what they were able to do in terms of destruction, the different power-ups that Donkey Kong can transform into, some of them horrifying.
Most of them were horrifying, I would say.
Yeah, in a very good way. The callbacks to previous Donkey Kong games in there as well. And I gotta say, too, I like Donkey Kong's new old design. He's reformed back to his Miyamoto original design. I
like it. I like it a lot.
I think it's great. I think he's super cute. I think the Pauline story, while I agree with Ben, can feel a little hokey at times. Overall, having her in the game, very cute. I love that about it. And I never went and 100%ed this game at all or anything like that, but I did do a lot of the extra stuff. And just an amazing game to kick off the Switch in its launch year.
Yeah, really great game. Loved it as well. All right, Jimmy, number 4.
Battlefield 6.
Oh, shit.
Game very special to me because I really love military movies and games. I'm a big fan, and they have gone like straight downhill over the past generation of gaming. Like, we were eating good for a while between the Division 2, Ghost Recon Wildlands, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Even though Breakpoint launched rough, it got to a good spot. And then Call of Duty, Warzone, when it dropped, was really awesome. Loved it. And then, they started throwing in all these crazy skins, like it's Ghostface, Michael Myers, which I bought, so I'm part of the problem. But they also have like Beavis and Butthead, Nicki Minaj, and it became like the Fortnite-ification of everything. Really just got to me. And all these other games that I used to really like kind of fell off. So it felt kind of like you're a nomad if you like military themed stuff. And I didn't believe them when they said they were going to stick to the military theming. They did. And they have held strong thus far. I play this game like every night. I have multiple groups of people that I bounce between. And I just straight up play Assault. I like the M4A1. I have a lot of fun with it. I like that it runs really well. The maps are cool, except for the New York map. Any map in this game that has verticality, I hate because you just get shot in the back or sniped from across the map, and it's just like I haven't figured out the counter yet. So once I figure that out, then I'll really like it. Because if I'm doing well, it's good. If I'm not doing well, the map sucks. I think that they finally figured out the right direction for it. I tried the Red Sec mode, and it does kind of evoke the same feelings as original Warzone. I think I need to figure out the TTK a little bit. I think they do too, and they acknowledge that by the respawns, like how you can parachute in a couple times. So like once I earn that out, I might go back to it. But the multiplayer is so good that I don't want to play the Battle Royale. Like whereas Call of Duty, the formula was getting a little stale and felt reinvigorized by the Battle Royale. This one is like, no, why are you worrying about a Battle Royale? You guys nailed it so well with the multiplayer. I don't need the distraction. There's nothing to distract me from. It's that good. And, Limp Bizkit all over this game.
Oh,
the title track, Made Love to Morgan Wallen, is an excellent song. I think that's a hilarious name for a song too. It's nailing the like vibe of the movies and shows my like main group of friends in real life all like. So it's been really fun to just get on and play this game with your buddies. And I liked all the content additions so far. So yeah, I'm gonna keep playing it.
Good, excellent. Jimmy,
I have like 70 hours in it.
Damn. Our group, Jimmy, though, our Discord. What tier are we in your friends tier list?
You guys are the first, the main.
Whoa, shit! First tier. Wow.
Because like someone's always playing in the Dustin Discords, and me and Ben usually chat in there when we play Hunt, and then people get on throughout the night, and then we all shoot the shit. But if you guys are playing Arc Raiders, then I go to my friend Channing and my buddy Mac, who's like, they're newer friends. I met them because Mac is dating my wife's best friend. And then my real life friends, George and Grayson, whenever they can get on. Apparently they're the 2 busiest people on planet Earth, even though I know they're not. They go, yeah, I'll play Battlefield. Then I play with them.
Okay.
And I like the crossplay. My friend George has a PS5 only, PS5 Pro. and it's seamless playing with him. So that's nice. It
Good,
works really well. Like instant invite the dude, he's in the game. None of this like extra layers of crap to deal with.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. The Dustin server,
tier 1.
People are like, oh, I want to get into the Last Stand staff Discord. No. Like, what's the tier for that? I'm like, you don't want in there.
You don't want in that one. Yeah, that's all business.
My server with the Misato server pick that I did specifically to annoy Locke, that's where the real shit happens.
Yeah, that's the real server for sure.
I feel like you got to put like a Genshin Impact character or something like really out there.
It wouldn't be authentic because I don't care about that. The Misato though, I love Misato. She's bae.
Yeah, she's like your top, so your top pick.
She's that's top like waifu.
Who would you put second though, Ben or Dustin? Not Ben. You wouldn't put anime girls there.
Second top anime girl.
Nami.
It's either Nami or Robin. It's hard to say. I feel like probably might be Robin. I was going to say Tifa, but she doesn't count. She's not an anime girl.
True.
Yeah,
she kind of is.
She's like adjacent.
Yeah.
She's 3D.
Yeah.
Dustin, not to get into the weeds, but somebody was telling us recently that there was like a group of people on Reddit talking about you having this secret Discord server where you invite special Last Stand fans to. And I was like, Dustin does have a secret Discord server. It's him and like 9 of our buddies who know each other in real life and tell dick jokes. Like that's the secret server. Sorry.
Yeah. No, there's an elite tier of people that pay me money to have control over to have secret influence on the Last Stand Discord server. It's I never thought I'd have conspiracy theories made up about me, but there certainly are.
Yeah, man, people are wild. That's for sure. This got brought up a little bit, but I'm really curious because you or Ben and Dustin played it. Call of Duty. I haven't heard much chat about the game. Just people are kind of like not super hot on it, but you guys did play a little bit of it.
I did play. I didn't even redeem it.
No, but Ben and Dustin did. What do you guys think of that this year?
Well,
damn, thumbs down.
How much have you heard us talk about it, Brad?
Not much.
Well, that's about what we think of it.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm over it.
I mean,
you lost me.
Here's what I said about it is that if you're somebody who plays Call of Duty every other year, every third year, and you really like Call of Duty and you don't really care about a lot of other games, like it's fine. It's a Call of Duty game, but like it's not doing anything crazy different. It's recycling a lot of old ideas, and some of them it's, in my opinion, making it worse. And it's just like they're not. I don't feel like they're addressing a lot of the needs and changes of current day shooters that are coming out. They're not innovating because they're Call of Duty and they don't have to. And like I said, it's fine. It's just not what I want to play because it doesn't do anything to excite me.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Brad, my video was titled "It's Worse Than I Thought."
Damn,
I think that's a good summary of my thoughts on it.
And you got you didn't have high expectations at all or anything. That's crazy.
No, I didn't. I guess I just thought that it would be more of the same multiplayer, which I thought Black Ops 6 was pretty good.
Yeah.
But it felt... This is totally preference, because I've seen people think that Black Ops 7 is the best Call of Duty multiplayer in a long time. God bless you. But for me, I played it and I was like, this immediately does not feel as good as the last game. And of course, the campaign, I mean, that's talked about endlessly at this point, but it's also bad.
I mean, not that player count is everything and not that Steam specific player count is everything, but it is. The player count right now is literally the lowest it's ever been 1 month after a new game release. And it's including anything that you're playing in the launcher, not just Black Ops 7. So like,
wow,
let the numbers speak.
So that's
I guess.
Warzone and everything too.
I think it's Warzone and I think it's Black Ops 6. They maybe separated out some of the other ones now.
Yeah.
But like, still, that's the 2 most recent games and the Battle Royale. That's free, by the way. And it's at under $60K on Steam, which don't get me wrong. Like, that's still a freaking lot of money they're making.
Yeah.
But
for how much they spent on it, I don't know if it's... I don't know.
Who
Hard
knows?
to say. But, yeah, people came from them this year. They had tough competition. Battlefield was on their game. Arc Raiders blew up. So, yeah.
I try not to be a hater, generally, unless it's Life is Strange. But
yeah, what happened? Where did this come from? I know you hate this game, and I don't know the origin of Ben's hatred for Life is Strange.
A lot of it really is deeply rooted in a joke with our buddy Phil that like loved Life is Strange. That started out as like a thing to make fun of him and like, you know, just goofing around like guys do. And then I started like actually realizing more about the game, and I was like, I actually don't think I like this at all. So it started out me knowing nothing about the game and just pounded on him about it, and then it turned into like I actually don't like it, but I just bring it up now as a meme. So anyway, I'm not hating on Call of Duty. Like, I respect so much of what they've done for the space, but very clearly this year is a huge miss.
Yeah. Well, don't worry, they'll be back next year. Or something else.
Yeah. I hope for the sake of gaming and the sake of having fun in Discord servers, like I hope the next one's great.
Yeah, it is fun. We had fun playing last year, except for being in that. I felt like I was in a circle of hell when we were in Nuketown on Nuketown 24/7 all the time.
There was one time you joined Discord. You were like, "What are you guys playing?" We're like, "Call of Duty," and you're like, "Oh, cool. What map are you on?" Well, we're doing Nuketown 24/7. You're like, I gotta go get something to eat.
Yeah,
like, I gotta leave.
How many times are you gonna make me live out my Groundhog's Day there? It's crazy. All right, I believe Ben, number 4 here.
This game, I think I brought it in as an honorable mention last year, but I looked at my achievements today. I didn't finish actually playing it until after we recorded last year's episode. But that is Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to put it in this year's because technically I don't think I played it until we talked about last year.
Well, it came out on PlayStation.
It really came out this year.
Yeah,
it really. Well, I played it on PC last year, so you know, whatever you want to say. Anyway, Indiana Jones, phenomenal game. I really enjoyed it the whole way through. I am an old school fan of Indiana Jones.
You're a Jones head.
I don't know if I'm a Jones. I don't know if you can put the Jones head title on me. I'm not that into it, but I just remember growing up with Indiana Jones and really liking it and loving Harrison Ford because he was 2 of the coolest characters that have ever been created. But I just thought the game was awesome. Honestly, I haven't gone back and played the DLC yet. Well, I should and I need to. But it's also been a year since I played it, so a lot of the specifics are escaping me. But just I remember from point A to point Z, like I had a great time with this game. I thought it was very well done. I thought the voice acting was phenomenal. I thought that the puzzles were just the right amount of difficult while not being obtuse. And I thought that it just like really fit into the world very well without having any like, oh, this is totally out of character or anything like that for the lore of the game or the lore of the character. So awesome game. Really enjoyed it. Want to play the DLC. I hope they make another one. I don't know how sales went or anything, but I really hope it was successful enough for them to automatically have already greenlit the next one because it was just a treat the whole way through for me.
Yeah, I played through this year as well, Ben, and I really enjoyed it. As an Indiana Jones fan like you, we're around the same age, so we grew up on the same stuff, probably. Really nailed the character. I felt like they really understood the universe. Really cool going through the different locations. The puzzles were a lot of fun. Some really sick like tombs and stuff like that, living out that Indiana Jones fantasy. Yeah, really fun game. Really enjoyed it as well. Hopefully
it looks awesome.
It does. It does look really good.
I like that they referenced the ride immediately.
Yes. Yeah. And like at the very start.
Forbidden Eye. That ride is so good.
Yeah, shout out to that ride. Badass ride. All right, Dustin, number 4 from you.
Number 4 is Arc Raiders.
Okay, hell yeah.
So yeah, another Arc Raiders for the list. I love this game. I can't stop playing this game with the boys. It surprised me because I had gotten into the finals a few months before Arc Raiders came out, and I was like, man, this Embark team, they're doing something really cool here. I know there's a lot of buzz behind Arc Raiders, but at the time, I had not had an extraction shooter that had really grabbed me yet. I tried the Call of Duty one. I tried, what's the fake Chinese Battlefield game?
Oh, Delta Force.
Delta Force had one. It was okay, and I never played Tarkov or anything like that. So I was like, okay, well, we'll see what this game is.
You're not man enough to play Hunt Showdown?
Dude, it's too slow. It's
cream
so
of the crop.
fucking slow.
It's the best.
It's too slow. It's boring.
Damn.
You got to play Bounty Clash.
I take that back.
That's crazy
boring.
talk.
It's not boring, but it's too slow for me. So yeah, when Arc Raiders did their server slam right before launch, I played it. I was like, this is interesting, but I don't get it. But I'm going to play on launch.
Yeah.
And it took me probably, I feel like, a good 5 to 10 hours where I was like, I like this. But then when I started to really get it, because I think at first, like extraction shooters, it's so scary. Yeah. You're like, I don't want to lose anything. It's mine. Like if I lose it, I won't have anything. What am I gotta save it and make sure I don't die and stuff like that. And then eventually you're like, oh, it's annoying, but it's fine. When you die and when you get the mindset, I saw someone say this somewhere online that was like, once you have the mindset that nothing in an extraction shooter is ever truly yours, and eventually it's going to go to somebody else and it's just you're borrowing it. It changes the game. And it's true where you start to feel more comfortable, be like, yeah, if I lose it, it's going to be annoying, but that's okay. And of course, as you guys were talking about earlier, the player interactions are awesome and a lot of fun. And the PvP, man, I'm like you, like Ben and like Jimmy, I'm enjoying being evil a little more each day.
Fun. It is fun.
I think there's been many times where we've been playing together. I'm like, oh, there's guys over there. They're definitely too far away for us to kill. I'm just going to take a pot shot at one of them though, just for fun. Like we're going a different direction, but I just want to make their day a little bit
keep
worse.
Them on their toes.
And when they run, it makes you want to run after them because you're like, oh, they're not going to fight. Pickens.
Yeah.
This game, it'll make you feel like $1 million. Me, Ben, and Brandon the other day were in like a fight that literally involved 10 people, and somehow we won. That was like just a sea of bodies, and we were like, that was insane.
That happened to us too. And
was it the oldest house map?
No, where were we, Ben? It was the electromagnetic storm.
I think it was on Dam. We were there for the electromagnetic storm. Yeah,
and it was
on that hilltop. Is that what you're thinking of?
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
That might have been Blue Gate.
Yeah. So you have a match like that where you're like, we are the best Arc Raiders players to ever live after that. And the very next match, it's like,
just get shit on.
Everything falls apart.
You die to a pop.
Just like
you die, dude. And you have dudes that are just way better than you. And you're like, it just feels like being cruel, like as cruel as you were to someone else. Now you're on the receiving end.
Yeah,
you're like,
that's the way it goes, man.
So I'm so excited to see the future of this game. I think there's so many opportunities. Like, I don't want PvP or PvE servers, but I would love to see some kind of like PvE raid event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like something where it's like
a boss rush.
The whole map is trying to kill one, because I think that was the original vision of Arc Raiders, that it was PvE and had these giant, the giant arcs that you fight. I would love to see them still do that now that they kind of have a base established where it's like, okay, this isn't the game, but it's something you can do like once a week. You can do this event or something like that. So
I'd be fine with that. That'd be cool. Yeah.
I think the matriarch event could be that.
Right.
But people are too interested in whoever kills the matriarch and gets the loot, killing them.
And, that's just a part of the game.
I could even see this game having, like, imagine if it's only you and your two teammates, and it's like a Destiny raid type situation, or 5-person raids. The game has enough mechanical depth, I think, to pull something like that off. That would be pretty neat.
Yeah. The only thing, it has to be limited. I think if you do something like that, it can't be a permanent mode because it's just going to bleed players in certain areas.
Yeah, I like the PvP.
Yeah. Okay. Jimmy, your number 3, please.
No one's seen this one coming.
Oh,
Tokyo Extreme Racer.
Tokyo Extreme Races.
So,
nice.
Yeah, that's what I've been calling it. Like when I talked to Jake, I got Jake Baldino to buy it, which
nice
is difficult because he plays everything, and he was like, "It better be good," and he told me it was good, so I felt good about that. This game was in early access. It launched in early access this year, and I saw Unreal Engine 5, and I was like, "No!" Then it runs great. It's awesome. It's in this like weird far future version of Tokyo where everyone is confined to the expressway. Like that's part of the lore. Like everyone goes on the expressway at night. And it's a really interesting racing game because I played the PSP ones. It's very similar to that, where it's kind of treated like a fighting game where if you see a racer that's part of a different gang, you flash your brights at them and it like initiates a race on the highway. And the way to defeat a racer is to stay in front of them and drain their spirit points. And then you earn battle points that you spend on permanent upgrades. And then you build up yen, buy cars. And then there's all these like weird conditions you have to meet. Like you'll go to the pull-off garage and there'll be this guy who's like, hey, I heard if you come by Tuesday nights with this specific car or like this specific vinyl on your car, you'll get to race like the Extreme Legend 7. Or they always have wacky names. And then there's a whole economy built around that. And you get custom racing parts. And it's just a really damn good game. It's great on Steam Deck because it's a portable series mainly. Like there are mainline console ones, but it really felt at home on the PSP. So playing this on the Steam Deck is like the perfected form of it. And they just did a really good job. Like they released it 80% done in early access, so you could play basically the entire game. And then they collected a bunch of feedback and implemented all of it. And so it got that much better. And I think it's like a $50 game too, but it feels more complete than 90% of the $70 games that have come out this year. So Genki Racing Project absolutely killed it. I'm excited to see more from this series, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Jimmy, I loved Tokyo Extreme Racer on Dreamcast. I thought it was super fun. And to hear that it was coming back, I know there's been other games, I just never really played them, but hear that it's coming back, man, it's so good. It's very pleasing to me.
Really good car models.
Yeah. I'm so pleased to hear it's still like the same freeway and stuff you're going on and racing everyone. It's so cool.
It needs better racing wheel support and like a free drive mode because like I play the same freeway is like a downloadable map in Assetto Corsa where you can like set the time of day, you can set the weather, you can set the highway traffic density, but it just doesn't look as good as this game. And this game's wheel support's kind of jank. So I'd like to see that in a sequel.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice.
Is it solely single player?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good, because I can't play racing games against other people.
Don't race the
even though I really
drivers.
like them.
The taxi drivers, their vans have some sauce. They'll whoop your ass.
Damn.
They're unreal. I guess it's like a meme from the series, but yeah, like I had a really end game car and I got my ass beat by a taxi driver.
Damn. All right. Let's see here. Ben, your number 3, please.
Arc Raiders.
All right.
I don't have a whole lot to add over what we've already discussed. I mean, I love it. I think I'm at or over 100 hours already. It's insane. It's just been really cool to see the way this game has gone. I think probably, I don't know, close to 2 years ago, Jimmy and I don't even know how we both discovered it, probably because Steam's algorithm knew something about us from playing Hunt or whatever. But we both kind of fell upon it at the same time and then just kind of waited for it. Maybe it was even longer than that. I don't know. But then, of course, the finals came out and we went through a phase of that. And then once Dustin rediscovered it, we went through another phase and still had a lot of fun with it. And just the anticipation for Arc Raiders was so cool just to experience with the larger world. And then it delivered and it's really good and it's only going to continue to get better. Obviously, players will come and go and different things about the game will change. The one thing somebody said earlier, I can't remember I think maybe Jimmy said about the community around this game is kind of irritating him. I would say that's true, but in different ways for me. But there's so many games like another game I'm going to talk about here in a little bit where the community, I love the game so much, but the community just made me want to hate it. Whereas this game is kind of like that, but I'm not hating the game still. I'm still enjoying the game for the game itself and trying to put off the community and the discussion around it. And it's because it's so big. That's why the community is so annoying about it. So anyway, I don't have a ton to add about specific game dynamics or anything that we haven't already discussed, but every piece of it is really good. And I'm really excited to see the next new map and where they take it next and what they add and what they've, this will be coming up soon is the end of the first expedition cycle, which is essentially a voluntary wipe. And I'm sure they're going to implement some new stuff, some different mechanics, some bug fixes, all that kind of stuff, which they've already been very responsive with bug fixes. But I think it's really cool to see where it's going to go. I wonder, they knew this game was going to be big. Some of the, metrics I've seen out there before the game came out, it was obvious it was going to be big. But I'm really curious to see, did they know it was going to be this big? Because it's everywhere right now. It's insane. Mm-hmm. So it'll be cool to keep watching its trajectory, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Dustin, number 3 from you.
Number 3 is Blueprints.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So Blueprints, this was a game from earlier in the year, but this game was just a total shock and surprise to me on, like, I think it was revealed in a state of play and I was like, oh, that looks cool. Nice puzzle, first person puzzle game. I like those. Decided to start playing it. And one of the reasons why it's my favorite games this year is that it's a game I got to play with Holly. And we don't play a ton of games together, but when we do and it hits just right, it's such a cool experience. So if you don't know what Blueprints is, if you don't remember from me gushing about it earlier in the year, it is a roguelike puzzle game where you are creating the layout of a mansion as you play, and you are trying to discover room 47 or something like that. You're trying to discover the secret hidden room of the mansion. And so at first the game is like very in your face of like, okay, when I go into the next room, I have to decide what room to create. And so that's the game, figuring out and managing how many steps you have left, managing how many keys you have. And that's like very direct. But what made the secret sauce of this game is the meta puzzles in the game. And that's where it gets so crazy and cool. And when Holly and I were playing it, it started with one piece of like standard, like computer paper. And Holly was like, oh, let me write that down. And then she filled all that up. And then it was like, okay, she's writing on the back. And then she filled the entire back of the paper. And we were just like, it felt like we were Charlie in the mailroom with this game, trying to like, look, if you take this thing in this room and this connects to this, and it was shocking the amount of depth in Blueprints. And I feel like I've never played a game quite like it in my life. It's games that are clearly, inspired it, like games like Myst or something like that. But I was just so shocked by how great it was. And some of this I definitely completed like the standard ending of the game and even the second ending of the game, which is already like going above and beyond. There's stuff I've seen online about this game where I'm like, I have no fucking clue how anyone would ever figure this out. Like Holly and I were starting to get on the trail of it, but I was like, it's maybe a bit much. So it's great because it has the basic ending that I think anyone can do. There's like a second ending that is much, much harder, but doable. And if you're like totally nuts about puzzle games, there's even more layers of depth that you can get into. So Blueprints, I have not forgotten of it, about it, even though it was a game earlier this year. It was just super great.
Cool. That good.
Dustin, totally different type of thing, but you talking about the like writing stuff down, that's an art that I feel like most of us haven't done in a long time. And it's, again, a different type of thing, but I remember back on like SNES playing that with a buddy, and we did this for Zelda games, and we also did it for the Lord of the Rings SNES game, where we would actually use graph paper and draw out like dungeons and everything like that, because you had there was no other resource unless you bought the strategy guide, and God knows we couldn't do that in the early 90s as 6-year-olds. So but just like that tactile, like I've got to not only use the screen to play this game, but also write stuff down. That really sounds disgusting to me, and that shows how terrible of a gamer I am now. But there's something about that makes a game feel like totally different.
You reminded me something that I didn't experience, but my mom's told me about. Brad, you're going to love this. My grandpa, so Ben, my mom's dad, in the NES era, he wasn't like mega gamer, but he was a gamer. He created the entire Zelda overworld map on paper.
He told me about that.
And I'm like, that's
a lot. Holy moly.
That's elite ball status with my grandpa. Doesn't care about games at all anymore. In fact, never has my entire lifetime. But there was a time. And I'm like, that's legit.
Zelda 1, man.
Hell yeah.
What a G. All right, Jimmy, number 2.
Dying Light the Beast.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
I was so excited for this game, but also so ready for it to be really bad because Techland got bought by Tencent. So I was like, I don't know, but they pulled it off. It's so much better than Dying Light 2. It's not even funny. Like every complaint I had about Dying Light 2, they addressed. It's like they went down a list, bringing back Kyle Crane. He's got zombie powers now, where you could just beat the absolute shit out of these zombies when you go into beast mode. You're like, the executions are absolutely unreal. Having guns in it from the start is also a big plus, and they're really well animated. Like, there's that show that GameSpot used to do that spun off where the British Royal Armory guy goes through all the guns in games, and he's like consistently impressed by the level of detail in Dying Light the Beast. I thought that was really interesting. The story is really good. They said leading up to it that they thought it was going to be like Dying Light 3, and you're like, yeah, marketing speak, whatever. No, it feels like Dying Light 3. Really cool setting with the Castor Woods. It's nice sort of Eastern European vibe to it all. The parkour feels the best it's ever felt. I really like how they introduced a character from Dying Light 2 into the story. It kind of redeemed him, in my opinion, as well. The combat feels the best it's ever felt. And like, I'm excited to see where it'll go next, instead of being like, I hope they pull off a third one so that it doesn't kill the series. You know, like, I feel confident about where Dying Light is going. And they've done a good job consistently trying to keep people coming back with cool updates and everything. I thought they would maybe go back to like the events being in 2 after this was out, but then this is the current Dying Light. So it's cool to have this one to go back to. And it got me to go back and replay the original and the following this year. And I loved those on Steam Deck. So yeah, this was a really big high point for the year for me.
Dude,
it just delivered on my expectations and exceeded them in a lot of ways.
Hell yeah. Really happy to hear that, dude. I played at Summer Game Fest with Dustin, and I thought it seemed pretty fun, dude, for what I played of it. So I'm really happy to hear that it seems to be improvement over 2 overall, complete. Because I played 2 a little bit, and I was like, it's okay, but not enough for me to keep going. But
2 has improved a lot. They've added a lot of stuff. They've added guns, and they fixed the story a bit, because there was the survivors had one canned line that they would repeat no matter who you were talking to, which was really annoying. And B, they were such assholes that like they went overtime trying to make it look like they're these down on their luck sort of like people you're supposed to feel sorry for. And then they start out by trying to hang you for no reason. Damn. And then they're just assholes to you. So they fixed that. They made them a little bit more likable, but I still side with the PKs every time. I'm like, these guys suck. I want to wipe them out.
Yeah.
So it's like better, but just kind of a mess overall, which if you know the backstory of what like happened with Chris Avalon and everything and how they had to rebuild it, it makes sense. And now knowing that he was like basically completely exonerated from everything, it's like you probably should have stuck with him from the start. Yeah. But they redeemed themselves with Dying Light the Beast. So good job. Right. Good job, Techland.
Yeah. Okay, Ben, you're number 2.
My number 2 is Clair Obscur.
Oh, yeah.
And this could very easily be number 1. Like I said before, I didn't put a ton of time into ordering of this list, but I do have it on good authority. If I had called it my game of the year, Rick Hoeg would come to my house and beat me to death. So I couldn't do it.
Uh-oh.
That's not true for anyone, for FBI. No, I thought Clair Obscur was great. And when I think about what Dustin said about his definition of like games of the year or like a game of the year list, it's the games that stuck with me. And Clair Obscur just is one of those games that, you know, I've played many RPGs, I've played many turn-based games, but Clair Obscur just stuck with me, from the performances to the story, and not just, you know, the big pieces of the story, but like the whole story overall. I thought was good. I don't think it was the most like, oh wow, I can't believe this happened kind of game, but it definitely at every moment kept me like interested in wanting to know what was coming next. And that's actually kind of hard to do for me these days. So I really enjoyed it. I love the different combinations you could do with building out your character and allowing for the different mechanics to work together between your party, have to kind of plan that out in advance. And the turn-based combat is, again, not new. It's not something we haven't already had for 30 years, but the way they just did it, I just thought was very like, it all just clicked correctly for me.
Yeah.
The voice acting was great. The sound design was awesome. The music is phenomenal. It looks very pretty. Like, just everything you could grade about the game, I would grade very, very highly for me specifically. And for me to sit down and play a 40, 50 hour long story-based game and have like my family be interested in it and like following along, that's something that's hard to do as well. So that was cool as well. So Clair Obscur ranks up there pretty high for me. Definitely the game, when I think about all the games I've played this year, it's the game that I think the most like deeply about. Again, it's not like overly philosophical or something you have never been able to fathom in a book or a movie or a game before, but like it's just all of it. Every piece of it is done so well. The biggest thing this game has going against it, as I mentioned earlier, is the fans. Just shut up and let everybody just enjoy the game and shut up.
Or not enjoy it.
Or not enjoy it. Whatever you prefer. Just stop talking about it.
When you really like something and then you see who likes it and you're like, because that happened to me with Stranger Things 4. I thought Eddie was an awesome character and I loved him. I was like, this guy's awesome. And then I saw people were talking about him on Twitter all the time. And I was like, I fucking hate this guy. I'm so like, yeah, I don't know. I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't care if you like or don't like the game. I'm just somebody who like doesn't need to tell everybody how to think. And I hate it when people do that to me. Yeah. So. And no, in fairness, no one's done it specifically to me. I'm causing the damage to my own psyche by being on Twitter, like existing there. Yeah. So I get it.
Okay. Very nice. Dustin, number 2 from you.
Number 2 is Death Stranding 2 on the beach.
Yeah, I wondered where it would be.
Yeah, this game rules. And I played Death Stranding 1 recently before. Not like direct like Colin did. Well, it was pretty direct, but I didn't like spend like 300 hours in Death Stranding 1 before 2. So I was refreshed on the story. And it was cool to see a sequel that was like, it felt like a traditional old school sequel where it's like, this is everything the first game was trying to do, but better. And the story in it, I realized with my top 2 picks that clearly, like, I care deeply about gameplay, but if you want to make the top tier for me, story is so incredibly important. And Kojima, for as wacky as he is, for as self-indulgent as he is, the self-glazing, he's right though. He's got something going on, something unique. You either love it or you don't. And I really do like it. And I'm trying to think like the change to outside of America, whether you're in Mexico or I don't know if the second continent is still a spoiler to some people or not, but seeing that and I think I'm struggling right now because the main thing about this game is the story and I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, sure.
But I absolutely love this game. I didn't think I wanted this game for a while because I was like, come on, this was cool, Kojima, but you've got so many ideas. Do we want more Death Stranding? And so I was always like, okay, I trust you. And he delivered with it.
Nice.
Yeah. Love this game as well, Dustin. Super fun. Great story. Love the characters so much. Cared about them. And all those stupid little fun moments you have. Even just like tripping over a fucking rock and losing all your shit is still burned in my brain from those times. Super good. To me, it feels like they improved upon nearly everything from the first game from a gameplay perspective. If you want to argue story, that's fine. But I think they just added so many great quality of life things to the game and just made the world so much more interesting to traverse.
The combat in particular.
Yeah. Huge step
was super improved. And for fans of Metal Gear Solid 5, there's a lot more Metal Gear Solid 5 in this game.
Oh, yeah.
And it was good.
And there's a VTuber in the game. So
there is.
Yeah.
Pecco.
Damn.
Dude, I love... Okay, dude, one of the funniest parts of the game. If you wear the Pecco hat, Norman Reedus will just like randomly say Pecco.
Yeah, Pecco.
Like you'll just be climbing, he'll be like, Pecco. Yeah. And it's like, what
good shit.
The fuck, dude?
There's a good pizza quest in the game too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good shit. Yeah. Awesome game. All right, Jimmy, your number one game of the year.
This one's controversial. Elden Ring Night Rain.
Oh, shit,
By
dude.
far. Fucking loved this game.
Damn, dude.
I played it so much with my brother and my best friend. We were playing it like every night. My brother was here for a while over the summer. He is on his Legion Go. My buddy George brought over his laptop. We were just playing it every night. We did like everything you can do in this game. I had so much fun with it. And like I've played every Souls game. The only two I haven't beat, well, the only one I haven't beat is Sekiro.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten very far in it multiple times and it just loses me. I don't know why. I love playing it and I fall off of it. Elden Ring Original was the one I hadn't beaten yet, which was crazy because I love Souls games. And then this game made me get it, right? Because at the beginning of Elden Ring, I always do basically myself, right? Like white guy, sword, shield, love it. It was just a little boring finally in Elden Ring after doing it in every Souls game from start to finish. And then once you play Night Rain and you see what is waiting beyond the bosses, the swords you can make out of their souls and stuff, I'm like, oh, well, I want that. Like Elmer. I wanted Elmer's shit. So I like started up Elden Ring. It finally inspired me to beat it. But the shifting earth mechanic is what made me go like, yes, this is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
When we got to the bottom of the volcano, whooped the magma worm's ass. We whooped him. We were like juking him back and forth. We were playing fucking volleyball with him, get the legendary upgrade, go up and just curb stomp all the bosses. This one is the power fantasy Elden Ring. Once you figure out how to play it, love Duchess when you get the repos all figured out, and you can like double up your combos and everything. Just like a really cool like fighting game inspired sort of extraction shooter take on Elden Ring. And I am going to play the DLC, but I gotta wait for them to get it so we can go through it. And I even played it again with Brad on PS5.
Yeah, I mean, I played it on PC with you. Then I played it again on PS5.
I got most of the trophies. I want to go back and get the platinum, but I just haven't had time.
Yeah,
this is by far my most played game this year.
Yeah,
I like sit there when I'm waiting for videos to render, and I'm like, man, that game was so good. It was the perfect summer game too. Like, I don't like playing games when it's light out in the summer. And so right when it would get dark, I'd set this electric fireplace in my living room to purple fire. I'd be like, it's Night Rain time.
Ooh, shit. Night Rain time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I really like this game a lot too. It's got problems, but I had so much fun playing it. So much fun.
I want it to be a live service so bad. Like, I would buy the battle passes every season.
Yeah.
I'd be there for like every patch, but it is kind of nice that, you know, you can finish it. You could do everything, be done.
Yeah.
And yeah, I want to play a playthrough of Elden Ring with a Wilder mod.
Sure, yeah.
Because his grappling hook, his gun arm,
super
thing,
fun. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a DLC. I haven't even played the DLC yet either. And I adore this game. So great pick, Jimmy. I love it. Number one, baby. Night Rain. Hell yeah.
I was like, I wasn't even waffling. I was like, no, it's Night Rain. Number one by far.
Yeah,
most
dude,
fun
that's
I've
good
had
shit.
this year.
All right.
That game took away the most amount of my Jimmy time.
Yeah.
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 That was the only break I took from Hunt really this year.
Yeah.
Night Rain, man. All right, Ben, your number one game of the year.
It's Mega Bonk.
Oh, that's a great
cool.
I've got like a bunch of different indie games that broke out crazy big this year on my list, but Mega Bonk is just so incredibly good. I've got like, I don't know, I think it's like 98 or 99 hours in this game.
Damn.
And the crazy part about it is that most of that is not just like me sitting down and being like, I'm going to play Mega Bonk tonight. It's like picking up half an hour to an hour at a time, depending on how long my runs are, that kind of thing. Just over and over and over and over again. There is so much depth in this game that it's incredible. Like, it's an action roguelike game that has a ton of different characters, and it has a ton of different weapons and items and tomes and stuff like that you can unlock and that you can get and you can build and you can try different runs. But like the biggest depth isn't even in the amount of characters, it's in the amount of different types of builds that you can do. Like, I've literally done runs where I've been like, okay, this is the exact build I want. And then the RNG doesn't hit right and you don't get that last piece of the puzzle and your run is entirely different than the last run. It's really crazy how well tuned this game is. And I know that there's like a whole lot of like conspiracy theories and controversy and discussion around who the developer is and what they've done, or even if it is a single developer or if it's a whole team of people, who knows? It doesn't matter to me. The game is just really awesome. Yeah. There's zero story in this game, which is totally fine because what they set out to do, they did it, I would say, near flawlessly. I mean, I guess that's not true because they've done a ton of updates and balancing stuff. So like they adjusted things, but that's to be expected in a game like this where people get crazy and do all sorts of different types of, builds and everything to expose new weaknesses. But just the how well it runs, especially with 1 million enemies on your screen at times, is a testament to it doesn't look like that complicated of a game, but when you think about all the different mechanics that are happening at the same time, all the different individual pieces of things on the frame, it's a really well-made game. I think there's a lot of like free assets used in this game. It's obviously appears to be like a very bootstrap game, but there's so much depth when you actually sit down and play it to realize like the different systems and the different stats and the abilities and how they can enhance each other and the runs that you can go on and how unlocking this can dramatically change your chances of getting that. And again, just so much, like it's honestly a little much for me sometimes. I will admit I have looked up what's the best way to build this character more than once. It's fun to experiment, but also sometimes I just want to get a lot of points. So Mega Bonk is just that game that I just keep going back to. I felt like this at first with Vampire Survivors when it came out, and obviously, Mega Bonk, they were like, we wanted to make a 3D Vampire Survivors. Mm-hmm. So like it makes sense to draw allusions to this. But for whatever reason with Vampire Survivors, like I've still played a lot of it, don't get me wrong, and I still pick it up from time to time, but Mega Bonk has just hooked me more than Vampire Survivors ever did. So again, Mega Bonk.
Yeah.
I rated it number 1. That may change tomorrow. May change yesterday. Who knows?
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about Mega Bonk, so I believe it, dude. Cool pick. All right, Dustin, your number 1 pick. Is Rick Hoeg to come to your house and kill you for this?
Dude, Rick is outside right now. He's listening. He's actually through this window right here. Yeah. He's on my porch roof. He's about to bust in. It is Clair Obscura Expedition 33. People have been asking me about this for months, and I'm like, this is what it is. I'm not going to hide it. And yeah, this game shocked me, truly. I remember on Sacred Symbols, me and Chris were always like, this game looks so good, but when you look at the situation of it being a small dev, it's their first game, and we're like, it's not going to be as good as it looks. Turns out it was way better than it looked, in my opinion. And it's funny because a lot of people, you guys were talking about the annoying fan base. The gameplay is awesome, but it's not anything revolutionary, right? In fact, to me, when I think back on my time with Clair Obscura Expedition 33, I don't even really think about the gameplay at all. And this is just a moment for me where the story was so impactful. The characters, the performances, our boy Ben Starr, of course, killing it. Yeah, I mean, the entire cast of this game was absolutely phenomenal. But not to be too serious, but a game about grief really hit for me in the right way at this point in my life. And I think that's one of the reasons why it was so impactful for me. And I just think, like, dude, I think everybody should play this game. And again, it's also, this is hard to not talk about the story aspects, because I know for you, Brad, there's an element of the story that kind of killed it for you.
Yeah.
I think that's like, it does not even compute for me at all, because in some ways, like, the story, some of the changes that happen throughout the story actually make it so much richer for me as a thought experiment in different ways. But across the board, the gameplay, oh dude, and the music of this game, dude. The other day I was on my Target app for some reason, I can't remember why, and I was like, oh shit, Like 3 months ago, I pre-ordered the Expedition 33 vinyl.
Oh,
I totally forgot. It's not coming till next year. So I was like, oh, that'll be a nice. I'll forget again and then be excited when it shows up in the mail. But the music in this game it's like probably for me in the top 5 best video game soundtracks of all time. Probably.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, this game really, really hit for me, and it clearly hit with a lot of people. Yep. It's annoying. I know that it's like the common Reddit opinion or the common internet opinion of everybody right now. Like it's by the time this episode's out, it's probably won Game of the Year at this point. So
I haven't seen like any performative, people like this and not this about it. Like people are quiet about it being Game of the Year who don't like it. I think they know with this one. It's like unanimous.
Yeah. Like. Well, the problem too, I mean, to bring up the fan base again, there's people that act like the gameplay of this game is revolutionary. They're like, this is bringing back RPGs. It's like,
dude,
shut up.
I think about that on every time with Forza Horizon 5 because everyone was glazing it. Like, it's so revolutionary. It's the same game as Forza Horizon 4. Like, all the stuff people praised about 5 was in 4. So I know exactly what you're talking about because it's like, no, you just discovered it now.
Right.
But it's not. Like, you think it's new, but it's not.
Yeah. So yeah, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Game of the Year. Probably one. I don't want to say it's like the best game of the generation because it's still going for me, but it will end up being like, I think one of my favorite games of all time.
Damn. Nice. Damn. Yep. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Yeah. Amazing game. I think it's an incredible game. I really like it a lot. I love making fun of the fan base. I love it. It's so good because they are
you
super
said
annoying.
Something to me as a joke on the Misato Dustin server that I cannot repeat for the sake of spoiling it. I can't. It will spoil part of it.
Like a big spoiler?
I'll tell you after. I'll tell you after.
I'm gonna play it. I bought it.
Okay, then I can't tell you.
Yeah, you can't tell. I know you're talking about.
I can't tell you. I think, Fred, you already know what the fuck it is. I'm like, you motherfucker, don't say that. You don't fucking say
that. Yeah. While I don't think the game did really anything necessarily new, it did everything really well, which counts for something a lot. And what I'm really happy about the game, honestly, overall, is my hope is it gets more people into the space of turn-based role-playing games. Because there's so many good ones that people just kind of write off because of visuals or something like that. They don't like the way it looks. So I hope this game gets a lot more people involved because there are a lot of awesome Japanese role-playing style games, turn-based, that are incredible. And I just hope more people give it a shot now because of this. And I hope it's a gateway for people. And they fucking nailed it, man. The right game, right time, right studio, right dev. They appealed to people that a lot of other companies wish they could have in some way, but they managed to pull it off, and kudos to them, man. They made the game they wanted to make, and it turned out exceptionally well. So I'm really happy for Sandfall.
Brad, are you putting your top 10 at the beginning of the episode or at the end?
Mine will be the beginning.
So this is not the first part. Is it in your top 10?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Even though I make fun of it all the time, I still think it's an incredible game.
Brad, why don't you like Expedition 33? Why do you hate it?
Why do you fucking
because I
hate
hate the fans because they're fucking annoying as bitches. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, I think it's really good. I just don't think it's good as everyone else thinks. That's all. But I think it's one of the best games for sure this year, without question.
One of the things I hate about the conversation around the game, and I don't want to take anything away from the people at Sandfall. Like, I'm sure they worked very hard. No. But I'm like, you guys understand this wasn't actually only made by 33 people.
Right.
Like, that's not counting all the external studios, all the funding, all the voice actors. Like, this game is more than 33 people. Yeah. That said, if this game had been made by 10,000 people, I still think it's an amazing game. So
yeah, it's an achievement for sure.
Yeah,
it's an excellent game and it deserves to be celebrated without question. So
I can't wait to see Dustin's Letterboxd score on the movie.
Oh, dude.
I blocked Dustin on Letterboxd.
Damn.
I don't know how you make that game into just one movie.
Oh, they'd be so stoked if they could split it into like 6.
Yeah, maybe you do stuff they talk about in the game that's not in the game, actually. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be a great one-season HBO show.
Yeah.
Or Apple.
They should make
I don't know, some prestige outlet doing it.
Should make 33 movies.
33
movies
for each expedition.
33 minutes each. Yeah. Perfect. Sounds great. All right, boys. That's your guys' games of the year. Very well done.
Very
Can't even
job
speak
done.
right now. Very job well done, man. Before we go, guys, is there anything you guys wish you kind of got to in this year that you didn't get a chance to?
That game.
Yeah.
But they promised a Steam Deck specific update. I really like playing JRPGs on handhelds. It's a tick for me. And they promised it, so I'm going to wait because that's what I want to do.
Yeah,
and I just had a bunch of other stuff to play. I would have broken. I've just been really busy because of my militant deck ready schedule.
Yeah, absolutely.
The altars for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I really want to play that.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to like that. I just have to. You have to be in the mood.
Like it.
Jake was telling me about it, and he was like, really hyping me up on it. So I got to play it.
I think I saw it popped up on sale today on Steam. Maybe I should buy it.
A little peeky. Okay, cool. Dustin, what about you? Anything you missed that you wanted to check out?
I think the thing, I'm going to morph the question a little bit. I guess for me, it's like game you wish you
made time for
/ under could get into.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Oh yeah.
When I started it, I was like, I feel like even though I played some of the first one, like I'm missing the context, but I really don't want to go play the first one too.
You got it. And that was, I had the opposite problem where I played the first one to completion right before it came out. And it's very, it adds a lot of stuff, but it is also the same core game. And I was like, I need a break because there was some bullshit at the end of the first game, like a lot of difficulty spikes that didn't pop up until the last 2 quests. And I was like, all right, let's get through it. So I needed a break, but you need the story context.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I have 2 other things to mention about games, Brad. Just I'm looking at OpenCritic to acknowledge. First of all, most overrated game of the year, Split Fiction.
Oh, damn.
Great game. Does not deserve a 91 on OpenCritic.
Damn. Yeah, I never finished it, so I can't speak to it.
Also, the other game that I think is weird, that's an important game this year, particularly for you and I, Brad, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Came and went. We liked it.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Not as much as we wanted to, though, at the time. I know they've updated a lot, but just it's too much shit right now, man, for me to go back.
Yeah.
But yeah, Monster Hunter. All right, boys. I guess that's it, unless there's anything else you guys want to say, or we can just get on out of here.
Let's get out of here.
All right,
I think I've been on between stream and podcast. My throat hurts today.
Yeah,
mine does too.
From talking,
I did 3 videos today, and then
just the start, baby.
Just the start, man.
We're in the grind week right now, so
that's right.
Got way more to go. All right, thanks, guys. Hello, and we're back. This time, I'm joined by Mr. Gene Park. Gene, hello, great to see you, man. Glad you could join me for this.
Had to make it for the Game of the Year show for sure. Yeah.
That's right, yeah. And good to see Jack as well. Jumping on the desk. Good old kitty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Gene, let's just get right into it, dude. Yeah. Give me some of your most anticipated games or game, whatever you feel like for next year.
Other than the obvious Grand Theft Auto 6, and I think I guess it goes without saying Resident Evil 9 Requiem is another obvious choice, especially now that Leon has been basically confirmed. Leon's confirmed.
Yeah, he's confirmed.
Let's be real. Yeah, Leon's in there too, so that's really exciting. Next year, I think probably the biggest games I'm mostly excited for are Romeo is a Dead Man by Studio 51.
Oh, yeah.
That's a huge one.
Looks interesting.
It's been a minute since we've heard from the guy, and the game looks really interesting. But there's that, and I'm also really looking forward to Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. I never played Dragon Quest VII. I never played any of the later trilogy, Dragon Quest VII, 8, or 9.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. So I would have loved 8, because I completely missed out on that PS2, and
like you played it, and
I love it. That's what got me into the series.
Yeah, and it was like a mind-opening experience for a lot of people, and I wish I could experience that too. But 7, I hear, is amazing too. And here's the thing, though, is that the reason why I'm most excited for 7 is how much they glowed up 1 and especially 2 remake.
Yeah.
Like, wow, Yuji Horyu's team is going crazy with these remakes. They are doing it really justice. So any decisions that you think might be like, oh, that's weird about 7, I feel like you can probably trust them now at this point. Because the remakes had a lot of weird decisions too, but they all made sense. It was weird that it was weird and a little disappointing at first that 3 was released first. That kind of spoils the surprise that it's a prequel or whatever, but they made it all make sense. They made it all make complete sense to the point where it's like, okay, no, I get you. Like, I agree with you now that this is the correct way to play the game, the way you guys made it, right?
Yeah.
And it's excellent. So I'm excited to see how they decided to remake 7. And I never experienced 7, so this is just gonna be a brand new journey for me. I like the art style. So that's definitely my most anticipated game, other than Grand Theft Auto 6, just out of pure cultural curiosity, of course.
Of course, dude.
And technology too. So
yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, Gene. I've played some of 7, but I never beat it, but I remember it was very long when I played. Very long game, but it seems like they're streamlining it even more.
That's the thing. Yeah, I hear that it's extremely, extremely long too. And it's like, that's crazy because 11 is also extremely long too.
Yeah.
So. And even 2, honestly. I thought 2 was going to be short, and I was like, oh my God, this is a full 50-hour adventure.
Wow, I didn't know it was that big. That's crazy.
It's massive, dude. Yeah, you should play. If you play 2, be prepared to play a full RPG. Okay, like it is a full RPG. You got to go through a lot of crap in that game.
Yeah, I beat 1 fairly recently, and I was like, I'll come back to 2.
Yeah, 1 is still short. One I still beat in like 8 hours or whatever. But 2 is like a full-fledged like game. Like that's it makes up for the fact that 1 is short.
Yeah,
like 2 is like the main meat of that meal.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, very nice anticipated list right there. Some great games. Now, Gene, gotta ask you: are there any games you wish you had time to get to this year that you just couldn't make time for?
Yeah, people who've been listening to me on Punching Up know that I've been complaining about not having had time to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, and part of that's my fault. I've had it installed the whole time. I just haven't been in the mood.
Yeah, for sure. It's a big undertaking.
It's a tough game to get into. The thing is that I enjoy it, but like I really need to get over that mental hurdle. And it feels like. It's so bizarre to me, but I kind of get it. Why Micah doesn't understand Xenoblade Chronicles X or whatever, and she keeps talking about how she didn't get it. When she played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2, which are really, really difficult sim games. Yeah. At the same time, she might have just been in the mood for that type of game, and she just wasn't in the mood for Xenoblade X, which is a different kind of complexity, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. I think I just wasn't ready for the amount of immersion that KCD asks. But it's still installed. Trust me, I've been hovering my finger over it this whole break too. But I'll get there. So that's a deep regret. Blueprints I don't really regret playing that much, because it's a roguelike, and I'm fucking tired of roguelikes. If I'm sick of Hades 2, which is not even in my top 10, then yeah, I don't think Blueprints will probably hit me the way. Sure. 100 Light Academy is one that I definitely want to get to, but I just we really can't deal with a really long visual novel now at this point. And the Danganronpa series never really attracted me in the first place. So, but hearing how legendary this game is, I wish I gave it a shot too. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, it's funny you bring up Micah with Kingdom Come and Chronicles X. They are RPGs, I guess, both of them, but they seem to be doing completely different things when I think about them. So, like you're saying, I guess it's just what you're in the mood for from an RPG at that time.
Yeah. Like I hear Micah complain about, this is me like listening to the Punching Up shows and like responding like silently, to you guys. But like I hear Micah complain about Xenoblade Chronicles X having no dialogue, and like I'm like, my first instinct was that's stupid because there's so many other games that don't have speaking protagonists, that she's played herself. Dragon Quest XI, for example, right? It's not a big deal. I think a lot of it comes from the fact that all of that came on the heels of her finishing Kingdom Come Deliverance, where Henry is a chatty protagonist, and it's like she was just in the mood for that. She was just in the mood for a protagonist that actually talks, versus a 100-hour game where they don't.
Yeah, totally.
So, she's like a 100-hour game where protagonist doesn't speak is crazy, and it's like, Micah, you played those games all the time, and those games are everywhere. Skyrim and is another one too.
Yeah, there's plenty. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Any other games you want to talk about before you wish you had time for?
Games that I wish I got to, right? I guess that's it.
I know it's tough. There's a lot.
There's also a lot that Metroid Prime 4, obviously. Part of that is because I actually did start Metroid Prime 4 just out of pure curiosity. But the reason why I haven't played it though is because I am sick right now, and I'm going through like this mental trauma.
Yeah.
I have a hard time returning to games when I'm in this mental state that I'm playing through.
Sure.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3, literally one of my favorite RPGs of all time. I played while I was sick, and when I try to boot the game up again afterwards, since I've been better, it's like, man, I can't hear that fucking pause music anymore. It makes me. First of all, you hear the pause music so much goddamn time, so it'll probably drive you crazy without cancer. But with cancer, I'm just like, oh man, it just brings me down so much. So I don't want to do Sonic Frontiers is another game that I really love, but I played that while I was sick too. So it's like, ugh, that's tough. So I don't want to do that to Metroid Prime 4. I want to be able to go into Metroid Prime 4 with good feelings, hope for the future, etc., etc. So
play when you're in a good mood. I get it.
Yeah, but I played a little bit of the game, at least to get to the Miles McKenzie part. And he's annoying, but he goes away real quick. So as we said, we were right.
Yep,
we were right.
Yep. All right, Gene. Now let me ask you. Do you have any honorable mentions for games this year that just didn't make your top 10?
I think Chronos, The New Dawn.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
I actually thought that was a good story. I finally finished it. I think it really shows how much Bloober is very talented now. I say that with no caveats, actually.
Yeah.
I have some issues with Silent Hill 2 remake, but objectively, it's a very good game. Very, very good game. But it always had me doubting because it's like, oh, you can trace within lines really well. Let's see how you do without that. And it's like, Chronos is very derivative, extremely derivative of other game mechanics, and but I feel like they were able to create their own vibe that was fairly interesting, and the whole game worked really well. It's very well optimized. So I really do, again, optimize in ways that Silent Hill 2 isn't. So that again, I want to reiterate, whatever team was working on Chronos, I hope they continue to make the main projects of Bloober Team, because they're just far more talented technically, design-wise, artistically, than any other output that they've had before.
Yeah.
So that's probably my biggest. One
you wish that didn't make it, honorable mention.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I forgot to say this on mine, but yeah, that's a good one for games I wish I got to, because I like survival horror a lot, and I just kind of missed it.
Yeah, what were yours?
Ones that I wish I got to, I can't recall all of them. I think like Oblivion Remastered maybe it was one, because I've never gone through Oblivion. I've talked to you about this.
Oh, no. But the ones you wish you made the list, or ones
ones that I wish made the list,
or what? Yeah, honorable mentions for you, because I'm starting to forget what came out this year too, other than my top.
Dude,
10.
I don't know. I recorded it days ago, so I'm really struggling to remember everything. Unfortunately, dude,
it's the holidays. Our memories are really bad right now.
It's kind of a blur. I wish I kept it accidentally, or not accidentally, but I deleted everything when I shouldn't have deleted it. But I don't know. You can watch it, I guess, that one part if you want to see it.
Yeah, go back, go rewind.
Yeah, rewind real quick. All right, anything else, Gene, or just that for now?
Nope, I think that's it.
Okay, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this, Gene. Your top 10 games of the year. Let's start.
Yeah, top 10. Oh, top 10 games. Okay.
If up to 10. You can have less if you want.
No, I listen. I put up my list in Washington Post.
Okay, there you go.
So let me pull that up right now. So the reason why Chronos didn't make it is because I decided to insist on saying that Xenoblade Chronicles X is one of the best games of the year. I'm so tired of people say, yeah, I tried it for like a few hours and I didn't get it, and it's like. I just want people to play games and try them out and really understand them, and play them in a way that doesn't have to always compare about what experiences you were expecting or wanting, like the most annoying thing for this Metroid Prime 4 discourse for me is people always saying, well, it's not like this or it's not like that, you know?
Yeah.
Even in the comments of yesterday's Punching Up, where people were like getting mad at you for being dismissive of like the Metroid Prime 4 quote unquote haters.
I'm not dismissive of it.
Yeah, you're not. First of all, you weren't dismissive of it. You said if that's your issue, and you said you were early, which I'm early too, right? So I don't want to say
I haven't finished it yet.
I don't want to say that they're wrong either, right? And from people that you normally agree with. It sounds like it does that there is a cliff that falls off in terms of quality halfway through or something, right? So I'm saying that's a very possible reality. Where was he going with this? But people saying that to you, they clap back to you and say, well, Metroid Prime 4 isn't doing all of this stuff because it doesn't have physics and there's so much backtracking and there's so much blah blah, and it's
backtracking. What?
It's like.
It's a Metroid game.
It's a Metroid game.
Yeah, there's backtracking in Metroid.
Why are you applying this standard to Metroid? Do you when you play Silk Song, are you asking why are there no Halo-like physics?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you understand how regarded that sounds? Right. Yeah. That you can't even focus on the one thing that you're actually paying attention to because you're too distracted by the other thing that you want to do. You know. I really just think that people need to just focus on understanding a game, and that's what Xenoblade Chronicles X is that they can't they can't get rid of the fact that Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2 have voice protagonists and it's a very story driven game with a main quest or whatever like that, and they can't wrap their head around the fact that X is a completely different type of game that demands different energies and different mentalities. So I don't like to put remasters on my list because they're remasters. I think a critic should be praising new work, right? But this was a principal choice of mine that I think, and ultimately, Xenoblade Chronicles X is really my favorite game of the year, even though I put it at number 10.
Yeah,
it really is number 1 in terms of where it is in my heart. So
yeah, cool. Okay.
Yeah, and people don't get to see Micah. I'm so mad at Micah because Micah is always complaining like, "Oh, you have to have a license to pilot the mech." Micah, you play Kingdom Come Deliverance where you have to learn how to fucking read. Yeah, So it's like you just get yourself out of the mentality and understand that this is a game that's trying to do the same thing to you. It's trying to immerse you in this world. So you have to learn how to read. You have to learn how to pilot a mech. You got to get your mech license. And just you don't have to like a game right away,
Yeah.
But do understand what the game is trying to do to you first. So,
yeah, people get real touchy about different opinions than their own about certain things. Yeah, so, I mean, it's just like you're saying with Metroid about I'm being dismissive. It's like I'm not being dismissive.
You're not. Yeah, it's so weird that you're not being dismissive. You're just saying that you like it so far. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
And we were right about Miles, Yeah. So it's like there's obviously rage bait out there,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, rage bait.
You have to filter that out. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't care if someone doesn't care for my opinion. That's totally fine. All right, Gene, let's do your number 9 pick then.
Ghost of Yote.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say that's kind of where mine ended up as well. I think it was like around 9.
Yeah, it's a good game. It is the best AAA game other than like I guess Death Stranding 2 or whatever. It is AAA game, the AAA video game, with prestige acting and lots of stuff to do, beautiful graphics. But it's good though. It's an excellent sequel to Ghost of Tsushima and better in many ways. So
yeah, I think it's
I actually did my PlayStation Wrapped, and it was the number 2 most played game of the year for me for PS5, which I actually didn't play a lot of PS5 this year. I only played about 350 hours, which is it's still a lot of video gaming,
sure,
but it definitely didn't take a majority of my time. It was actually that's 350 hours is still not like almost as much as the 275 hours I played on Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a Switch and PC year for sure. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, Yote was great. We had a whole spoiler cast about it, so you can go listen to that if you want to.
That's right. Yeah, great game.
Thoughts. Yeah. All
right. What about your number 8?
Number 8 is Baby Steps.
Oh man, that's a game I wish I made time for. Yeah.
And that's a game that you can play for like 10 minutes and you'll be like, okay, I get this.
Sure.
But the longer you play it, the more you kind of understand what it's trying to do. Like it's really trying to like make you question your motivations for playing video games at all.
Interesting.
And but it's also kind of deconstructing how open world games are made. And it's funny that it came on the heels of Death Stranding 2, and it was heavily inspired by Death Stranding, definitely.
Yeah,
that's Kojima's impact still impacting indie.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's an interesting game that really makes you wonder like why certain design decisions are made in games, and how they try to motivate a player, and it just kind of slaps that in the face of you.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting because you don't get that impression from just like seeing the game or anything like that, or a trailer that I've seen.
No, but you get the impression pretty quickly at the beginning of the game when you meet a character and he says, "Oh, you need a map," and then like the mini map like flashes on the corner of the screen for like a second, and then your character's like, "Oh no, I don't need it," and it's like, and then the map is gone, and then you just never see the map again.
That's cool.
And it's like, and it's interesting because I'll say straight up that the game I've been playing for the last few weeks, actually the game I've been obsessed with. And I earlier this podcast, I just talked about how I don't want to revisit games. Or I don't want to visit games where I'm sick. Right. There is one game that I played in 2023 where my lung cancer came back, or where my cancer came back in my lung, and which is happening again now. That I played during the review period, and it was Starfield. Starfield. I've been playing a ton of Starfield. I actually plan to be on Defining Duke later this week to talk about my journey with Starfield, because I've been playing so much of it. But Starfield also reminded me of Baby Steps, because Starfield has a lot of bullshit and stupid shit. I love the Starfield, but as I'm playing it, I still realize that it is not like a great open world game sometimes. And Baby Steps has helped me kind of, help me critically look at that in a different way,
Yeah.
Like Baby Steps has empowered me to look at video games a different way. And I think that's really special. So
cool. All right. Shout out Baby Steps. Let's move on to number 7.
Number 7, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Yeah, cool.
If we're gonna do my real complete subjective, non-objective, top 10 lists, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound will be number 2, and Xenoblade Chronicles X will be number 1.
Okay. Yeah.
Out of all the games on this list, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is the only one that I think is a perfect 10. The pretty much perfect all around. For me, I think. And I think Colin understands this too, that because we're both such huge 2D Ninja Gaiden fans, and just 2D fans in general. Mega Man, Castlevania, and Ninja Gaiden, they're all kind of the same spirit, right?
Yeah.
In that they are 2D moving puzzles, they're action puzzles where it's like, okay, here's a flying enemy here, there's a bouncing enemy over here, he's shooting this way, you're shooting that way. How do you get yourself out of this situation? Jump, attack, blah, 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 Ninja Gaiden Ragebound understands this to the nth degree. I like it so much better than Shinobi Art of Vengeance.
Oh, okay.
I like it so much better than Shinobi Art of Vengeance. And part of the reason why is because Shonen like Art of Vengeance doesn't really have a flow. Yes, you can make your own, you can create your own combo flow out of it, which is beautiful and it feels great. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad game at all, but just one that I didn't finish because I just didn't feel motivated by it, because the game is always topping me to be like, here's a couple of other enemies that you can combo. And it's like, I'm kind of bored of that. I want you to figure out what this level design is. But the level design is boring, and the enemy placement is boring because they're just like combat rooms, versus Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which is like presenting interesting scenarios, which Ninja Gaiden has always done. You know, the controls are excellent. I think really the only quote unquote weak part is the story, because like, you know, I like Ninja Gaiden is like one of the first like cinematic games, action games ever. So it's like, you know, I would have liked it if they kind of jazz up that part a little bit more, at least in terms of engaging writing. But they couldn't really do that. But other than that, though, you know, like just thinking about it right now makes me want to play the game right now.
Yeah,
so.
Great game. Game Kitchen, man, good developer.
Yeah, Game Kitchen,
guys.
Yeah, Blasphemous. Yeah, it made me want to check out Blasphemous, which I'm not really in the mood for. I'm not in the mood for a 2D Souls. Like, I just fucking finished Silk Song.
Yeah,
but you know, it's there, and I'll get to it someday.
Yep,
and it's thanks to Ragebound. So
excellent. All right, number 6.
Number 6 is Death Stranding 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I still love this game. I still love the story. You know, what I've been finding out is that I'm only doubling down more on my opinions. You know, people have made me question my love for Starfield by making me think that it's a bad game, that blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I was wrong about Starfield. And then I played it. I'm like, no, I was absolutely right about Starfield. I fucking love this game. I'm not saying that it's the greatest game of all time. Of course not. I'm not saying it's even like the greatest space game. You know, of course not. But it's great.
Yeah.
And Death Stranding 2 was a game that came out, and you know, a lot of people disagree with me about the story, but I still love the story. I think it's great. I think it's largely nonsensical, yes, and like silly. I think my biggest problem with the story is the stuff that I actually interviewed Kojima about, and you can go check that out on Washington Post, where he actually admitted, and this is such a meme that everyone still thinks that Kojima wanted the game to be difficult and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, Woodkid said that and he said it wrong. You know, Kojima had to correct him and says, no, that didn't happen at all. What happened is that I went into the focus tests and people didn't understand the story. You know, people didn't understand the motivation behind Higgs or Fragile. So he went back and rewrote certain scenes so they speak it more plainly. Yeah. So in that regard, it makes the game sound fucking stupid, because the characters are just saying, well, I'm doing this because of da 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 da, you know? And it's like, yeah, that kind of sucks, you know? I wish that he kind of stuck to his principles more. But the story he told is good. And I'll just quote one line where I feel like it pretty much sums up my feelings on Death Stranding 2, which is, you know, mechanically a better game than Death Stranding 1.
Oh, yeah, right? yeah. Way better.
So much more fun to play, so much more things to do. Love the railway system, love the soundtrack. The world is a little different, because I think the world was a little bit more treacherous in 1 versus 2.
Sure. Yeah.
2 felt a little bit more flat, but 2 is also relaxing in that way. But what I write in my top 10 list, which you can check out on WashingtonPost.com, is Kojima understands that sometimes the most irrational things in life are also the most honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes things happen and it doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's just silly.
Yeah. I mean, Metal Gear has been silly forever when you think about it.
Yeah.
So this is just business as usual for me with him.
Yeah, exactly. And Kojima is still able to communicate that extremely well. Yeah. And that's what I loved about Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, I love that game as well. Great game. Mm-hmm. All right, what are we on? Number 5, I think.
Number 5, Silk Song.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Silk Song. It's only number 5. And, you know, I consider it being in the top 3. The only reason why it's number 5 is because it is way too fucking hard. Not for me.
It's hard. It is a hard game.
Not for me. I had a pretty easy time. I remember I beat it in like 37 hours or something, right? Which is just 7 hours over the 30-hour achievement. So I was like, okay, well, beating this game under 30 hours at 100%, which I did, by the way, right? Is possible if I really want to speedrun it. I'm not going to do that because that sounds exhausting, you know.
Sure, yeah.
I kind of don't want to play Silk Song again.
It's a massive game, yeah.
It's a massive game, dude. Like just thinking about some of the backtracking. Oh my god, the backtracking, blah blah blah. You know, and it's like, yeah, it's like you guys don't really want to play Metroid games because remember during the Silksong thing, people were like, oh my god, there's so much runbacks or whatever.
I feel like that's. I mean, backtracking is kind of like a core pillar of the Metroidvania genre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to familiarize yourself with the environments to an insane degree. You know, you have to memorize it. You know, you have to internalize it. You have to do it over and over again. You know, But Silksong was beautiful. The music was beautiful. The story was amazing. The setup and everything that was incredible. I like thinking about it does make me want to play the game, and then I think about some of the challenges I had to do, and it's like, okay, I might just put mods on it or something next time, you know. But super fun game, and I'm so glad that it came out. That it helped me kind of revisit my my kind of dislike of Hollow Knight, and realize that, oh no, this actually is an amazing game, and which is why again it frustrates me. It frustrates me that nobody can seem to look at Metroid the same way. You know, I think people look at Metroid and they see the you know like I see the normie gamers try to pick up Metroid because it's the adult game of Nintendo, right? So it's like, oh, the Last of Us fans are now trying to switch 2 games, and Metroid is probably the closest one. And you play it, and you're like, oh, this is like Halo, but nothing's really happening, just like Halo. And it's like, it's just set dressing for a Metroid game. Like, you need to fucking get out of that mentality again. But some people can't seem to get that because they see Samus and they see, oh, super soldier. Why isn't she controlling like a super soldier versus Lady Silksong Hornet? Right. Versus Hornet, she's a little baby character, and so she can just do what the fuck she wants, right? Yeah. But Samus is a soldier, so she needs this game needs to be like Halo. There needs to be physics. Well, why isn't why is this even less interesting than Half-Life 2? And it's like fucking like it was never supposed to be like Half-Life 2. Yeah. What? You know? This is crazy.
Are we gonna say that for? Yeah, are we gonna say that for every game then? Like, why is that crazy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can say that for every game. You know. Yeah. Which is ridiculous, you know. But like that's
actually a complaint? Were people actually complaining about that?
I see that in our comments where like you know, okay. But it's not even just our commenters, like the actual like reviewers that were like there was like one review that mentioned like 5 different games in like the first like 2 paragraphs, you know.
That's weird.
And it's like, can you just fucking talk about Metroid Prime 4? You know? As opposed to all these other fucking games that your fucking ADHD brain can't even fucking focus on, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, this whole podcast has been me ranting about what people think about Metroid.
It's all right, man. You got to get out. You've been off the air for a little bit.
Yeah. But Silksong is great.
Love Silksong. Definitely great game. Loved it. I think it was like 5 for me as well, around there probably. 5 or 4. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, it's just too hard. It's not really that relaxing, you know.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not a relaxing game, and it's a very long game.
It's a very long game, and the parts of it are relaxing, but there are huge chunks of it where it's like, fuck, I gotta do this now, you know.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. I love it, but it's really hard.
Yeah, it's a mentally taxing game, but I do love it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Gene, number 4, please.
Number 4, Donkey Kong Bonanza, which would probably be my number 3 in my personal list here. Mm-hmm. You know, the other game on the Switch 2 that I played over 100 hours of, you know.
Damn.
I completed the shit out of
Xenoblade I do remember you 100%ed it like immediately.
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X, I completed the shit out of it. But Donkey Kong Bonanza, I also completed the shit out of it. Every single banana, man. 4 digits. Every single power, every single map. You know, every single part that you can get completely played because it was just so fun to play. I mean, what else is there to say? The controls are just perfect. It's just so fun to smash everything. The level design is so fun. It's just amazing to play a 3D Nintendo game again. A 3D Nintendo, not even Donkey Kong or Mario, just a 3D Nintendo adventure game. You know, made by the masters of the 3D platformer world, you know?
Yeah.
That's just such a joy to play.
You know what I said, Gene? I said it was 5 out of 5 on the fun factor, and it sparked joy. So you and me are kind of in the same boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the most fun game.
It was the most, I think, delighted I was playing a game the whole year. Mm-hmm. Just having a goddamn good time.
Yeah. Even the little shrines, you know, I have fond memories of them. Actually, I like them better than the ones that I played in Zelda. You know,
Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, shit.
Yeah, because I feel like they were kind of faster, and they're
they're
like,
much faster. Mm-hmm.
Like, and Donkey Kong is a more capable like physics type hero than Link is.
Sure, yeah. Link can just fucking roll at 100 miles an hour and punch
the wall. Whereas like Link needs like a new arm to like do anything with the world.
Yeah.
Versus Donkey Kong will just like lift shit up like punch it.
Just rip the wall off. Yeah,
it's like so much more effortless. Tears of the Kingdom would be so much easier if Donkey Kong was in it.
That's such a funny contrast. You're right, dude. Throwing DK in the world of Zelda and just look at him just fuck everything up would be so funny.
And Link is like, oh, I gotta use my psychic powers. And DK will just go up and fucking toss it and throw it. It's great. That level of freedom that is there, that even Tears of the Kingdom. It's just like Nintendo 3D adventure open world, just like without its chains,
Mm-hmm.
just free Donkey Kong into the world, and it was just so much fun.
Yeah. Good shit. All right. What are we on? Number 2, I think?
Number 3.
No, number 3. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Since the team likes the number 3 so much, Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Which is a great game.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
Here is the thing. Like, and I mentioned this in my Reddit too, right? The story isn't that big of a deal to me. I kind of I like the story, and but I like it mostly because of 2 characters, Mael and Verso.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they're the main characters, and they do the story does, like, when I think about a story as their story, then I love the story so much. But then I think about other characters like Lune and CL, and they're fine characters, but they don't really they're there as like background text, They're there to give the world flavor and to give the world context. No spoilers, right? But they're there to kind of just like offer more context into the culture and the people of this world and their history and their suffering and everything like that. But they're not really all that well written into the main story,
the main narrative.
The main narrative, at least like the plot, the driving plot. Thematically, they're all part of it,
Yeah.
Which is great. But that was just the weakest part of me. Also, like, it's people always say like, oh, it's such an adult story without any cliches. Guys, it's very cliche ridden. There are so much, like, if you actually, like, again, read books or play other games that have really good writing, that this writing is not that amazing. So for some reason, people really were enchanted with Ben Star Verso just saying family is complicated, and then you sit back and go, wow, facts. Yeah. Facts. Family is complicated, like it feels like that's the reaction. But enough negativity, all positivity. Again, I've been playing the Dragon Quest trilogy, right? Yep. Love JRPGs. Playing the Dragon Quest 3 trilogy did make me deeply appreciate what Expedition 33 does. And I feel like that's the conversation that we should be having. That Expedition 33 is an amazing, amazing tribute and recreation of the JRPGs that we love. The combat system, I'll never talk shit about the combat system, which isn't as amazing as Xenoblade Chronicles X, but almost gets there, which is huge.
Mm-hmm.
It was so customizable, maybe to a fault, but I only say maybe because it was so fun. I love trying to break the game. I love that that's such a thing of the game. It's like, I let you do whatever. I think it's cool. That the build the build limitation was almost limitless. Just based on how many whatever Pictos. Points you collect or whatever. Pictos, yes. And so I love that. Just system wise, of course, the parrying system, everyone makes fun of it. Yes, it's from Mario Luigi, but like I actually think Expedition 33 should win best audio because I said this before. I think it's the audio design that people underrate. The parrying system feels good because the audio design, the audio team really nailed how good it makes you feel to push back that power against the enemy. The world map, the little hidden grottos that you can go visit, the caves, everything is great. So really great JRPG, and for me, I hope that it definitely does, continue to inspire more JRPGs, basically.
Yeah. I was really happy. It seemingly is getting more people into the genre. That's my hope.
I hope so, but
you never know.
But you never know because people are stupid. So.
Yeah, I hope it gets people into there because there's a lot of great RPGs are around. So, but yeah, amazing game. Really great, dude. I'm really happy for the team. Good shit. All right, Gene, what are we, number 2?
Yeah, number 2, Split Fiction.
Oh, okay. So you went back and did you finish it?
I did go back and play it. I played with another friend, and it was incredible throughout, and it really sealed the deal for me once I got to the last few levels. And that's why I even placed it over Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Yeah.
Because although Donkey Kong Bonanza is like perfection, Split Fiction does shit that you just have never seen before in a video game.
Right.
Like I just never seen like a last level like that, before. And it can only be done in this kind of story, in this kind of gameplay. I think Joseph Fares is a genius. I think he's like not up there with Kunjumbo, but he should be up there,
Yeah.
At least in terms of like just like raw talent and vision.
So talented, yeah.
Yeah, and his ability to just see a vision through to the end. Like that's like it almost makes you cry, like how committed Split Fiction is to its vision. Like
it goes
like,
in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just a breakthrough of artistic partnership between gameplay and storytelling and level design and art design. I think it's a great game. I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten.
Yeah, I think so too.
How well designed it was.
So. I wonder if like you needing 2 people to play it is a barrier for a lot of people.
For sure.
But for what it is, I think it's from what I played. I mean, I didn't finish it. I thought it was excellent from what we played together.
Yeah. It controls it's as good as a Nintendo game. So much fun. A lot of funny jokes. But my God, like I think it's the perfect marriage of gameplay and story. That my number 1 game also does too.
Okay, so let's get on to it. Your number 1. What do we got?
Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F.
Okay,
yeah. This game took me by surprise. I was not excited for it at all. I was ready for the Silent Hill franchise to die. Long-time listeners of me will remember me saying, "Yeah, Silent Hill. It's over. The IP is over. You don't need to keep doing Silent Hill stories again. There's no Jacob's Ladder 2. There's no The Shining 4. You don't need that. Silent Hill can just be the first 4 games, and that's it. Silent Hill F has completely changed my mind about that completely, which is crazy. Where I'm just like, no, you can do this. It can be done. You can do it in different ways. You can do it in different towns. And I think it's a Silent Hill game through and through. A lot of listeners were turned off by how gatekeepy I sounded, because I said that if you only play Silent Hill 2 Remake, you don't understand Silent Hill. That's not gatekeepy. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. You don't understand Silent Hill. And shout out to Colin, who has been playing Silent Hill F, and he says that he doesn't think that it's Silent Hill, but at least he caveats that with, "Well, I'm not really that much of a Silent Hill expert." And it's like, clearly you're not, because Silent Hill F is the most Silent Hill game. That's been released since Silent Hill 1, honestly. It remembers everything about what makes the protagonist special. It doesn't just try to redo the James Sunderland arc again, where it's like, oh, this is just someone who did a bad thing, and now the world is trying to punish them. No, this game is not about that.
Yeah,
it's obviously about feminism, about identity. It's not even just about feminism. There's a lot of things, as a man that I related to.
It's like about humanity, just in general, to me.
Yeah, and the pressures of trying to be someone that you're not.
Yeah.
That's a very, very universal theme, and I feel like Silent Hill F is able to externalize that in a way, and I think that it marries perfectly with the gameplay. I'm so sick of people saying, "Oh, I have to play the game over and over again," and it's like, "Oh my God, you have to replay a game." That's the worst thing ever. Oh my God, a reason to replay a game. What the fuck are you people saying? Honestly, And I say this to like people like Dustin and Micah who didn't want to play Silent Hill F, And then they say, "Oh, but I feel like it's a mark against the game that you have to play the game again, right?" And it's like, what are you saying? That a game is giving you a reason to replay it. Do people not want to replay games, and do people not want to re-experience it in different ways?
Sure, yeah. I'm trying to think too. Didn't they like? It's not exactly the same when you replay it too, isn't it? It's
no, yeah, it's very different. There are huge sections of the game that you can just skip altogether.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they changed it more too.
Yes, they did patch it because there's a whole bunch of fights at the end that you can't skip, which was a critique of mine. I think the worst part of the game is definitely the final like hour or so in the game where the game is just throwing like monsters at you.
Yeah.
And these are like monster arenas where they do the Devil May Cry thing, where they're like, we're going to block the wall and you have to kill all the monsters before you can proceed, right?
Of course.
Not even Devil May Cry, just beat 'em ups in general, right? Mm-hmm. And fortunately, just remove that. And now, again, thematically, the game still makes sense if you decide to stand and fight versus running. It all still fits with the theme in the game, but very elegantly. But they fixed that now. You can still run from most of the game. There are huge sections of the game are just you don't have to replay again. You can skip. You can play. Like, people complain about having to replay Silent Hill F. Bro, the second and third runs will take you 2 or 3 hours. You just want to play other game. Just say that then.
Sure.
Just say that you're ready to move on to another game, and maybe you'll revisit it.
Yeah.
But don't say, oh, it sucks that I have to replay a game. That's not the right critique. Just say that you don't want to play the game again right now.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, I get it.
But
right.
I think I just think it's the best story. Actual good writing versus Expedition 33. Unique writing. Mm-hmm. Not too unique. Of course, like the trauma of a high school girl or a woman is not like
I know what you're saying though.
But like the way it's told through the gameplay, again, how it recontextualizes so much of the game through its reruns. There are certain parts in the end that are completely different. You can't. This is not a game where you can just go on YouTube and just watch the other endings and think you understand it, because the game's narrative changes throughout as you're playing.
Yeah,
even as you're skipping through, which is again why I think this game is a masterpiece. That said, this is the third game in a row that's been my game of the year that's a horror game.
Well, hey, you like horror games. What can you say?
I think I just like horror games. Yeah. 2022 was Alan Wake 2, or even 2023 was Alan Wake 2, 2024 was Mouthwashing, and now it's Silent Hill F. I think horror games kind of tell the best stories.
Might be your jam.
I just think that they tell the best stories. But not only did they tell the best stories, but they're able to marry those stories almost effortlessly into the gameplay, because horror gameplay has to engage you. Mm-hmm. There's no other choice but to engage the player directly, mentally, physically, and I think that's just like that full throttle experience that's what makes video games special,
Yeah.
And I think horror games are able to tap into that better than most genres.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hinako was one of my favorite characters of the year when I think about it. I really liked Hinako, and I could sympathize with her struggle. Mm-hmm. Made me attached. I'm not a teenage high school girl, but I can still relate to her.
Yeah.
And all her stuff, her struggles, and all that kind of stuff.
Pretty inspiring. She goes through some shit in that game.
Yeah. Really interesting narrative. I really enjoyed that as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Gene. Great list. Really happy to have you on here and get your games out there.
Yeah, man.
It's been a while since I've talked to you, so yeah, it's good to see you again. Yeah. Happy to have you back, at least for a little bit, till whenever you're ready to come back.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Gene. Let's move on to the next part. Oh, anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No. Thanks everyone for all the love. I appreciate you guys, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes. All right. Let's move on to the next part. All right, and we're back with a meaty group right here. Many fine gentlemen here. First, we're going to start with Mr. Hoeg. What's up, Hoeg? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm feeling meaty.
Yeah, feeling meaty.
Let's go.
All right. That's what I like to hear. Speaking of meaty, we got our own Gears of War character, Lord Cognito here. Show those guns. Show those guns. Excellent. Very nice. How are you, Cog?
Doing good, man. Doing good. It's just a long week, powering through. We knew what we signed up for.
Yeah.
We knew what this week was.
It's grind time. That's right. With the Infinite Wealth shirt. Very nice. Love to see it. Chris, what's up, man? I just saw you yesterday after you and me were crashing out at the end of that stream.
Yeah, it was, dude, it's a log. It's a long stream, and we just recorded Sacred, so it was felt like 12 straight hours of recording, but I'm good. I slept. I crashed immediately.
Good.
It's like I'm done. Good. But well rested, excited for this, man.
All right. And Mr. Maddie, my dreams are coming true plays. Maddie, what's up, dude? How are you feeling?
Life's good, man. Life's good. We're in the newest chapter. I've started a new era. Overhauled my social profiles. Like I'm that guy right now. It's a new day for us Old Republic fans. Can we wait? But we got a roadmap. We got a nice roadmap ahead of us. We can look at a couple of remakes, and then Fate of the Old Republic is like the end goal.
Yes, that's right.
I am very happy for you, Maddie.
Very happy for you.
Yes,
thank you.
Maddie's
I was telling my friend two things. There's one thing I was saying that number one, I was telling Cog this after the show. I was like, bro, you would thought I signed like a contract. Like, yo, bro, can't believe you signed with the Mets. Like, $70 million dude. That's crazy. Congrats. Like everyone's like really just supporting me. So there was that element. And then I had a friend who was like texting me hating on Mega Man. And my friend was like, yeah, I didn't want to like crash your vibes. I didn't think Mega Man looked good either. I was like, dude, someone in my family could have got shot dead and I would have not had my vibes killed last night. Like I had the invulnerable cheat code on last night. I was on cloud 9. So
that's the high.
You're doing great, Brad.
Good.
Happy to be here. Let's talk game of the year.
Dude, speaking of Mega Man, yes, last night I was in the stream with Colin and I've never seen Colin have so much joy in his face ever.
I love
Colin's reaction was so funny. He's just hanging over the whole time.
I love that. That's that raw right there.
That was raw. Yeah, that was good.
Yes, I loved it.
All right. Took up the glasses and everything.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our most anticipated. I'm going to go through each of the guys first. Then we're going to do games we wish I had time for, then honorable mentions, then, of course, everyone's top 10s. We're going to start with Mr. Hoeg here. Hoeg, 2026 is coming up. What are some of your most anticipated games?
Yeah, I think I have a couple here. So I think people that know me know that I love JRPGs. I'm really excited about Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. I'm also a big fan of James Bond and Hitman. So I'm looking forward to that First Light game. I'm not sure about Lenny Kravitz. I mean, that's great. Thank you for coming to the party, Lenny. But I do think that game looks like it has all the ingredients. It should be great. It should be a lot of fun. So I think those are the two that I'm the most excited about early in the year. There might be one more.
Sure.
Because I also really do like Housemarque. I really loved Returnal. And getting the spiritual successor to that game in Saros early next year is also really cool.
Yeah.
So I think I'll go with 3.
Are you a Resident Evil guy too? I can't remember.
I am. As a matter of fact, I just skipped over on this list the notes that I took for what to say on this particular topic.
Oh, it happens, dude.
I skipped over Resident Evil 9 Requiem, but I am looking forward to that one a lot. I don't love kind of the Winters trilogy as much as some other aspects of Resident Evil, but I think this will be a good game.
Yeah. Well, the Winters thing's over, I think. I think it's over. So we'll see.
True. Sure, Brad.
We'll see. We haven't seen any of the Winters yet in the game, so there you go.
Sure.
All right. Cog.
Yo.
What's up, dude? Give me your most anticipated games for 2026.
2026 is good, man. A lot of stuff cooking. I think the one that I'm probably most excited for, because I think it's probably going to be people are sleeping. I think it's Clockwork Revolution. Clockwork. I think NXL is brilliant. You know, me and Maddie, we would talk about Wasteland 3 ad nauseum, and they were pretty bullish with that trailer that they showed that last time, and I loved everything I saw. So that's probably top of the list. 2 would probably be Fable, because like, what the hell is it as far as the moment to moment gameplay part, right? Graphically, it looks good. You know, we know Playground's outside. And then to round it up, I would say Wolverine. I like that trailer. I like. I'm one of the MCU. If you go make a video game, you know, cinematic MCU, I might want to be down with that. So I got to see Insomniac in that, and Wolverine on a bike. I like that. And then the last thing is probably because I've been in Japan recently, and I've been in this China Japan theme. Actually, Forza Horizon. That's actually the game for me. You know, sorry, Motorsport Bros. I know y'all like your tweaking and twerking, and, you know, all that other stuff. But Horizon, you know, dudes messing around with the drive shaft and all that.
Yeah.
Nah, let me go off the road. And then again, just being in Japan to me is the cheat code. As long as they give me like some type of Tokyo Drift night mode or something like that, I'm good. So yeah, those are probably my top for 2026.
Horizon 6 is a great answer.
Yeah. Fable made my list, Cog. I'm very excited for it, like you. I need to see the game, though, in action for more than 2 seconds.
We got a moment that no quick cuts on the walk, and then quick we got to get the game. So I'm with you.
The potential is very high, so I'm excited. All right, Chris, what about you, man?
Yeah, so next year, man, like I'm not even sure if this counts because it technically has been pushed around so much, but like Ken Levine, come on.
Sure, yeah, we can count that.
Get this. Judas is like my number. Like, I'm so pumped for Judas. I don't know what the hell it is, but I admire Ken Levine so much. I just think he's like an interesting dude. And everything that I've seen about it so far, I was just like, this looks like everything that I would want. So like, let me play it. But assuming that actually makes next year, which, you know, who the fuck knows at this point, but that's definitely up there. Gears, I'm a Gears fan, man. Like I like Marcus and Dom. I love those characters a lot.
Hell yeah.
It's definitely a break glass in case of emergency move for the coalition a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know, I love those games. And then probably at this point, Control, I think I loved
Control
Resonant is what it's called.
It. Yeah.
But the first Control I adored. Remedy just makes weird shit that I really love every single time. And so the fact that Control looks so different this Control looks so different from the previous one. It's like, it's more melee focused. They're pulling a prototype where you're presumably going after the protagonist of the first game. It's kind of interesting. I'm into it. But those are the primary ones. Obviously, Resident Evil's up there, and First Light, 007's up there, and the obvious one with GTA is, I mean, I think everybody, that's that almost didn't qualify for me because of just like, obviously that's probably the answer, because that's going to be like that's going to be like unlike anything that we've seen.
I felt the
in a
same
while.
way, actually. It was like, okay, we don't need to put GTA 6 on this list.
Right. It's like, it's obvious.
I felt like the cheat code. Yeah.
It's a
goes
given,
without saying.
But those are, I would say, Gears, Control, and Judas are like kind of the top three for me. Dude, Judas being
great picks,
pretty well above.
Great picks.
Yeah, Judas is a great answer. I don't have any faith on any given release time frame for that.
But no, me neither. That's why I'm like, maybe.
But, we'll allow it though. All right, Maddie.
All right. So I see this list I have here being totally different once we get some firm dates right now, right? I'm trying to play by the rules you got here. Sure. 2026 games, right? But like, I'm thinking, of course, Judas, Fable, Clockwork, KOTOR remake. If any of these kind of squeak out, like obviously this whole list goes up end. But what I'm looking at with confirmed windows here, how has no one talked about Lego Batman yet? I thought this was a for sure mention. Free flow combat.
Looks cool.
Yeah.
World Lego game.
Yeah.
You're right.
Cinema. Absolutely appointment gaming. Huge 007 gaming fan. Can't say as much about the movies because, in fact, I haven't watched many of the movies, but I grew up playing the 007 games a ton. Nightfire was always my favorite. It's been so long because we've only got licensed games from 007 recently, so it's cool just to see like an original idea. And like Hoeg said, I love Hitman. And so just that kind of sandboxy nature that IO is known for. And you could see that in the melee combat, like when you're shoving people in the walls and whatnot. Thought that looked really good. That is, I think, going to be easily one of my favorites of the year. Small out of the pocket pick here, Pragmata. I think this game looks really different, and I'm embracing that. It doesn't look perfect. I'm sure it's going to have its issues, rough around the edges, but it kind of reminds me of like Kojima, like AAA weirdness. And I embrace that a lot more now than I used to. Reanimal. I thought what I played at the demo for this game was really good, and I have high hopes for this one. Just very creepy, very atmospheric, very tense.
That's the Little Nightmares people?
Yeah, Little Nightmares people.
Yeah. Was it Tasha?
Yeah, nice co-op game. Yeah. I'm trying to make room for these smaller games. Like I usually don't. I'm trying to go for more of the indie style titles. And the last two here for me, one is just pure curiosity. I don't know if it'll deliver. Crimson Desert's actually coming out. This has been, I know Brad, you played it, but to me, this has been such an anomaly of a video game. Like, there's a catch somewhere. There's always a catch somewhere. Like, what is it? Because the world is unbelievably big and it's got a million things going on within it. Like, what is the catch here? So this is to me like a science experiment. I want to just like rip this thing up and just see what's inside. And then lastly is Wolverine. I mean, Insomniac's proven themselves with Spider-Man. I was not a big fan of Spider-Man 2 as like I liked it when I played it, and then I just really soured on it over time. Within like a year, I was like, I don't think I like that really at all. Miles was all right, but the first Spider-Man was great. I think Insomniac really gets Marvel, and I think they just kind of needed to refresh a little bit after Spider-Man. And I think Wolverine is so different in how he fights and how he kills that everything they showed already for the gameplay, I'm pumped for. I just hope it doesn't get delayed out of the year because of GTA. But we'll see. Which also I'm looking forward to. But Rockstar, talk to me when you bring Bully 2. I mean,
oh, Bully. All right, great list, guys.
Right. Can I add one more?
Yeah,
sure. I forgot one.
Just because I didn't want to include it on my main list because this is a very idiosyncratic, very Hoeg focused choice. But people that have heard me talk about my favorite video games of all time have heard me talk about a game from the 90s called Star Control 2, which is my absolute favorite game of all time, in which you get to essentially run your own Starship Enterprise to different alien lands, have at that point just crazy cinematic scope of voiced interactions with comedic aliens and dynamic empires that move across the universe and all these great things. One of my favorite games ever is getting let's call it a spiritual successor from the minds that made it originally, who worked for Toys for Bob for a time. They lost the naming rights to Star Control. They kickstarted a new game that is supposed to now come out in 2026 called Free Stars Children of Infinity, where it's going to be Star Control 2 again with a new narrative, a new story, a new universe. And in all honesty, if that one comes out and looks as good as some of the updates on the Kickstarter project suggest, that's going to wind up being one of my favorites of the year. Okay. So that's not for everybody. It might not be for you if you're listening to this, but I did want to mention it because I'm really excited about it. And I've been following it since I kickstarted it in like 2024.
Yeah, I mean, these are your guys' lists. It's not appealing to the masses. It's about what you like.
I know, but that was even more idiosyncratic than I usually am. So I just wanted to give it a special slot.
Yeah, right, same for me. Yeah, I just thought about, I was like, the one that I also have been waiting on and I've been following would be kind of like the artsy-fartsy kind of card game, Replaced. It's like 2.5D, futuristic. Oh, yeah. I've had my eye on that game for a long time, and I saw it maybe 2 Summer Game Fests ago when it was in a very early state, but the potential was amazing. So now they're kind of locking in for a release date, and I got to check that out. So yeah, Replaced is on my list.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anything else you guys want to say before we move on? Anything else?
I love these lists. I'm taking notes. I'm like, yep, I want that one.
I think I don't have anything to add, but I will say, because I wanted to bring up when we were talking about First Light, when they announced that Lenny Kravitz coming up, he was shrouded in darkness or whatever, and they were like, "Oh, who's it going to be?" And the second I heard him speak, I was like, "This is a celebrity. This is not a voice actor. I can tell. Who is it? So who's it going to be?" Because that was some.
Yeah, you
was some, it was very celebrity voice acting there.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I was not known for their stories, Yeah. We like the gameplay at these games.
It's like got a bag.
It's like he came in to be an elusive target, and then they said, "Well, why don't you just run this African city in?"
Right. Oh God.
All right. Now let's move on to games we wish we had time to play. Something that just didn't make the cut because there's too much stuff as always.
If everybody's releasing only 100-hour long games, there's just not enough time in the day.
Yeah. That's the way it goes. All right, Hoeg, what about you? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, I did not have enough time to play what I view as basically one of the best years in video games in my lifetime. I know different people online say various things about the releases this year, but in all honesty, I had the most difficult time even striking the list down to the top 10 for me. And that doesn't include things that I really loved that I didn't get far enough in to even feel like I could judge and put on that top 10 list. So like the games that I really enjoyed this year that I didn't get deep enough into are things that had really long narratives that I was enjoying, but just can't speak to the end of. So things like Citizen Sleeper 2, I loved, but is not on my top 10. Didn't have enough time to get deep enough into it. Didn't get far enough in Outer Worlds 2 to really opine as to its greatness. Really enjoyed the essentially 2 planets that I played, but not enough to say you're in the top 10. So I think those are the ones that are the main things that I feel like I missed. There are others that I don't feel like I missed out on the experience of, like Final Fantasy Tactics. We saw it win a game award for best, I think, sim or whatever their categories are. But I love the original Final Fantasy Tactics. I've liked what they have done with this one. I maybe could have used a little bit stronger graphical overhaul. I think I've mentioned that in other places. But it's a good game. It's always been a good game. But I only got through like Act 1, the heel turn. And then I said, okay, I know the rest of this. And I went on to different shiny things that were placed in front of me all year long.
Yeah.
Okay. Cog.
Yo, this was tough, man. This one hurt because, I've been a slanderer of the first game. And then I kind of came around and I'm like, I kind of get what you're doing. So when Death Stranding 2 was announced, I'm like, man, I want to give that a real shot because I'm hearing a lot of positive things from people I respect that were like, yo, Cog, this you need to try. So that was probably number one. I didn't get around to that. And then number two is kind of what Hoeg mentioned. As a turn-based guy, kind of bothered my soul that I didn't really get a chance to play enough of tactics to get it because I missed out on tactics. I was not around for that era. I have a weird gap in my gaming history with that game. And I'm like, oh, it's back. Damn it, it's surrounded by all these other shiny things, that I need to play right now. So yeah, that's what I have a regret. I will get to it, But shout out to Xbox for not making it play anywhere because that pissed me off. Because I wanted that. They had everything else play anywhere except that one, and that's the one I wanted to go back and forth with all my devices while I was moving around.
Okay.
It is great portable. It's a good Switch game.
Yeah. Chris.
Oh man, there's so many, dude. Like I picked up and dropped off of so many things. The biggest one for me though was probably KCD 2, where like KCD was like when I started playing that and I got like pretty deep into it, although like not nearly that as deep as I would have liked. I was like, this is really great. There's something really interesting here, but I don't know if I have the patience for this right now. Like I'm not in the mode to experience this kind of thing at the moment. So like that's one that's like that definitely kind of got away.
Sure.
Hell Is Us, I put in a pretty decent amount of time into also, but didn't get around to finishing. And there's a couple that I wish that were on my list that I never started, like Split Fiction. I know I've heard really great things. I just haven't had an opportunity to play it. And Outer Worlds 2 and Chronos: The New Dawn are kind of sitting there too, where I'm just like, I wanna know what these are. But the biggest one for sure is KCD because I just know from what little I've played, it's like this is really great. But I just knew at the time that I was like, I'm not prepared for this right now. I don't. This is an intense demand.
Sometimes you're up for Bohemian History. Sometimes you're not.
Yeah, it is a demanding game.
It demand like you. I don't feel like you can play that game alongside other things. Really,
like it doesn't. It's my exclusive focus.
Yeah, it has to be your main thing, and I just had no fucking time. But that's one I'm gonna try and get to in this winter break period.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Maddie.
Bradley. This has been the definition of my year. Sorry, Brad.
No, it's okay.
Very formal.
No, it's okay. You can call me that. It's fine. That is my actual name, so it's fine.
I'll throw Matthew at you.
Yeah, Matthew to Bradley. Continue.
This is my year in a nutshell. I played a lot. I committed to a lot of games that I was expected to cover, and I don't regret that. But there were some games that I chose this year, and I'm like, I could have waited on you, or I didn't have to do that right away, or that was wasted time. And so I paid the price this year. I missed out on ones that no doubt would have made my top 10 list. I still like my top 10 list, but mainly I love my top 5. Like my top rest of my 10, I'm like, hey, these are they're movable. I missed out on Dispatch. I really want to play that. I think I'll still play that this year, but in the terms of like my game of the year conversation, when I record everything, I was like, I couldn't get this one in time. Hades 2, Stings. That one, I played every Supergiant game ever. They are one of my favorite studios, and like I just didn't get to this one. And especially this one was so exciting because this is our first sequel. I'm like, dude, and the character designs are so good. I was like, man, this Call My Name, didn't get to it. And then Cog mentioned Death Stranding 2, and that was one for me that I started. I feel like it answers immediately all the problems you could have had with Death Stranding 1. And I mean, granted, I played a lot of Kojima stuff this year, so I still felt something was like satiated. Like I played a lot of Metal Gear Solid. I did play Death Stranding 1 for the first time this year, and I thought it was pretty good. And so I know I'll get to Death Stranding 2, no doubt about it. It seems like that's just my thing, is to play these Kojima games late. But this is one that I fired up and I did really like. And I didn't have the time to hang with it. I ended up playing other stuff. And it's just, I kind of suffered from the same thing that Hoeg did. Just like a new thing was put in front of me. And so I think going into 2026. I just want to have greater focus, just like one at a time, and just like really line them up, knock them down, and be a little picky. I look at months like February where I'm like, holy shit, there's so much coming out, and there's like 5 different things that are way up my alley, and I just got to accept that one of those, 3 of those, 4 of those aren't getting played, and that's just got to be it. Yeah, like, that's how many games are coming out now. That I'm like saying 4 or 5 games I'm not going to play that month, and it's like, yep, that's just I want to play games like a more normal person, I guess, like not drowning in them constantly. I want to digest it, unpack it. I think that's important. So I got kind of lost in the amount of stuff happening this year. And I want to have that ability to, like, when something does get shadow dropped, it's not like, oh shit. It's like, oh shit. Like a hi-fi rush mode. Like, yeah, I'm jumping on that right now. Or even Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. But both those shadow drops are like, yeah, I'm on that. So this is my year in a nutshell, but I really regret not getting to these 3.
Yeah. Great list, boys. Amazing games. All right. Now we're just going to do honorable mentions before we get into our top 10. Hoeg, any honorable mentions that just didn't make your cut?
Yes, definitely. I might have talked about some of these on Summon Sign, as a matter of fact, but games that I really enjoyed this year that didn't make my top 10 are The Root Trees Are Dead, which is a kind of solve the mystery puzzle game, primarily on, I think might be only on PC, where you have to go figure out who the beneficiaries of a will are and go through almost like the old Postman books set of information of CDs and music and TV guide interviews and whatnot to figure out who these people's names are, what jobs they had, when they died, what relationship they had to various family members. I love that stuff. The Root Trees Are Dead is one of my favorite games of the year. Unfortunately, in a year like this, it's just not in the top 10. I want to mention that one. I really love a cartoon dungeon beat 'em up roguelike thing called Absalom.
Yeah, I like that game a lot too.
And that's one that just narrowly missed the cut for me. I mentioned Final Fantasy Tactics because I think it's an all-time great game. And I think making it better with voice acting and streamlining the menus only makes it a stronger game. But I always never know exactly what to do with kind of the more remastered versions of remakes. Like, I think I'm okay with remakes in general being seen as the new games that they are. Final Fantasy Tactics kind of straddles that line this year, in my opinion, about whether it's a remake or a remaster. It's got enough done to it that it doesn't just become the port conversation.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether...
It's more remastered to me, I would say.
Yeah, it's closer to that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's closer, yeah. It gets messy, but yeah.
It does get messy because they streamlined a lot of the kind of rule set and menus, so it changes a few things there. But I didn't know what to do with that, but I do want to give it honorable mention because I think it's a strong game this year. Yeah. One that doesn't make it on my top 10 that might be on other people's top 10 on this conversation is Blueprints. I know it got a lot of good reviews. I enjoyed it for what it was. I found it fizzled out for me a little bit towards the end. It didn't kind of reach that crescendo that I'm looking for out of a puzzle experience. So I liked them all. Yeah. They're in my honorable mentions list, but not my top 10.
Just not top 10. All right. Cog. Honorable mentions.
This one was short because I got a chance to really get everything I wanted in my top 10.
Yeah.
But I would say I wish I had more time that I had with Battlefield because I really enjoyed Battlefield 6.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. It was a very polished game, and to see them kind of get back to their sensibilities was amazing to me. Loved everything I played of it. So that's on there. My little side game, man, Marvel Cosmic Invasion that just came out, man. That was for me. That was for all the beat 'em up fans, the Turtles in Times kind of fan, the X-Men arcade kind of fans. I love that sprite art style, and they definitely took it up a next level. And any game that has Silver Surfer in it, it's automatic bias. I'm in. You focused on the mission. You accomplished the assignment. I'm happy about that. And last one, I wish I had more time in, but I enjoyed every time I played it was actually Towerborn. I really like Towerborn. And they finally got a chance to drop it and do some stuff with it. So, yeah, those are probably the 3, but everything else on my list was like, they really made the list. But I wanted to shout those guys out.
Cool. All right. Chris.
Yeah, this was a short one, too. I think I got everything that I wanted on my list, but I think it's a combination of Hoeg's and And Cogs, like I really did, for whatever reason, like because Colin, Dustin, and I streamed for LSM. We streamed Cosmic Invasion, and we had a good time with it. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna put this on my Steam Deck. This seems like a good Steam Deck game, and it totally is. It's like it's great. Like I'm having a good time, like unlocking everything. It's just like it controls nicely and it looks great. That sprite, the art is so good, and so that's definitely up there. And then Blueprints was the other one where I'm just like, I like this. This is interesting. This is unique and it's cool. And I acknowledge it. But I did get to a point where I just kind of hit a wall and it did not, I don't know. I just kind of just didn't have the patience or the energy to push through that wall. But that is an impeccably like interesting game. And,
yeah, I respect it. I do.
Yeah, it's a deeply interesting game, and I wouldn't be. It doesn't surprise me to see that it's like a lot of people's favorite. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. Cool. But those are really the only two that I felt that I played enough that I could put them on a list like this. Everything else that I would have put on this list, I just didn't play. Like it's like KCD2 or something. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, I really should play more of it.
Okay, great. Maddie, honorable mentions.
Got two for you. One, Hell Is Us. Really great world. Trust your intelligence. Music is super atmospheric. Just really like unique game. At the same time as being very familiar because it pulls from so many elements. The thing that kind of bumps it out of my list is the combat. It's just, I'm not like, if a story's great, I mean, wearing my favorite game of all time on my chest. Like, yeah, if the story's great, it can overcome some gameplay woes for me. I am that type of reviewer. Hell Is Us was like two things for me. Number one, it was one of those moments where I went, if any game has third-person action, do we have to make it Souls-like, even if the game does not function in terms of its difficulty structure, like a Souls-like? It's got the same lock-on camera distance, the same like cycling around your enemy. Like, it just kind of broke my brain a little bit of like, are we just thinking about third-person action games wrong? Not that everything has to be a beat 'em over a hack and slash, but it just felt like it had no good ideas there. And that's because the enemy design was also very much one note, no real variety there. And that kind of kills it, in the long run. But it's a really interesting world. It's really grim. You want to like bite onto every bit of lore that you can get. It's definitely one of those games, I think, for some people that like what I'm saying, they're like, who cares? And it's like, that's what's awesome about it, is I think a lot of people do really resonate with it. I'm glad I played it. It was one of my favorites of the year, just one that didn't make the cut out of everything I did love. The other was Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. I'm a huge fan of Bethesda-style RPGs, and this was a year I got a lot of them, and I love to see a smaller team in Questline, a small Polish team, in fact, try to do what Bethesda does, and I thought they did really good. It's a kind of mixture of Elder Scrolls, Dark Souls, and Witcher, like when you're talking tone and difficulty and exploration, like it kind of pulls all those together. But it really is, as some would say, a Scrolls-like. The first act is brilliant. It is everything that I think anyone who likes a Bethesda-style RPG would want. It just kind of tapers off. That is, though, a take I have now. I have not played all of the updates. They added a new expansion to the game. They've done 2 dramatic overhauls to the game's balancing. They've added new dungeons, quests. Like, they've done an amazing job supporting this game, and the audience for it is ridiculously dedicated. It's one of the popular games I cover on my channel. Like, people love this game. And it's one of those things where my experience, like after 35 hours when I played and beat it, was like, okay, watch this team because they learned a lot here, and I think they're going to be back and they're going to be really strong. And I thought it was a good game. And I'm sure with all the balancing and fine tuning, it might be what I want it to be now. So I want to give that a little check before the end of the year. Try out that new expansion, but this was one that I wanted to call out. It's not my top 10, but it's a good one. I really liked it.
All right, let's get into top 10. Hoeg, what is your number 10?
What is my number 10? I love being in this first spot. Okay,
charge,
so
brother. Let's go.
So yes, my number 10 game of the year is a game that I did definitely talk about on Summon Sign. I think it is the culmination of this studio's kind of design ethos, and now features a story that I felt was more compelling than the game that won it so many accolades a few years back. And that is, of course, the cooperative action adventure Split Fiction. I love this game. I think this is better than It Takes Two. I know that that's a kind of area of debate online, but I really, really disliked the narrative of It Takes Two. I really hated the Book of Love. I really hated the things that went around what were these really cool design elements of that game. I much preferred this kind of evil corporation trying to steal the creativity out of people's brains, especially in 2025, as a baseline for this story. I thought the fantasy and science fiction kind of motifs allowed them to be even more creative and interesting than attacking robot hornets in a tree and all the cool things that happened in It Takes Two. So combining those things, this is one of those games that for a while was probably going to feature in my top 3. It really depends on the mood I'm in for any given listing of the top of my game of the year, which is to say Split Fiction, I think, is the best game on my list. Like the actual controls of this game, the ideas of platforming and shooting and combat and everything else are the top of the line in 2025. I just don't always feel like playing Split Fiction in the same way that I feel like playing some of the things higher on the list. But I love this game.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I played a little bit of Hoeg, and it was relentlessly creative.
So creative. Yeah,
they're just really good.
They're really good.
The games, they're. I mean, It Takes Two blew me away just for the sheer variety of it, and I've heard nothing but great things about it. About Split Fiction too. I got to get to it.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Cog, you're number 10.
This one surprised me because this was a late edition, and sometimes you have to sit there and say, okay, what does your heart say, and look at your gameplay hours, and what does that say?
What does your heart say? I like that.
And I was like, bro, it is actually DBO Battle Marked late edition. I cannot stop playing this game. Turn-based 4-player co-op game, card-based. That's going to be controversial for some, right? But it's Demio meets D&D with some light Larian Baldur's Gate mechanics and a narrative. And I think that was the issue why a lot of people did not connect with Demio, as well as the fact that most people didn't want to play a VR game. But now we have the pancake mode. Now we have the Steam version. Now we have, the PlayStation 5 dedicated without the VR 2. And people have been giving it a shot with me. And I run groups every week with this game. Shout out to LSM Fan. We're going to run it after. Later on today, we're going to be running some DBO Battle Mark. Man, this game's great. Distinct leveling up and character style. Obviously, you got your traditional classes, your paladin, your rogue, your wizard, all that stuff. And it's just an amazing entry point for those intimidated by a true D&D game. Because I am not the D&D guy. I am not the guy that's like, hey, I'm going to read the Dungeon Master and we're going to sit here I am none of that. So this was the game that goes, okay, the game does that. You've got the D20 die, and then you've got the actions die, and it services my turn-based sensibilities. And I love we play Baldur's Gate, and then, there's always that narrator, right?
Yeah.
You come across this thing, and, what do you do? And then depending on the roll check, the situation could get worse. It could get better. Man, 2 campaigns. The only thing that I would say knocks this for me is the fact that, it's just 2 campaigns. They're going to be adding more content each time. So I can't judge it in this vacuum like, oh, it's just full, complete experience. For what is available right now, it's a bit shorter, but I can't stop playing it because of all the divergent paths and so many different scenarios and possibilities that change each gameplay session. That's what makes it fresh. So yeah, DBO Battle Mark, man. I'm probably the biggest recruiter of the goddamn game, yes, but it's that damn good. I don't care what nobody says. So yeah, give it a shot, man. If y'all curious, give it no excuse that it's VR and I don't want to do VR because I don't like. Try the basic mode. Try the PlayStation 5 mode. Try the Steam version. It's perfect on the go as well. It's a handheld game.
All right. Chris, number 10.
So my number 10 is Baby Steps.
Dude, hell yeah.
Dude, Baby Steps is so weird, dude. Like when I first saw this game, I was like, this looks like garbage. I am not interested in this at all. Like, what a waste of a slot in like a state of play or whatever. I just like, man, whatever. And then I heard people talking about it. It's like, yeah, it's kind of fun. I was like, all right. I mean, I guess. and I played quite a bit of it, and I was like, yeah, I like this. I don't know what it is. I'm a big appreciator of like physics and like robust physics engines in games, and that's kind of a big part of this. I feel like Bennett Foddy, obviously, originally made, or I think it was even before this, but like Getting Over It was like a big game for that guy, and that was a deeply frustrating experience that I also loved. I have a borderline psychotic number of hours in that game because it's just fun to stream, and it's fun to be frustrated in the way that game frustrates you. And this is a very kind of similar thing. It's a lot more open than I anticipated it being. I remember going into it being like, this is going to be fairly linear in the same way that Getting Over It is. It's like, okay, there's like a couple ways to the top, but it's like, you know, there's a primary path, and it doesn't really feel that way. There's a lot of strange like writing and voice acting in it that it almost feels like you're having it almost feels like you're having a stroke in it. Like it really does. No offense.
No, but like none taken.
That was great timing.
I didn't even think about it. But like, dude, like it
caught himself.
Like,
he's like,
you're listening. I caught myself and I was like, it's too late. But dude, it's like I was like, is this supposed to be written this way? Like, is this like I don't know if I get it, but the fact that I feel like I don't get it makes it like it loops around to make it funny again. It's like it's a very odd game. And I would not put this in the top 5. I wouldn't even say like, hey, everybody go out and play this. But for whatever reason, the time that I started playing it, it was at a key point where I was like, I'm in the mood for something weird and off kilter like this. And it was better than I thought it was. And you know, the way that you can maneuver this guy it makes me smile. And for that reason alone, I think I can put it at 10.
Yeah. This game looked awesome, dude. I was
very weird.
I love you remember Co-op and stuff like that? I always love shit like that where it's like such a struggle just to even walk. So
exactly.
It's looked right up my alley.
It's good stuff.
All right. Maddie, your number 10, please.
All right. Probably my most played game of the year comes in at number 10, a game that I fired up, just seeing if my GOAT still had it in him. So many blunders over the last few years and just wondering if he still got it. But then he shows up with a really weird game and he does it. And that's 100 Line Last Defense Academy.
Yes.
Big visual novel style game. One of the weirder games I've played in its style of like making, because it starts off as this strategy RPG and it's got this like one singular storyline. You're like, wow, this is pretty good. And you played that style of game for like 30 hours. And then you hit this point where it all starts to branch. And from there, it turns into a visual novel that's like another 80 hours. And you start just not really fighting and just reading and watching these characters grow and develop and trying to reach that ultimate timeline. And even when you do that, as I was talking about with Hoeg the other day, there's still another maybe like 70 hours of gameplay for me after 115 hours spent. It's an absurdly big game. It's respectably ambitious. I don't think it'll ever be topped in the terms of its scope. But man, this game really made me happy because we're talking about Kazutaka Kodaka, man. This guy created Danganronpa and he left to form Tukio Games. And when he did, this guy did not really hit. All of his games, you know, the closest he got for me was with like Rain Code. And even that I dropped like about halfway through because the first opening chapter or two, I was like, okay, I think he's got it. But then you start to realize it's missing like the intimacy of connecting with these characters and then watching them die, which is what Danganronpa did so well. And I think 100 Line brings that style of storytelling back. So I'm just really happy that he's back doing his thing. You know, he's now doing Danganronpa again next, which is really exciting. But 100 Line was a great return to form. That art style, that just very comfy feeling when I saw those 2D sprites and heard that music and I saw that UI, I was like, that's Danganronpa with a new coat of paint. And I love that he just said, fuck it, we're going to make it look and sound like Danganronpa. We just won't call it by name. And ultimately, just a game that I really enjoyed my time with. I was ready for it to be done when I got to the end. I think 115 hours of visual novel style storytelling will do that to you. But I'm very grateful for the journey. I'm happy I did it. And just a memorable game because of just like it felt like that return to form. My man was on the ropes. He was He was calling for help on Twitter. He was saying we're going to get shut down.
Yeah.
And he swindled me good, but at least I got a good game out of it.
Yeah. I remember.
Maddie, you're going to have more time to talk about 100 Line. I promise.
Okay. All right.
It's funny, Maddie. Sometimes I would check in on you when you're playing on like Summon Sci, and you're like, I'm still playing 100 Line.
Yeah.
Still going.
Sometimes I'm a boring listen on Summon Sign because I'm just like, it's still the same thing, guys.
No.
We're in a romance route now.
Yeah. Different route now. All right. Let's move on to number 9. Hoeg, your number 9 game.
Yes. Well, I got to take it up a notch. We got to go full multi-$100 million AAA release, right? So let's go with my number 9 of Ball Pit.
Yes.
I was so surprised at how much I enjoyed this game. 2025 has proven to be the year where I just really fall in with the roguelike indie sensibility of we're going to make our assets really do some work for us. And Ball Pit is this weird combination of an almost breakout, just hurling bullets at things and trying to prevent them from coming to the bottom of your screen to hurt you. And this like meta progression where you technically build a village, but it's mostly just hurling your villagers like pinballs at them to get them built and then get very small incremental improvements to your own play in the main game so that you can progress. It's just this really nice loop of really simple roguelike-esque runs in a kind of Vampire Survivors format where you've got things that are going to pop out and be combined in interesting ways, and you're going to get powers. And you don't really have to worry too much about a high skill ceiling or anything like that. You're trying to avoid getting hit by really slow-moving projectiles and try to kill the things before they get to the bottom of your screen. But it isn't this kind of high-level Dark Souls-esque experience that is so prevalent around video games. And sometimes, honestly, you just need to do 15-minute runs with your little guy, hurling balls at other little guys and trying to survive the day. And then doing another run because you got some new power that you want to test out. And you wind up doing 16 runs and you say, well, I was only doing 15-minute increments, but it's 8 hours later. And what did you do with your life? And that's Ball Pit. And I love it. And it's my number 9 game of the year.
Yeah. Shout out. Yeah.
Very good.
I saw Colin playing some of this and it looked really fun. Looked awesome. But yeah, I know everyone I know that's played this game adores it. So
yeah,
they knocked it out of the park, I guess, with Ball Pit. All right. Cog, your number 9, please.
Yeah, this was the start of my nostalgic feel-good year. This is when I know the pocket Maddie's in right now, but this announcement started my smile, that whole year of the Ninja campaign. And I sit there, the mere announcement of Ninja Gaiden 4 drove me crazy. I'm like, oh my God, life is good. I get a dream collaboration from 2 people that, let's be honest, Koei Tecmo, didn't want to or couldn't fund it or whatever was going on with them. And then Platinum, which really went through some transformations, right? So we're like, hey, what's going on? So I'm a little nervous, but I'm happy. And I remember seeing it and I'm like, okay, let me get my hands on it. And playing this game, I was just like, man, young Platinum is back. Here we go. And I can see a lot of inspirations from Ninja Gaiden 2 Black off the top. And I really like the Kyle said he actually has a passion for the franchise. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right, let's see how we're going to do the dual protagonist thing. We got the young, edgy ninja, versus the hardened veteran. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see how this is going to go. But I actually did like Yakumo. And it grew on me, So I was like, as far as action, this is some of the best action combat in some time. Oh my God. And what they did for me, because Brad knows, like, I'm in my old man cog bag. Like, I don't want to do soul stuff. I don't want to be mad at life. I don't want to be fighting the same boss 35 times. That's not on my bucket list in this stage for me as a gamer, right? So when they sat there, they said, okay, you've lost 5 times. How about this elixir? Like little things to say, okay, to kind of coddle me, and say, you could do it, man. Kind of thing. I was like, all right, cool. And then but what I did like is they respected the sensibilities of the hardcore. It's like, hey, you want to do Master Ninja mode. You want to do Purgatory. So it wasn't a complete leaning to my thing, But I felt they satisfied both worlds of people who are generally intimidated by these games, these style of games, the difficulty challenge. So yeah, that was good. The only nitpick would be towards the end was that I felt, without spoiling, if you are a true Ryu fan, I could see maybe towards the end you get a little disappointed, and I will knock a little point on. I felt backtracking on from assets.
Oh, yeah.
That kept it from real greatness. But I enjoyed the ride. I felt the backdrops, the boss fights, the music, everything for the most part was a resurgence for Platinum. So Ninja Gaiden 4, good to see Platinum back. Good to see the keys kind of passed off to the young buck. And I really enjoyed my time with it.
Yeah. The combat.
I was prepared for some Cog ninjas today.
Oh, you be prepared.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah, Cog, I agree with you. The combat of that game is fucking awesome. I love playing it. Yakumo is super fun to play as, too.
Yeah.
He's not going to beat Ryu yet as the GOAT. Not even close.
Yeah, Ryu's the GOAT.
He's a good addition. I had fun playing as him.
Yeah.
But yeah, happy to see you back as well.
Yes.
All right, Chris, you're number 9.
Yeah, so my 9, I think, is Mafia, the Old Country.
Yeah.
There was something about this that just kind of, it was the right time for this kind of a game for me. I was just like, this is satisfying. And you know what? I think Mafia is a really interesting kind of like, it's just a weird franchise for me because I feel like they've evolved over time in kind of like, not necessarily the right direction. Like I thought the definitive edition of the first game, I thought was actually like superb. I loved the pacing of it, the framing of the story, and how it was like, this is ultimately a very linear game with like the backdrop of an open world. So it gives you the understanding that like you have freedom, but you don't need, like, there's not like, 4,000 quest markers or like there's a collectible on the top of this, on the top of this telephone pole, go get it. And you got to collect 200 more. And it's like, I appreciate the more streamlined version of that. And with Mafia 2 and 3, they got more like, let's do GTA. And I don't think that really suits Mafia as much. And for the Old Country going back and kind of like going back to that Mafia 1 focus and having like a more linear, kind of more focused story, a more linear progression through these spaces, I thought was very welcome. I thought it was a game that very much respected my time. And, there's not a lot to it. It's not like a particularly like robust game. It's not like a deeply mechanically complicated game. But I look at Mafia the Old Country like a good punk song. It's like there's 4 chords here, and they're pretty good chords. You're not going to get key changes. You're not going to get like, it's not defying gravity or nothing. But you're going to get a solid, respectable experience, and it's going to end, and you're going to feel like you're going to want more of it. And I think that's exactly what it left me with. I'm big into this. I love mafioso stories and movies and stuff like that. I'm big into it. And so seeing that kind of seeing that story take place in an environment that's like kind of unfamiliar to that genre, like in Sicily with all the, the vegetation and the wilderness, it's a cool, it was just a nice change of pace. Although I still think I prefer ultimately the city. Like I think Mafia 1 is, that definitive edition of Mafia 1 is like really like probably still my favorite. This is a very close second. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. I think they already said that they're doing more of it. So like that's, I'm really into it. Again, it's very, it's not this blowout kind of game. But
it's very competent. It is.
It's incredibly competent. And it's, if you're in the mood for a story like that, man, it's like, it's just good. And the performances are all great. I think the writing is great. I think the overall structure of like the mission design throughout the game is pretty solid. I ran into like a handful of bugs, but I think it's nowhere near the buggiest experiences I've had this year. Let me put it that way.
Sure,
yeah.
I think for me, it might be a notch too traditional. Like you feel like you've seen this Mafia movie before, but I really like it. And I really like that team. I'm really glad they didn't die after Mafia 3. I was worried they were going to collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. If they can refine this into something else, I mean, I think it's good as it is, but like, just, I don't know. I'm big into this genre.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is definitely my number 9.
Yeah. If they do another Mafia game, or when they do you want it to be this scale again, or would you rather them do something more large? You want like this?
No, I like this scale. Like I would like it to take place in a, like I like the city. I like the urban environment. Mafia. Like I think it just works really. Like, what are you doing? Huh? Like I don't know. I think it works better in that kind of environment. But like, yeah, I love the focus of it. Like I don't want a sprawling, 90-hour game. Like I don't have the time or patience for that shit anymore. Like if you're gonna do that, you got to make that shit like top tier, like S+ tier for me to even entertain that at this point. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right, Maddie, you're number 9.
My number 9 was a latecomer in the year 2025. In the dying days of this fine year, this game shows up. I play it. I love it. And I love me some Marvel. And I love beating shit up in games. And I love a combination of those two in a Marvel beat 'em up. That's Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Dude. I mean, I think Tribute Games obviously has their finger on the pulse when it comes to these beat 'em up style games. Shredder's Revenge was in my top 10 of the year in, I think it was 2022. As much as I love my Ninja Turtles, this is 1,000% the better game. And I didn't really think that was possible for them, but they just found some new like things to explore that I felt were like too big for them to try to do, but they did. Boss mechanics, every character of a 15-man beat 'em up roster playing differently, having them all team up and having their own unique cross combos. This just makes it alone so infinitely replayable while still retaining that fun beat 'em up, pick up and play charm. Like, it's still easy to access. It's still like hand the controller to a kid or an adult or whoever, and they'll get it. They can get by. But for those who want to really sink their teeth into something here that just you can really master without losing, again, that spirit of the old school beat 'em up, this is that game. The soundtrack is incredible. The visuals are also incredible. It really evokes that X-Men arcade game appearance. But you know, they've just done an amazing job harkening back to these eras of classic beat 'em ups. Like they've not shied away. Like Shredder's Revenge was Turtles in Time. That is the definitive Ninja Turtles game to this day. And they're like, we're going to follow that up. And they did so brilliantly. And now they look at like the X-Men video game and they're like, we're going to follow that up. And they do so unbelievably better. It is a real incredible effort from this team. And to have that on top of like 4-player, I think it was co-op or something like that, and everyone can have their own teams of 2. And so you have like 8 characters fighting on screen at once. The options and the gameplay modifiers, being able to scale your difficulty on how many players, like you could play as a single player and then fight 4 players worth of enemies and just go hog wild, kicking the shit out of things. Like, it's just got so much to it, so many ways to play it. But again, it stays simple. Like, you can really wrap your brain around it. So I thought Marvel Cosmic Invasion was just a real delight. I just had so much fun playing it. And, you know, the only thing I think this team could do better is like a little story. You know, this is kind of just a vehicle from cool location to cool location. And I get that. But I hope they really put some time into like crafting like that would be to me a game changer, like a beat 'em up with a narrative, a beat 'em up that makes you feel just a little something. Yeah. Like I wouldn't hate feeling something while I'm kicking the crap out of it. That's all I'm saying. So that's the only blemish, if you will. But this is as a Marvel fan, an awesome game. I love the roster, just the characters they picked. Of course, they got Cogs, a Silver Surfer in here. They make them dope as hell. You know, but they go for some deep cuts, like what Beta Ray Bill. Yeah,
Beta Ray Bill was jarring as fuck to see in this. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I was like, who is this? And no doubt as they do DLC characters, they're going to just keep getting weirder. So really love this game and just had a blast playing it. And like many beat 'em ups I enjoy, it's going to be awesome to just keep firing this up over the years and be like, yeah, I'm just going to run through this for a couple hours and then go play something else. Like, that's what this game is going to be, but it's definitely like on the highest part of the pyramid. It's really good. So shout out to Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Awesome game.
Absolutely. Yes. Also, just shout out to the fact that, like, again, perfect Steam Deck game.
Yeah,
I can't even tell you. Like, it is
so good.
It is so good on Steam Deck. It just feels right at home. It's like, oh, dude, I really love it.
Oh. Yeah, I'm looking at the roster right now. Pretty good, dude.
Totally worth it. Totally worth it.
No Gambit. Need that Gambit.
Give it time.
Give it time. Yeah, give it time. Oh, Venom. That's cool. Nice. All right. Very good. Hoeg, your number 8 game.
Yeah. Well, as Maddie just said in his pick, released in the dying days of 2025, I believe was the phrase he used.
Yes.
I have a late entrant into my top 10, and that is, of course, the Intergalactic Adventures of Samus Aran. I have been enjoying Metroid Prime 4 much more than some people online might suggest I should be.
Right.
But in all honesty, for a Metroid Prime experience, this is almost exactly what I would want. No, I did not have any dreams of driving across deserts in motorcycle land with Samus, and I didn't necessarily want Miles McKenzie to be my constant companion on the radio for these trips. But overall, when I'm in one of these science fiction environments at 60 frames per second on my Switch, seeing what in my opinion is the best art that Nintendo has ever put on my screen before, and solving puzzles in the old Ocarina of Time style while engaged in a science fiction story that really is about that loneliness and isolation that people ascribe to the Metroid series. It's everything I really want out of playing a game like this. So yeah, it's my number 8. I'm sorry, folks that really hate it or otherwise want to leave a comment telling me about my mother in some fashion based on this, but I really like this game. It's my number 8 of the year.
It's all right. I get it, Hoeg. People have been mad at me because I haven't hated it as much as them so far. I haven't finished it still yet, but I've been enjoying it. All right.
It's that game, and then honestly, my excitement for Fate of the Old Republic that I've realized, like, people just want to piss on you, dude. Like, they really want to piss you out. They just be like, nah, dude, nope, sorry. Like, you just can't like this, dude. Like, I don't like, like, I never really processed it because I'm so used to getting bitched at. But like, when I was like authentically out of my seat, freaking the fuck out, and people were like, dude, really? I'm like, yeah, really. What the fuck's the problem? And
sorry for being excited.
Metroid Prime is one of those games where I'm like, I played it. I'm like, okay, it's got issues, but I'm like, you guys are acting like this. Like, if this is our standard for bad, man, we got it kind of good.
People don't understand how good we actually have it, I think.
Yeah.
Like, if a 7 out of 10 to a lot of people is like a 2 out of 10. I'm like, you're if this came out in the PS2 era, you'd be freaking out about it.
I saw my friend texted me a tweet, and someone like took a screenshot of the Metroid Prime 4 Open Critic. It was like an 80, and someone went, no way, it's actually mid. And I had like a ton of likes. I'm like, dude, if an 80's mid, we're like so
we're fucked.
Immensely fucked. It's unbelievable. I appreciate high standards. I think we should have high standards, but if we can't say 8 out of 10, it's like enough at times. Like, you know, obviously you always want the best, but man, that's a tough market right there.
There is no in between. It's only good or shit.
Yeah,
that's all they care about.
Superb or
I'll stand by it. I will stand by my enjoyment of Metroid Prime 4. Nobody can take that away from me, online or otherwise.
There you go, Hoeg.
There
you go.
Let him hear it. All right. Cog, you're number 8.
The timing of this pick after all of you guys saying is hilarious to me. And Hoeg is speaking of my soul. Speaking of enjoying things more than I should be.
Oh, no.
Yes. No one is going to take my enjoyment of my foundational title of the year, Avowed. I absolutely loved this game despite the slander. You thought at 80 somebody's child died. You thought that this was the worst game. I have some advice for you. This game is actually pretty fun, and I really enjoyed this one. As a person who, let's be honest, never really played a Pillars game, I love this universe. I love this idea of these gods and this. I ain't gonna say it there because that would spoil it. But you know, just the idea of influencing the decisions of the greater beings and what the intentions of others are. I thought this was pretty dope. I felt the environmental design of this world. I just loved living in it, playing in it. The biomes were amazing. The Emerald Stair was amazing. Some of the best combat and platforming from Obsidian I've seen in some time. I really enjoyed the combat, especially what I knew with guns in the medieval. I'm like, how's that going to work? But where it really opened up to me as a person who likes like magic and sorcery, you know, having your grimoire in one hand, wand, like, I'm like, this is next level stuff, and freezing, you know, the environment to platform. And they were really taking some chances and risks here that I really enjoyed. And I have to say, like, I really enjoyed it. Now, the fall off happens towards the end, right? And you go, man, you know, as a foundational title, I get it. But you got to go back to the sensibilities of what I know you are for, which is true choice and consequences, where things have effect at the end. And that's where the game missed the mark. But I just felt it's been so unfairly penalized as if it's the worst game that ever existed from a certain company. But, you know, shout out to my co-host. I love him, though. But at the end of the day, though, look, man, I always give it a shot. I thought all this stuff is fixable. What I say is this: like, I'm from the era, and Chris would probably understand. It's like you get maybe an Uncharted or a base game or a Destiny, and that's allowed to live. So we get Destiny 2, the next Uncharted. Like, people, like, we got to let this thing breathe. And I would, like, the best news that happened this year, hopefully the rumor is true, with Chris Avalon saying that their next thing is they're doing Avowed 2. And I'm like, bro, thank you. I want to go back to this world, because I was very disappointed that their roadmap was very weak to me. It was like more bug fixes, and I was like, no, and I'm not interested in that. Like, give me more content is what I thought, kind of thing. Look at Maddie telling me to calm down.
The one thing I will say about Avowed is, like, the one thing that I really liked about it was, like, I thought the combat felt fucking great. Like, I thought, like, the wand shit and, like, I thought that, like, the way that it felt was like a step above, like, previous Obsidian games to me, and that I appreciated, and that kind of kept me going for a lot of it. Really, like, it's just like how good it felt to, like, hit a fucking duende in the head or whatever.
Duende, and that stun mechanic, when you get that thing, bro, it really is a lot of things there from a gameplay standpoint. I'm like, okay, they got it. Now we just got to get back to the core RPG sensibilities that we know you are capable of. And we knew the development situation of the game once it came out. You know what I'm saying? We're like, oh, this was a co-op. First, it was a Skyrim game. They shot real big, and then they went down to a hub world. Oh, at one point, it was a co-op game. So I get that. So let's just allow us to get a second one, which seems like it's happening. So shout out to Avowed. I'm pulling for you guys. I hope you guys get that sequel, which Chris Avalon kind of alluded to, and we'll see it. And hopefully we can get Maddie to smile. And that's what I like.
I like what you said about sequels, because I think that really is the truth. There are so many franchises, or what we consider to be franchises now, that essentially had to go through a little growing pain to get to where they were really working out. And in fact, Obsidian, I think, found their capstone franchise with a sequel. I think Outer Worlds 2 is such a big jump from Outer Worlds that I would love to see them get another jump out of Avowed. I didn't enjoy it quite as much as you, Cog, but I can definitely see them making that leap for the sequel.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope.
Especially if they don't build it as a live service game first.
Yes.
That is helpful.
Yeah, that would go a very long way.
That would go a long way, I think.
Yeah, that would go away. Because, shout out to Maddie. Like, when we had Carrie, we found out, right, that she had assets. They had assets of the co-op and live service stuff still in this game towards the end. So that showed me the development was, it was a little tumultuous from the beginning.
Yeah. Absolutely. Cool. All right. I love the passionate, the passionate sell right there to give it a shot. Okay. Chris, number 8.
I feel like I'm going on with the theme here, kind of.
Oh, which is the hated one for you?
I don't think it's. Yeah, no, good old number 8. Like, I don't know if it's hated as much as the other game, but, like, dude, like, I really like Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yeah.
I thought Doom: The Dark Ages. Look, in my opinion, like, I remember when I played Doom Eternal, and I was like, they're not making a better game than this. Like, this is almost like too good for whatever this is. Like, the only thing that they could have improved with Doom Eternal for me was, like, get rid of the hub world, and that would have been it. Like, just have like a linear progression from one level to the next. But, like, this exact combat model I loved, I gelled with. So I kind of knew going in, given how different 2016 was to Eternal, id doesn't, especially the Doom team, doesn't seem to like to rest on their laurels. They're going to do something different and weird. I'm probably not going to like it as much as Eternal. And I didn't. But I thought what was there, this, like, medieval Doom, was cool. Did I know what the fuck was happening? Absolutely not.
Nope.
I don't wizards, spaceships.
I don't know. It's not of any consequence to me. I don't care. But it feels good to just bash demons in the head with a mace. It feels good to throw the shield, and it's got a generous parry window. I don't care. I know.
Now you mention it is really generous.
It's absurdly generous. Yeah. It works. It works though, because it makes you feel like a badass. So, like, and by the way, I tightened all that up. Like, I sped my character up. I shortened that parry window mega small. It's still very generous, but I don't know, dude. Grinding skulls into a belt-fed machine gun and, like, launching them into hordes of demons and, like, running around this, like, weird sprawling map, which is so, like, not traditional or, like, not modern Doom. It's different.
Yeah.
And I also, like, I liked those weird deviations. Like, I dug the dragon. Actually, like, I genuinely, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the skyhooks in what is it,
Bioshock Infinite,
or the combat in Bioshock Infinite, where like I remember people being like, the combat in Bioshock Infinite sucks, and I'm like, I love this. Like, I don't know, I get it, I get why it's like, because it's not exactly what you would expect, or it does kind of pull you out of it a little bit, but I dug the dragon. It reminded me a lot of, you know, the Scarab, like flying the Banshee onto a Scarab in like Halo 3. There's a lot of Halo 3 kind of energy in it, both in the sense of it's not quite as good as the one before, but it's still grand and it's doing a lot of really interesting things. And by the end of it, I was like, yeah, I really dug that. There's a moment in this game where I think they jump the shark, and I love it. I was smiling. I was smiling ear. It's there's a I don't know if people give a shit, but like there's a very Evil Dead coded moment in that campaign, and I'm like, I love how ridiculous this is. This is insane. I love it. And yeah, I don't know. I think the worst modern Doom game is still like echelons above like your standard modern first person shooter affair. So I am kind of the mind that it is probably maybe the weakest of the trilogy. I think I have to go back and play Doom 2016 again to like really know that, because I remember I tried to boot it up after I finished the Dark Ages, and for whatever reason, like the audio was all glitched and completely ruined, and it was like there were audio channels not coming, and I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not playing Doom with like half the audio missing. That's insane. So jury's still out on that, but I think Eternal is still my favorite. But like Doom the Dark Ages is a great time. I don't know what the story is, but it feels damn good to play. The guns are sick. The solutions around the variety problems, I think, aren't as elegantly solved here as they are in Eternal. Specifically, like, I don't like that there are two versions of every weapon as opposed to just having an alt fire for that weapon. Like, I think that would have been I'd prefer that. So there are pains in it, but I wasn't really thinking about them the majority of the time. I was just bashing demons in the head and giggling like a freak. So Doom Eternal is, or Doom the Dark Ages, I should say, is my number 8.
Yeah, it was fun. My biggest disappointment with that game, I guess, Chris, was the music. I feel like I can't think of
it's not as good
at all. Like, I barely even noticed it, I feel like, when I was playing.
Yeah, it could be mixed a little better. That was one of those things though, where it's like I was playing the game and I didn't notice, and then like I saw stuff on Twitter and then I noticed it, and I was like, would I have noticed? It bothered me because I was like, I don't know if I would have noticed necessarily. And I felt compromised in that moment. I'm like, damn. I was like, oh, fuck. Am I like looking for it now?
Why you don't go on Twitter, right?
Yeah, right. That's what Twitter is for. It's for making you like things infinitely less.
Have you thought about how this is bad?
But yeah, like there. It's definitely, again, like I do think it's like one of the weaker ones. But like I still think the Doom, this modern Doom trilogy is so good, just in general. And I love the fact that there's not a single one of these games that play like exactly like the previous one. Like they're all so different. They fulfill very, very different vibes. They fulfill very, very different tones. And I dig that. Like there's so much variety in that trilogy that like, I think they nailed it. And I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, what they do next. If they do more, like I assume there will be more. Because Doom is just, I mean, it cannot be understated how amazing it is that they brought back Doom at all to this level of fanfare and made it work despite consistently rewriting the playbook every time. It's like, okay, Eternal is going to be like this resource management game. And it's like, okay. And this game's going to be like a wide open, sprawling melee combat game with mechs and shit. And it's just like, all right. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do for the next one, but like whatever it is, I'm down.
Yeah.
No, I respect the variety too. I think my favorite is the original of this trilogy. 2016. I just really like the Mars sci-fi vibe.
Yeah.
All right, Maddie, your number 8, please.
Well, I don't think I'm continuing the trend, guys. I think this one's pretty acceptable, is what I'll say for my number 8 here. But it is one that's already been mentioned, so there's not too much I can add on top of it other than to say that the Ninja is back. Ryu Hayabusa returned in 2025 in one of the shock announcements at the Developer Direct in January. And I think it really delivered. It was an extremely flawed game, but I don't know. I always feel that there's a lot of issues with these Ninja Gaiden games, this one in particular, but it really was that feeling of the passing of the torch. There's a lot in this game I probably would have critiqued more harshly if it was like a Ninja Gaiden 5 where it's like they've done this before, but this was a lot about the moment. It's like, here's two of my favorite teams coming together. Like Platinum Games is back. It's a whole new brand of Platinum Games. And then here's Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo, who I love their games. I'm like, they've just like the Neo franchise is excellent. I love what they've done, for example, with the Warriors games. And I just have played them my whole life. And to kind of see both their design sensibilities bleed into this central project and see it kind of argue over itself even, I thought it was just good, chaotic fun, man. Like the combat's amazing. The obliteration technique has not aged a day. Just like sticking that blade in someone, camera pulls in, and you just rip them in half. It is sublime. This combat feels so good. It's just so fun to come back to. And there was a moment of like, when you beat the game, the title menu changes and it's like this kind of calmness, this serenity. And I almost felt my soul settle into place of like, I was at peace that Ninja Gaiden lives on. And I don't know, it was like, I don't know if we get a 5, but I'm happy this game exists. It was like a moment. It was less about the inner workings of, is it good? Is it bad? I'm like, dude, I had a fun fucking time. I blitzed this game. I come back to this game. I will always come back to this game. And it feels like the start of a new chapter for a team that I've always cheered for, but like also they lost all their goats. And like, here comes this new era of Platinum Games employees that were really enthusiastic about it. And I think you could feel it. I think they obviously were a little indecisive with some things and made some not so great choices. It's not necessarily, I would say, an indication of like complete positivity. Like, wow, when their next game comes around, it's going to be sick. They do have a lot to learn, but I thought they did a real great job passing the torch. My only complaint is like, I would have loved a little more Ryu, just a little bit more. Yes. They kind of Metal Gear Solitude me here, but that aside, Ninja Gaiden 4 was awesome. I really liked it.
Okay, cool. Hoeg, do you need to take a break or anything?
I was actually just going to ask if we could do a break between 6 and 5.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. We'll do that. All right, let's do number 7, Hoeg.
Yes. Now, I love my number 7, but based on what Cog said about his number 8, I didn't realize, I don't think, that anybody had an issue with card games. That one hasn't been brought to my DM's attention yet. So get your DM fingers ready, folks, because I adore card games. I have learned to love indie roguelikes. And in my opinion, Monster Train 2 is the epitome of card gaming and roguelike design in 2025. It is my number 7 game of the year. I cannot recommend it more. It has great kind of game design around its card interactions and what you're actually doing to play it. And then it's just surprise after surprise. It continues to metamorphose in front of you as it changes what it is that you're even aimed at doing. It surprises you with the cards that are in your decks and what options that you have to present them. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but the more you play, the better it gets. And that's rare in a game like this. So Monster Train 2, my number 7 game of the year. I highly recommend it to everybody. If you can stand card games, I guess.
Oh, no, you got my attention.
Yeah, you talked about this on some Sun, I remember. It seemed cool. But yeah.
As I say, people might be able to keep track of how many games on this list I mentioned on Summon Sign.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Cog, you're number 7, please.
Number 7. So Hoeg mentioned it earlier. This moved up a little bit more for me. One of the games I streamed the most this year. And man, what a unique experience. I really enjoyed it. Split Fiction. Man, I really had a blast with it. Shout out to my boy Petey. He's the one that kind of dragged me in because I would not have had time to get this game done. And we just did it in increments. And there's some of the most unique co-op game mechanics I have ever seen that I'm like legit, like, how did they design this? Like, how is this possible? Like some Inception stuff that is like subgenres within genres. I'm like, what is happening? Like this Hazelight, Joseph Ferris, wow. Like there are legit moments that I was blown away. And you work together, but forgiving enough where it wasn't like, because some of these games where it's so co-op focused, you can get mad at your partner. And you're like, bro, if you do not get this segment right now, it's going to be up with me and you. But it's like sometimes they do a little things and they'll give a little bit more of a time window as opposed to an instant failure, mechanic on some of these things. But I thought it was good. I guess my only nitpick would be just towards the end, because we did every side quest. We didn't leave any of those extra things unturned. So that I felt kind of like made it stay a little longer than I would have liked. They could have wrapped up. I thought it was going to be a shorter game. So that's why I was like, all right, damn, how much longer do we got? They're giving us a lot of content here, that kind of thing. That was my only little complaint. I would say like the overall theme, what you mentioned, Hoeg, which is I love that the whole, stealing ideas, hilarious. The fact that they did this at EA, like hilarious. Like I thought that's ballsy.
They made the logo of the evil corporation use the font for Electronic Arts. You guys go nuts, Hazelight.
Yeah. This is the shot at your boss. You making a game shooting at your boss? Like I'm like, yo, salute to you. You outside. What I'm saying? My only issue is I would say like towards the end, I was like, all right. And it was okay. You know what I'm saying? Like it was. I didn't feel like so satiated as games.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
It's more of a straight line, but I enjoyed the ride. Shout out to Split Fiction. Shout out to I'm with you. I think this is the superior game, Hoeg, as far as I think. I mentioned. Sorry, Chris. I think it was you that mentioned.
It takes two.
I think this is the superior game. So I want to give them some credit, man. And what a tough year, because obviously with the nominations and award shows and stuff like that. But I wanted to give them some love. I really enjoy Split Fiction.
High praise.
Fiction is awesome.
I believe it. Yeah. I believe it. I loved It Takes Two, and I just gotta find people to play with and time. Like scheduling that kind of game is like it's hard.
Right. Like I love this design. But it mandates that second person. And even if you drop in, it's like you don't really want to. You want to hit it with the same person the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's tricky.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, Chris, you're number 7.
Yeah, so this was kind of a surprise for me. Didn't expect this going in, but Dispatch. I thought Dispatch was very, very interesting. I'm not really a mark for these types of like Telltale games. Like I liked season 1 of The Walking Dead.
That's
but
great.
once I thought it was great. But like at the same time, like when I was done with it, I was like, I think I'm good with this. Like I kind of get it. And there's other games too. Like this is not really the same, but like Heavy Rain, I wasn't really that into. I liked Detroit Become Human well enough, but I never finished it. So like these narrative heavy games or these like kind of choice based, like kind of quick time, like more of a story than a game kind of things aren't really my jam. And when Dispatch showed up, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's presenting better than a lot of these I find, but I don't know if I'm going to play it. And then I just heard all of this talk about it. And then, I don't know, whenever I hear like a lot of praise about something, I was like, all right, let me see. Let me see. And I almost kind of go in with like
let me prove you wrong.
I almost go in with like kind of an antagonistic
I want to hate
vibe. I was like, let's see how mid this game is. But
who's
like,
this Aaron Paul fella?
Who's this Aaron Paul fella? But no, like it's very good. I think it's a surprisingly it's highly polished. I think the animation is fantastic. There are like scenes in this game that I'm like, this could be a TV show. And I know like a lot of these games tend to, I'll put it this way. There's a lot of games that try to animate themselves as if they're 2D, but they're 3D, and they're trying to kind of hoodwink you. And I think of the games that I've seen try this style of like, look, we're 3D models, but we're going to present it in 2D. Of the games that I've seen do it, I feel like this does it the best. Like it looks nice. It looks great. I think it's performed really well. I think the characters are very endearing. I don't think that's true for every character all of the time, but I think overall, I think it lands where it needs to land. And by the end of every episode, I was like, yeah, I want to know where this is going. I think it's fairly predictable. I think if you've experienced Invincible or any type of these superhero genre, if you're familiar with that genre, I think you can kind of tell where things are going and how things will eventually end. But I appreciate that there's like some subversions of characters in this game. Like particularly there's a Superman character that did not go the route that I thought would go at all. And I applaud that because it's really hard to do an atypical Superman now because I think the defaults have kind of been established for us. But I really dug the voices. I dug the performances. I found that there was an interesting kind of romance angle here that I was like, I don't know what the answer is. And that's appreciated. I think the game ultimately has a canon that it wants to guide you through. I think there's clearly like in my opinion, this is kind of subjective. I think there's a right path through the game.
I think there usually are.
Yeah. But like I felt
Telltale used to say that they were tailored by the way you play, which I always liked as a bit of language.
Yeah,
because it's like we want to tell our story, and yes, you can move things around a little bit, but don't break it too much.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I was like pleasantly surprised by this. I think of these games, it's the most I've liked one since The Walking Dead. And that's not to say that The Walking Dead is. I think The Walking Dead is probably like a lot more emotionally like it's significantly more mature. It's better written, I think, but I think ultimately like Dispatch is a really solid experience, and it's got a lot of game. There's a lot of gaminess to it too, because I think there's the story, and you're choosing dialogue, and then there's like QuickTime, but then there's also the dispatch stuff, which I found a little bit less compelling. But like as time went on, I found it a lot more like I got a handle of like, oh, okay, like I need to time you guys to get you there so that you're not resting by the time I can get you there. Like I got into a flow state with it kind of late, honestly. Like I think maybe like episode 5 or 6 is when that part of the game started to click with me really, which I think is probably like a little too late. Could have used maybe a little bit of tuning, but that's also maybe on me. Like I don't know. Like I don't play games like this really ever.
No, I'll back you up there. I'm not sure the dispatching ever comes fully to fruition.
Yeah, I think it comes close. Like towards the end where it's like it feels like okay, it's approaching something, and it just kind of doesn't. But I think the story that's being told is like it's fun. It's a little campy. It's interesting. It's subversive. And I like superhero stuff. I do generally. Like I shit a lot on the MCU or whatever because it's just like how long are we going to do this for? But like I'm a big Marvel guy. We just talked about Cosmic Invasion earlier. Like those. I mean, Marvel is like a huge reason why I think I'm into video games in the first place. Like those original Neversoft Spider-Man games, and so it's a big part of like my evolution through this medium. And so like seeing a twist on it and a take on it that isn't so much of what I expected is nice, because I feel like a lot of these like, oh, who's the evil Superman? You know what I mean? Like we've seen how many versions of that, and it's nice to see a different side of how people could take superheroes and still make them interesting. So Dispatch is pretty solid.
It's good. And I like that entry.
Yeah.
And we joked about Lenny Kravitz before, and I joked about Aaron Paul just now, but Aaron Paul kills it. And
he's fantastic in it.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Jeffrey Wright's in it too. Like there's I feel like every character that needs to kill it kills it. Nice. Like it's just it's really, really superb.
Yeah, I got to get to it, man. Heard great things.
It's good. Yeah, and I loved Telltale. I am the Telltale guy. The saddest part for me with Walking Dead Season 1 is that it killed the Telltale adventure game company. Like they were making Monkey Island sequels. They were making Sam & Max sequels. They were making adventure games. And then they had all this success with the straight up dialogue narrative game. And then they just put all their eggs in that basket. Yeah. So I don't quite like that model as much as solving puzzles and putting rubber chicken pulleys on ropes and things that you do in these various games. But I think Dispatch really is the highest production value of this form that we've seen yet.
Easily. Yeah.
Okay. Maddie, you're number 7.
All right. Number 7. I killed this one in the prior year. I went hands on with it. Cog and I walk out the room. I look at Cog. I go, it's cooked. It's just not going to be good. I go on my shows. I'm like, yeah, sorry, guys. I know we looked at this one and we thought that's our next one, but it's not. It's so buggy. And they're coming out in March. Are they out of their minds? I didn't know what I was talking about. Rebellion, known for the Sniper Elite franchise, comes around with Atomfall. and they blow me away. I was really not ready for how good I thought this game would be. I mean, it speaks to the Maddie sensibility, so it gets a bit of a curve. That's why it's higher on the list. I love these first-person driven exploration games. This clearly is inspired by Fallout, and I don't think we get enough games like that. I think the big thing for me with Adamfall that I love is much of like what I talked about with Hell Is Us, except with gameplay that I actually find to be a lot more competent, is that trusting of you figuring it out. No quest objectives and letting your imagination run a bit wild. Like, hey, we're not going to give you these waypoints. We're not going to tell you what's next. Think about it a little bit. If you go and talk to this person and give them this evidence, what happens? And the game just kind of gives you complete agency over your experience. And because it has multiple endings, it's just really fun to romp through and see how the world is constantly responding to you. It's got some bumps in the road for sure, but if this is the start, I mean, this is their most played game ever. It's sold really well for them. If this is the start of something new, I think they put their right foot forward in the correct direction completely. And I am so excited. Now they're like, oh, you guys like this. Okay. Like I, as a Fallout fan, am so eager to see what they do next. I don't need them to crack it into an open world game, but the mystery of the plot and like why you were trapped within these walls and sort of who's Oberon on the phone, like all these questions, all this sense of mystery, while also being very much like adhering to Fallout's retro futuristic design, while also being very United Kingdom. It was just all of this kind of coming together. It was very familiar yet different on a thematic level. The exploration and freedom of discovery and the questing was just constantly rewarding me for thinking, and it made for an engaging experience. And you know what I also loved about this game is it respected your time. It you know, that's something that I think a lot of games, they fall in love with themselves, as I define it. Like you get to that content building phase and you just want to like, oh, we got all the tools up and running. Like we got our pipeline established. Let's just go. And these games get fat. And I like that Adamfall goes to the gym. It stays lean and it's a nice 15-hour experience tops. Especially with games with multiple endings. I think this is how it used to be. Like you'd make a 20-hour game, which was considered big, and they were like, play that a few times. And that's how you get to your 60 hours. But a lot of games are like, you're here once, we're going to give you everything somehow at once, and we want you to sit here for 90 hours. And there's only one game on this list that I was willing to do that for. But Adamfall, I think, is just a mastery in understanding what it's here to do. They know that they're great, but that it could turn to just good if they stuck you around for 30 hours, 40 hours. I think because of that, it's a much more potent experience that sticks with you. And so I'm excited for more because they left me wanting more. So I thought this game was great. Great Game Pass game, by the way, if anyone's still subbed, but also just worth picking up and playing this holiday season.
If you're still subbed.
I was actually being sincere with that. I was like, if you're actually still subbed. I did not mean that one disrespectfully. But yeah,
I played a fair bit of Adamfall. I played a fair bit of it, and I didn't finish it because I got pulled away from other, but I still think about it every now and again. Mm-hmm. I still think about it. I was like, I kind of want to jump back into Adamfall, but it's like,
This is on that list with like Tainted Grail for me. I'm like, dude, these Bethesda style experiences is cropping up everywhere. Bethesda's got to be careful, man.
They gotta be careful.
Everyone, there's a developer on this list that has taken the crown completely. So it's like, this is a spooky time for them. But I agree.
Well,
this is
I
one
like
that you just think about a lot.
I'm sorry. I like that you tied it to Hell Is Us because I have them in the same bucket in my head as well, which is the menu system that's just investigations and kind of bullet points of like, think about this stuff and what would that mean instead of stars and dots and compass markers and all this thing. I think that's a great direction for developers to go. Not all of the developers. I am very much against the Unigame, everything becoming the same development philosophy. And I think that's a problem in 2025 where people decide that there's a best solution to these things. But I really like seeing some of these developers pare back on the fully handheld. There's going to be a yellow dot in the middle of your screen and you definitely have to go over that hill. And I think Hell Is Us and Adamfall are both experiences I had this year that really exemplify that of figure it out. Just think, be in the world. That's true role playing to me. And that really resonates a lot.
Cool. All right. Very nice. Now, Hoeg, number 6.
Yes, number 6. So speaking of very short games that aren't going to eat any of your time at all, and also of late entrants that may or may not engender the ill will of internet denizens that want to give me their thoughts on my list, I have added an entry from my favorite ongoing Square Enix series in the number 6 slot, Octopath Traveler 0. I was really worried about this project. I thought it might not work out at all, especially when the interviews start coming out that it is in fact a reimagining of the mobile game Champions of the Continent. And you're going to not necessarily have 8 party members. You're going to not necessarily want to travel because you're going to have a home base to build and all these various things that don't sound terribly Octopath Traveler to me when I'm reading these interviews. I am delighted to say this game fits well with 2 of my favorite JRPGs in the last few years in Octopath Traveler 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And I have not regretted 1 minute of experiencing this game, even though as of now, I think about a week after it released, I'm at 45 hours played.
Damn.
This game just keeps giving, keeps giving.
Yes.
And the stories, I can't even tell you how many times I've gotten to the end of a chapter in Octopath Traveler 0 and basically looked at my screen and said, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's such a...
I mean, like, literally, like, that's the actual response is like, I cannot believe that that's the direction you just took that story. So
it puts the
I don't love darkness. I don't love darkness for the sake of darkness. I don't love a lot of kind of the grimdark version of these narratives that are in a lot of the stories that just don't resonate with me so much. Octopath Traveler 0, maybe the darkest storytelling that Square Enix has ever put in a game, but it doesn't feel like it is just to shock you. It is all kind of reflexive of the story they're telling with any given villain, with the people that are going through the story on the protagonist side. I have loved every bit of this, and it has continued to wow me in ways that I didn't expect out of a series like this one or a project like this one from the mobile side of things. Like I said in our earlier Summon Sign, I didn't play Champions of the Continent very much. I had downloaded it and just didn't like playing it on my phone. So I can't tell you how much of this is already baked into that formula and how much of it is new, but I am continually impressed by Octopath and its art, Octopath and its music, and now Octopath and its storytelling, which has not been the case in every entry or every aspect of the series before now. So Octopath Traveler 0 is my number 6 game of the year. Could not recommend it more. Absolutely love it.
Good.
Nothing else to say.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it's not gotten forgotten. When it came out, when I saw the release date for that game, I was like, well, no one's going to give a shit about that game. But it sounds like people actually made time for it, so that's really good. Happy to hear it. All right. COG, number 6.
Right outside the top 5. So this one I was nervous about because I'll do my Year of the Ninja theme, but I was like, this technically doesn't qualify, but I'm very interested. And I gotta shout them out, man. Shout out to Sucker Punch. They're still my favorite when it comes to the way they handle open world, what I consider natural exploration. You know, me and Maddie know, like Maddie knows me, I do not like open world icon points of interest vomit. That's one of the things that will really detract me from finishing something in open world. And I'm kind of exhausted on open world, to be honest. So if you're going to do a big open world game, you got to do some things. And again, it's since the first game of Ghost of Tsushima that the wind kind of travels and takes you in that general direction. And then you go on, you get out your quote unquote, binoculars, so to speak, and you look across the distance, you see a smokestack. And I just felt their world this time felt a little bit more lived in. I felt the villagers and stuff like that. And I know I have a natural bias to this time period. I'm cognizant of that, but it's just so beautifully. And first, let's get it out. This game is stunning on PS5 Pro.
It is.
Like this, I'm like, okay, finally, this is what I want to see. Like, this is where I'm like, this is pushing it forward and how amazing it looked. And then it got down to the character. Look, I'm one of those weird people that Jin Sakai was kind of like my favorite, as far as our new IP from Sony and protagonists and stuff like that. So I was nervous because I'm like, all right, let's see Atsu. But what I liked is they went this different route. She plays dirty to win. What I really liked is they leaned into the spiritual. the honor roll and other aspects of that. I'm like, okay, this is really cool. And I knew I was in love with the game when I wasn't even worrying about the Yotai 6 and I was just doing other things and Legend Quests and going on about my business. So yeah, I really, really like this game. I probably got about 35 hours and I've only killed like 3 in the Yotai 6. But I don't want to rush
just
it.
Living their lives.
Yeah, I'm living my life. And what they did, shout out to Sucker Punch, because this was my only complaint. I was like, bro, if y'all don't give a proper homage to my man, Jin in this, it's going to be problems.
How good are you at flicking coins, Cog?
Oh, I'm good at that game. I like that little game. You gotta be careful. Yeah, just make sure you don't get them too much in proximity.
Oh, I get too aggressive.
Shots. Yeah, don't get too aggressive. Make sure you don't hit the thing. And I will say I turned off a lot of they go extra with the DualSense gimmick stuff.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
I skip every single one of those. It's like, why? Who made this?
Let me cook some fish.
The bamboo gets a little too much sometimes with the L1 triangle R3. I'm like, no, not doing that, bro. We gonna turn that off. We gonna auto sim this part. But for the most part, like I love this game and I really do. And I'm just taking my time when I'm not gonna rush it. And I just, like I said, shout out to Ghost of Yotai. Really enjoying my experience.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Chris, number 6.
Yeah, so this one I was nervous about too because I was like, does this count? And then I thought about like overall my experience with it and the numbers just don't lie. Metal Gear Solid Delta.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of fell in love with this game. Like, I gotta be honest, like Metal Gear Solid 2 was always like kind of the one that I loved. Like I love Metal Gear Solid 2. I have like a lot of memories of it. The big shell as like a location was just always like very intriguing to me. I loved that it was riding and that it made everybody mad. I loved it.
You got some troll in you, Chris.
Yeah.
That's very obvious. but no, I just dug it a lot. And like when Metal Gear Solid 3 came out, or like when I first played Metal Gear Solid 3 rather, I remember being like, what is this camo shit? Or what is this? I gotta eat. What is going on? Like I gotta pull a bullet out of my leg. This sucked. I was such a hater of it. And I just like I think years went by and then I played the Vita kind of version of it. That was when I replayed Metal Gear Solid 2 again. And then like I started playing Metal Gear Solid 3 and I was like, yeah, I like it. I like it more than I remember, but I still kind of like, I don't know. And I put it down for a while. And so this was like a pretty good opportunity to be like, all right, you know what? Let me give it another shot. They're retooling some of the controls to make it a little bit less archaic, a little bit more modern. But they don't seem to be changing so much of it that it feels like a completely different game. It seems like they're changing just the right amount. Like it's kind of a hard balancing act going to a game like that and like retooling it and messing with it because that's some sacred ground. And you don't want to change so much that it's unrecognizable. You don't want to change so little that people wonder what the point was. And I don't know if it's going to land for everybody, but I think for me, it landed in the right space where I was just like, the gameplay hurdles that prevented me from getting into the camo system or getting into the medical kind of weird stuff that you were doing. With those gone, I got more invested in it. And I was like, okay, yeah, what's my camo going to be? Like, how am I going to sneak through this area in the best way possible? And as a stealth fan, there's not a lot out there. For me.
True.
So when this game came out, I was like, all right, this is going to be my one shot of a stealth game this year. So like, let me just grab onto it. And I glommed onto it, man. I beat it. I went through immediately and played it again. I tried to do the no death run and I got completely stuck on, like I'm stuck on the Fury, the cosmonaut fire boss. And I'm like, I don't know how to do this, man. But like I dedicated a lot of time to that game. I got really invested. I was like looking up all sorts of lore, and I was like, I got really involved, and I really appreciate Metal Gear Solid 3 now in a way that I didn't before, and I think that's what a good remake should do, is like kind of let you appreciate, like even with the weird quirks, like there's still a lot of weird gameplay quirks in Metal Gear Solid Delta that are present in the original game, but I think they smoothed over just the right amount of edges. They tweaked the right amount of things. Everything's ultimately the same. The menus are the same. The sound design is the same. The general art direction is the same. Like I think they nailed it. ultimately. Like, it runs kind of poorly in certain places as a stealth game.
It's got some framiness.
It's got some framiness, especially towards the end with the big like explosions. But like, I don't know, as a stealth game that isn't like, if this was like a Halo game or something, I'd be like, this is fucking unacceptable. But as a game where you're just kind of sneaking slowly through grass, like I don't really mind the framiness as much as I would in other games. But yeah, man, I think they did a really, really good job with this. And I'm a Metal Gear Solid 3 fan now. I think I might like it more than 2, actually.
That's correct.
The real test would be to see like whether or not a 2 remake of this quality, whether or not that would move the needle for me. But like ultimately, like what special games those are, man. And yeah, it's my number 6 for the year. I know it's a remake, so it's kind of cheating, but
no, it's fine. I don't think that's cheating.
Yeah,
I don't think it's
well,
cheating.
I don't know.
Game.
There are a lot of changes there.
Did it come out this year? And was
it come out this year? And you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Look, man, people we're all on the internet. We're all on the internet. We know people get weird.
Sure.
There will be some thoughts, I have no doubt.
Yeah. Oh,
but I think that's a great entry. Now, I loved Metal Gear Solid 3 when it first came out. I had some of the same reactions you did, Chris, with kind of the new systems, because they were always kind of weird. What the heck is a Shagohod? Just getting into it for completeness. I remember having a little bit of issue there. But by the time that game ends, I think it might be my favorite Hideo Kojima story. It's just such a nice layered kind of combination of motivations and plot points that lead into the rest of the saga that I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is just maybe the pinnacle of his design, at least in that series.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Maddie, number 6.
All right, number 6. Least surprising one on this list, I think, unless you think I might have it higher, I guess, but I can explain that. And that goes to a series that has been a mainstay in my life since I started in 2021. Every year, new chapter. But this time, we go back to the beginning.
Would you say that you went to the first chapter?
Yes, I did go to the first chapter. I like how Hoeg was on it. Trails in the Sky remake. Yeah. Just a real cozy JRPG, man. Now, I'll be honest, like, as I have played over 10 Trails games, I realized when I was talking to Jason about Trails and like kind of walking him through it, and like I was referencing like, yeah, the 4th game does this, the 9th game does this. I was like, holy shit. I was like, there's a lot of this series, man. In the broader spectrum of Trails, Sky 1 is one of my least favorites because it is very foundational, important, but it definitely it's set up. Whereas like the new one coming out this year is going to be crazy, and so I hope people look forward to that to really see what Trails is all about. But they did such a great job with this remake, and it really, I think, exemplified the glow up that Falcom's had, where you're starting to see them get on an even bigger stage. People are paying attention, and finally people can step in. But you know, when
Let's go East.
Yeah, right. East is there too, though, man. Like the latest East games have looked really good. So they're leveling up.
All-timer.
Yeah, I honestly have never played that series. It's
Maddie, you're killing me. I love East so much. But back to Trails. I apologize.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's like I have that one Falcom series. I'm like, can I do 2? Do I want to do 2? But yeah, Trails is one where you see where it starts off, these like little chibi sprites, and you see them go a little more 3D with Cold Steel, and it's this kind of Lego style animation, very stiff, and more importantly, the combat animation is so slow. It really took them like 9 games to get the speed and the flow of this stuff right. But now they are so natural at making some of the best JRPGs on this planet. And I think Trails in the Sky remake represents that perfectly. They bring back all the original cast, including ponying up for Matt Mercer to bring him in as Olivier, like just really treating their fans well on that front, expanding the game in logical ways, new side content, more expressive cutscenes, those things that you'd expect, and just really pushing the limits of what a Trails game is known for. Like they knew this was the big one, and they knew they couldn't do it half measured or just another chapter in the Trails franchise, or, oh, the door's open, come here. The combat, that mixture of action and turn-based, is like a huge change. How open this world really is caught me off guard completely. Just the way the game kind of functions as a checklist, where a lot of this, I call it went down easy. It was a nice meal with a glass of wine next to it. Just kept sipping on it as I was taking each bite, and each side quest, not incredible, but it went down easy. I just wanted to play more of this game, be in this world more. You just love these characters, love the relationships they form, the world that it builds. It's awesome, man. And I just adore this series. I do wish they kind of stuck a little bit more. The other reason this gets bumped down a little bit, I do wish they stuck with more of the traditional old Trails writing style. I do think from Azure and on, they adopt this anime style that made the series more popular, but also I think just kind of waters down some of the maturity the series does have, and it's even present in this game. But that aside, I just love Estelle as a lead. Just a ball of sunshine, truly. You just always want to root for her, and she's so authentic and believable while still being very much an anime character.
She's spunky.
It just all comes together. And of course, Johnny Young Bosch voicing any like edgy anime boy always gets me hyped, so I love him as Joshua. And so those two are just like one of my favorite duos in JRPGs, and that's why Trails in the Sky remake's at number 6.
Okay, very nice. So don't worry, Matt, I haven't forgotten. It's still.
So, Brad, I might trade it in for KOTOR now that I got this roadmap in front of me.
It's too late. I'm already like 11 hours in.
Hey, that's half of KOTOR.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you ever thought of that?
No, I do want to play KOTOR because I know you love it, and I've heard nothing but great things about it for years. So
we need to make a bet.
Wait, hang on. Wait, I need an update. Brad, have you not played Knights of the Old Republic?
No, I am not.
No kidding.
I missed the boat on it. I didn't have an OG Xbox. And I missed the boat on it completely.
That's so funny.
I tried playing on like PC, I think a couple years ago, and I was like, "This is clunky as fuck."
I played a backwards compatible. I played the backwards compatible version, and I liked it. And then I hit like a game breaking bug that like locked me. And I was like, "Oh!" But like, I liked it. I have no nostalgia for that game at all, and I liked it up until that point, which is kind of saying something.
Yeah.
Like that's a rough game to.
I do want to play it, though.
That's a rough game to like if you don't. Like
Chris, come on.
Hey, I'm just saying.
No. I want to play it. Especially because it's like Maddie's favorite.
I do want to finish it. I do want to like get around to like maybe getting a version of the game that doesn't die.
The Switch version is good. Yeah, and
the Switch
I don't
version?
know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll go on this tangent real quick. I don't know what happened here. They ported the original games to the Switch, and then they just never. I was like, oh, they're gonna come to PlayStation. Xbox is back compat, but they'll come to PlayStation at least. I don't know why they haven't. Like, especially when PlayStation got the rights to the KOTOR remake.
Yeah, they just gave up.
But yeah, if you want to play KOTOR 1 and it's stable, play the Switch version. Looks nice too.
Okay.
Do not play KOTOR 2 on Switch. It's broken. They literally just made the vanilla version, and there's that whole story.
In fairness, it was broken when they sold it to us the first time.
Yes, that is true, and they did it again. But the restored content mod's only on PC. Spire tried to get it out officially. They failed. And so, yeah, I'll guide you, Brad. I'll take you under my wing. We'll make a deal.
Good.
I'll put one of your games on my list. You'll put that game on your list.
You played through Death Stranding, so that's good. You played through some of Realm Reborn, that's good. So
I got to beat Realm Reborn. That's
but you played a lot of it.
I can't even tell you how many times I have played like the base, like 75% of a Realm Reborn, because everybody says awesome things about at least the first few expansions. And I have not been able to get to the end of the base story.
Yeah. Every time, dude. I've tried it twice now. It's such a huge wall to climb for me. I'm like, I can't fucking do this, bro.
It is a wall, for sure. All right, Hoeg. You're number 5, please.
I am number 5. And as I promised Mr. Matty Plays, the return of the 100-line Last Defense Academy is my number 5 game of the year, which I don't think you could have paid me enough money to tell you that was what was going to happen in 2025. Mm-hmm. But I love this game. And like Maddie said earlier, the best part about it is that it is a compelling visual novel with great storylines that really sustain the length of the entire game. I've played it now. I think my Switch says 170 plus hours. And I am consistently surprised even now about twists and turns and different kind of facets of the personalities involved in this particular game. And to me, it's like the quintessentially impressive bit of writing because they managed to create these alternate realities, these branching timelines, whatever you want to call them, and still keep within the kind of core universe that they've built, right? Like it would be the easiest thing in the world for a production of this size to kind of lose track of who these characters are. And it's not just the main characters, it's all the villains, it's all the ancillary characters, it's the world itself, and create branches that are essentially alternate realities entirely and just not be very satisfying. But instead, you play through a route in 100-line Last Defense Academy, and even if it's wildly different, even if you're now dealing with a elder Cthulhu-esque monster in one plot line, or a romance plot line in another, or the entire fate of the world, or twists about what the premise of the game even is, whatever it is, you stick with the characters in the core and you get these different facets of what they are. That is just tremendously appealing to me. You do have to have some tolerance for anime tropes, because one of the things that they are doing is kind of riffing on those tropes, using what you know about anime or what this story is likely to be to kind of steer you either in the wrong direction or to really dig into just maximizing what that trope can even mean. And it's just really satisfying the whole way through. But on top of that, there are a number of visual novels that try something like this. On top of that, there is a strategy game that, in my opinion, is just about as good as the Fire Emblems of the world, right? Like really high-level strategy gameplay. Different approach. They've got kind of wide sweeping attacks and things that you have to deal with to get action points back as part of this. But as a narrative, part of this strategy is also that you want to be able to sacrifice characters in advantageous ways, that death is actually useful to your strategy. And that just kind of feeds back into the story in really cool and interesting ways, but also makes for an interesting strategy game that we haven't played before. So the actual technical game, the game of it, unlike in my experience, and no offense intended, Chris, I really like Dispatch, but the gaminess of Dispatch I really found to be a little bit wanting. In this particular case, for this particular game, the game section is basically as compelling as the storytelling, which I think is basically top of the line. So that's why it wound up in my top 5. I highly recommend it, but I think you'll be able to tell just from seeing the trailers or screenshots whether you're going to have a kind of gag reflex or recoil from the anime-ness of it all, because you have to be able to sustain that level of anime. It's really going to ask a lot of you if you don't like anime, but it is just really, really good storytelling at the end of the day that uses tropes and hyperbole and all these various storytelling elements to the best of their ability. I've never played anything like it. I think Maddie said earlier, you've never seen anything of this scope in this type of game. This is a visual novel to end all visual novels. It's like every other visual novel is baked into this one. And I could not recommend it more. Number 5.
Damn. Okay. Very nice.
Well done.
Yes. All right. Cog, you're number 5.
Now we're getting close to the heart.
Sure.
The top 5. These are the ones that mean the most. Yeah. So we getting close to the heart now. I mean, I always love the good. You know, like Maddie, when like the champ gets fronted on and people forgot like why they're the champ. You know what I'm saying? Like people. Now I'm actually going to surprise you with this one. This one was like, I never wavered, but some people needed to be reminded as to who they are. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Outer Worlds too, man. This was a nice return to form, to stop the narratives, to stop the. These are the guys. You forget these are the guys. Like, look, for me, it was, you know, as a person who loves those true hardcore RPG sensibilities, you know, to see Perk's skills manifested in this manner in terms of not just dialogue. Like most games will do this. You know, you can put your skill in luck. And luck really don't have no effect on something. Or you could put your skill in engineering and science, and it's very minimal in most games. No, this game, if you invest, it truly will come up in multiple aspects of the game, diverging paths, dialogue choices that really go with your build and your character. And I love like that, stuff like that. So for me, the moment, the aha moment is when the game challenges you and says, oh, wait, you can pick this choice and do this to this person or individuals or whatever and faction. And it says, yes, go try it and see what happens. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what was missing from Avowed, right? This is, you truly want to be invested. And then I always love a game, Chris, where I legit have moments where I put the control down and laugh out loud. I'm like, yo, they're stupid for that. Like the voice actors, you know, the play on the factions I felt were like funny pokes on life with corporatism and whatever you want to say, scientific religions or whatever. Not so disrespectful, but enough to make fun. And you go, I see what you're doing here. This is great. This is great. I love stuff like that. Yeah, man. It didn't take itself overly seriously, and it wasn't overly disrespectful, but it knows who it is. Outer Worlds knows what type of game it is. And the last thing I'll say is that from a nitpick standpoint, I felt, maybe the companions in other games are better than this game. And I think that's fair, but I like the way they always introduce companions, the way they incorporated them, I thought was really cool in terms of, okay, hey, what do you think? And let's get some, influence from you based on your faction. One of the best moments of the game, I had the character Tristan, and I go to a section where that faction, I believe it was the Order, they're like, bro, do not bring this dude up in here. And he actually told me before the mission, like, hey, Cog, you might not want to bring me for this mission. This could really deter what we're trying to do here. And I thought that was dope. So yeah, shout out to them. Obsidian was back in form for me. And the only thing I will always give them smoke, and Maddie knows, I just need romance now, bro. We got to get the horny dukes. We ready. We were wanting to lay some things down, and we didn't get a chance yet. Larian has done this, Obsidian. We got to cater to this demographic of youth that are looking to form deep relationships.
I think it's clear Larian's pretty horny. I have no doubt about that, Cog.
Yeah. And it reflects on the game sales. I mean, look, man, I'm just trying to do better for the organization. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So, they took my feedback. They said, we hear you. And I'm hoping the next iterations, we now expand upon this stuff. But now shout out to them. I really love Outer Worlds too. So much fun, man.
Yeah.
Becoming a selling point. I saw something for Exodus that was like a quote from their developer describing their companions.
Bullet point, Maddie.
Quote, can be pretty thirsty. And I'm like, fucking damn, bro. Like, just thirsty. What thirsty companions? Cool. They were celebrating thirsty companions. They would be like slobbering all over you. Come on now.
Companions is fucking
Look, man, young men knew when you played Mass Effect 2, certain people,
Miranda was an awakening.
Miranda was an awakening for some. The camera angles.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
They knew what they're doing.
Dead or Alive 3 was
That's not what I'm talking about.
Of course I know what you're talking about.
Men came of age. These are the things you need in life, man.
Came of age.
Good
Hey,
Lord.
you know what? Back in my day, Celeste and her little pixels were good enough.
Use your imagination. Yeah.
Oh, Lord. No.
All right. Chris, you're number 5.
Yeah, number 5. So I'm gonna be the dude bro of the group, I guess. Excellent. With this one. But Battlefield 6, man.
Hell yeah. Good game, man. Real good.
Battlefield 6, I was so happy when I booted that game up and it wasn't the disaster that I was expecting. Like, for some, I don't know, man. Like, Battlefield's had it rough over the last couple of years. Like, I think Battlefield 1 I thought was superb. I loved it. I spent so much time in Battlefield 1, the World War I setting, and just like everything about it. The snappiness. It was like the right mix of arcade and, like mil sim. It was like it had just the right balance of like, yeah, this is exactly as complicated as I want it to be and as simple as I want it to be, as, pick up and play as I want it to be, as deep as I want it to be. It was good shit. And then, 5 kind of dropped the ball a little bit. It just wasn't really all that interesting. And then 2040, I don't even know what the other two numbers are in that one.
2042.
Oh boy, that was depressing, dude. That was like, I remember booting that up and being like, man. Because I've never been a Call of Duty guy. That's also the kind of thing. So it's like this. So this Battlefield was really like where I would have to go for like, modern kind of military combat kind of FPS, especially in like a multiplayer setting. And it always had the edge for me with like the classes and the destruction. It was always just like on another level for me. And so like to see them stumble for so long and, for this game to just finally hit what Battlefield needs to hit. And, it feels good and it sounds great. And the classes are focused in a way that like makes sense. And there's a scoreboard. the simple things. But dude, yeah, like it was such a treat jumping back into that because it had been a long time, probably like 2016, 2017 since there was a Battlefield-like experience. That really nailed it. So it's a long time coming and it couldn't have happened at a better time, like with just Call of Duty dropping the ball massively. Even even compared to like, dude, I've always been kind of a hater, but like, dude, like this year it's just like everybody was just like, nah, this ain't it, dude. This, I don't know what the hell you're doing, but so it was just nice to see that resurgence and to see the success and to know that it was like well founded. It wasn't just because, you know, Call of Duty kind of stumbled out the gate and people had no other options. Like, no, there's other options out there, and just Battlefield is just better this time, at least. And you know, it feels good to play. Dude, the sound design's great. Whew. I can't pretend I'm great at it, because I'm certainly not. But that's kind of the key, man. Like, I'm not great at Battlefield, but I love playing it. I love, you know, getting shot out of the sky. It feels good. I'm a good. I pretty much. I relay myself to the recon class. You know, and I'm gonna have a little drone going around. I'll spot people for you.
Snitching.
I'll climb up the bit. There's a map with like a stupid big tower on it, and I just sit up there with a sniper rifle and like pick people off. And I'm sure I'm the bane of most people's existence. Like, you just got to know how to get me, man. You can get me. Come try. But like. Yeah, it was really nice to play a game like that again, and like feel like it was like a wave of nostalgia that came over me playing it. And to be fair to Battlefield, or to be fair to like the people who might have not gelled with it, it is definitely like fundamental Battlefield. Like, it's not doing anything obscenely crazy. I haven't touched RedSec or any of that. I don't really care about it, and I've heard that the portal, like whatever the map maker, is pretty crazy, but I haven't delved into that stuff too. Like, there's a lot of options there for Battlefield. So I'm just happy about it, and it was easily my number 5. Just I spent so much time playing it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And, I have a quick Battlefield related question. You saying RedSec reminded me, because I was in a Photor induced blur. Sincerely, was there a commercial about RedSec? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Game Awards. I was like, what was that?
So that was. I said that's on the stream. I was like, are these the Battlefield friends from Machinima?
Yeah.
and it was. I was like, what the hell? It was very odd. Yeah. But I don't know what the hell that was. Whatever. I don't know what RedSec. I don't even know what RedSec is. Is it that's a battle royale, I guess, or something? Is that what that is?
It's like a free to play battle royale thing that they shadow dropped earlier this year.
I don't need. Give me Conquest.
Yeah,
I'm good in Conquest.
Yeah, Conquest all day.
I don't need nothing else. I know there's other. I know there's other modes. I don't care.
Yo,
put me in Conquest.
Yeah, we are the same. We're Conquest dudes for sure.
But dude, like I just, it's great. It gave me exactly what I wanted out of a Battlefield experience. It's polished. It feels good. It's snappy. They even responded, to their credit, feedback from the beta where people were like, yo, people are running around and doing all this crazy like ADHD advanced movement tech. It's kind of busted. And so they actually rolled that stuff back, which is it's very rare to see an FPS studio take critiques to mobility and roll it back. It's interesting.
Isn't that crazy?
It's interesting.
I know some FPS games that we love that could never get that part down with mobility. That's interesting.
That's all I'll say. but it's it's really great. So shout out to Battlefield. It was my number 5 for sure.
Yeah, man. I've had a lot of fun playing that game this year. It's really good, dude. And as someone who's been playing Battlefield since 1, like on and off, feels right. The vibes feel right. Vincent Belli, whatever, they did a great job.
Yeah,
steering
you guys gotta
back on track.
People in one thing I will say, medics, you gotta start healing.
I love being the medic in Resident Evil.
Bro, I'm on the ground. I need that.
I like being the medic too. I'm running around.
The guns, man.
I'm running around. I'm running around with the defib. I'm doing my part.
If you're a medic, you need to heal and rest people.
You don't like the little marker that says 2 meters away and you see him run by and then just keep running.
Yep, dude. Oh my god.
Funny.
Yeah. All right, very nice. Maddie, you're number 5, please.
This company only has one entry on the list because they scared the fucking shit out of me at the top of the year. They arrived in the summer with a little surprise hit, but I was looking deeper in the year. I wanted to go back to space. I wanted to see, despite the marketing campaign that had me also a little bit rattled, what kind of role-playing experience Obsidian had for me to wrap up my year in The Outer Worlds 2. And it was fantastic. It, as Cog has already described, had its bump in the road with the companions. I'll leave that to the side because otherwise, this is actually one of the few role-playing games I played that was such a good role-playing game and had so many bits of reaction and choice and consequence and great gameplay and build crafting that it was strange for an Obsidian game to be like, yeah, I care that there's not great companions here. It definitely knocks it down from like, it could have been a number 3 spot or a number 2 spot if it was that good on that level. But I still love this game. Like, they did such a great job taking full advantage of what the Outer Worlds is capable of. And I suddenly understood everyone who was complaining about the first game. I love the first Outer Worlds. I've always defended it, but I've always heard it could have been more. It could have been better. And I was like, what are you talking about? This had me self-assess. I was like, maybe they're right. I was like, this really took everything a mile further. Like, the reactivity was great. My player agency was incredible. I felt I had like an impact on the world. The build crafting. I mean, they took New Vegas's leveling system and kind of with the combination of the great loot, made it a little bit better.
That loot.
Like, I hold New Vegas obviously in such high regard. I think that, I don't know why I even need to say it, but like, still, I'll make it clear. To make a leveling system that good, where it's like we're taking the things you love from that system, like the skills and the perks and how they scale and alternating levels, but then we're throwing this loot in here with these different effects and they all play so differently. And then we're having legitimately great gunplay. Like, one of the biggest hangups with the first game for me was that it was such a snooze fest on the gameplay. It played fine, like it functioned, but the enemies were uninteresting. They died in a heartbeat. But you felt, if you hung with the Outer Worlds, you get to Murder on Eridanos, you felt a gear change. You're like, oh, okay, there's like a little more aggression from these enemies, a little more health. They might have figured something out. I think Outer Worlds 2 is complete proof of that. It's also complete proof that when Obsidian is heads down, single player RPG focused for X years, they can make some magic. So I now view Avowed as a bump in the road, as a product of what it started as, which was a multiplayer game, and that these conversion projects, if I ever hear that for any game, it's a death sentence, because I just know there's no fucking saving it. It is just a recovery project at that point. I've gone through 2 of these now.
The old Veilguard?
Yes, Veilguard, following that with Avowed. I was like, wow, man. It was a tough opening to the year between that, Bethesda Game Studios, or Shattered Space. I mean, all of my goats were just kind of like, fuck it. Let's scatter shot, just some misses for Maddie. But look, Outer Worlds 2 was a complete confidence restoration project. I loved the faction quest lines, especially Auntie's Choice. I loved, as someone who was very invested in the lore of this universe, some of the reveals I went, that was really a big deal there. And it felt like, you know, this was a true successor to Fallout in its ideas, right? It's not Fallout at all, but it clearly is Fallout inspired. And they did a really good job, I think, taking those sensibilities and making it its own thing. And so I loved it. And it's one of those games you have marked in the back of your head. Like, one day, just like with Outer Worlds 1, which I've done twice now, just one day, a nice replay.
Yes.
So, let's see some other branches. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Branches
let's see where it goes. Just there's so many moments you're like, this can go 3 different ways. And I love that. The only thing I found a particular complaint about is kind of like what I mentioned with Atomfall. I like that was a 15-hour game that's easy to replay. So I got like 2 endings, no problem. Outer Worlds 2 being like a 60-hour adventure, I'm like, yeah, it's a big commitment for me to come back to like see this all the way through again. So, and that's without DLC, but still amazing time. And shout out to Inez for all the complaints we give companions.
Yes,
she's great.
Inez, really good.
She's really good
character. I like Marisol as well. Just to add on to what you said, I don't know if this is hyperbolic, but I actually think the floor system is one of the better new mechanics in games that they've added in terms of leaning into a play style and truly saying, okay, you'll get some penalties if you do this, but you could really, lean. I love that part of the game as well.
Yeah.
I do too. I also love how it feels like you've got like a narrator over your shoulder being like, oh, you really like to reload a lot, don't you, bro? Yes. And it's like, yes, I feel seen, but also stop that.
Yes. I love that.
No, I think Outer Worlds 2 is great. I think I mentioned it in my honorable mentions because I just haven't gotten to that kind of end state to be able to fully rate it. Totally. I will say I agree with you completely, Maddie, on the mechanics being an improvement from the first. One of the things that really mattered to me from the first, which I didn't really connect with very well, is that I thought they got the tone a lot better in 2. It was much more approachable to me from a storytelling perspective.
It's
a little
palatable,
bit less
right? Like
arch.
It's I like the comedy of the first game, but it makes it hard to replay. Like, comedy is really tough to write because it's like you hit the joke once, and then in a game that's designed to be replayed because you can go in different paths, when you come back to the Outer Worlds 1 and they like, here's that old joke, like that family member that comes by and he's got the same joke from like 17 years ago, and they're like, got him again. It's like, oh, it's not funny anymore. Like, that's the Outer Worlds 1. But yeah, I think 2 is a lot more digestible because it kind of takes itself a little bit more seriously. Like it's about a war.
It does.
You know, it's a ridiculous war, but it's still a war.
Ridiculous war.
Ridiculous, but
All right. Let's see here. Now we're going to move on to number 4. Hoeg.
Yes, my number 4 continues my path of aligning very much with Maddie's sensibilities, but just ranked a little bit higher. Let's get back into the world of Trails in the Sky.
Woo!
First chapter, one of my favorite JRPGs of the year. Now, I've said this in other places, but I love Legend of Heroes. I love Trails in the Sky. To me, this is some of the best world building in games, right? Like, obviously, they've gotten to do it across almost a dozen games now, but you see its starting point in Trails in the Sky, and they go to such meticulous lengths of establishing what these kingdoms do and what these towns do and how this world operates that every person feels like they have a place. It's like you're reading a good novel. And yes, sometimes that means that you are in the long section of the Lord of the Rings where they're just talking about what the tree leaves look like. Like that does happen in this series.
Yes.
But if you can get into that, the highs are so high at the end of the day that you're going to feel like your time was well spent. Trails in the Sky first chapter, as Maddie said, is all foundational. So you don't really feel like things have escalated to the point where they will. But this upgrade as a remake project from what the first one was that was locked into systems that people probably don't have access to right now is such a good thing for video games. This is what I want to see a remake do, is take these old concepts that were locked to the technology of the time that are now locked to older systems and say, we're going to bring them up to modern speed. We're not going to ditch everything you loved about the original, but we are going to reimagine it. We're going to rethink it so that you can enjoy it now from modern sensibilities in 2025. And the combination of action and turn-based that they came up with for this, in my opinion, is almost as good as the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, which is, to me, the pinnacle of kind of thinking about how this can be done in the modern age. So that, on top of what I think is the best world building, and by virtue of that, some of the best storytelling in JRPGs, means that I couldn't not have this in my top 5. I love this game, and I recommend it to everybody with the caveat that it's a slower read. It is a chiller story than you're probably expecting for most JRPGs.
It's not about fighting.
I mean,
God.
I like it, but it is very slow. Very slow. Yeah. You gotta really take time to smell the roses.
I don't like your tone, Brad.
I'm sorry, all right, man. I haven't finished yet, but I'm telling you, man, it's slow.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like Trails in the Sky, when it first came out, was slow in terms of it's going to spend a lot of words world building. But when you take all of those words that are in, as people know, dialogue boxes that you can click through at a certain clip, and you say, we're going to realize these as full-on cutscenes and mostly not cut anything and sometimes add things, you get really long cutscenes. Like that's just the result of that process. And especially early on in Trails in the Sky first chapter, if you don't have any particularized love for Joshua or Estelle or these kingdoms or what you know is going to be happening in the other countries nearby, then I can imagine it's probably an even higher wall to climb for people that are just like, okay, well, you're talking a lot about the stew that you're making, but that's not really going to change my life. Can we maybe move on to the next topic? And the answer is yes, in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. All right. Cog, you're number 4, please.
Number 4. So this was a tough one because I looked at my list and I'm like, am I really going to do this? Am I really going to do this? But I looked at the hours and the heart wants what the heart wants. And man, the Altars was such a unique game that blew me away. It legit blew me. I couldn't believe I had it higher than a lot of these games on this list. But like doing the multiverse of one man's life and seeing how all of that could branch off, coupled with this amazing outside exploration that actually impressed me more than I thought it would be, as far from an atmospheric standpoint, from a resource standpoint. Obviously, I'm a sucker for good, what you call like base management, which is, so it had some XCOM sensibilities for me on that part. And then choice and consequence. And this game kind of tests your morality with humanism and science. And what's the right thing to do, right? Kind of thing. And it was cool enough in that all the choices mattered, but what was dope, which also was controversial, some people didn't like the fact that you had to go through a whole playthrough day before you could save. I actually didn't mind that because it made the choices more impactful. They just put out an update that allows you to save a traditional way. So I guess you could scum save all day, with the new update. But what I really enjoyed about it is that even on one playthrough, you couldn't get all the alters, all the different versions of the divergent past of this person's life that, okay, if you did this, hey, you ended up becoming a scientist, you know what I'm saying? This pragmatic kind of individual. Then you got this rough and crumble, technician and stuff like, but you can't get all of them. And then ultimately I have to shine light on this game because it's a crime to me that Alex Jordan wasn't nominated for any vocal performance. This man did 11 characters, all variants of himself, which was extremely distinct and unrecognizable from a, comparative standpoint. Blown away. And the fact that I still have to go back to play it to get multiple endings, and these endings are good. Really good, man. I really enjoy. Shout out to Rapidium, my favorite new fictional material where I could, I would love, what if we could do that? Like, you could go back in your life and say, yo, at this point, I didn't go to college. I became a rock star. I'd be like, it's just dope in the way they tell that story. I highly recommend, if you have not played this game, man, you're doing yourself a disservice. Man. It is that unique. And I love when games try to do different things. And I think we should reward that kind of development. So they got more content planned, from my understanding, with 11-bit studios. But man, I really love the alters, and I can't wait to get back. And I'm going to do my second playthrough and try to get more of a completionist run. And they added some new updates for it.
Great. Excellent.
I love that.
Yeah. Very nice. All right, Chris, number 4.
Yeah, man. Kojima. He's back. Number 4, Death Stranding 2. Look, man, I loved the first Death Stranding. I thought it was superb. I thought it was weird. I had never played really anything quite like it. I went in much like I went into a lot of games that I hear people, talk about, where I'm just like, man, what is this? Man, I don't know. It looks like a walking sim.
I remember those videos.
Who cares, And I went in kind of excited to, clown a little bit. And then it won me over within, I think, in 3 minutes. like the presentation is so good in the original Death Stranding, and the it's the vibe of it, the look of it, the way the camera pulls away when the music swells and you just get this sweeping vista, and you're like, man, did I just walk all this? It's so fascinating. And so the second go around, clearly, they had something foundational. They had the foundation of this thing built, and they just refined it, and they ironed out the pacing. The presentation's fantastic. The gameplay is better. The combat is better. It's more robust. It feels good. The pacing is better. All of it is just like an improvement on what came before. And I just thought the story went in very interesting directions, places that I really did not expect it to go. There's just a great formula here that I really, really dug. And I think they just nailed it. The soundscape, the soundtracks. I love hearing raindrops are falling on my head. Almost immediately, it was like, oh, I'm gonna love. They got me.
Spider-Man 2.
Little Spider-Man 2. They got me. They got me again. Yeah. But yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I think I liked it a little bit less when I finished it, though. I think because it was more of what Death Stranding was, but ultimately a little bit better. It felt less special. It felt less unique. And I still think that's probably true. I think ultimately, when all's said and done, I think I still have a more a higher degree of fondness for the first one, because it was so unlike anything that I'd played before, and it wasn't a sequel. It was completely new and weird and unproven. And so going into this one, I knew what it was going to be, more or less. There was less to be surprised by. And so I think that's probably still true, but it's not to take away from the fact that it is better in pretty much every single way. And, the characters are great. Some of these boss fights, man, are absolutely insane. And there's some tools that you can use.
Yeah.
That I was like, I can't believe this is like this one tool. Like I would have played a game that was all just this. There's like the coffin board thing. I was just like, I would have played the shit out of a game that was just this. But yeah, the only knock against it I would really say is that like I feel like it's a little bit more driving focused than the first one. It feels like the first one's a little bit more I don't know. It feels a little bit more harrowing. But I think it's ultimately because it's slower to get you up to speed and it's slower to give you all the tools that you need. And so you're a little bit more competent going in, especially if you've played a lot of Death Stranding 1 and you kind of know what you're in for. But great game, phenomenal cast, and just immaculate vibes, dude. Like Kojima knows how to make a game that just feels like something. And it's
he does.
It's my number 4.
Great. Excellent pick.
Yep, no, and I think it goes with your philosophy, Chris, of sequels really managing to make big jumps from the foundations of the first. The story, I remember Death Stranding being very impactful to me at the end. I think on Summon Sign earlier this week, Brad, one of the comments or questions was what has made me cry. And the ending of the original Death Stranding with BB's Lullaby and all that, I remember one hitting it at like 3 a.m. because I kept thinking the game was going to end and it didn't. So that's a part of this story, but also remembering just really feeling the dust in the room and the watering of the eyes during that. And that's a very rare thing for me in media. So I respect it anytime somebody can draw that out from pictures and music and the rest. And I think Hideo Kojima does it more regularly than a lot of other creators. So I know he gets crap and there's a bit of a cult of personality around him. I think those are both true facts, but I also think he's a very gifted creator of video game experiences.
Yeah. All right. Maddie, number 4.
Number 4 goes to a team that I've beat the shit out of for over a decade, but they have come storming onto the scene in this last year with 2 of my favorite games. I'm a bit of a survival horror freak, guys, and only few do it very right. Bloober Team was one that just didn't get it. They just didn't understand the job, but something changed with Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I love their comment leading into that. They said they're done making shitty games.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the sincerity. I love being candid like that. I don't think that's an easy thing to admit, especially because you're kind of speaking on behalf of all your workers and being like, yeah, y'all did a bad job. It's a pretty tough thing to say, but now they're backing it up. So Silent Hill 2 Remake was like this evolution of one of my favorite games, and I went, okay, to be fair, they did have the blueprint. Right. You know, they expanded it greatly, but they did have something to follow. Chronos: The New Dawn is out on its own. This is a brand new IP, and I like Bloober Team a lot, even with the games I've dissed on, because they are clearly fans. I think they were just too much of fans and didn't make something. They just like to take these elements like, oh, we got Akira Yamaoka. It's like Silent Hill, right? It's like, oh no, there's so much more to make the medium like Silent Hill that you don't have here, like gameplay. So Chronos: The New Dawn's commitment to being a survival horror love letter really floored me. I went in with pretty high expectations because I thought, you know what, Silent Hill 2 Remake was at least a statement, but I was like, can they follow that up so quickly a year later with something good? And in a lot of ways, this game's better than Silent Hill 2 Remake. Number one, it is just completely original, which I think helps, but also the way it pays homage to every survival horror game that got it there. I see everything from deep cuts like Parasite Eve to obvious ones like Dead Space, Resident Evil. It's all over this game. And at the same time, it has its own sort of identity because of the world it's set in, the time traveling, the traveler, and just like who these people are and like what happened to this world. Its themes are a little on the nose. It's no doubt like a pandemic game. But I think by the end of it, it says some pretty important things that resonated with me. But also, I just felt like, man, like this team's the future. Like survival horror is getting really competitive. Like I think Capcom still has the crown, if you will. My personal crown is given over to Silent Hill right now. But like Silent Hill's a coming. And then you've got now Bloober Team firing away here. I thought this gameplay felt so good. Like the weapons, the way they all took a moment to charge, and it was very like deliberate. It was a little bit hefty. And I like that because it did remind me, again, this is a love letter to survival horror games. They clearly looked at the evil within. They were like, the Evil Within, you have to really be careful when you turn and aim. It's not just like, oh, I hope I hit my shot so that I don't waste ammo. It's like, dude, if you miss, you are getting slapped in the fucking face because these enemies are coming at you and every shot counts. It's an endless ass clencher for like 20 hours. And you just exhale finally at the end. And that reminded me of Silent Hill, where you just breathe all of a sudden. You're like, I've been holding my breath for weeks and suddenly I can exhale now. It is a very, very awesome game. And also, like the Evil Within, I love that you have to dispose of these corpses by like setting them ablaze. You have to manage that resource with what could be also used offensively or to get unique loot. So the game's just constantly providing micro tension through choices you have to make all over the place. And then the dialogue, the writing, the acting and performances. I just think this game is exquisite. I really hope more people check it out. It's no doubt going to be a game you'll find on sale a lot. And I think a lot of people over the years are going to try and be like, whoa, why didn't anyone talk about this? And I do think in the survival horror community, it will be that gem that's like dissected and talked about over the years, kind of like a Signalis, where Signalis didn't rocket out the gates, but it just grew a community because it was so deep and so interesting that it just captured the minds of people. And now it's this big thing. So I think Chronos will follow a similar trajectory. But now knowing Blooper Team's working on a Silent Hill 1 remake, I give them the moon, man. Like I want them to do everything. I think they're a really exciting team right now. And Chronos: The New Dawn was just another kind of notch on the belt for them that they've really got it going on right now. So I hope it sells well and we get to see more of this series as well. Because also, again, it's a new IP. Like we don't get much of that. So big fan of what they did here with Chronos: The New Dawn. So it's my number 4.
Cool. Great.
I love that passion. I have to be honest, Maddie, it bounced off me a little bit. Mm-hmm. Like there's been a lot of stuff to distract. So it's not necessarily the game's fault entirely.
Sure, I get it.
But I listen to you talk about it and I say, I own a copy of that. I should fire that up again. So I appreciate the passion.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well. Yeah, let me know if you do fire it up. I do think the game is, again, if you've played, like I always say this, that I didn't realize until I was much older. I was like, oh, I'm like a huge survival horror fan. I was like, I've played all of these games and like you just see all of them in this game. So I think if you have a deep love for the genre like this team clearly does, and they kind of wear their heart on their sleeves, you're going to feel that here, but it's also still original. Like its environments and it's the way it's paced and the characters and sort of how they're laid out and how they communicate, very robotic, like gradually becoming more human. There's a lot happening here where it's awesome. So yeah, if anyone loves survival horror games, fire it up.
All right. I think I am. No, part of why I love this conversation is my notepad is full of things that I already own, which is like, oh, I definitely need to drop back in on that.
Yes.
But yeah, Chronos, I think winds up getting stuck when it comes out in the wake of F for me.
Yep.
And I think that's what just took my attention.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
I got to get around to it, man. It's been sitting on my PC for a while, and I've just been like, man, I'm excited. I know I'm gonna be all over this, but like, I want to give it the time.
It was the overlooked one. It came out at just the wrong time. It was like ahead of like, you know, appealing ones like a Borderlands. Obviously, there was another great survival horror choice right next to it in Silent Hill F that most people were probably like, if I'm going to spend my money at one place, I'm probably going to go with this franchise I know. So that's why I think
you can do it the Hoeg way and buy both and only play one. That's a good way to
that's a good way to do it too.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3 now. Hoeg.
Oh yeah, things are getting dicey.
Here we go. Now, here we go.
Now, I do want to preface this by saying what I said earlier in this episode, which is, in my opinion, especially now that we're in the top 3, these are games that could all be in that one slot for me personally, depending on the mood for what I want to play that day. These are all, for my personal top 3, very different games. And there are times when if I go to play my number 1, I really want to play my number 2 or number 3 and vice versa. So I will say that before we get started. That said, number 3 is one of my favorite games of the year, obviously. It is an action adventure from my... I was going to say friends. I don't know these people, but one of my favorite developers, it's Supergiant. Oh, it is the revenge of the Greek gods in Hades 2.
Yeah.
I loved the original Hades. Yeah. As I said earlier in my list, I've really kind of gotten into feeling how a roguelike advances and enjoying the way that developers have been experimenting with that and how to motivate you through what are otherwise repetitive activities. And I don't think anybody did it better than Hades. And now with Hades 2, I think it's an even improvement on the first. Now, there can be kind of preferences for the weapons and what exactly you're going to do in any given run, that maybe you prefer the first one to the second one. In my opinion, the second builds off the first and adds systems and kind of loops of reward that are even better thought out than the first one. So I like Hades 2 even better than I liked Hades 1, which was one of my games of the year when it came out. So this is my number 3 game of the year. If you like great art, if you like great action, if you like letting the developer lead you through a roguelike advancement path, then you're not going to find any better hands to leave yourself in than Hades 2. So I love this game. I don't have anything else to say about it. I think it really does what it says on the tin. You can see for yourself in a trailer or a screenshot how good this thing looks. So get it, play it. If you like the Greek gods, Percy Jackson, anything in between, you're going to enjoy this.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Cog, number 3 from you.
Top 3, we're getting there. Like Hoeg set it up perfectly. Each one of my 3 could easily be number 1. And being on the subject of art, this was my Mr. Matty mode. Like, I'm seeing Matty right now, and I see his shirt, and I'm like, yeah, I know what he's feeling. And 2025 was my year. This was, what I consider one of your dream games returning in a way that, and I very much police myself. I'm like, let's not get ahead of myself. This game is not critically acclaimed or loved in the manner that you love it, Cog. You have to be reasonable with your expectation when the Shinobi Art of Vengeance was announced. And no, bro, this was Tears of Joy earned. This was, Brad, you played a big part of it. We were at Summer Games Fest together, and you came back to me, your face, Cog, I just played, bro. Cog, I remember seeing Gene Park come up to me, hit me, bro, I just played that Shinobi game. Bro, like, people who have really no association coming up to me, blowing up my timeline. Cog, we thinking about you. Oh my God. Like, that's a moment for me. Like, when you love something very wholeheartedly that you think is some niche thing and people know you for it, but then to see the masses enjoy it is an out-of-body experience. So that was like everything to me. And then obviously playing it and just was blown away. And I got to pop off a little bit. I mean, look, this is going to be hyperbolic, but I felt like Ben Fakay, he's a class above when it comes to art style and art design in video games. This is from the Streets of Rage 4 days, when we saw Lizard Cube and reimagine the franchise. And I'm just like, man, this is crazy. They got the nerve to make a sensible story with a Shinobi game. They got the nerve to try to have, to make it into a Metroidvania and a great platformer. Like, blown away. I was blown away. This really, and I'm going to be disrespectful a little bit. Rage Ball fans, I love you, but you ain't Shinobi Art of Vengeance. I love you, though. I'm going there. I'm going there. I chose violence, Brad.
Rage Bound is taking strays.
I chose violence because I just felt
I love that I've been around this so many times I don't even blink. Cog has always taken a shot at Rage Bound.
I got to. Because
know your place after all this
time. Let me tell you where the deep-seated hater in me is, right? The deep-seated hater this is the game. Like Ryu Hayabusa Ninja Gaiden, that is universally known as the ninja game to the masses. It's us Sega kids, we beat up a lot. So we just like, yo, we got one. We can challenge the champ this year. It was that. So for me, it was my ninja game of the year. Now, Rage Bound is amazing. I'm being fun. Like, Rage Bound is amazing. And I love that those two got together and did that collaboration and say, hey, let's support each other. So this is all funny games and jokes and all things. But this is my ninja game, clearly, of the year. And yeah, man, shout out to that team, Lizard Cube. Shout out to what they did with Joe Masashi, the character. And I think they got more stuff doing with Sega because I think Sega now completely entrusts them with a lot of their franchise. And then shout out to the DLC and doing boss fights with Golden Axe and Sonic Eggman and all that.
Cool. Like, why not?
Go ahead, Matty.
I was going to say, the one thing that sticks to me about what you told me about that game is the Ryo Suzuki Easter egg. And I just feel like this man could do it. Like he could carry like a 2D Metroidvania or beat 'em up style Shenmue game.
Bro,
kind of revive the franchise. Nice and safe and small.
Bro,
you know?
The fact that he had Shenmue in one of the stages as an Easter egg, the care, the love, you could tell he knows about the franchise, he cares about that. So yeah, if anyone can do it, this is the guy you hand the keys to with Sega IPs and say, take us to the promised land. He clearly understands. So yeah, I want to give that to you. This was definitely one of my pleasant surprises in 2025.
Okay, wonderful. Chris.
I got to be honest with you, Cog. I don't have that connection with Shinobi. I think I might have played one or two back in the Genesis days, but I didn't really know it or love it like I did Ninja Gaiden. And Art of Shinobi is one of my favorite experiences of the year as well. And part of that is absolutely the art. It is fantastic looking throughout. But it's just a really unusual kind of mix. You said Metroidvania. It is, but it's kind of this really contained Metroidvania in levels. And if people haven't gotten a chance to look at it, it's not this kind of straightforward platformer. Ragebound is a much more kind of what you are expecting design for that type of game. Not to take anything away from it. I really like Ragebound. But Art of Shinobi was a game that really gave you all you wanted if you put your time and energy and intention into it. So I love that entry. I had a feeling I would see it from you, Cog, but I think it's well deserved.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Chris, number 3.
Number 3, yeah. This is kind of an interesting. My top 3 is all over the place, but I'm a fan of flow state kind of experiences, and whenever I find something that just hits or that just gets it right, I can't help but just fall in love with it. I beat this game like I think 4 times, which is not it's not a long game, but Sword of the Sea.
There we go.
Was so fucking special, dude. Like and to be fair, like I've played some of that studio's previous works and I liked it. I've always liked what they do, but I never quite loved it as much as I loved this SSX meets Journey kind of platformer exploration game, this beautiful soundscape, beautiful art. I don't know if there's really much to say about Sword of the Sea, really, outside of, like, I feel like it's one of those things you have to just kind of look at or watch or play to really get it. It's not a long game, but man, it just feels good moment to moment, like gliding on that sand, hitting off a jump, unlocking the power, like carrying your power boost into the next replay and just like realizing, oh, I could boost here, I could do a trick here and gain a boost and like boost off this like dune and land this and like grind here. And like it was a borderline hypnotic experience, and in my opinion, very, very underrated for the year. I think it got swept along and kind of forgotten. But Sword of the Sea is just a beautiful, immaculate game. Like I really don't think I have I don't think there's a single flaw with it, really. Like for me personally, like I can't think of anything that I would do to change it. The only thing I would say is like I want more of it. Which is like the biggest compliment that I can pay to a game, especially now where I feel like a lot of games just try to, I don't know. There's a lot of bloated experiences right there. This is all meat. This is all meat, and it's delicious. And yeah, Sword of the Sea is my number 3. It very easily could have been 1 or 2 also, but
thanks
it's
for
very
putting me
pretty.
on. Yeah, I didn't
Gorgeous.
know. Like, I didn't know these are the artists behind Abzu. I used to like Abzu.
Yeah.
I didn't know about this.
You'll like
this
it.
Is definitely a COG type game.
Some cool stuff in it.
I don't know if anyone said it, but it's free in PS Plus, I think. Like,
I think so, dude. It just feels good. You know, like there are certain games where it's just like you look at it and you think it might play well, and then you play it and it's like, yeah, it looks good, but does it feel good? It's like these are kind of separate things. This, like, it feels right. Like the subtle vibrations in the controller, just like exactly like the timing between like how long it takes to charge a jump and like lead off a dune, and like all of it just feels like that's the hardest thing to nail, I think, is like making something feel perfect. And it's as close to perfect as a game that I've played this year as far as like game feel goes. Like it's just next level good. Yeah, I highly recommend Sword of the Sea. Also because it's like it's a very short game. Like it's so I will be absolutely astonished if somebody's like plays that game and they're like, "Oh, I wasted my time on this."
Look, in PS Plus right now, downloading the console. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta let me know how you find it, Cog.
Definitely, bro.
Bro.
All right, Maddie, number 3 from you.
Let's keep with the theme, gentlemen. I'm feeling spooky these days. This time we're going to Japan. Silent Hill F. It's become the bastion for incredible video game performances, in my opinion. Not that there have been a ton of bad performances lately by any stretch. In fact, I think video game performances are the best they've ever been. But Silent Hill has incorporated a level of visual acting that I just don't see other franchises that push their fidelity in this way adopting as heavily, outside of the obvious call outs like a Naughty Dog. But what they do here with a game that's so thematically driven around mental health and societal expectations, and the way that's conveyed through character expression is so powerful to me because it is so human. And that is the beauty of Silent Hill. It is a story about people. You do not play as a superhuman. You do not play as a special person. You play as an individual, someone who just is a cog in the gear, like, of this society. Like, they are just a piece of the puzzle. They're small and insignificant, and that's the beauty of it. And so when you get to see them be human, and the technology captures that beautifully, I think of the ending of the prologue of Silent Hill F, where I won't say what happens, but it is an emotional meltdown of unfathomable proportions. And it's a complete loss of sanity. That is like the moment of the year for me, next to one other game that we'll talk about, where I'm like, whoa, that is a different person. Why is she like that? And it's the beauty of when Silent Hill throws something at you, they understand their audience so well. If you're looking at it and you're going, what does that mean? Every time you're gaslighting yourself, you're like, that isn't what it's supposed to be. Like, there's a front-facing value if I look at that and I get a meaning out of it, but then there's the deeper unpacking of what it means within the wide web of this narrative. And this game had me till it took me 20 hours to beat. This game had me till the 19th. Like, it was in that final moment where actually, I'm sorry, it took to the 20th because there was a final cutscene where I went, oh, that changed my whole understanding of everything.
Yeah.
It all came together. And I think that is a rare form of storytelling, especially for someone who grades story harshly and is looking for those tales that keep me on the edge of my seat, that it wasn't until that final moment it all clicked and I went, oh shit. And then the drawback, if you build the game, you got to replay it to get that additional context, but it changes so much each time that I love going back to this game.
They've patched that too recently.
Yeah.
So it's easier now to do replays.
It's awesome that I love that they did that. But also, you know what I love? The combat. I love that it's not great. This is such a scary thing for a team to do. And I know this because Bloober Team made fucking James Sunderland a sharpshooter. This guy was like Leon Kennedy out there. And I think that was awesome. But James Sunderland is not Leon Kennedy. This guy doesn't know how to use a handgun. That's why the original Silent Hill 2 for some people was still better, because it's like he fights like he should. In Silent Hill F, though, it's like people were going, oh man, this melee combat's ass. I'm like, yes, it is. You are a teenage girl who is wielding a sledgehammer at times. She will not swing that thing fast. But if she makes contact, look out, because she's just swinging with pure emotion. She doesn't know how to handle this thing. And I love that about the combat system. I love that it's a commitment to the janky, over-the-head slapping of your enemy that you find in the original Silent Hill games. And I think that being modernized and incorporating dodges and perfectly timed dodges, it's tough. But when you master it, it feels pretty good. But it doesn't feel like suddenly Hinako is this mixed martial artist that can put your lights out in a heartbeat. Obviously, the new Game Plus options make things a little bit easier, which is good because you've already paid the price.
Yeah.
But I just think this game is masterful. And obviously, the cherry on top is this, man. It's a statement that Konami really is back. They've done remakes and remasters. They've taken the safe route, the investigative route is what I call it, where they kind of come in, they're like sniffing around, like, all right, we're going to give you a little of this. Like, you don't like us right now because what happened with Kojima. We're like, a little Suikoden come back. Yeah, like, throw that out there. Like,
bring all the Suikodens back. You got us, Konami.
Yeah, they're like, we're going to remake this Metal Gear game, but we didn't touch a thing. It just looks a lot better than you remember. How about that? You guys like us now? But this one here is like new entry, you know? And we're spinning it off in a way where it's not like the United States setting. Like, you're going to Japan, you're going to the 70s, and we're going to tell a story that's very bold about the societal expectations about women who live in Japan and how you should live your life. And I think especially in today's social media culture, that was a tough choice to make. Like, hey, they're going to take a run at us because this thing exists. Should we just save ourselves the headache? I love that they went forward because they told something important and meaningful, and they did so with complete emotional intelligence. And they made Hinako one of my favorite characters. She is amazing. Mm-hmm. And so I'll always remember Silent Hill F. It was a game of the year in any other year.
I love F.
I like that.
Yeah.
Good
Must
shit.
play experience, in my opinion. I think you understand Silent Hill if you play this. You're like, okay,
yes,
I understand why people love this.
Yes,
that or 2 remake. It's a good time to be a Silent Hill fan. Shout out to Konami.
Yeah.
They're back. We got to get Castlevania, though. Then they're back for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. What you're saying is how I felt about Capcom. Yeah. Capcom was doing everything, and I'm like, bring back Mega Man, you idiots. What's going on here? So I feel you on that. Like, Konami's doing everything but Castlevania. But Brad, I think your time's coming. I think
it's coming. Oh, I
like 100%. It's the one thing. The anime's too popular for them not to touch it, right?
Yeah. We'll see. All right, number 2, Hoeg.
Number 2. Continuing my streak of games also numbered 2. Let's go back to the Hideo Kojima well and play with our friend Norman Reedus in Australia. Death Stranding 2 is my second favorite game of the year. And I got to tell you, there was a lot of time when it was my favorite game of the year. It really does bounce between 1 and 1A on this one. Death Stranding 2 is such a big leap from the first game that I adored. I loved Death Stranding 1 for a lot of the reasons Chris has already said. I loved how original it was. I loved how different it felt to play than anything else that I had played. I actually really do kind of vibe with Hideo Kojima's weirdness. Like, he goes off on tangents and just decides to talk about things that he's interested in for huge chunks of conversation in ways that I think a lot of people find off-putting, but just works if you're on his wavelength. And this takes that and says, all right, we've figured out where the rough areas are. We figured out how to make a game like this, and now we can focus on what's enjoyable about this particular game genre that we've built. Now, I also think Death Stranding 2 is an excellent sequel to Metal Gear Solid 5. Like, the lessons that he learned in building a kind of open world, this is how you're going to have to think about stealth traversal or engagement with an enemy that has a specific spot that you have to get into, makes it even better than the first one. Like, the first one, the combat's very perfunctory. It's not very enjoyable. It's not, I don't think, intentionally unenjoyable, like Maddie suggested with Silent Hill F, which I tend to agree with. But in Death Stranding 2, you get a mission that says you're going to have to invade this camp and then go to point X. You say, yeah, that's what I want to do. That sounds fun. Let's figure out how to kit out. Let's figure out how we're going to get the drop on these guys. We're going to break in like we're Solid Snake, but Solid Snake's not in this game. Neil Vana is legally distinct, Hideo Kojima reminds you, lawyers at Konami. But that you're going to be Solid Snake. You're going to break into this base. You're going to get out of it. And you're still going to have all the interesting traversal questions that games like Baby Steps represent, not in a physics way, but with trying to think about where all the rocks are, what I'm going to have to traverse. And with all of the kind of rough edges smoothed off with UI, with shortcuts, with just various improvements that I can't even articulate individually because game designers are professionals and good at what they do. But by the time you're playing Death Stranding 2, you are almost instantly going to forget what Death Stranding 1 felt like. And then if you go and you load up Death Stranding 1 after playing Death Stranding 2, it's like getting kicked in the face. And I know this because my daughter saw me playing Death Stranding 2 and really wanted to engage with this series. She thought it was interesting, but she hadn't played the first one and she wanted to go back to the first one. So in the middle of my Death Stranding 2 playthrough, I'm loading up Death Stranding 1 and going back. And by the way, they rotate just enough of the buttons to really throw your muscle memory off trying to do this. So don't folks have any notion of this. Just jump right into 2. You're going to be happy. It's going to be okay. Just also ignore the previously on Death Stranding on the main menu. It is the worst summary of events that I have ever seen of any game series ever. And you will miss the entire point of Death Stranding 1, except for spoiling any of the reveals that you might be interested in. So don't do that. But also don't bounce between the 2 games because you're going to lose your mind. That said, Death Stranding 2 is such a big leap. I loved it to death. I tend to agree with Chris on I loved it a lot more while I'm experiencing it, while you're deep in the Hideo Kojima zone, the thrall of his vibes that he's putting in this game. And then you get to the end and you look at what you actually did and the story that it told. And it's not like it's not compelling, but it's not, in my opinion, as interesting or as masterful as the first one actually was at the end of the day. That said, could not recommend it more. Excellent experience. Top of the line graphics, top of the line vibes. Music choices are excellent. You're just going to have a lot of fun with emergent gameplay and figuring your own way out of these missions in a way that we don't see enough of in video games, honestly, in 2025. So just love this game.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Cog, number 2.
Here we go. Second favorite game of the year. Fortune favors the bold. The people who truly stick to their guns, the people who truly understand hardcore RPG sensibilities, the people who don't compromise. And this game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, beat me up for 20 plus hours. And I'm like, man, this is tough. But I'm going to try to stick with it. I'm going to try. You know what I'm saying? I was struggling out here, man. But it's one of the better senses of accomplishment as you get through it. And yeah, this is pushing the RPG genre to the next level. This was my RPG game of the year. I felt they did get shafted on that with the award show. I saw your tweet, Chris. I agreed. For them to not win any award was a bit rough for me to swallow.
I think Best RPG was a fair.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I saw your tweet. You know, obviously, Hoeg. You know how I know how you feel about it as well. And
the Game Awards. I just don't think anybody should take them as sacrosanct for how things actually are ranked.
Absolutely. So that's why I definitely want to signal boost this because this was an amazing game. And then obviously the glow up we already talked about as far as just from the first game and really leaning into their sensibilities there. And obviously it's a game, you got to eat, you got to do all this stuff. And I just think for me, where it really hit me when I saw the glow up of CryEngine and the way they handle group discussions, as like I've never really seen games do that well. It feels so organic when everyone's on screen together. This is a performance, like amazing stuff. And then we got to give shout out to Luke Dale and as far as Hans Capon and Tom McKay, like Henry and like this is amazing character work. Like again, a bit saddened that they were not recognized more on the biggest stage because this performance was truly amazing. And I like how bold the game is. The game, if you do certain things at certain points, the game can end right there. Like it really shows the love and care from not only a game that has a focus on a main quest line, but me and Maddie have talked about this ad nauseum. When every single side quest has as much care as your main quest, you're doing something special. And every aspect of the quest could be so divergent based on what you do, you're doing something special. That's what I consider the water cooler. But wait, that happened to you, Maddie? Yeah. I didn't know that could happen. Like really? Like that's RPG to me. So yeah, shout out to them. And yeah, it's one of the more rewarding and satisfying endings of a game. And all I will say is there's a moment, I won't spoil, but when you get towards the end and there's an infiltration of a camp, I'll just say that, and you have the option to confront somebody or something. Powerful stuff. Cinema.
Yes,
and the game was bold enough to do that. Shout out to Warhorse. Don't keep your head high. Real ones know. Real ones know what this was. KCD2. And I know, Chris, it's a time commitment. You got to be in that zone. This game does not let you cheat on it.
No, yeah,
I put a ring on it, like type of game.
I knew it was special. I put 20 hours into it or something, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing for half of it, but I was like enthralled the entire time. I was like, this looks so stunning, and the presentation is so good, and the voice acting is so good, and I understood it almost felt like a single player equivalent to like EVE Online to me or something, where it's just like, bro, there is so much more here than I'm even acknowledging right now. And I just I'm getting overwhelmed, dude.
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking about what else is possible here. And it's definitely on my list. Dude, it's been so
many games, bro.
So much. There are so many games. And half of our lists here, especially towards the top 5, are these 90, 100, 130 hour commitments. There's no question.
Yeah.
You make something as crunchy as Kingdom Come, it's hard. You say I'm not allowed to play anything else for 150 hours. Okay.
And there you have it. But shout out to KCD too, man.
Shout out KCD too. Awesome game. Loved it. All right. Chris. Oh, wait. Yeah, Chris, you're number 2.
Yeah, man. So this might be controversial also. Like we'll see how this goes. But I can't deny. I can't deny the hold. I can't deny the hours. I can't deny just how much I was thinking about it. And look, I cut my teeth on multiplayer stuff. You know, like I played really weird shit like Monday Night Combat and like Self-Actor Psychokinetic Wars and fucking Shadowrun on the original 360, Section 8. I love my weird multiplayer games. And it has been a while since I have played a multiplayer game that has captured this weird kind of zeitgeist or this weird kind of feeling as much as Arc Raiders has. Like, sincerely. Like, this is a genre that I have generally no real interest in. Extraction shooters are not my cup of tea. I don't give a fuck about Tarkov. I don't. I tried Hunt Showdown and I appreciated some of it, but I was like, this is too hardcore for me. I'm kind of like, I don't really got it. I don't really got the mental space for this. And Arc Raiders is a special game because it does something really, really unique here where it just like it takes this really hardcore, you know, multiplayer design philosophy and kind of makes it so approachable that it's hard not to get involved in it. And also just the sheer reliance on proximity chat and the fact that you're going to run into all sorts of different people here and they're all going to be on mic. I think we all have the experience of like in the mid 360 generation where like people stopped being in the lobbies because the Xbox Live party chat showed up and, you know, and Discord kind of became the next thing after that. Nobody's on mic in video games anymore. Not really. And so to play a game where like everybody's on mic and everybody's engaging and some people are role playing. I ran into a dude who was sitting in a tower just playing music, taking requests. not even playing the game really. If you killed him, he had nothing on him. He had nothing. And it's just like, this is
now,
so
Chris, how
cool.
did you know that?
Well, let's not get into that. But dude, like it is I don't know, man, this community oriented thing, it lives and breathes, dude. And Arc Raiders has a lot of flaws for sure. Like, and what's tragic about multiplayer games is that they can't stay the way they are forever. That really they are kind of like they are these things that like they exist as they are and then they're kind of gone. And, you know, I have no doubt that as people get more competent at Arc Raiders, there's going to be a lot fewer people friendly doing
it's already less chill.
It's already less chill, right? But those first few weeks of Arc Raiders, like that is some very special shit. Like I haven't experienced that in well over a decade. Like where people are talking in game and you're running into people who are friendly and running into people who are hostile and running into people who pretend to be friendly and then shoot you in the back and then you're furious and then you're bartering where it's like, hey, I got something in my safe pocket that you can't get if you kill me. I'll give it to you if you got a defib, you let me up. You huddle together, and that's just the player. That's just the player economy, right? Where players are interacting with each other. That's not even to speak about the AI, which I think is like genuinely surprisingly good. Like they're one of the biggest disappointments, honestly, as I think back about like the last like several years and really the last several decades in video games is how little I feel like AI has advanced. I still feel in some ways that like even just like Combat Evolved AI like is kind of the ceiling of like what we've hit. Like there's really not a lot of like AI reactivity, even in, you know, some games that I really love. Even the games that probably every game that we've talked about so far, right? Where like I love these games, but like at no point in any of these games was I thinking like, man, the AI is really, really surprising me here. But Arc Raiders, like it's they somehow managed to make like a quadcopter drone, and that's the design of the enemy. It's a quadcopter drone. It's something you'd see at Target. And they make it threatening, dude. Like, you take this thing's wing out, it'll flip all sorts, and it'll try to learn how to refly again, and it's moving in ways that you can't quite predict. I've never seen the AI react in the same exact way twice, and they learn as they go along, and like certain video games train you in a certain way where it's like, oh, that's a flying enemy, it's gonna stay outside. No, brother. This thing's going to follow you into the fucking window and like track you down and flank you and do all this. The leapers jumping from like a half a mile away. I really do think they have something really, really impressive here. I don't know how long it'll stick. I don't know how long how long the luster will remain, but I think it's undoubtedly like one of the more unique experiences I've had this year, not only just from an AI perspective, but just like that human component to multiplayer games has been sorely missing for a long time. Even in Battlefield and stuff like that. Like, we're in Discord, man. We're not, and we're part of the problem, but I think that's part of what's fascinating about this genre is that like your only meaningful interaction with an enemy player in Battlefield is like you kill them or they kill you. That's the only meaningful interaction. And with an extraction shooter, to be as casual as this, to have the third person camera angle where it's like, it's not quite as hardcore as like an FPS that really gets makes you feel like, no, I want to fight. You have more at your disposal. Like you can reason with them. You can team up with them. You can do all this stuff. And I think that's just very special. I have qualms about Embark and how they do things. I think the AI voice actor stuff is really weird because like I just don't think it adds much to it. And I understand the nuances of it where they pay the actors for the ability to do it. I wasn't going to get all lawyer on you. I haven't seen like I put a lot of time into this game, right? And I've used the ping system. I don't think they really need. There's not enough here. If you were making like some crazy experimental RPG where like every single individual character responds to your exact like voice line through the microphone, I could see like, okay, well, AI might be necessary for something like that because who the fuck has the time to sit there and record for 2,000 years? But like it's kind of a flimsy justification in my opinion from what I've seen. But the game there is really special, and they've done something really cool for extraction shooters, which is like put a lot of people onto it. And that's a difficult thing to do for that genre because I was not feeling that at all. I wasn't feeling that genre at all until the Marathon Alpha, which I put a considerable amount of time into. But yeah, man, Arc Raiders is something. I don't know if it'll stay there for me. I don't know. I don't know if I'll play much more of it, but like this was a unique fucking.
Yeah, it was so good for a long time when it was brand new. Man, it's like the Wild West out there. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I love that you put that in there.
Yeah. All right, Maddie, number 2.
All right. I think Cog and I are going to be in a similar rhythm for these last 2 games, but let's get into it. I am also picking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for my number 2 pick. I've talked a lot about Bethesda style experiences. You say a lot of things about me. My taste is consistent. There's been a lot of that this year. Some of it good, some of it not so good. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the champion among them all now, and probably for the first time since The Witcher 3. I don't mean to skip over Cyberpunk, but I do have to be honest about its launch date, even if I think is the better game than Witcher 3 now. It took some time to get there. But, when you really look at day one, quality bar set, I don't mean to get all tech nerdy, but like the optimization, man, like this game ran so well. Unfathomably well. I was like, this big game is looking this good and my rig is that quiet and it's not overheating or having any issues, and I'm running this at max setting. What is going on? It was an unbelievable experience on that alone. And that's important because this game inside of that experience has a lot of friction. So any external friction that is beyond the boundaries of the game would drive you up a wall. So that's why I start with the tech part of things, because I'm like, it has to run well so that I am raging at what's within this game in those first 30 hours and not, oh my God, my frames are dropping, right? This isn't worth it. But it is an impressive release on that alone. And it's sad to say that, but it needs to be applauded because it did launch in a ready to go state. Now, as for the game itself, like I mentioned, I love these Bethesda style games because of the freedom they provide. I love the option to touch everything in the world, talk to any character, and see it through the eyes of my character because that brings me in. It's probably something I developed when I was a kid with Morrowind. where my brain just adopted to that style of gameplay and was like, you love this shit. And there's nothing better in this shit. And that has been it. That has been it for me. And this is a game that I think takes all of those elements and then makes it, as Locke eloquently put it, I don't think there's ever been a better description of the series, but Skyrim for masochists. You just have this Elder Scrolls style experience, but it is for the insane person. It is about eating, sleeping, drinking, but also the way the world is endlessly responding to you. Dude, I'll like go to the bathhouse and I'm like, yeah, take care of me. I'll get my romance on. And I'll forget to like pause the game and put my clothes back on. So I'll be like walking around Kuttenberg and I'll hear someone like, put some clothes on, damn it. And I'm like, oh shit, my bad. You know,
my bad.
Or like you go to start a conversation with a quest giver, but like I just got into a fight.
Oh, dirty, bloody.
I'm nasty right now. The guy's like, gods, what happened to you? You know, like just, I love that shit, man. So the game's always talking to you, but it's also low key one of the best stealth games I've played recently. Like just changing my outfit, getting into the more quiet attire. It's nighttime and making sure no one sees me. Because if a guard sees me, even if I didn't commit the crime yet, the guard remembers he was there. And so when I break into someone's house and I take their stuff and they realize, yo, my stuff's missing, they go and report it to the guard. And if the guard saw me at all, it's a wrap. He comes and runs me down. He's like, hey, I know it was you. And you can like gaslight him like, dude, no. Do you know who I am? Do you think I would really do that? That's a Kingdom Come Deliverance in a nutshell. Its commitment to realism can be your biggest pain in the ass at first, but it is the game's single greatest asset as you go deeper and deeper, because then you get into the quests and you just, like I described with Adamfall, it almost feels like you think you can do it. I always point at this quest called The Spoils of War. It's a side quest from Sigismund's camp. And I won't ruin it for anyone, but it's a simple 1, 2, 3 quest. If you follow the steps Warhorse gives you, right? Like you do this, this, and this, and you're out of here. This quest goes down to like step Y or something like that. Like it goes through the whole alphabet down to step Y. If I just chose to keep digging, I'm talking to this person over here and they're telling me, go talk to this person over here. And I'm searching this house over here. And it's a whole other plot line within a very simple quest. And it's that approach that KCD2's quest writing does so expertly well. It always starts off simple. Like you wrap your head around it. Like, okay, Spoils of War. We're here to collect stuff from people. Got it. But then you just go to like the 7th layer of hell in these quests and just unearth these fucked up things. And the biggest challenge of it all that makes it so impressive, similar to something like Dispatch, where Dispatch takes on the challenge of writing a good superhero story, this game says we have no fantastical backdrop at all for you. This is tied down to humans who can only do human things. There is no real supernatural here at all. And because of that, it makes the fact that these stories are compelling so impressive, because especially this main story, what a glow up, not only in presentation, but just the writing quality and the character development and the choice and consequence and the reactivity, but also the high stakes. You start off with a simple mission. You get covered in shit in the middle of that mission, and it turns into something way more complex by the end of the game. And I love that. I was a fan of the first Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I thought Henry was a goofball, but he's kind of my Ichiban now, Cog. Like this is my like Henry, but he's kind of turned into that Geralt-like character, that Shepherd-like character of like, dude, give him a 3rd entry, and this guy's up there now. Like he is so memorable, so different from any other set protagonist in a role-playing game. And I'm not even a real big fan of the time period. I don't care about Bohemia or anything like that, but dude, I'll just say the way this thing ends, I'm so invested, and that 3rd entry is gonna hurt one way or the other.
Don't let Maddie gaslight you. 15th century is his favorite century.
Yeah. Been through it a few times. But yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is in my top 2. I think any other year, this is my game of the year. It is a masterful RPG, 100+ hour experience. And it is, as we've all talked about already, the game you got to commit to. That was the mistake I made. I tried to do the spinning 2 plates, and that Kingdom Come Deliverance plate fell off every time because it just asked so much of me. And also, I just kept picking the easier ride. I will never do that again, Warhorse. I am so sorry. I will write you a personal letter, but I will be there day one and not playing anything else next time you come around.
Put a ring on it.
That's right. All right. Time for everybody's number one.
Favorite game of the year, huh?
That's right.
Let's get it, Hoeg.
All right. Well, I think the boys have prefaced me pretty well here. I think I only have to say Audente's Fortuna Uvat. Let's go, freaking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Hell yeah.
Best game of the year. My favorite experience of the year. I've talked at length in all these various spaces about how much I love storytelling and writing. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does all the things Maddie talked about. The responsiveness, the organic world building, the networked quests. And it does it without this kind of blunt force, direct, exactly what we mean kind of textualization of everything that you see so often in video games. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is cinematic, not just in its visuals or its music, but in the way it presents conversations between people with text and subtext and relationships of all types that both go to nothing, that don't mean anything except world building, but then also that go to informing other quest lines. My favorite thing that this game does is that the entirety of the world is networked with one another, right? The tiniest piece of a big quest in this game, the person that's maybe a maid or a bartender at the tavern is actually a key piece of a different quest. And they'll all react to each other, and they're all networked together. And the conversations you have will be as part of that world, and not just, well, we need you to go get these flowers from that field. Now, you break these things down. Sometimes they are just going to be, you're going to go somewhere and get something and bring it back. But the motivations are so well stated and in such an unusual way for video games that it is exactly what I want out of this kind of experience. Now, I think Maddie did use the word realism for this game. I do think that it deserves credit for that kind of realistic approach to how we're going to set up armor and how these relationships are going to go and what it means to actually secret into a camp or what have you. But I view Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as essentially the summer blockbuster of realism. This is Braveheart not actually being in Scotland. And I think that's such a good choice. It makes it much more approachable than it otherwise would be for so many people. And I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the best example that I have ever seen of top-of-class cinematography, top-of-class visuals, top-of-class music, top-of-class writing, acting, everything in between. It is my game of the year, and I am very happy to say that I think it is one of the best role-playing games ever made.
Yeah. Nobody's going to fight you on that one. Yeah, brother. Well said.
Nice.
Well said.
All right, Cog, you're number one.
For the game that came after. Here we are. I think for me at this point, when it comes to storytelling and stuff like that, I think if you get me to feel something, that's one thing. When you break me in half multiple times, you know what I'm saying? And I start to empathize with a world that you've created, and I go, wait a minute, this is awful. Like, I don't want to be a part of anything called the Grimage. I don't want to live a life like this. And Claire Expedition 33, man. This was the one I didn't see coming. I had my eye on it from the very beginning. Obviously, turn-based and seeing that graphical style. And I remember I'm like, okay, this looks like a cool game. But I wasn't ready for what I was embarking on. And after Act 1, it was just like, it completely had its grips on me. So, yeah, I mean, I think the key thing for me, obviously the art style, obviously the Picto system, but the key for me is keeping me invested in every fight is something rare because of the system and the way they chose, right? And I know it will be controversial for some because some people are like, hey, you're Dark Souling this, and now I got to really be reactive in the dodge and the parry system. But I absolutely loved it. It kept me engaged. It kept me all the way through it, and just memorable moments that I will not forget as it went on. I felt it was a game that also most respected my time. I didn't have to do everything if I chose not to, but if I did, I was rewarded with extra backstory. And then I think we talked about this before, Mael is my favorite character, this year. I related to her on a deep level because I felt the game touched on escapism and what it means to live, like put yourself in the world of someone who maybe lives with, is handicapped or lived with some form of a deformity or whatever it is that they get the ability to do something that they are a superstar in, and they are now something else. And I could see the dangers of wanting to stay in that or do a drug or whatever it is that made you feel this a bit. Like Mael hit different for me. And, obviously the endings, the cast I thought was great. I know there's some controversy as far as acting time with certain people, kind of thing that I'm spoiling. But, I will say that, it really, it just hit different. And I want to shout out Ben Starr as well. There was a line towards the end that he said with his character on his path, that it broke me, because I didn't pick that as my first. And even when I see people pick this, and I'm like, okay, this could be considered more of the maybe default or what we would consider canon, kind of thing. Sure. And I go, ooh, I felt that one. So shout out to the whole cast, man. And then again, it's a story for the industry as well. As far as the budget, how much we're spending on video games, it is a triumphant, kind of story. And I like that they gave homage to, the greats before from the Final Fantasy, the OGs and stuff like that. So I'm excited. We got more content. I got to get into that. But yeah, Expedition 33 was just something really special for me. And again, when you get me to tear up multiple times, you did something. You made me feel things. And I don't get that anymore in video games. So shout out to Expedition 3. Shout out to Sam for the whole team.
Nice.
Absolutely. There's value to feeling things. It's part of the reason we do this.
Yeah. All right, Chris, you're number one.
Halo 3.
All right.
No, dude. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, GameStop did. GameStop's been on one, dude. Like, I don't know what the hell they had. Like, I saw the angry. They posted like an angry video game nerd video. Yeah. He's bashing Mind's Eye, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But no, I mean, I'm not. No surprise, but yeah, I mean, dude, like Claire Obscure Expedition 33 really surprised me. Like, I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, that's going to be something to keep an eye on, which I remember thinking was kind of unusual because, again, like for me, these types of games have never been it. Like, I don't gravitate towards turn-based anything really. Like, there's like some exceptions to the rule. But even the exceptions to the rule are games that like I've liked well enough to play through most of the time. But like I kind of just put them down after a while. They're just not my cup of tea. And so for a game like this to come out and I'm blazing through it and I can't wait to get to the next part and I can't put it down. And it's keeping me engaged. It's doing this real time thing that I've always felt was like so sorely missing. At least for me, from these games, the feeling of actually participating in the things that the game is trying to. I feel like a lot of these games like try to convince me that I'm doing something by being like, "Oh, you've selected Fireball," but I'm not really doing anything. It feels a little bit like a DVD menu to me, where I'm playing. I picked this. I picked this .mov from the DVD menu, and now that .mov is playing. It's like, okay, well, am I doing this really? And so, like, to have a game actually like bring you in, it's like, no, come along, actually. Like, come involve yourself in the combat. It's like, and I know it's not the first game to do it. Sea of Stars and Mario RPG, like plenty of other games do it. But like this did it in a way that was like very like it felt rewarding. Like the parries felt fucking good, and the build crafting felt amazing. Like after there's a certain point where you can break that build crafting wide open and make some completely broken stuff. So yeah, those Pictos, man. The Picto system's really fun, and I thought. The way that they did it where like, oh, you use it 3 times or whatever and then you kind of unlock it, like I thought it was like a really good way. Like it really naturally encouraged you to experiment more with stuff that you otherwise wouldn't, just for the sheer advantage of having that accessible to everybody. And I thought it was like, this is very competent. And I finished it and I looked at my game time. It's like 24 hours. I got that experience in a 24-hour game. God damn, dude. And that's not even just to talk about just the meta story outside of it, which is, the budget and the fact that like, hey, this amazing fucking soundtrack. We got this guy off of SoundCloud and like, the story. Yeah, we got this girl off of Reddit. It's like, like everything surrounding this game is like, that is a Game of the Year story, dude. Like just people like just sheer happenstance of just like looking in the right place, right time, finding these amazing, talented people. In just a great time frame with a modest budget and delivering a story that I really, really resonated with in a genre that, again, like turn-based, fantasy is not my stuff either, really. Like there's some exceptions. You know, I loved the original Fable and Skyrim, obviously, but I've always been more of a sci-fi, like I'm more Mass Effect, Fallout kind of guy.
Got it.
And so to have not only me fall in love with this game that's in a genre that I don't particularly care for, that's in a game genre also with turn-based that I don't particularly care for, and to have that shoot up past every other game almost undeniably that I've played this year, it's just like that's an accomplishment, you know. And it's I think a lot of people will be like, you know, it's like, man, that sweep is crazy, but like, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. So if you can, that's my rule, kind of like if you can get me to play something that I normally would hate or like normally would just not be open to and like fall in love with it, you got something good. Because I don't have that kind of patience, dude. I'll admit that. I'll admit it. I fall off of amazing shit constantly. So props to them. They deliver something really special. It'll stick with me, I think. Yeah. You know, and it has. I've been thinking about it constantly, like for the last like several months since I played it. So shout out to them.
Nice. All right, Maddie, you're number one.
Surprise, take us home.
Surprise. Yeah, it might just be one you haven't heard of yet. It is Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I like the word Chris used, undeniable, because that is really what this game's journey was in making it, but also just I think it's rocketing to the top. I mean, it is one of those things where the unanimous praise is completely justified, and it is one of the few entertainment products I think is out there that you can look at. And if someone comes to me and they try to convince me it's like bad because they didn't like it, I'm like, brother, it's a you problem. Like this is one of those things that you cannot argue in any way is bad to me. It just may not be for you. This is an experience that talks about our art form in such an intelligent way, while also grappling with things like grief. And as someone who's lost a lot of family over this last like 5 to 7 years, that's what hit me the hardest, was just sort of that acceptance of loss and what that means and how you wrestle with that and how you escape from that. And that's what this whole world's about. And I just think that was a tailor-made message for me. It was like something I've lingered on and sat on and thought about and dealt with, and just to have a game be like, I don't know how else to say it other than like, I see you, like we get it. It was like a really powerful thing. And the fact that the game's fucking fun, I was like, that story alone was enough. I was like, the way it's presented, the moments it hits, the beats it hits, the theme that you wrap your head around. It was like game of the year. But the fact that it's so fun, like I didn't think that Persona 5 Royal could be matched in a lot of ways. Like Metaphor was excellent, but Metaphor really took all of Persona's elements and just kind of leaned. It's like, yeah, let's run it back. But the addition of that parry-based combat and the way you study your opponents in Expedition 33, like I know every game's got parrying. It's tiring. I agree. But when you mix my favorite genre of turn-based with this like studying boss monsters and watching their patterns and timing dodges and deflects, and if you time enough deflects, the counterattack that you can pull off, I mean, it feels so good. It is that feeling of the strategy that turn-based does so well, where you feel good for like outwitting your opponent, and then also like each character's suite of skills kind of being almost a combo into themselves, like Mael's stance switching and just using that cycle and thinking that next turn ahead and knowing that, oh, she's low on health, but it's not like, oh, I need to heal with an item. It's like, she's low on health, but if I deflect everything, I'm going to gain some AP. I'm going to whip this dude. And then next turn, she's in the right stance and she's good to go. That's what this does to elevate the turn-based genre, where it's like a new standard has been set in every conceivable way. Because as someone who plays this genre so much, the inching forward has been noticeable, but it's been in elements beyond the combat. Like you look at the Trail series or Metaphor, and they do like these action elements to get you into traditional turn-based combat. It's still turn-based at the end of the day, though. But this game's like, we are standard turn-based, but what action element do we bring in that makes it feel interactive? That's not, you know, Mario RPG, jumping at the right time, that sort of thing. And they got it. They literally took Sekiro and put it into an incredible Persona-inspired turn-based combat system and made some magic. Magic's an understatement, but yeah, it's hard to find the words for a game like this because it's just so good in everything it does. It looks good. It sounds good. It's unbelievably well written. The world is unlike anything I think we've really seen in entertainment. And I think most exciting of all is this is a young team. They some of them hailing from Ubisoft. It shows that as well. A lot of the teams in our industry are the problem, not the people working for them. Because I think if anyone ever saw the headline, ex-Ubisoft devs leave the studio to formulate a new team, can you imagine what the replies would be, gentlemen? What would they say on Twitter?
Wouldn't be a nuance.
More slop. Here we go. What does this say? This guy, Guillaume Broche, who directed the game, didn't even have a high position at Ubisoft, and he worked on like Ghost Recon. These are inspired people, man, and they were meant to be together with the way they came together. And I love that the cherry on top was the sweep at the Game Awards, but not only that the whole team was there because they ended up concluding the year the same way they opened it, which was doing something unorthodox. They are a team small enough to have brought everyone there for the award show. And I was telling Cog on DD, I was like, how often do you see on our stage, even when Game of the Year is being accepted, like, hey, thanks so much. So-and-so couldn't make it today, or this person's here. Or I know they're not here, but thank you as well. Dude, everyone they needed to thank was in the room with them. That's family. We see so many bits of backbiting in this industry, reports coming out, crunch, lack of happiness, et cetera, et cetera. I love that they were riding for each other that whole fucking time, man. That is a studio, obviously, to watch because of their output, but also because they care for each other. And I hope that sets an example because I know it's not Game of the Year because of the story beyond it, but it is proof that the things that we want badly for this industry to have and consistently enjoy should not just be an outlier. This shouldn't just be look at the one Cinderella team. It should be more like this. And that's also why Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 can be celebrated because they made that in a pretty healthy environment and they made it for a good budget. And so I think that is also worthy of celebration among everything else that Expedition does right. So it deserves the sweep. It's the Grand Slam. It's worth a try if anyone's not looked at it. And when I talked to Guillaume and he was talking about Game 2, I totally get their mindset, like just tunnel vision it, dude. Do not think about what the outside's saying because they just got to listen to themselves because they are so connected to something great right now. And there's a million interesting ways they could move this thing forward. But all he told me was it's a franchise. So they're
okay.
But what a game. What an experience. And we'll be chasing that high for a while, I think.
Oh, for sure. I want to actually add on just with one thing with something that Hoeg said in a previous discussion in reference to the soundtrack. I'm a person that really feels like music in video games does not get enough credit that it deserves. Sound in general, all of that. And Lorien Testot's performance, and this is transcendent stuff. Yeah. This is like, forget a video game. This is Grammy stuff, right? And the fact, like you said, we know the story of how it was found, but man, this soundtrack is something that it is such an integral character in the game itself. And I want to make sure that they get their flowers on that, which they did, you know what I'm saying? But it's so powerful. It really adds so much to that game. There's literally like 10 soundtracks where you hear, you're like, oh, I remember where I was at that part of the game. Yeah. I know exactly what was going on. And yeah, just beautiful stuff. Absolutely. This is a French ass game. So salute to them.
Yeah, it is. They're all dressed up. They weren't wearing suits.
Bro, get your French fries, your French toast, your French bacon, get it all out. They's outside.
All right, dudes. That's it. That is Last Stand Media's everybody's games of the year.
Woo!
Thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate it. Hey, if you listened through the whole way through, thank you as well. I know this is going to be long. I don't know how long.
Dude, I'm looking at my timer. It says 3.5 hours. How long were the others? Like, what are we thinking? This is gonna
what was our average comparatively?
We're probably going to be like 8 hours, I'm guessing. Or
holy shit.
Wow.
I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll see. But it's going to be a long one. It'll probably be longer than last year's.
Okay. I tried to keep it svelte, but I am a talker.
Same. Yeah, you got me and Hoeg in the same room, bro.
Bloviating, forget it. It's over.
Yeah. We're out of here. Thanks, everybody. Have a great new year. We're going to start working on 2026 soon. So we got to do it again all next year.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're out of here, everybody. Take care and see ya.
Later.
Bye.
Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.